Chapter 1 Muscular Dad. Xingyang City, Number 7 Vocational High School.
The morning after the rain was exceptionally clean, and sunlight shone through gaps in the clouds onto the wet ground of the playground. A huge holographic screen scrolled back and forth, randomly selecting team lists for the senior year monthly exam. Main character, Suli Swordsman. Support, Luyu Priest.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. Suli's luck is just too bad.
The school beauty, a top 5 combat professional in the entire school, was actually matched with the most useless support Luyu.
What kind of heaven-defying matchmaking system is this? Are you talking about that useless priest who's 188 centimeters tall and covered in muscles? It's hilarious. He's a senior in high school and only has a level 3 certificate. He still has the nerve to fawn over people every day. I'm so envious. If I could team up with Suli just once, I'd be willing to drink her foot bath water every day. Now that we've covered the advantages, what about the disadvantages? In the chaotic crowd, Suli's eyes were like frost, and her beautiful, fair face twitched slightly at the corners of her mouth. Spicy, barbecue is here. My luck is so bad, I ended up drawing the weakest support character in the whole school. Am I about to ruin my lifelong reputation? TT de me, no way. Suli didn't dislike Luyu.
It was because she had a bet with her arch-rival Jiang Shueching about their rankings in this monthly exam. The loser has to take a set of revealing photos of a maid and post them on the campus forum for all teachers and students to review.
But now, things seem to be getting a little complicated.
Suli, go find Luyu now and ask him to give up the monthly exam. The school will then reassign you a tutor, her pink-haired best friend advised from the side.
But if Luyu skips the monthly exam, he won't get his high school diploma.
Suli frowned slightly, unable to make up her mind for a moment. On one hand, there's the friendship with classmates she's never met. On the other, there are her private photos being publicly displayed throughout the school.
She doesn't know which to choose. Why do you care about him? With his abilities, he wouldn't have graduated anyway.
Besides, Jiang Shueching is paired with Wang Tong, the strongest support sorcerer in our school. At this point, her best friend paused, as if she had thought of something, then put on a lewd expression and said,
"Actually, I think you would also like to take a set of revealing maid photos. They would definitely charm countless young men and women. Get out of here."
Suli gave her best friend a push, her face instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple.
After a moment of contemplation,
she still made the decision to fight alongside Luyu. She couldn't bring herself to prevent a classmate from graduating because of her own reasons.
Oh well, so be it. Let it be. I'm going to find Luyu now so we can have a deeper discussion and have someone to look out for us tomorrow. Will you come with me?
My best friend snorted and pouted, saying, "No, I'll go book a photographer for you."
Well.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the school,
a skinny girl is arguing with a muscular man.
"Luyu, if you don't give me a loan to buy skill books, I'll never speak to you again," Zhao Qingqing said in a teasy tone.
It's a deal. Double happiness is on your side. Luyu was overjoyed and turned to leave without hesitation.
He was just wondering how to get rid of this scheming woman when he didn't expect her to be so considerate of him.
You'll regret this,"
Zhao Qingqing shouted angrily, stamping her feet. Upon hearing this, Luyu frowned, turned around and returned to Zhao Qingqing's side, his towering muscles gradually tensing up.
"Oh, to the power of oh humph, I'm already angry. It's too late for you to back out now." Boom!
Zhao Qingqing hadn't finished speaking. Luyu unleashed a deliberate punch, delivering triple force and triple damage. Zhao Qingqing was blasted several meters away by the tremendous force, her head landing straight in the grass, her legs trembling.
"Let's collect some interest first, and settle the rest later."
After saying that, Luyu strode away.
Cool. Intentional blow punch +1. Deliberate thrust punch LV 1110.
Luyu felt the warmth on his hand and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He has been in the Star God realm for 3 days and has basically figured out the world's operating rules.
Everybody is a professional. The world is becoming gamified.
More than 80% of the resources available to human life come from game instances and various secret realms. Professionals, possessing exceptional combat abilities and capable of tackling dungeons, grinding for resources, and leveling up, have become the most prestigious and sought-after individuals worldwide. Warrior, mage, hunter, swordsman, priest, gunner, knight, assassin. There are a total of 24 basic classes. The warrior and mage are revered by thousands, while the support priest wouldn't even be a dog. Lu Yu also once felt deeply inferior because of his awakening to become a pastor. He was transported to another world but couldn't have sex, which made him feel like an incompetent husband.
Until he saw the panel. I'm a man with a cheat code. Let the world feel the iron fist of this muscular dad. Lu Yu quietly opened the panel. Lu Yu, priest unawakened. Level, LV 313-300. Health points, 300-300. Mana points, 200-200. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 28. Agility, 4. Skill 1, Blessing LV1 increases a specified attribute by 5 points, duration 30 minutes, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2, Slow Healing LV1 slowly restores 100 health points for 10 minutes, no cooldown. Talent, Infinite stacking. The effects of any of your buff skills can stack. Finally, Lu Yu looked down at the bottom, at the martial arts panel that only he had access to. Martial arts skills, Straight Punch LV1, Jab LV1, Swing Punch LV1, Uppercut LV1, Farmer's 3 Punches LV1, Deliberate Blow Punch LV1, Serious Punch LV1. Today's tasks, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run. Reward, 20 free attribute points. This system must have sent the wrong panel. This is a world of professionals, not a world of martial arts. Oh he. After studying it for a while, Lu Yu happily accepted it all. I'll be a stay-at-home dad then. As long as I have C in my heart, I'll smash the whole world to pieces. Besides, warriors can only deal damage, not heal, while I, a priest, can both deal damage and heal. If anyone disagrees, just go up there and give them 100 punches. It seems like there's a monthly exam tomorrow. My current stats and attributes are too low. I need to get stronger immediately. First, go to the training hall to do your daily tasks and practice your boxing skills. Lu Yu reached into his pocket, his brows furrowing again. In the past, in order to woo that green TBTCH, he took out a loan of more than 300,000 star coins to buy her skill books and equipment. I'm dirt poor right now, being chased by debt collectors every day, and I simply can't afford to pay for the training facility. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Go back and beat that bitch up again. Chapter 2. You bitch, your grandpa's back. You bitch, your grandfather is back. Lu Yu stretched out his muscular arm and pulled the shivering Zhao Qingqing out of the grass, casually adding 10 slow therapy to her. Zhao Qingqing let out a haughty snort and woke up from her coma. The comfort of the slow treatment made her eyes glaze over and her face flushed. His whole body was glowing green, and the numbers +1+1+1 kept appearing above his head. Lu Yu, how dare you hit me? Do you believe I'll make sure you never see me again? Holy crap! Another double celebration. Lu Yu didn't care about anything else. He tensed his right arm muscles and delivered a powerful abdominal punch to Zhao Qingqing's smooth abdomen. Abdominal punch +1. Abdominal strike LV 1110. Puff. Zhao Qingqing felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and vomited a mouthful of bile, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yu, her most loyal sycophant. Lu Yu, who was willing to mortgage his kidney to buy himself skill books, actually dared to hit her. How dare you? If you don't apologize to me today, you're dead. Take another bite from your grandpa with this oyster radish. Bang! Lu Yu didn't tolerate her at all, raising his fist the size of a sandbag and delivering an uppercut. Zhao Qingqing's once useful, pointed face immediately twisted and deformed, her mouth gushing blood, and she even lost a tooth. Uppercut +1. Uppercut LV 1110. Lu Yu, I think you've gone mad. Kneel down right now and apologize to me, or my boyfriend won't let you off the hook. Zhao Qingqing screamed hysterically. Lu Yu was stunned, his straight punch frozen in mid-air, looking at the woman in front of him with a face full of doubt. You have a boyfriend and you still want me to buy you skill books? Zhao Qingqing's face contorted in a smug laugh. Ha, scared now? I didn't mean to hurt you, but since you treated me like this today, I might as well tell you. I started dating Wang Tong from class 1 last month. That was my first time. And you've been licking my boots for 3 years and haven't even been able to touch my hand. What, you're scared just from hearing Wang Tong's name? Where did that energy go when you hit me earlier? Lu Yu's face grew darker and angrier as he listened. He silently withdrew his straight punch and switched to a series of normal punches. You bitch, you're nothing now. A series of normal punches. Aura, aura, aura.
Lu Yu's fists danced like afterimages, his muscles, as hard as iron, exploded, and he bombarded every part of Zhao Qingqing's body like a machine gun.
Bang 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 bang.
The left punch deals high damage, and the right punch deals high damage. Interweave basic attacks with regular attacks, and connect regular attacks with basic attacks, making every punch feel real and every punch a critical hit. Zhao Qingqing's face, legs, and stomach were relentlessly bombarded by countless fists that turned into afterimages, and blood gushed from her entire body. But it continued to recover under the healing effects of 10 layers of slow therapy. While being beaten, he was also being healed. His mind gradually went blank, his eyes rolled back, and he began to convulse. Everyone who saw it was amazed. What kind of deep-seated hatred could lead someone to beat a young girl like this? Aura. Not far away. Su Li and her pink-haired best friend were walking slowly towards them. Su Li, are you really not going to consider persuading Lu Yu to withdraw from the competition? Her best friend, still unwilling to give up, urged.
I've made up my mind. Luck is also a kind of strength.
Since Lu Yu is matched with me, I will try my best to help him get his high school diploma.
Su Li, you're just too kind.
The pink-haired best friend sighed, then seemed to remember something and continued. By the way, I heard that Lu Yu is a pure love warrior. He used up all his loan amount to pursue Zhao Qingqing in his class, which caused his own strength to stagnate, and he was ranked last for many years. In the end, he was completely fooled. Upon hearing this, Su Li's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and a sense of sympathy welled up in her heart. This Lu Yu is so pitiful, I can't abandon him.
What's so pitiful about a simp? He brought it on himself. Hey, Lu Yu seems to be just ahead. The two quickened their pace and approached. A moment later,
they saw Lu Yu, a muscular man, brutally beating a female classmate whose face was completely disfigured. He was shouting incomprehensible words like bitch and grandpa.
The scene was absolutely horrific.
Su Li and the other person gasped, their pupils dilating rapidly.
You're telling me this is what a simp is? Is this some kind of pure love warrior? All I see are pure warriors. Where is love? And what's with healing someone while simultaneously beating them up? They're exploiting a bug here. Su Li swallowed hard, silently withdrawing her earlier sympathy, and said softly, Lu Yu, what are you doing? Lu Yu was taken aback.
He casually tossed the beaten Zhao Qingqing, who was now unrecognizable, into the haystack and turned to look at the source of the voice. A beautiful woman in a white dress stood gracefully, her black hair flowing down her back, her swan-like neck straight, and her perfect figure was complemented by a pair of long, straight, fair legs. That ethereal and otherworldly aura can only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. As for her pink-haired best friend who's not bad-looking, just ignore her.
Well, we were just joking around.
Lu Yu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly.
Su Li's lips twitched. What the hell is this? Hitting classmates at school isn't a good thing, is it? Su Li asked timidly.
Her 1.7-meter height made her look like a timid little girl next to Lu Yu's tall and mighty body.
It's okay, don't worry about it. This bitch just likes being hit like this.
Su Li's lips twitched violently, and it took her a long time to recover. She decided in her heart that she would no longer meddle in other people's business. Although I don't understand it, I accept it.
Okay, excuse me for interrupting, my name is Su Li, and I'm your teammate for tomorrow's monthly exam.
Lu Yu wiped the blood on his clothes and, in a very familiar manner, extended his hand, saying, Oh, so it's a teammate.
What do you need me for?
Su Li paused for a moment, then gently shook hands with Lu Yu with her fair, white hand.
I think.
She originally wanted to suggest training together in the afternoon to improve their teamwork. But thinking about his brutality just now, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
He wouldn't attack himself too, would he?
Although Su Li was quite certain that Lu Yu, a low-level priest, was no match for her. But for some reason, I feel nervous and my heart races whenever I see him. She gritted her teeth and forced a cute smile. I think we should get to know each other first, and then work hard together tomorrow.
Lu Yu grinned, revealing a friendly smile, then let's work hard together.
Su Li let out a long sigh of relief, and her tense mood finally relaxed. This Lu Yu seems unreliable at first glance. I had been hoping for a sliver of hope regarding tomorrow's bet. It seems like we're destined to lose now.
So what if the grades are a little bad?
I can always go shoot some maid photos this afternoon. She now felt that if she stayed with Lu Yu any longer, her Dao heart would be affected by that strange play she had just experienced.
Well, I'll be going now. You guys continue. If you need any help with anything, just let me know. Really? Lend me some money. Lu Yu asked without hesitation.
Just as Suli was about to leave, her pretty face changed color. This guy was hopelessly chauvinistic.
But seeing that Lu Yu, a priest, didn't even have a staff.
Even after resorting to violence, he still softened his heart.
Okay, give me the phone. Suli performed the operation skillfully in a short time. Friend added successfully. Username, what can you do about my arrogance?
Brief introduction, a timid, socially awkward, and cowardly little pastor who was afraid of school bullying.
Suli's lips twitched again. Dude, is your bio correct?
I think you're afraid there's not enough violence on campus. In the end, Suli's kindness prevailed, and she completed the transfer to Lu Yu.
Transfer successful, 2,000 star coins. Thanks, see you tomorrow. Lu Yu smiled happily. See you tomorrow,
Suli said with a forced smile.
After the two left.
After throwing 20 more slow healing spells at Zhao Qingqing's face, Lu Yu also left the scene.
I've got money. Let's go to the training hall and do the daily tasks first. I wonder what reward I'll get today. Chapter 3, the outcome is uncertain. We are all potential dark horses.
The training hall of number 7 high school was bustling with people. Students are working hard in the last month before the college entrance examination, and at the same time, they are in a frenzy of intense competition in order to make a final push for the exam. I will work hard for 100 days to get into a vocational college. Failure in the special admissions exam is not a disgrace. A true man strives to get into a junior college. The world is still uncertain, and we are all like cattle and horses. A cold wind blows through the electronics factory, the assembly line masters return, the 3-year term is over, the factory worker is back in his place. Inside the boxing gym, a group of students were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs, creating an incredibly energetic atmosphere. Lu Yu walked past with a dark face, inwardly cursing. Instead of wasting time shouting these pointless things, you should use that time to exercise properly. In his previous life, Lu Yu was an extreme fitness enthusiast. From natural fitness to powder supplements, then to drug injections, then to failed attempts at steroids, and finally to this world of professional fitness. His eyes held no worldly desires, only a thirst for muscle.
Open the system task panel.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run.
Reward, 20 free attribute points. These are actually very valuable attribute points, that's really amazing.
First, do 100 push-ups.
Lu Yu found an open space, took off his school uniform jacket, and lay down.
His explosive arm muscles contracted continuously, and his whole body rose and fell almost like a blur, causing those around him to gasp in surprise.
1, 2, 3, 4, 99, 100.
In almost one breath, he completed 100 standard wide arm push-ups. His muscles were slightly congested with blood, giving him a strong pumping sensation. The slight tearing sensation in his muscle fibers made Lu Yu exclaim in surprise. As expected of a professional, completing 100 push-ups is so easy.
That was awesome. Next up are 100 sit-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 99, 100.
In less than 2 minutes, 100 sit-ups were completed, and the abdomen was flushed with blood, revealing 8-pack abs that looked like they were carved from jade. Countless greedy girls kept glancing at him, fantasizing about the ultimate sensation of being pressed against him.
100 sit-ups done. 2 minutes later, another 100 squats were completed.
The whole thing took no more than 15 minutes, leaving everyone around them stunned.
Dude, what era are we living in that you're still working out? Professionals become stronger entirely through levels and equipment.
You should practice your power generation techniques and combos instead.
You're just wasting your time. Yeah, why don't you use this time to shout slogans with us? I wonder which college you dream of attending.
Hey bro, let's add each other as friends. I love abs, no, I mean fitness, you know what I mean.
Lu Yu stood up, dusted himself off, and said indifferently, "Humph, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?"
A priest must rigorously temper his body. Everyone was speechless for a moment, with question marks popping up all over their heads. No, I didn't check your profession.
So you're a priest?
What the hell, priest, why are you building up your muscles?
Wouldn't it be better to just focus on healing people? Brother, our team is just missing a healer, why don't we team up?
Lu Yu frowned slightly, ignored the college students, shook his head, and walked away. My goal is to get a bachelor's degree, something that is unattainable for those people and they wouldn't even dare to dream of.
These little kakimi are only hindering my progress in getting into university. The last 10 kilometers, let's begin. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps, 5 laps. In less than an hour, I successfully completed the 10-kilometer journey. Just as Luyu stopped, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first daily task. Basic reward, 20 free attribute points. Trigger a chain quest 110, kill 100 monsters and defeat the boss. Award? Luyu was overjoyed. Attribute points were still the most reliable way to make money. This is the most basic and purest numerical improvement. You should know that a single attribute book that can increase basic attribute points costs tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, it can only increase a little bit of the basic attributes, and there are upper limits and level restrictions on its use. I gained 20 points by completing the daily task only once. Its value is well over several 100,000. Wait a minute. Luyu suddenly covered the top of his head. Am I going bald? After confirming that not a single hair of his was missing, Luyu opened his control panel. Luyu, Priest. Level, LV 313-300. Health points, 300-300. Mana points, 200-200. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 28. Agility, 4. Unallocated, 20. The 4-dimensional attributes are extremely unbalanced, and the power is far too low. Then let's add some power. Click the plus next to power. Strength +1. Luyu felt his strength suddenly increase, and his muscles seemed to grow a little bigger. Is this the attribute effect brought by strength? In his previous life, Luyu preferred high damage, all-out attack classes in any game he played. Now that I become a professional in this life, I must not forget my original aspirations and continue to move forward. What kind of priest needs intelligence and physique? Garbage support characters don't even play. A kitchen knife team is the ultimate romance for men. Order again. Day. Luyu immediately added all of his remaining 19 points of strength to his strength stat. The exhilarating feeling of becoming stronger made him feel like he could punch Xiao Qingqing to death. Cool. After a satisfying period of attribute point allocation, Luyu turned his attention back to his 4-dimensional attribute panel. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 48. Agility, 4. Now the 4 attributes are more balanced, but it's a pity there are too few attribute points. It would be better if we added some strength. Looks like I'll have to wait for tomorrow's daily mission. I'll use the rest of the time to practice my boxing skills in the training pod. Aura. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Luyu arrived at the designated dungeon for the monthly exam, full of energy. After yesterday's training, all his boxing skills have been upgraded to level 2, and his combat ability has almost doubled. He has become very confident, and he wants to punch anyone he sees, looking at everyone as a nobody. Luyu, I've finally found you. Luyu turned around and saw Xiao Qingqing, her face bruised and swollen, leading a group of boys towards him menacingly. But when they saw Luyu's iron-like physique, their faces couldn't help but tremble. The innate human fear of strength immediately diminishes their imposing presence. Is this a priest? Wang Tang, it's him, he's the one who hit me yesterday, Xiao Qingqing said, looking at a skinny little guy who was less than 1.6 meters tall next to her. Wang Tang took a step forward, tilted his head back, and tiptoed toward Luyu. You're the Sim Qingqing's been talking about, aren't you? Luyu lowered his head, looked at the skinny little monkey who had just reached his nipple, and smiled wickedly. So your name is Wang Tang. His imposing words, coupled with his towering muscles, intimidated Wang Tang so much that he couldn't help but take a step back. He forcibly suppressed his instinctive fear and shrieked, So what if my name is Wang Tang? It's alright, I see you have the bearing of an emperor. It's no use saying nice things to me. Wang Tang stared intently at Luyu. The two men, one tall and one short, one strong and one thin, locked eyes, their gazes flashing with electricity. Those around gasped in shock. Why do I feel like I'm watching a father beating his son? Who do you think will win between them? I think it's Wang Tang. After all, he can jump up and hit Luyu's knee, while Luyu can't jump up and hit Wang Tang's knee. Seriously, I've heard that Wang Tang is already level 20 and has completed his first job advancement, changing from priest to spellcaster. Luyu is just a bit tall, but he's only level 3 and useless. This contrast is just too damn huge. Chapter 4 You beast, take 100 punches. Lu Yu, since you already know Qing Qing is my woman, why did you still hit her?
Wang Teng, standing at only 1.6 meters tall, stretched his neck on tiptoe, looking exactly like a little turtle struggling to reach for food.
A bastard deserves to be beaten. If you're not satisfied, I'll beat you up too. Lu Yu showed no sign of backing down, displaying his domineering aura. What kind of awful dares to challenge the gods? You.
Wang Teng gritted his teeth in anger.
How could a level 20, first-class veteran like myself be suppressed in terms of aura by a level 3 priest?
It's not just his imposing presence, but also his stature, a symbol of male dignity.
Alright, I'll teach you how to be a decent person now. Come on, little skinny monkey, I hope you can bring me some more pleasure.
Just as the two were about to make their move, a clear, crisp sound came from not far away.
What are you doing?
School beauty Suli jogged over with her long legs. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting white leather suit that hugged her slender waist and full breasts. Her long, white legs gleamed under her leather miniskirt, as if they had been oiled. Wearing tall boots, her legs looked even smoother.
Lu Yu scratched his head. It's nothing, we were just joking around.
Suli's pretty face twitched.
Are you kidding me again? I think you're going to hit me.
But this Wang Teng is no ordinary person, you'd definitely suffer if you fought him.
This Lu Yu is really a handful.
Sai, you have to spoil your own incompetent teammates.
Stop fooling around, the principal is right behind us.
Upon hearing the word principal, everyone paused, shaking their heads in surprise. It seemed that a fight was not going to happen today. Only Wang Teng continued to sneer to himself. Lu Yu, it's not convenient for me outside, but if we go into the dungeon, I'll cripple you.
Come on, you skinny little monkey, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I'll consider your skin as tightly sewn up as a swallow. You. Stop fooling around, the principal is here. The tense atmosphere instantly subsided.
Wang De, the principal of the 7th high school, dismounted from a giant black tiger mount, displaying his distinguished status. After landing, he cleared his throat and began to speak. Students, this monthly exam is your last monthly exam in your senior year, and it is also a crucial monthly exam in your high school career. The exam uses a 2-person random team format, and the team's total score is the monthly exam result. I know some people will say this is unfair, but Wang De suddenly changed the subject, revealing a sly smile. Do you know how many people would fail if we didn't randomly team up? If you don't pass, how am I supposed to issue you diplomas? How am I supposed to guarantee the annual graduation rate? Do I even have the job as principal anymore? Do I even have the bonus? Especially some trash priests, I won't name names, they're already in their final year of high school and they're only level 3, with only 2 initial skills, cough cough. Besides, this isn't the college entrance exam. What's wrong with me cheating a little? It's my territory, I'm in charge. If anyone tries to tattle on me, I'll deal with them. The head of student affairs, standing nearby, paled and frantically urged, Principal, this is a public place. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a pretty straightforward person, so please just pretend I didn't say anything. The students were speechless for a moment. How could they have spoken their minds like that? But many students who couldn't graduate were moved to tears. With a principal like this, life is truly fulfilling. Boss, please accept my kneecap. Alright, one last thing. After this monthly exam, the school will select 5 teams to participate in the high school professional league based on the rankings. You all need to do your best. Wang De waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, get inside. Upon hearing this, everyone became incredibly excited and, with shouts of excitement, formed a team and rushed into the dungeon. Not to be outdone, Lu Yu and Suli grabbed their weapons and charged into the dungeon with equally loud shouts. With a flash of light, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed, as if I had entered a new world. Before me lay a lush forest, shrouded in a hazy gray mist, with visibility less than 20 meters. The air was chilly, giving off a gloomy and cold feeling. Enter the gray fog forest. Initial locations have been randomly assigned. Team information, Lu Yu, LV3, Suli, LV19. Monthly exam assignment released. 1. Kill monsters to earn points. A score of over 100 for the whole team is required to pass. 2. Challenge the boss. Find and defeat the boss. It is recommended that at least 50 people work together. Extremely dangerous. The monthly exam lasts 180 minutes. Scores will stop being calculated after the exam ends. Lu Yu casually made a grabbing motion in the air and closed the taskbar.
Everyone in this world will have a game panel where they can view their personal information, inventory, equipment system, and so on.
The school's monthly exam assignments are sent by the school through the game panel.
Luyu, you didn't buy a staff?
Suli asked in surprise, casually opening her game backpack and taking out a broken wooden staff.
I got this from a dungeon run before, you can take it and use it.
Liu casually took the staff and weighed it in his hand, then the basic information about the staff appeared before his eyes. The broken staff of wisdom.
Quality, white, standard. Attribute, intelligence +2. Description, an unremarkable staff of intelligence.
Note, equipment is categorized by quality as follows: white common, blue advanced, purple rare, pink legendary, orange epic, and red artifact.
Why is it adding intelligence? I already have such high intelligence, why do I need to add it? Luyu casually took it and put it on. Intelligence +2.
Suli's face twitched, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw a dark figure rushing towards her from the end of the mist.
Like a small truck, it sped toward the two people's location. Forest Boar, LV7. Health points 500. Skills, charge, bite. Luyu, watch out. Hide behind me.
Suli's eyes were cold and stern.
With a clang, she drew her long sword and stood in front of Luyu. The target is a level 7 forest boar, it's extremely ferocious. You're just a low-level priest, so stay in the back and heal it. Don't, hey, why are you rushing in? To Suli's astonishment, Liu grabbed his staff and charged out with a roar. He looked exactly like a barbaric warrior, not at all like a priest. Luyu, if you come back, you'll die. Suli stamped her feet anxiously, but it was too late to chase after him now. But the next second, a scene that shocked her to no end occurred. Luyu descended like a god, his right arm gathering power into a huge arc, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The fist, as big as a sandbag, collided directly with the wild boar, which weighed several hundred kilograms. Boom! A violent collision sound rang out. The giant forest boar was knocked down by Luyu with a single punch. Luyu pressed his advantage, casually sticking his staff into the ground before leaping onto the boar and beginning to slash left and right. You monster, take 100 punches from me. Aura, aura, aura. Bang, 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 bang. He unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, his fists leaving after images as he swung them. The left punch deals high damage, the right punch deals high damage, every punch hits hard, every punch is a critical hit. The wild boar's head was constantly filled with 100,100,100 health depletion numbers and its pitiful screams. Suli stood to the side, completely dumbfounded, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Wow, dude, are you really that good as a priest? That was a ferocious wild boar that was 4 levels above yours, and you just rode on top of it and beat it up like that? Is this some kind of outrageous thing? The wild boar was stunned, its already limited brain cells went completely blank. There is only one thought in the entire brain circuit. I don't know, he came up and punched me 100 times right away. The final blow, the tiger taming overlord fist. Luyu rode on the wild boar, raised his right fist high to its maximum power, and then suddenly and violently smashed it down on the wild boar's head. Boom! 167. The forest boar convulsed, twisted its neck with resentful humiliation, and died on the spot. Killing a forest boar, experience +20. Team points +2. Chain quest 110, monster kill 100, boss kill 01. The reward text also appeared on Suli's game panel. At that moment, she looked helpless, like a child who had just started kindergarten. How could someone like me, ranked 5th in the entire school and a main swordsman, be carried away by a barbaric priest? Chapter 5, The Fist of Saving Lives. Luyu stood up, still feeling quite satisfied, his mood extremely pleasant. The wild boar carcass had disappeared, and a lump of meat had appeared where the carcass had vanished. Wild boar meat, 10 kilograms. Category, food. It can replenish the energy needed for life, but direct consumption is not recommended. The information has been leaked. Luyu casually picked up the wild boar meat and put it into his backpack, filling one of the empty compartments. There is very little animal husbandry in this world because dungeons can drop all sorts of resources needed for human survival. A skilled bricklayer can move thousands of kilograms of wild boar meat a day, which is considered a decent job. Why are you staring at me like that? Luyu turned to look at Suli. Is it because I'm too handsome? It took Suli a while to recover from the shock she had just experienced. No. No, what you did just now was too dangerous. Don't be so impulsive next time.
Furthermore, the priest's main role is to protect teammates, so it's wrong for you to go up and fight like this.
Lu Yu smiled brightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. If I kill all the enemies, won't my teammates be spared from getting hurt? Well. Su Li was speechless. Lu Yu's ingenious logic left her speechless. But something just feels off. Watch out, another one is coming.
Su Li narrowed her eyes, pointed her long sword at the wild boar behind Lu Yu, and bent her long legs slightly, ready to charge forward.
However, the next second. You monster! You dared to attack from behind. Take this.
I'll deliver the life-saving fist.
Ah!
Lu Yu roared and charged forward again, punching the wild boar wildly. Fists rained down on the forest boar like machine gun bullets, and the damage numbers gradually filled the screen. Su Li's delicate body trembled, and her head buzzed.
Dude, you're a priest? Why are you being so aggressive? Bang 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 bang.
The massive body of the forest boar finally collapsed under Lu Yu's barrage of punches. Its body gradually disappeared, leaving behind a huge piece of wild boar meat.
Killing a forest boar, experience plus 22. Team points plus 2. Chain quest 110, monster kills 2 100, boss kills 0 1. Lu Yu killed the second wild boar much faster than the first time.
His punches were fast and fierce, his moves were varied, and they left afterimages. He was even more valiant than some warriors. Combined with that muscular physique, it evokes a painful sense of disillusionment.
Su Li was stunned and stood there motionless. What a treasure of a teammate I'd been matched with. Could he be an idiot?
No, I must correct his incorrect view of career. You have to pamper your own incompetent teammates.
Lu Yu, come here.
It seems I'll have to explain some professional combat techniques to you again.
No need.
All fighting techniques are trash in the face of absolute power.
You monster, take 100 punches from me too. Lu Yu yelled and charged at a wild boar in the forest, showing no composure whatsoever as a priest, acting like a complete brute.
The punches, jabs, hooks, and continuous normal punches were delivered with a powerful impact, leaving afterimages in their wake. Each punch carries immense power and energy, causing ridiculously high damage. The forest boar's enormous size made it look like a small pet in front of him. It was being hit and was squealing and bleeding profusely.
In less than a moment, he let out a scream and was completely turned into a piece of pork.
Lu Yu trembled uncontrollably, clearly extremely excited, his adrenaline surging as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He didn't even bother to look at the stunningly beautiful Su Li, who was standing to the side with her mouth agape in bewilderment. Waving his fists, he began charging through the misty forest, chasing wild boars like a madman. Hee, little pig, come here quickly, Uncle Lu Yu loves pigs the most.
Princess Fei Fei, the dead pig says he wants to be with Fei Fei. Peppa Pig. Ora ora ora.
Lu Yu went on a killing spree, attacking any boar he saw.
His experience and points skyrocketed, and he filled most of his game inventory with wild boar meat.
Su Li stood there, her delicate body trembling, her lips twitching wildly, completely losing all the composure expected of a school beauty. She's a level 19 swordsman with full gear, and she couldn't even kill any monsters because a level 3 support priest was stealing her kills.
Where can you even complain about this? Hey bro, leave some for me.
Her pretty face flushed red with suppressed anger. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she grabbed her sword, roared like Lu Yu, and charged forward. And so, the Cleaver team seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. They would just start indiscriminately killing any monsters they encountered. Even Su Li, the usually gentle and refined school beauty, seems to have been led astray by Lu Yu and turned into a reckless brute. I can't afford to be reckless, otherwise I won't be able to get any kills. Kill. 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 Take 100 punches from me. At the same time, hundreds of two-person squads are engaged in a fierce battle in the misty forest. Ching, hurry up and treat me, I'm injured. Ouch. Zhao Qingqing's matched teammate, a warrior, was being chased and mauled by a wild boar, bleeding profusely from his body, showing absolutely no manliness. Since entering the instance, the two have been driven crazy by a wild boar in the forest. I used all my buffs, including healing spells, amplification spells, and swift step, but that useless warrior just wouldn't dare to fight. As a result, I got gored twice by a wild boar in the forest, and my butt still hurts a little. This proves the old saying, there are no cowardly professions, only cowardly people. To be honest, Zhao Qingqing even misses Lu Yu a little now. Although she was beaten up yesterday, she suddenly realized that Luyu still had some manly spirit. At least he wasn't like the useless warrior in front of her who only knew how to run away. I'm starting to miss him a little. No, he actually hit me like that. I have to make him regret it. Zhou Hang, you piece of trash, hang in there. I'll heal you, hurry up and fight back. On the other side of the forest. Boom! After a violent explosion of flames, a forest boar slowly collapsed. With her flowing red hair and incredibly hot figure, Jiang Shueqing walked up and bent down to pick up a tuft of wild boar bristles. Ha, Wang Tong, you truly deserve to be called the #1 support spellcaster in the entire school. I didn't expect your skill enhancements to be so high. One of my fireball spells can instantly kill a forest boar. Jiang Shueqing laughed heartily. Wang Teng, standing at only 1.6 meters tall, was not even as tall as Jiang Shueqing. He held a short, sturdy staff in his hand, and a slight smile played on his lips. Of course, I was the third student in the whole school to complete the first job change. Do you think I'm a sorcerer? I spent more than 500,000 just on the job change books. Jiang Shueqing narrowed her eyes slightly and muttered to herself with a strange smile. Suli, I'll teach you to compete with me for everything. You're doomed now. I really want to see how embarrassed you are when you post those sexy maid photos on the school forum. Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6. Suli is playing dumb to fool others. Outside the dungeon, Principal Wang Dezheng was chatting with several homeroom teachers. Hey, which team do you think will get first place in this monthly exam? Wang De asked. I feel it's Jiang Shueqing and Wang Teng's team. After all, Wang Teng just switched from priest to sorcerer and is firmly in the position of the #1 support in the whole school, while Jiang Shueqing is one of the top combat professionals in the whole school. Not necessarily. Although Jiang Shueqing is a high damage mage, she hasn't reached the first job advancement yet. Huang Yufei's team still has a chance to surpass them. Stop joking. Huang Yufei's support is just a frontline tank. He has no buffs or healing. He's okay in the arena and can do some crowd control, but he doesn't have much of an advantage when farming monsters. It's a pity that Fang Tianhua, the top student in the whole school, is not at school, otherwise he would definitely be the #1 in an overwhelming manner. The group discussed amongst themselves, their words filled with praise for the top students and contempt for the underachievers. Suddenly, one of the homeroom teachers said something in a weak voice. Do you think Suli has a chance? Upon hearing the name Suli, everyone burst into laughter. Haha, stop joking. Suli is amazing enough, but you don't even look at what kind of support she picked. Luyu is the worst support player in the whole school. It's good enough if he doesn't drag the team down. What help do you expect him to be? Don't even mention first place. If they can even make it into the top 10, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand. I support you. If they make it into the top 10, I'll do a handstand and poop. Even Principal Wang sighed and murmured, this time, Suli has been wronged. I just hope she won't give up on herself. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Ding! A team has already reached 100 points and passed the exam. Everyone was overjoyed instantly. Great! I didn't expect someone to pass in just half an hour. Let's quickly open the leaderboard and take a look. With a casual grab, the head of the teaching department displayed a holographic projection of the game interface before everyone's eyes. Then, a line of words that everyone recognized but couldn't understand appeared at the very top of the leaderboard. First place, Suli Luyu 100 points. A series of big question marks appeared above everyone's heads. No, can anyone tell me how they got first place? This system must be bugged. Even if Suli hacks her sword until the edges are all chipped, Luyu, who is the worst support, still can't be #1. What the hell is going on? There's definitely something wrong with Luyu. Did he cheat? Brother, a bet's a bet. I'll pull you upside down, you eat it upside down. Principal Wang Di had a deep, thoughtful expression on his dark face, like a great sage. After a moment, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly spoke, his wise voice resounding throughout the world. Oh, I know, Suli must be pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. She was hiding her true strength. Holy crap, the principal is awesome. Gray Fog Forest. Luyu sat on the grass, drenched in sweat, silently reflecting on himself. Your level has been upgraded to LV5. Remaining unallocated attribute points, 8. Chain Quest 110, Monster Kills 28 100, Boss Kills 01. Although his fists were hard enough, he still lost more than 20 wild boars to Su Li, a swordsman.
Sure enough, women only steal his kills. Add more, add more.
Each time you level up, your 4 main attributes will increase by 1 point, and you will gain 4 free attribute points with the help of the panel.
Lu Yu now has 8 free points.
He quickly allocated all 8 of his free attribute points to strength, which was what he lacked most.
Lu Yu, Priest. Level, LV 539,500. Health points, 217,500. Mana points, 300. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Strength, 58. Agility, 6. Looking at the gradually increasing power before him, Lu Yu sighed. This power is far too little. He slowly raised his head and met Su Li's gaze. Su Li's leather armor was soaked with fragrant sweat, and her skin was fair with a rosy glow, making her look so delicate. Her pretty face had strands of hair stuck to the corners of her mouth with sweat, giving her a uniquely broken look. Lu Yu, I'm really curious, are you really a priest?
Su Li asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. In just half an hour, the two of them slaughtered 50 wild boars. That pure, passionate fighting style made Su Li feel extremely refreshed. However, the broken staff of wisdom that he himself had given away had never been pulled out from the ground since it was first stuck there.
Lu Yu scratched his head, casually added a few slow healing spells to himself, and his whole body emitted a faint green light. I had completely forgotten that I could actually heal myself if you hadn't mentioned it. Su Li's lips twitched, her expression complicated. Add one for me too, I was accidentally hit by a wild boar in the forest just now. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, are you sure? Oh, what's there to be sure about? What's wrong with giving me a sip of milk? Okay, hee. Lu Yu casually added a few slow healing spells. Su Li felt incredibly comfortable all over, and the pleasure that welled up from the depths of her heart made her unable to help but let out a soft moan. The next second, she quickly covered her mouth, her face flushing red. No, this milk isn't poisonous, is it? The blood wasn't replenished much, yet the reaction was so strong, but it still felt quite comfortable. No. Stop, Lu Yu, stop it. Don't add any more. Su Li quickly spoke up to stop him if he added any more, her face would turn green. You women are such a hassle. 1 minute you want me to add more, the next you want me to stop. Should I add more or stop? What a clueless straight man. Su Li pouted, dissatisfied. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Yu stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked all over. I think you've rested enough, let's continue fighting monsters. What do you mean you've rested enough? We've only just started, okay? Su Li pouted. It's been almost a minute and it's still not long? A minute is enough for me to do a lot of things. Women are such a hassle. You. Su Li gritted her teeth in anger, but then she saw that the straight-laced Lu Yu had already started. He could only grit his teeth and passively comply with him, then began to rush deeper into the grey mist forest to frantically fight monsters. You beast, how dare you be so ugly? Take this combo. You prodigy, I hope your resilience will satisfy me. Dead pig, leave some meat behind. Aura. Kill the bone bull, experience plus 30. Team points plus 3. Slay the bone bull, experience plus 33. Team points plus 3. Killing a forest boar grants plus 24 experience points. Team points plus 2. Lu Yu charged ahead, shouting extremely childish and crazily phrases. Straight punches, jabs, swing punches, and deliberate blasts the fists leave after images, killing anything that comes their way. The left punch deals high damage, and the right punch deals high damage. He seemed even more ferocious than before, and his damage output even slightly surpassed that of Su Li, the agile swordsman. It's outrageous that his wife opened the window for old Wang next door. It's absolutely outrageous. Su Liren, whose sword was almost worn down from being slashed, was now numb. Whatever, let him do whatever he wants. Lu Yu, don't steal my monsters, leave some for me. Chapter 7 Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Kill the bone bull, experience plus 30. Team points plus 3. Kill blood wolf, experience plus 42. Team points plus 4. Killed blood wolf. Lu Yu gave the strong blood wolf a good beating, turning it into a mutt, and it died on the spot with its tail between its legs. He suddenly looked up. The scene before them had changed. The surrounding woods now appeared somewhat terrifying. The leaves have fallen, and the bare trunk, like a withered arm,
grows wildly and menacingly. A gust of cold wind blew by, and he couldn't help but shiver.
What did you bring me here for?
Lu Yu was so engrossed in the killing that he completely forgot his position.
Su Li glanced around and frowned slightly, saying,
"We've reached the core area of the Misty Forest.
The monsters here are of a higher level, and we might even encounter a boss.
It's very dangerous here, so we need to leave as soon as possible."
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was overjoyed. So, the materials found here will be even more valuable?
A black line appeared on Su Li's forehead.
Wasn't this supposed to be a simp? Is all Lu Yu has in his head muscles and money? She paused, then asked curiously, Lu Yu, are you really that short of money? And what did you buy with the 2,000 star coins I gave you yesterday?
She noticed that Lu Yu hadn't bought a magic staff today, and she found it very strange. They were afraid that Lu Yu still had the bad habit of spending all his money on female classmates. Although it's difficult to get someone to break a bad habit, you still have to spoil your own unruly partner. If all else fails, let him find another target, like himself.
I bought a blue potion, since I'm a priest who's short on mana.
Lu Yu smiled mysteriously.
Su Li was speechless for a moment. Are you short on mana? How many skills have you used since I came in?
Just then, a repulsive woman's voice came over.
Hey, isn't this Su Li? What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your support?
The person who arrived was Jiang Xueqing. She was dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting mage dress with openings on both sides of her waist, revealing her delicate, crescent-shaped skin. Her hot figure was proudly prominent, and her face bore the wicked smile of a witch from a fairy tale.
Su Li couldn't help but smile when she thought about Jiang Xueqing's expression after posting the sexy maid's private photos on the school forum.
Jiang Xueqing, I never thought you'd end up like this.
Jiang Xueqing, do you still remember our bet? Of course I remember.
I'm already looking forward to the Ice Queen Su Li releasing her maid's private photos.
Oh, are you sure? The atmosphere became tense as soon as the two met.
They seemed to have the urge to start a fight right there on the spot.
Two school beauties were fighting, and the scene was... Lu Yu gave a wicked smile, asking like a curious child, what maid? What private room? Nothing?
Su Li turned her head, her pretty face blushing.
Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs.
Jiang Xueqing perked up instantly when she saw Su Li blush.
Hey, this must be Lu Yu, the worst support player in the whole school. He's actually quite handsome. Thank you for the compliment. You're quite attractive too. Jiang Xueqing's face darkened.
With just 2 sentences from Lu Yu, the two campus beauties broke down in their defenses.
Straight men with a steely personality deserve to die.
Lu Yu turned his head and looked at Wang Tong, who was still not on the verge of a fight. You skinny little monkey who's not even as tall as a woman, weren't you very arrogant just now?
Come on, let's have a fight. Wang Tang's expression changed drastically, yet another person had breached his defenses. Okay, right here.
Wang Tang raised his short staff.
The tension between the two instantly escalated.
At the same time, sparks began to fly between Su Li and Jiang Xueqing. The 4 people were facing off against each other, and the individual battle had evolved into a team battle. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Lu Yu suddenly interrupted.
Wait a moment.
What, are you scared? Wang Tang was very annoyed that his spellcasting had been interrupted.
Of course not.
Lu Yu walked over and patted Su Li on the shoulder. Su Li, I'm afraid you can't beat this woman.
Let's switch. I'm best at dealing with women. What?
The 3 of them were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with contempt.
This person is shameless. Seeing their confusion, Lu Yu immediately explained, don't you understand the story of Tianji's horse race?
My top-class horse is going against your mid-class horse, while Su Li's mid-class horse is going against your bottom-class horse.
Su Li was so angry that her delicate body trembled violently. Goodness, I'm just speechless.
I was initially touched when he mentioned Tianji's horse race, implying that he was willing to use an inferior horse to challenge a superior one.
He clearly has no self-awareness whatsoever. Lu Yu, your level is too low.
Stand behind me, Su Li reminded him, worried that Lu Yu might get taken advantage of. Although Lu Yu performed very strongly when fighting the wild boar earlier. But after all, this is a battle between professionals, not just a simple monster-slaying game. The advantages in level, skills, and equipment are almost insurmountable barriers. Lu Yu would be at a disadvantage against anyone.
Stand behind you? Liu smiled wickedly and chose to stand in front of Suli. "Stop messing around, I'm going to give this skinny little monkey a good beating today."
Wang Tang's face turned ashen, and he raised his short, powerful staff high, a beam of light gathering on it, ready to be unleashed at any moment.
"You're asking for death, and today I'll grant your wish."
The atmosphere between the two sides reached its peak again, and a major battle was imminent. The air was filled with a chilling atmosphere, and even the surrounding wind became colder.
"Wait a minute." Liu Yu raised his hand again.
Wang Tang stumbled. The feeling of being interrupted while casting a spell was like his mother suddenly bursting into the room and stopping the flight just as it was about to take off.
"What the hell do you want now?" Wang Tang's face turned green.
Liu Yu scratched his head. I haven't done my push-ups yet." After saying that, Liu Yu ignored the stares of others and started doing push-ups on the spot. The other three were stunned.
"Dude, we're in the middle of a war, and you're still doing push-ups?"
Under the astonished gazes of the other three, Liu Yu's entire body blurred into afterimages as he began to move frantically.
"What do you know?
This is called sharpening your sword before battle. Even if it's not sharp, it'll still shine." 1 minute later, 100 push-ups were completed.
2 minutes later, 100 sit-ups were completed. 3 minutes later, 100 squats were completed.
Since he had already completed the 10-kilometer run while chasing the wild boar today, Liu Yu became stronger again in just 3 minutes.
Daily task completed. Reward, 20 basic attribute points. Liu Yu was overjoyed and immediately added all 20 attribute points to strength. Strength 5878.
In an instant, Liu Yu's muscles seemed to have developed again, becoming even more muscular.
It's true that working out can make men more confident.
"Wang Tang, take this punch of fatherly love as solid as a mountain." Liu Yu suddenly made a move, and his big, hard fist landed on Wang Tang's face.
Bang!
Before Wang Tang could react, he was blasted dozens of meters away and crashed heavily into a strange tree that was 7 or 8 meters thick, wincing in pain.
Holy crap, a sneak attack! You have no sportsmanship. There are only 2 types of attacks that are the most difficult to defend against in the world. One method is to start with a precise frame, and the other is to use an extremely long wind-up. Liu Yu is clearly well versed in this. Wang Tang was stunned.
Before changing his class, he was a priest and was very familiar with the common attack skills and methods of priests. It's nothing more than some kind of star missile, holy light shining or something.
But who would have thought that this priest would fight with his fists? Is there no justice left at all?
Just as Wang Tang was stunned by the attack, Liu Yu leaped forward and unleashed a barrage of Pegasus meteor fists at him.
Bang 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 bang. Father's love is as strong as a mountain.
Suli and Jiang Xueqing, who were standing to the side, were also dumbfounded, completely forgetting their own battle.
This priest is too fierce. Any good priest would throw 100 punches at you in a fight. This is outrageous.
This is even more unbelievable than her saying she was tanned.
Chapter 8: The slowest runners in the front row. Liu Yu's fists transformed into machine guns, relentlessly striking Wang Tang's face, instantly swelling his only presentable feature into a pig's head. Wang Tang tried to chant incantations several times, but each time he was interrupted by Liu Yu's big, hard fist. Magic-based classes need to chant or cast spells, making them easy to interrupt and difficult to escape once they get close. Unless you prepare shields and invulnerability skills in advance. Clearly, Wang Tang was unprepared. Ouch, stop. You fouled. I wasn't ready. Wang Tang cried out. If it were a ring match, he definitely wouldn't have lost. Unfortunately, this was a field battle. Damn it, this isn't a school arena, this is the middle of nowhere. What rules are there? Whoever has the strongest fist is the rule. Liu Yu punched twice more. That's not fair. I was waiting for you. Stop now and at least let me cast a shield first. Fuck you. What level are you? What level am I? What equipment do you have? What equipment do I have? If you want it to be fair, strip all your gear off and we'll fight. Liu Yu swung his fists left and right, proving that as long as he lacked morality, morality could not hold him hostage. Wang Tang was being beaten and was screaming and howling, even more pitifully than the wild boar had been. The number of health points kept appearing above his head, each punch dealing over 100 damage, and his health bar was almost empty. Liu Yu felt that just using his fists to fight was no longer satisfying. He casually broke off a small sapling that looked like a mushroom head from beside him and used it as a stick, then smashed it hard on Wang Tang's head. Bang 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 bang. 200, 200, 200. This sapling is quite damaging.
Just as Wang Tang's health bar was down to 1/10, Lu Yu's staff suddenly stopped in midair, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stepped back, his face filled with panic.
Wang Tang covered his swollen face and sneered, scared now? If you have the guts, kill me once.
Believe me, I'll spare no effort to take revenge on you after we get out. Professional players usually buy survival charms before entering a dungeon, which will teleport them out of the dungeon if they die inside.
However, the cost is equally high. Professionals will lose a lot of experience, attributes, and even equipment.
Wang Tang had already gone all out, ready to take revenge on Lu Yu once he got out, but he didn't expect Lu Yu to be so sensible.
Kid, you're really scared. Look at your expression, it's like you've met the boss. What was that thing you said today?
I, Wang Tang, have the bearing of an emperor, ha. Lu Yu and the other two twitched their lips slightly, pointing behind Wang Tang, who looked smug.
Then look behind you. What's behind me? Didn't you take off the equipment tags?
Wang Tang turned his head, feeling very annoyed. He had bought a piece of equipment online and planned to return it within 7 days after the monthly exam without giving a reason.
He didn't expect that the tag would be discovered. It was really embarrassing. However, the next second,
his face changed drastically, and he felt a chill run down his spine.
The big tree behind me came to life. Holy crap, it's the boss. Wang Tang let out a howl, and his thin body immediately bristled.
A large tree, 7 or 8 meters thick and over 30 meters tall, was uprooted, and hollow, withered facial features gradually grew on its trunk. The twisted expression on his face was as ferocious as if a piece of oregano had been broken off. The two enormous tree trunks resembled two thick, menacing arms, which were quite terrifying.
Roar! Calamity Tree King Boss. Level 30. HP 20,000. What followed was an endless health bar that was almost touching Wang Tang's face.
Lu Yu and the other two were dumbfounded. They turned their heads and looked at the mushroom-shaped sapling in Lu Yu's hand, and gasped.
Lu Yu, it seems you broke the boss's oregano.
Su Li said with a forced smile. Lu Yu gave an awkward Tom smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and quietly hid the sapling behind his back.
Hey! Roar!
The Calamity Tree King roared with fury, its empty eyes fixed on the sapling in Lu Yu's hand, its expression as if it wanted to kill.
Run! The slowest runners go to the front.
Lu Yu let out a howl, then took off running and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Li and Jiang Xueqing swallowed hard, then took off running as well. Wang Tang, who was closest to the tree, was in a terrible predicament. He was the first to bear the endless wrath of the Calamity Tree King boss.
The massive tree trunk swung its giant hand, instantly emptying Wang Tang's health bar.
His head flew hundreds of meters away and rolled on the ground. That look of fear and grievance was frozen on his face, becoming eternal. I unlocked the world's first achievement where someone got their head smashed by a rampaging tree spirit for plucking an oregano tree. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and his two companions were speeding through the forest at their maximum speed.
Oh my god, why did I run into the boss here? How dare you say that? If you hadn't broken it off, would it have gone berserk? Stop talking and run.
The boss is catching up, and the three of us can't handle him. The three ran as fast as they could, with the slowest mage, Jiang Xueqing, taking on the front row position.
Lu Yu, quickly give me swift step.
Jiang Xueqing said anxiously as she threw fireballs behind her to stop the Calamity Tree Spirit boss from advancing.
Lu Yu ran ahead with his big feet, shouting, I can't.
Su Li smiled smugly, her long legs leaving a trail of afterimages that glowed white.
As expected of my personal support, even if I knew how to use it, I wouldn't give it to you, you bitch. Lu Yu, give me swift step. Sister, I really don't know how. I only have 2 skills.
Lu Yu said as he ran, casting a blessing on himself.
Strength +5.
No, swift step is the most basic and practical priest skill.
You can buy a skill book for 3,000 star coins. You're telling me you haven't learned it? Su Li's face turned ashen. Hey, didn't I spend all my money chasing after jerks? Haven't you heard my story? What the hell is there to be proud of?
Su Li's lips twitched, and she used several dash skills in succession, her position already surpassing Lu Yu's.
The advantages of the highly agile swordsman are obvious.
5 seconds later, the cooldown was over, and Lu Yu cast another blessing on himself.
Strength +5.
With his talents set up to stack infinitely, Lu Yu's power level was rapidly increasing.
Don't just add points for yourself, add some for me too,
Jiang Shueqing said with a dark face as she ran in last place. As a high-burst mage, she used all her attributes and equipment to stack intelligence, making her extremely fragile. She shared the same idea as Lu Yu, harming others was everything, and everyone else was inferior. But now she deeply regrets it. She should have increased her movement speed.
Front row, it's not that I don't want to add to your strength, it's just that I have other uses for it right now.
Lu Yu started again, adding 5 points of strength to himself. Upon hearing the words front row, Jiang Shueqing nearly broke down. She's a high-burst mage, and a fragile one. When she teams up with other boys, she's always protected and fawned over. Just focus on outputting the output, you don't need to worry about anything else.
And now this straight male pastor calls her front row?
Damn it, my breast ducts are all blocked with gas.
Lu Yu, I'm begging you, please cover for me. If I die once, I'll lose at least a month's worth of leveling up.
I'll compensate you, Jiang Shueqing pleaded in a gentle voice. Although she is known for her hotness, she is also very smart when it matters, knowing how to use her feminine advantages and sacrifice a little bit of her looks. She knew perfectly well that she couldn't stand a man like Lu Yu, who was known for being a simp. Lu Yu, as expected, fell for the trap. After a slight pause of half a second, he said, "Front row, let's talk about the compensation in detail.
How much money will we give? Don't fucking call me front row." Suli ran in the lead, laughing so hard she was almost out of breath. "Ah, front row, I'm dying of laughter."
Lu Yu, ignore her, let her hang up once, and I'll treat you to some private photos of the beautiful woman later.
Aren't there plenty of those things online?
Lu Yu asked, puzzled.
Suli smirked mischievously, this is different.
You can only fantasize online, but this has a real-life example. The chase continues, with the King of Calamity's raging fury relentlessly pursuing its prey.
The giant footprint made of tree roots moved around rapidly, its contorted expression seemingly saying, "Kid, this isn't over yet." The CD quickly finished, and Lu Yu raised his hand again to cast a blessing on himself. Strength +5.
At the same time, he took out a blue bottle from his game backpack, skillfully opened the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The depleted mana bar was instantly replenished.
Suli asked in confusion, "Lu Yu, why do you keep adding blessing to yourself? Attributes can't be stacked." Lu Yu smiled mysteriously, "Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs."
Suli looked down at her jiggling fat and said with a dark face, "Humph, I'm not small at all."
"Hey, can you guys please stop me? The boss is catching up.
Go and cover for me in the front row, I'll be right there."
"What the hell? He's in the front row. He's a mage." Chapter 9, Infinite Stacking of Power.
Deep within the grey mist forest, a man and 2 women were speeding along, pursued relentlessly by a gigantic tree man over 30 meters tall, bearing its fangs and claws, as if they were sworn enemies. It forms a beautiful scene throughout the entire instance. To defeat a dungeon boss of this level, at least 50 top-tier combatants would need to work together, using tactics to chip away at its health.
There's no chance of winning with just 3 people.
Especially this kind of enraged boss who has lost all traces of trouble.
Roar!
The King of Calamities roared repeatedly. Jiang Shueqing, who was running at the back, had already been hit several times by the Calamity Tree King, and her health bar was almost empty. If it weren't for taking several high-level recovery potions, I probably would have died already.
"Lu Yu, what time is it? Can't you just throw away that disgusting piece of junk you're holding?" Suli yelled. Holding the tree spirit mushroom stick, Lu Yu ran incredibly fast.
"No, I need to go back and find a blacksmith to forge me a staff. This thing deals a lot of damage when it hits people, and it can also inflict mental attacks."
Suli's lips twitched, and she continued to break down. Jiang Shueqing's vision went black. Please throw it away quickly, it's blinding me."
Lu Yu blessed himself again, "Strength +5, speak less in the front row, just hold the line, I'll take you to the top."
"Get lost, how can a priest like you carry the team? If I say you can bring it, you can bring it. If you keep arguing, I'll beat your mouth off." Not far away, a man and a woman were collecting materials after killing a wild boar in the forest. "How was it, Xiaohong? Wasn't I handsome just now?"
The boy proudly showed off his pitiful biceps, ready to impress the beautiful girl.
"Handsome my foot. You can only bully wild boars.
If you ran into a boss, you'd probably run faster than anyone else," the girl said disdainfully, pouting.
"Hey, how can you say that? If we encounter a boss, I'll just shoot it through the head with an arrow.
Just as the girl was about to retort, her expression suddenly changed drastically, and she stood frozen in place.
Zhang Xiang, you. What's wrong, Xiaohong? Are you bewitched by my masculine charm? Ha ha ha.
The boy was extremely proud of himself, thinking that what he had just said was very sophisticated, and he stood there and started to show off. No boss is anything but a chicken or a dog in front of me. I'll just blow their head off.
Bang!
A huge tree trunk fell to the ground, and the boy's head was smashed into a juicy watermelon. I've unlocked the second achievement in the world where someone got their head smashed by a rampaging tree spirit for pulling out a tree spirit oregano. The girl was so frightened that she stood there dumbfounded, even leaking a few drops of urine. Just then, a tall, muscular, and very reassuring-looking boy turned around and shouted,
"Front row, please help us bump this up, thanks."
The girl had just begun to feel a little safe when she suddenly paused. Wait, who's in the front row?
Bang! The king of disaster trees trampled the girl into a pancake with one big foot.
The poor girl never knew until her death that she was the one Lu Yu was talking about, the one in the front row. Lu Yu silently thanked the girl for a second, then added another blessing to his self-esteem.
Strength +5.
They ran all the way, encountering many kind people in the front row along the way. They were all willing to sacrifice their lives to buy time for Lu Yu.
Front row, please help bump this up. Hey bro, look behind you.
Little sister, I see you have the bearing of an emperor.
Here's a boss for you. Roar!
As expected, these great unsung heroes all unlocked new achievements, which bought Lu Yu a lot of time. At this point, he had already stacked his strength to 258, which was significantly higher than a level 30 warrior fully equipped with pure strength gear. However, it's still not enough to deal with the Calamity Tree King boss behind him. He needs more power.
Suli, give me all the blue bottles, I've finished mine.
Lu Yu shouted. Suli, who was far ahead of the pack, was stunned for a moment.
Although I don't know what Lu Yu is up to, I'm sticking to the principle that I have to pamper my own useless teammate.
She still pulled out a bunch of blue bottles from her game backpack and threw them to Lu Yu.
Here you go, Suli said affectionately. Little Li Zi, you still love me after all.
Lu Yu was overjoyed when he saw this, ran over and quickly picked up the blue bottle, then gulped down the whole bottle.
The blue bar instantly filled up, boosting my sense of security once again. Bless. Strength +5.
The blessing skill lasts for a maximum of 30 minutes, with a 5-second cooldown. Based on a 30-minute, 1800-second timer, Lu Yu can theoretically accumulate a maximum of 1800 strength.
But theory is just theory in practice, many factors must be considered.
However, as long as he can stack, he is invincible.
Blessings, blessings, blessings. Strength +5. Strength +5. Strength +5.
Before long, Lu Yu finished Su Li's blue bottle, and his strength increased significantly again.
Hey front row, do you have any mana potions? Give me some. Lu Yu's figure ran through the overgrown forest at an extremely fast speed.
Jiang Xueqing pouted, her hot body swaying back and forth, completely different from Su Li.
Su Li is the kind of slender, athletic beauty.
Jiang Xueqing, on the other hand, is a voluptuous and curvaceous beauty, which is also related to their professions. But now Jiang Xueqing's thunderbolt seems to have become a burden to her, and she wishes she could cut it off.
Here you go, I'll give you all of them, but you have to heal me a bit, I've finished my red bottle.
Jiang Xueqing casually tossed out a few blue bottles. Lu Yu reached out and took it, glancing at the several noble large blue bottles, his heart filled with excitement.
This is a large mana potion that restores 1000 mana points directly. I only have 300 mana, so it would be a waste to use it. You spendthrift woman, couldn't you have just bought the 300 yuan little blue bottle? Take it or leave it, don't give it to me.
Jiang Xueqing said, her fleshy legs feeling like they were filled with lead.
Why not? Wait for me.
Lu Yu reluctantly slammed down a large blue potion, instantly filling his mana to full. He then casually tossed 10 slow heal potions onto Jiang Xueqing behind him. Jiang Xueqing's face turned green, and she let out a soft moan, almost falling over.
This milk tastes so damn weird. It would be fine if we were at home, but we're at war now, this is too shameful.
Seeing the thieves chatting and laughing, the Calamity Tree King completely lost its mind, and green liquid kept gushing from its roots.
It looks like blood, or it looks like pure blood.
The King of Calamities grimaced in pain, his expression contorted, almost turning him into a twisted tree spirit.
Roar! The King of Calamities finally went into a complete frenzy and went all out.
It ripped off the last remaining thread of trouble, and green liquid gushed out. The pain caused its speed to surge dramatically.
Holy crap, it's a tough one. The front row is all yours. Lu Yu shouted.
The speed of the Calamity Tree King has now surpassed Lu Yu's and is approaching that of Su Li. However, by this time, Lu Yu had accumulated enough blessings, and his entire body was radiating a verdant light. If he could just buy a few more minutes, he would be confident he could make his move. But Jiang Xueqing, who was running at the very back, was in a terrible state. She was sprayed all over with the tree spirit's green liquid, and her whole body looked like a moldy want rice cracker, with her expression twisted.
Ah!
Jiang Xueqing screamed in shock, feeling so disgusted she almost died on the spot.
Oh, this damn stringy feeling. Lu Yu, save me.
Jiang Xueqing's eyes were brimming with tears, her little eyes looking pitiful.
This time, she was truly aggrieved and wanted to cry. Lu Yu felt a pang of heartache for a second, then turned and ran back, carrying a basin in his hand. Damn it, what a waste of essence. You should have kept some of the dead tree's essence, it's incredibly valuable. You son of a bitch. Jiang Xueqing's face twisted instantly.
His feet were slippery and he lost his balance, falling to the ground with a thud, and silently closed his eyes.
I'm afraid I'll never be able to face anyone again. Dying like this is good. Whoosh!
Just as the tree was about to strike, a pure white sword light flashed, and the branch snapped in two.
It was Su Li who made the move.
Cold sword slash, gathering all the power in one's body, unleashing a sword aura that deals 500 plus agility 3 damage to the target. With a single sword strike, Su Li stood before Jiang Xueqing, her jade-like neck arched, graceful, and ethereal. Just as Jiang Xueqing was about to be moved, Su Li's voice drifted over.
Lu Yu, don't let her die. I want her to leave the dungeon in this state so everyone can see, ha! Jiang Xueqing, let me die.
Chapter 10. You have already seeked your own death.
Please, let me die.
Dying would only deduct a lot of experience points and have a chance to drop equipment, but if I went out like this, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to face anyone.
Jiang Xueqing pleaded desperately, green liquid dripping continuously from her body.
She completely disregarded her image as a school beauty. As long as she didn't become a laughingstock, she was willing to do anything.
Lu Yu ran to her side in one stride, intending to carry her away.
After looking for a long time without finding a place to strike, he could only swing the tree spirit's stick and hit her home run, sending her flying dozens of meters away from the danger zone.
It can be said that it saved her life.
At this moment, Su Li was already locked in a fierce battle with the Calamity Tree Spirit. Dressed in flowing white, her slender figure moved with the agility of a butterfly fluttering up and down. With her agile movements, she kept dodging and managed to hold off the boss for a while.
Lu Yu, run! I can hold them off for a while longer.
Su Li shouted urgently.
Despite her strength, she couldn't withstand more than a few rounds against a level 30 Calamity Tree Ant boss.
But she still intended to sacrifice herself to save Lu Yu.
Su Li, I'm almost done, hang in there a little longer.
Lu Yu skillfully cast a blessing on himself, his hand leaving after images. His strength has now reached over 400. If he just holds on a little longer, he'll be able to take off soon.
What do you mean it's almost done? Su Li was stunned and almost got hit.
In the rush, he used several movement skills to dodge the damage.
Don't be so arrogant. You're just a priest.
You've already done a great job to get this far.
Run away.
Su Li gritted her teeth and continued fighting. Even with her agile movements, she was still grazed several times by the Calamity Tree King, and her health bar had already been reduced by half. His body, legs, and waist were covered in wounds, and his snow-white skin was covered with bright red blood, giving him a hazy, broken appearance in the gray fog. She swung her sword with all her might, severing a branch of the King of Calamities. At the same time, the Calamity Tree King struck with its giant hand, blasting Su Li dozens of meters away. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her health bar already depleted. Although she was about to die, she felt very relaxed. Given how slow my teammates are, they should have already escaped to a safe distance by now. Failing this time will drop you by at least 1 grade, and you'll have no chance of getting into a top university after the college entrance exam. However, with the points we've accumulated, that brat Lu Yu should be able to get his high school diploma. Su Li sighed with relief, but for some reason felt a little lost. Sigh, as expected, you have to pamper your own incompetent teammates. Su Li silently closed her eyes. Just then, a domineering male voice came from behind her, instantly giving her a surge of security. Sigh, as expected, you have to pamper your own incompetent teammates. Woman, you have successfully won my friendship. Suli turned around abruptly and saw Luyu, who was glowing green all over, standing behind her. His tall and imposing figure exuded a domineering aura. His sharply defined jawline, high-nose bridge, and confident demeanor instantly brought tears to her eyes. Why won't you leave? Suli cried out. I cried not because I was angry, but because I was moved. Luyu actually gave up his own escape and chose to stay and accompany her. If he dies, he definitely won't get his high school diploma, and his future will be ruined. But this sense of responsibility had completely pierced Suli's heart. It's good that we die here together. I'll help you with the rest of your life. Suli cried and laughed at the same time. What a pipe dream. Who wants to die with you? Luyu's domineering voice rang out again. He was now standing in front of Suli, his broad back like a mountain, giving her an overwhelming sense of security. Hey, you damn tree spirit. I only broke your oregano, and you've been chasing us for so long. I think you're ready to die. Give me your life. The calamity tree spirit roared and charged madly toward Luyu and his companion with an overwhelming momentum like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. It was as if they could be crushed into dust in an instant. Luyu was not afraid at all. He stepped back with his right foot, and his muscles were as tense as a rock. His right fist was clenched tightly, his body stretched to its limit, and his violent power was fully charged. The familiar One Punch Man BGM played in my ears, and time seemed to slow down, instantly igniting the atmosphere to its peak. Luyu's voice rang out calmly. Ultimate move, a serious punch. Serious punch, a powerful strike that deals damage equal to base attack plus strength 50. The 500 points of strength attribute were converted into true damage, and the giant iron fist, carrying a violent force, slammed towards the menacing monster. All the power converged into one point and exploded instantly. Boom! A devastating punch resounded, and half of the massive, dozens-meter-tall Calamity Tree King vanished like ashes in an instant. The health bar, which was tens of meters long, instantly dropped to zero, and a huge damage number was displayed in the sky. 26,521. What the hell? Suli's brain went blank instantly, as if she had been hit on the head by a meteorite. 26,000? That's damage a high school student could possibly deal. The key is... Dude, you're a new dad, do you have to be so cool? After the system crash, a wave of elation followed. Not only did she avoid dying, but she also gained a large amount of experience, instantly leveling up to level 20 and meeting the requirements for the first job advancement. The team score jumped by 500 points, overwhelming everyone else and taking a commanding lead. And the man before her completely won her over. Those muscles give me a real sense of security. Wait a minute, why is that damn background music still playing? Suli was speechless. Luyu exclaimed ah, and quickly pressed the off button on the speaker at his waist, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the speakers. Well. Luyu casually put the speaker into his game inventory and began to check the large number of rewards he had received. Defeat the Calamity Tree King boss, experience plus 2,000. Team points plus 500. Congratulations on completing the boss kill. You have obtained the rare purple title Boss Terminator. Equipment effect, all attributes plus 10, attack damage against boss increased by 20%. Your level has reached level 10. Luyu was taken aback. Defeating the boss still gave more experience. He immediately opened the character panel, put all his attribute points into strength, and equipped his title. The strength is too low, we need to increase it. Luyu, Priest Unawakened. Level, LV 10 1000. Health points, 1000. Mana points, 600. Constitution, 22. Intelligence, 20. Strength, 119. Agility, 21. Luyu was overjoyed. The attribute panel was completely different from yesterday's, and he was one step closer to becoming a numerical monster. Cool. Luyu clapped his hands and walked over to rummage through the tree branches to examine the treasures dropped by the boss. After searching for a long time, I only found one purple quality life gem. Damn, is that all the stuff they have? This tree spirit is so stingy. Etc. Luyu was suddenly stunned, and then he heard an exciting voice in his mind. Ding, you have completed the continuous system task 110.
Reward received. Holy crap, I got the gold. Chapter 11 The Undying Grip, I gripped it tight. Outside the instance.
Wang Tang, who had just been resurrected, gestured wildly and muttered incessantly. Beside him, a group of students, whose bodies had been blasted apart by the Calamity Tree King, hung their heads and gritted their teeth.
Headmaster, something's happened.
At hashtag, the tree went berserk, it twisted my head off in one go, that priest's big fist, that tree root, do you know it?
He seems a bit delirious. Let's send him to a mental hospital for treatment. I won't leave. I'm waiting for Lu Yu and the other two to come out. If I'm killed, the other three will definitely not escape either. Wang De's gaze immediately turned serious.
Suddenly, he thought of something and pulled Wang Tang over.
What did you say? You actually awakened the King of Calamities?
Yeah, that tree was so tall, it just smashed my head in one hit, Wang Tang said as he regained some consciousness.
Impossible.
The school has studied this instance many times and tried many methods, but it is impossible to find and awaken the Calamity Tree King.
Have you ever tried breaking the tree roots? Tree roots?
Wang De pondered for a moment, then continued, that shouldn't be the case.
Tree-type bosses have complex root systems. Cutting off a single root shouldn't wake them up. Wang Tang scratched his head and pointed to the principal's waist, if it's that. The principal looked down and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Holy crap, you guys are really newbies. The other teachers also looked grim as men, they understood almost instantly. Only a few female students, unaware of what was going on, asked out of curiosity. Teacher, how can we awaken the Tree King? Please tell us. Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs.
I'm not young anymore, so I'm going to ask around.
Then go ask Wang Tang.
Principal Wang De's expression contorted for a moment, then returned to normal. He sighed and said, alas, it seems that Su Li and Jiang Shueqing, two top students, will also drop in grade. Their college entrance examination this year is probably doomed. It wouldn't matter if Lu Yu died once, but his high school diploma is probably in trouble.
Should I help him change his grades? The head of the teaching department nudged Wang De. Principal, there are still people here. Don't make a sound when you're thinking. Damn, I forgot, if anyone dares to tell anyone, I'll kill them all. Everyone fell silent.
At this moment, several pastors and teachers came over, their hands glowing green, ready to treat Lu Yu and the others as soon as they died, so that they could quickly recover from their weakened state.
Wang De sighed and shook his head repeatedly, feeling dejected. Only Wang Tang rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. If I die, you will all die once too.
If everyone dies, it's the same as if no one dies.
If everyone loses face, it's the same as no one losing face.
Hurry up, Lu Yu, I'm also looking forward to seeing the tree spirit twist your head off. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed.
10 minutes have passed. Half an hour passed. The exam is over. All students will be redirected back to the exam room via a portal. Wang Tang was completely dumbfounded. No way, are you kidding me? We agreed to die together, but you're just going to watch me die alone?
I don't believe the three of you can escape from the Calamity Tree Spirit boss.
However, the next second, a voice appeared that left Wang Tang even more bewildered. Monthly exam results released.
Congratulations to Lu Yu Su Li's team for defeating the boss and winning first place with a total score of 742 points.
What? Killed. A flash of light.
Almost all the students appeared outside the examination room at the same time. However, they received almost no attention. All the attention was focused on Lu Yu and Su Li. Lu Yu appeared energetic, his clothes slightly dirty, and his imposing profile was sharply defined, giving him an inexplicably handsome look. Su Li's leather armor was damaged, and her snow-white skin was scratched in several places. Bright red blood flowed from his groin, staining his boots. Wang De rushed over and asked with concern, Su Li, I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength. You killed the Calamity Tree King boss all by yourself. Where's the healer? Come and heal her quickly. Su Li was clearly still in shock at Lu Yu's one-punch kill of the boss, her expression blank. No. It wasn't me, it was Lu Yu who defeated the boss. Lu Yu? Everyone was startled at the same time, and then looked on with suspicion. Su Li, I know that support roles are also very important in a team, and I will definitely give him this reward, Wang De comforted her. No, Su Li quickly explained, I was completely useless in the battle. Lu Yu defeated the boss all by himself. Still an instant kill. Principal Wang De was taken aback for a moment, then gave a knowing smile. I know you young people like to hide your strength and play the pretend to be weak game. You don't want others to know your strength so that you can surprise everyone in the college entrance examination, right? I understand. Suli was extremely anxious, feeling utterly speechless. But she couldn't accept the reward for defeating the boss. No, Principal, let me explain. No need to explain, I'll help you hide your strength right now. But you'll be participating in the citywide high school tournament next week, so I'll give you a good support. I don't need the principal. I'm fine with Lu Yu. He's very strong. Look at you, don't get emotionally attached to forming a team. Since you want to be with Lu Yu, then be together. Call me when we go to the wedding. Principal, what kind of joke are you making? Wang De paused for a moment, then announced to everyone, I hereby declare that Lu Yu has killed the boss with a single punch. That's it. Everyone was speechless. Who would believe that? Just as everyone was praising Su Li's awesomeness to Dun, Liu quietly opened the golden legend in the game panel. Whether he was defeated or not, nothing was more important to him than the golden legend. Skill book, Undying Grip. Quality, Golden Epic. Lu Yu was overjoyed. The Undying Grip was his favorite item. Especially the exercise for the right hand. Attribute, every 4 seconds, your basic attacks that deal damage to enemies will grant you 10 permanent health points and deal 1% of your maximum health as damage. Note, stacked health can only be used to attack humans. Monsters only receive the extra damage. Wow, it's a heavily modified version. A basic attack that permanently adds health would be incredibly awesome. It's a pity you can't stack health on wild monsters, otherwise you could find a wild monster with high health and low attack, stack it on for a few days, and you'd be invincible. Lu Yu directly selected use from his inventory. Learning completed. Chain Quest 210, kill 1000 monsters and defeat 10 bosses. Award? Lu Yu's heart leaped into his throat again, his joy overflowing. If the first ring grants such a powerful innate skill, what will the second ring be like? It's like the joy of encountering a dear robber on the first day of school who steals your unfinished summer homework from your school bag. Cool. Lu Yu let out a howl, immediately attracting the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. Why are you staring at me like that? You can't even think about it. Everyone, At that very moment, Jiang Xueqing crept furtively out of the crowd, her expression like that of a thief, as if afraid that others would see her disheveled state. Suddenly, Lu Yu yelled, Jiang Xueqing, what about the compensation you promised me? Whoosh! The whole world's attention was drawn to it, and some people even took pictures. Like a moldy want rice cracker, Jiang Xueqing rolled her eyes back. Oh God, let me die. Chapter 12, Shining My Shoes. The school gave us a day off on the afternoon after the monthly exams ended. In addition, tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday, which means a total of 2.5 days off, making all students feel more comfortable than ever before. It's holiday time. Go home and go online. I want to stay home and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn it, I can't call my goddess Jean Lijuan mom for the next 2.5 days. Brother, play less tile and hang out with the boys more. What's fun about boys? You don't understand, do you? Let me teach you. Lu Yu came out of the principal's office and successfully received the school's reward of 40,000 star coins. Originally, there was only 20,000, but Suli gave Lu Yu her own 20,000, which moved him deeply. Although Suli is a terrible teammate, she is still very loyal. It seems I should mentor her more in the future, so she won't get bullied because she's so incompetent. With 40,000 star coins, Lu Yu instantly transformed from a penniless man being chased by debt collectors into a somewhat wealthy man with a touch of bourgeois lifestyle. Go to the equipment shop first, then go to the duel arena to stack Undying. Lu Yu stepped into a well-regarded equipment store near the school. The boss was a robust blacksmith of similar build to Lu Yu, with broad shoulders, a thick waist, and bulging muscles. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing Lu Yu. Brave warrior, I can tell at a glance that you are exceptionally heroic. We recently received a batch of war god hammers, which perfectly match your temperament, the middle-aged shop owner said with a philosophical expression. Lu Yu scratched his head, sorry, I'm a priest, I can't carry a warhammer. The boss was speechless for a moment. You're so big, how come you're a priest? What a waste of such a great physique. Alright, since you're a priest, I have all sorts of staves here that can boost intelligence and increase holy light attributes. Liu shook his head. Boss, what I really want is a pure power staff that can smash enemies into mud in one hit.
I wonder if you have any? The boss's lips twitched. You still want a hammer, don't you? We don't have that kind of thing. Making it would cost us money. But if you have the money, you can have it custom made. Providing the main materials yourself can save you a lot of money. I've won a sword forging competition, so the quality is definitely not a problem. The boss proudly pointed to an old, moldy photograph on the wall, beaming with delight. Liu glanced at the photo and was secretly delighted. Great, boss. This way, this thing won't go to waste. Come out, mushroom stick. The next second, a giant staff appeared out of thin air from Liu's hand, emanating a dazzling golden light. It was dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire weapon shop. Special effects, I added special effects. The boss was completely dumbfounded when he saw it. What the hell is this thing? It's a rare material of gold quality. Worth at least $1 million, this is a top quality item. Good stuff. The boss took the mushroom stick and examined it, finding it incredibly smooth to the touch. Most importantly, he simply couldn't fathom why it contained such immense life energy. What kind of weapon do you plan to forge, and what are its main attributes? The boss asked. Liu chuckled, then quietly leaned close to the boss's ear and whispered 2 words. Strength. The boss smirked and leaned closer, saying, hee hee, that's what I was thinking too. Let's add another power gem. Oh, I like it. Aren't we all happy? How about we add another power gem? Alright, in that case, why not add 2 more power gems? Hiss. Brilliant. If we're already adding 2 more, we might as well add 4 more. The two looked at each other and laughed, hee hee hee. After giving all 40,000 star coins he had on him as a deposit, Liu left the weapon shop with great satisfaction. By next Monday, he will have his own unique power staff. If it weren't for the fact that priests can enjoy the attribute bonuses of hammer-type weapons, he would definitely want to get a warhammer to play with. Soon, Liu arrived at the Professionals Center. This is the official organization for professionals. All professionals who reach level 10 must register, be certified through ranking matches, and be awarded a professional badge. The badge ranks are, in order, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, King. It can be said that rank is a symbol of a professional status. Bronze can thoroughly humiliate Iron. This is an immutable law. To advance in rank, you need to enter the duel arena and engage in battles. Hello, sir, do you need professional certification? A beautiful receptionist asked, her eyes wide. Yes, I couldn't help but hit someone. No, I meant I'm going to do the ranking placement. Liu rubbed his hands excitedly and laughed. The pretty staff member nodded. After you register, I'll take you to the dueling arena. A few minutes later, Liu followed the beautiful female staff member to the duel chambers, opened one at random, and crawled inside. In an instant, the scene before his eyes changed, and he seemed to have appeared in another world. Checking identity information. Liu, LV10. Occupation, priest. Ding. This indicates that you have logged into the Star God Realm Battle Power ranking system for the first time. Please set your nickname. Liu was taken aback. He had to come up with a screen name too. What a hassle. Then you can still call me, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? Dear, what can my arrogance do to me? Welcome to the ranked space. The system will automatically match you with an opponent of similar skill level for battle. Please select either the same class mode or the all-class mode. Liu scratched his head and chose the same class mode, since everyone was a priest, making it easier to fight. Successful selection, same career mode. Ranking matches begin 110. Matching you with an opponent. Matchmaking successful. Entering the random duel arena. The light flashed again. The scene before Liu changed again. His body disappeared from the duel chamber and was teleported to a special tavern. Inside the tavern, many NPCs sat drinking and making a racket while watching them fight. Oh, is it a tavern map? I like it. Liu rushed forward and kicked a sexy female NPC to the ground, then shouted domineeringly, "Shine my shoes." Not far away, a thin priest named Miracle Walker was stunned when he saw Liu, and almost dropped his golden staff. What the hell did they match me with? Liu suddenly turned around, his domineering gaze filled with arrogance. You little punk, no need to look, your grandpa is right here. The system notification sounded again. The match lasts 60 minutes.
The player who defeats the opponent or has the highest percentage of health remaining at the end of the match wins.
The match begins. Number of spectators, 0.
The Miracle Walker immediately cast the spell the moment he heard the start. A series of amplification skills were applied to him. Holy Light Shield, Swift Step, Slow Heal, Rapid Heal, Lunar Blessing, Fountain of Life, Inner Fire, Energy Infusion. Those beams of light almost engulfed Miracle Walker. He was clearly a pay-to-win player with no real skill. Before he could even finish using up his buffs, Luyu's skill appeared in front of him, and a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly slammed out.
Damn it, bad students always have too much stationery. Watch out for my fatherly love punches. Boom!
The Miracle Walker's large face was blasted away by a punch, and his entire body flew backward for more than 10 meters. The NPC spectators in the tavern immediately cheered and encouraged them. With a single, decisive strike, Luyu's Undying Grip was finally activated.
Permanent health plus 10. Awesome. Again. What is that bastard doing in chapter 13? Miracle Walker was stunned. Wait a minute, I was matched with a priest. Why did they send me a reckless brute? Report it. We must report it. There's a bug in the system.
But when he looked up at the top of Luyu's head, the horror in his pupils suddenly widened.
What can I do about your arrogance, Priest LV10? Damn, he really is a priest. This guy's playing the wrong class. In the Miracle Walker's mind, shouldn't a priest's duel be about first maxing out all buffs, and then throwing star projectiles at each other to deplete their buffs? Then both sides expend energy while simultaneously replenishing their own health. When the enemy is almost exhausted, unleash your last 2 attack skills to defeat them. But why did this priest punch me right away without giving me any buffs at the start? Do you even know how to play? After Luyu finished throwing the punch, he casually stuck the cumbersome, broken Staff of Wisdom into the tavern floor. Then he leaped onto Miracle Walker and delivered another punch. Father's love is as strong as a mountain. Bang! Permanent health plus 10. The Undying Grip activated again, and Luyu's permanent health points increased accordingly. Meanwhile, the cooldown of the Undying Grip is also running. The CD finished playing after 4 seconds. Luyu punched Miracle Walker on the head again, making him dizzy and seeing stars. Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Luyu delivered 2 powerful punches, and Miracle Walker was on the verge of collapse. Several of his shields shattered, and his face was swollen from the blows. His movements were completely sealed, and he was unable to retaliate at all. He tried to break free, but he was from a completely different power system than Luyu and couldn't break free at all, so he could only scream and shout. Hey, do you even know how to play? Priest, how can you fight like that? This isn't fair. Let go of me, and let's stand up and throw star projectiles at each other. Luyu frowned and punched him in the mouth again, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Permanent health plus 10. Stop talking nonsense. As long as I win, what's it to you what method I use? The Miracle Walker kept twisting his body but couldn't break free at all, and he was extremely frustrated. What the hell is going on? I bought so many buff skill books for ranked matches, and I've filled up all my skill slots. He even watched hundreds of battles between priests overnight, carefully studying their tactics and strategies. As a result, I encountered a reckless man who didn't play by the rules at all, and he immediately unleashed a barrage of fatherly love as solid as a mountain punches on me. This is absolutely ridiculous. Bang! Luyu punched Miracle Walker in the face again, making his mouth and eyes crooked. He gradually began to break down emotionally and started to doubt the meaning of life. Is that correct? Permanent health plus 10. In this way, Luyu would attack once every 4 seconds, using Miracle Walker to continuously stack Undying, and his health would rise rapidly. The health bar lost by the Miracle Walker will be fully restored by his various recovery buffs. One added, the other subtracted, the two worked together seamlessly, constantly exploiting bugs. In the tavern, the NPCs, who weren't very bright, would shout every 3 seconds before instantly falling silent. The atmosphere had an eerie feel to it. Halfway through the fight, Luyu would even wait a while to let Miracle Walker fully replenish the buffs before continuing. The main theme is mutual help and reciprocity. Miracle Walker helps Luyu stack Undying, and Luyu punches Miracle Walker to relieve his boredom. Both sides have a bright future. 60 minutes passed quickly, and the Miracle Walker, who had been numb from the injection, burst into tears. Finally, is it finally over? I finally lost, wah! Lu Yu, also with a mournful face, said reluctantly to the Miracle Walker, "Will we meet again?" Miracle Walker's lips twitched, not even a little bit. A flash of light, and the game was over. The game system notification sounded. It was truly a closely contested battle. The two sides fought fiercely for 60 minutes before a victor was finally decided. Congratulations to my lord for achieving victory. Should the match continue? Lu Yu decisively chose to continue. The fight just now was just too exhilarating. Not counting wasted time and punch intervals, 60 minutes is enough to stack up one stack of indestructible material every 4 seconds. Adding reaction time and punching speed of 1 second, theoretically, you can land 720 punches. However, Miracle Walker is such a useless character with a very fragile health bar that Lu Yu has to wait for him to heal him back to full health every time he gets to half health, making him quite pathetic. In the end, Lu Yu stacked a total of 315 layers, which is 3,150 health points. His total health has reached a terrifying 4,150. If he had such stats during the monthly exam, he wouldn't even need to run away. He'd dare to stand and fight the King of Calamity Trees a few times. Awesome! Ranking matches begin 2:10. Matching you with an opponent. Match successful, entering the duel arena. The match lasts 60 minutes. The player who defeats the opponent or has the highest percentage of health remaining at the end of the match wins. The match begins. Number of spectators, 2. The next second. Lu Yu has appeared in an ancient Roman arena, surrounded by a huge crowd of NPC spectators. Gummy Bear Milk Candy, LV19. A delicate-looking little girl appeared in front of Lu Yu. Beneath her Lolita dress, half of her calves, as tender as lotus roots, peeked out. Her face, as delicate as a porcelain doll, was flawless, and her magnificent breasts, seemingly beyond her years, were enormous. A cute little girl with a youthful face and large breasts? This fits Lu Yu's stereotype of a priest. Lu Yu was overjoyed and charged forward with a roar, copying the moves from the previous game. "You little brat, take this. Fatherly love as solid as a mountain punch." At the same time, a man and a woman appeared in the huge stands of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The man was very handsome and had a tall, robust build. The woman was slender and tall, with a mature and sophisticated air about her. Fang Tianhua, what rank do you think Xiaoling will achieve in this placement match? By Bing, I think Xiaoling can at least get the silver rank. After all, she is the genius priest of the Bai family. She has already reached level 19 in her senior year of high school and has mastered a super talent. That's right. Xiaoling's talent is the god level, Moon God Self-Healing, which gives her terrifying self-healing ability. It can be said that as long as she is not killed instantly, the enemy will never be able to kill her. A slight smile appeared on Bai Bing's face, which was as cold as ice. It's a pity for her opponent, who will be repeatedly tormented by Xiaoling's terrifying self-healing ability until he breaks down. I can't help but laugh when I think about the look of surprise on her opponent's faces when they see her terrifying healing ability. Bai Bing and Fang Tianhua both look towards the arena stage, secretly pleased. Kid, tremble in fear under Xiaoling's terrifying self-healing ability. Suddenly, their eyes bulged out and their faces twitched violently. Wait, what is that bastard doing? Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Bang! Lu Yu rushed forward and punched the little girl who was buffing herself, sending her flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Her pale calves trembled beneath her skirt, and nearly 1/20th of her health bar had disappeared. Ouch, you big bad guy, you hurt me. Little Bear Milk Candy said in a childish voice, clutching her aching chest. He, little sister, I won't pity you just because you're a delicate flower. Lu Yu leaped up and, without any regard for human dignity, rode on the giant bear of Little Bear Milk Candy, and began stacking indestructible items. Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Bang! Permanent health. Chapter 14 Newborn. Oh, Newborn. Little Gummy Bear was pinned down by Lu Yu's burly body and relentlessly attacked, creating a rather incongruous feeling of a giant beating up a little girl. No! Damn it, you beast, get off me right now, the little girl screamed, making one want to pity her. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was not human. He only had the desire to become stronger and had no pity for the delicate flower. He, little devil, don't move, uncle will be quick. Bang! Lu Yu slammed his fist down, and the comfortable, soft feel made him involuntarily utter a sound. Great! Much better than Miracle Walker's skinny frame. Permanent health plus 10. Little Bear Milk Candy's health dropped by a chunk in an instant, but thanks to her god-level talent, Moon Goddess Self-Healing,
it was restored to full in less than a second. This incredible self-healing ability left Lu Yu completely stunned.
Wow, is this little brat really that fierce?
With such terrifying regenerative abilities, it would be a shame if he didn't become a punching bag. Then let Uncle fold it properly.
Bang bang bang. Permanent health plus 10.
Riding on Little Bear Milk Candy, Lu Yu slashed and attacked, causing his health to stack up like crazy. And the little gummy bear's health bar, which had been damaged, was instantly restored thanks to its godlike self-healing ability. Even the bruises on her body from being hit could be completely healed under the moon goddess's self-healing power. It was practically a bug-level talent.
In terms of sheer punching bag ability, he's far superior to that useless miracle walker. Lu Yu nodded as he fought. Alright, I, Lu Yu, hereby acknowledge you as the strongest punching bag. Dame. In the spectator stands.
Bai Bing and Fal Tianhua both bit off their back teeth, and wisps of white smoke rose from their heads.
Newborn, oh newborn.
Don't stop me, I'm going to tear this scum to pieces.
Bai Ling, just bear with it.
Brother Tianhua is going to use my halberd to smash this beast to pieces. The two were so angry that they jumped up from the stands, ready to rush onto the stage and tear Lu Yu, the newcomer, apart. Unfortunately, they were blocked by a transparent light barrier and were unable to enter the battlefield. Helplessly, they frantically pounded on the light screen, watching their little girl being brutally beaten by the enemy, powerless to do anything about it, just like two incompetent husbands. Bai Ling, it's all because your brother is incompetent that you've suffered so much, wah.
In the dueling arena, Lu Yu delivered a satisfying punch with his left and right.
Although the little girl in front of me doesn't have a high health bar, her terrifying regeneration ability is higher than that of many tanks. There's no need to control your power like in the last game, afraid that your opponent will kill you with an A.
Awesome. Lolas have 3 good qualities: sweet voice, soft body, and love of bathing. Hey, something seems off. Never mind, let's fold it up. Bang bang bang.
And so, Lu Yu timed his cooldowns perfectly, attacking the little female ghost in front of him every 4 seconds, causing his health to surge rapidly. Little Bear Milk Candy's pretty face turned bright red from the beating, drool dripped down her cheeks, and 3 little white dots kept swirling in her big, pitiful eyes.
She pleaded in a pitiful, childish voice, big brother, can we make a deal? You can put me up, and we can shoot each other with star-shaped projectiles, okay?
Her voice was extremely gentle. Any hot-blooded man would have softened at that moment. Unfortunately, her opponent was Lu, the king of Sigmar, a straight-laced, masculine man. Sorry, little brat, if it were before, I might have thrown star bullets at you, but now I have more important things to do.
An hour will pass quickly, just bear with it. Lu Yu shook his head. What, but? No buts, take this punch. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain.
An hour passed quickly, and little Gummy Bear's time of redemption arrived.
It was as if, after endless darkness, the dawn finally broke. The feeling of liberation and redemption thrilled her immensely. It's finally going to end.
This ranked match is so terrifying, I'm never coming back again, sob sob sob.
As the countdown ended in the last second, the game was forcibly terminated by the game system.
It was truly a closely contested battle. The two sides fought fiercely for 60 minutes before a victor was finally decided. Congratulations to my lord for achieving victory.
Should the match continue?
Since both sides had full health bars at the end, the system once again gave a rating of being evenly matched. However, Lu Yu, who inflicted more damage, was still judged to have won.
Lu Yu also successfully won another game. Little devil, we'll meet again, won't we? Lu Yu asked hurriedly before the image faded away. You old geezer, I never want to see you again in my life. No. Brush.
With a flash of light, Lu Yu returned to the duel chamber.
An electronic screen on the milky white wall flashed, displaying the results in front of Lu Yu. 2 wins, 0 losses.
Lu Yu picked up a bottle of cheap beverage and took a big gulp, the sweet, refreshing, and cool taste filling his mouth. He stacked the gummy bears 700 times in this round, basically from the start to the end, without stopping.
Total health points increased by 700.
Adding to the previous 4,000, his health has now reached a terrifying 11,000. This health is even higher than that of a fully equipped level 30 tank. Even if I stood there and let that skinny little monkey Wang Tung hit me for 30 minutes, I wouldn't even get a scratch.
Awesome. Let's play one more time.
In the room next to Lu Yu's dueling chamber, Little Bear Milk Candy Bai Ling cried her eyes out, her fair little face turning bright red from crying. As the young lady of the Bai family, she was pampered and adored from a young age, and after becoming a pastor, she received even more care and attention.
Who knew that today some beast would pin her to the ground and beat her so badly?
They even used her prized talent as a punching bag for practicing their punches.
And he even pounded his own fleshy pads hard. Why, I never want to go into the duel chamber again. I want to go home, I want to go home.
Fang Tianhua's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his eyes filled with a murderous rage.
Sister Bai Ling, don't be afraid. I've recorded the match. That bastard won't get away.
Even if I have to turn the entire Star God realm upside down, I'll tear him to pieces. Yes, Xiaoling, don't worry, I'll send someone to find this person's information right away, and then tie him up and apologize to you. Bai Bing gritted her teeth in hatred, her beautiful eyes bloodshot. She had never seen such a beast in her 18 years of life.
What can you do to me, you arrogant fool? I, Bai Bing, swear I will make you pay the price. Chapter 15. Teacher, you didn't want this either. Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true.
Lu Yu hummed a little tune as he pressed the button to continue the match. After defeating Little Gummy Bear, he played 7 more matches in a row, and unsurprisingly, he won all of them. For Lu Yu, beating the priest was as easy as a world boxing champion entering kindergarten. He could do whatever he wanted. These priests have no sense of combat ability whatsoever, all they do is buff and throw star projectiles.
Under Lu Yu's strict and loving fatherly education, none of them were able to fight.
However, as Lu Yu's winning streak increased, the opponents he faced also became stronger. Starting from the 4th match, Lu Yu was already matched with bronze-level experts. By the 7th match, Lu Yu had even been matched against level 28 silver-ranked opponents.
However, after Lu Yu's stern and doting fatherly discipline, they could only suffer a bitter end in the northwest. However, these people stopped cooperating at all later.
When Lu Yu is stacking immortality, they always like to move around randomly. They have great skills and strength, but they are far inferior to the obedient little bear milk candy.
The first day I missed gummy bear milk candies.
By the 9th match, Lu Yu had even encountered a level 32 elf priest.
That's a higher level profession that priests can attain after their first job advancement.
They can wield powerful elven magic and possess considerable combat strength, making them a rather difficult healer to deal with. Lu Yu fought him for half an hour before he could barely pin him to the ground and beat him up. If it weren't for Lu Yu's ridiculously high health bar, he might have actually lost.
When the battle ended, Lu Yu, as usual, asked with reluctance, "Will we meet again?"
The elven priest gritted his teeth and replied, "Never again." Then he completely disappeared from the field. It was truly a closely fought battle, both sides struggled fiercely. Congratulations to my lord for achieving victory.
Should the match continue?
Lu Yu took a deep breath and downed the cheap drink in one gulp.
Then opened the panel to view the basic properties. Health points, 43,080.
He already has 9 wins, and he only needs 1 more game to complete his relegation. With a 10-game winning streak, you can at least be ranked in the gold level. In other words, he was already in the gold rank in his first ranked match, which meant he could practically walk around like a king at school. It's like when everyone else is riding bicycles to school, and suddenly a J-20 fighter jet drives up and starts firing missiles at the school. It's as absurd as that.
Thinking about it, I even feel a little excited.
Lu Yu clicked the yellowish-brown button to start the match again, preparing to begin the final placement match. Ranking matches begin 10-10.
Matching you with an opponent. Match successful, entering the duel arena. The match lasts 60 minutes.
The player who defeats the opponent or has the highest percentage of health remaining at the end of the match wins.
The match begins. Number of spectators, 1. A flash of light.
Lu Yu appeared inside a huge octagonal cage. However, the octagonal cage is much larger than in reality, about 300 square meters, which is enough for him to perform. Outside the octagon, rows of spectator NPCs were cheering and shouting, their enthusiasm running high. Inside the octagon, there was even an NPC referee to liven up the atmosphere. However, what shocked Lu Yu the most was that a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman he both loved and hated throughout his life.
The homeroom teacher? Lu Yu's homeroom teacher was also taken aback, a look of surprise appearing on his mature and charming face. Lu Yu?
That's right, Lu Yu's final opponent was none other than his homeroom teacher, Shenlin Hong, a level 35, holy light singer. Generally speaking, the longer the name of a first-tier job, the rarer it is. The 5-word phrase Holy Light Singer signifies an extremely powerful priest class advancement, belonging to the SS level super rare profession, The various holy light buff skills are ridiculously powerful, and there are also several holy light attack skills, making the priest one of the top combat-powered classes. Shen Linhong is the kind of person who comes from a good family and showed extraordinary talent in high school, excelling all the way to university graduation. After spending a few more years in an adventure group, he eventually succumbed to pressure from his family to get married. At the age of 27, he had no choice but to pass the teacher recruitment exam and return to his hometown to become a high school teacher at Guangming High School. Lu Yu was the student with the worst grades among the first batch of students she taught.
The two of them have a special connection. Lu Yu, how could I possibly be matched with you in ranked games? Shen Linhong was extremely shocked. Because her ranking level is already gold. Because of his superior combat skills, he is almost invincible in battles against priests of the same level, and his hidden rating is ridiculously high. But now, she has been ranked as the worst student in her class. Lu Yu scratched his head. Teacher, you don't understand. Being ranked against me means you have a high rank, and the system acknowledges your excellence. Shen Linhong's lips twitched. This kid was a bit of a rebel. However, she quickly figured out what was going on. That means Lu Yu has suddenly become stronger, and not just any ordinary stronger. It seems that Suli wasn't the only one who got first place in the morning's monthly exam. Lu Yu, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have been hiding your strength in my class. Today, I'll let the teacher see your performance. A strange smile appeared on Shen Linhong's lips. She had long wanted to teach Lu Yu, this mischievous boy, a lesson, but the school had a clear rule against hitting, scolding, or corporal punishment. But today, in the arena, one can legally and legitimately beat up students without bearing any responsibility. Hee hee, you little brat, I'll teach you to stare blankly into class every day. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. On the other side, Lu Yu's lips curled up in a smile, his excitement palpable. He could legally and legitimately beat up his homeroom teacher, who was a 27-year-old single beauty. I get a little excited just thinking about it. Hey, teacher, don't blame me for being impolite today. Come, your teacher has been wanting to test your abilities for a long time. That might disappoint you, teacher. Take this. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Lu Yu immediately initiated with a spirit frame attack, delivering a powerful straight punch directly to Shen Linhong, giving her no chance whatsoever. Shen Linhong's brow twitched slightly. She decisively abandoned a buff skill that was being cast, performed a backflip, and her black-stockinged legs drew a graceful arc in the air, dodging Lu Yu's initial attack. In the first round, neither of them gained an advantage. Shen Linhong smiled and said, Kid, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. But these tricks might work on those school-trained flowers. I'm someone from an adventurer's guild. Teacher, I never expected you to be so generous. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Chapter 16. The teacher was wrong. Lu Yu knew that if he fought Shen Linhong in the usual way, he would definitely be defeated by her high-level holy light skills. You must use your advantages to defeat them first, and then rub them hard on the ground. With swift footsteps, Lu Yu delivered another diving straight punch, interrupting Shen Linhong's spellcasting once again. Generally speaking, the higher the skill level, the longer the casting time. Therefore, what Lu Yu needs to do now is to restrain Shen Linhong and prevent her from releasing any skills. Lu Yu, is this how you play as a priest? Have you forgotten all the tactics your teacher taught you in class? Shen Lin said with a dark face. Teacher, you possess advanced skills, I won't let you unleash them. Take this, fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Lu Yu grinned and unleashed a barrage of punches like raindrops. Shen Linhong gritted her teeth and could only dodge using her relatively agile movements. If it weren't for the fact that I have a few passive movement speed boosts, I'd probably be punched by now. Damn it, Lu Yu, how could you be so despicable? Teacher, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Shen Linhong kept dodging, her long legs moving nimbly across the octagonal cage. However, she always had a smile on her lips. That was confidence in their strength, and also an affirmation of Lu Yu's abilities. If someone in your class gets first place in a test for 1 month, their bonus will be much higher the following month. Unfortunately, with a first-class job advancement and a level advantage, victory cannot be achieved through tactics and skills alone. Little brother, you're still too green. Shen Linhong suddenly stopped, her face showing a triumphant expression. A breastplate on her chest emitted light, blocking Lu Yu's punch. The next second. After the chanting ended, a cage made of golden light rose from the ground, trapping Lu Yu inside. The gold tier control skill, Holy Light Prison, is activated.
Shen Linhong laughed triumphantly, taking advantage of Lu Yu's being controlled to cast several holy light buffs on herself. Holy light shield, holy light power, holy light blessing. Suddenly, her black business suit shimmered with gold, making her appear incredibly sacred. Lu Yu, I admit I'm pleased that you can rank up to the gold tier, but you can't even imagine how powerful my teacher is. Secret technique, Hammer of Repentance. Shen Linhong crossed her arms in front of her chest, her hands radiating intense golden light as she softly chanted an ancient incantation. As she gestured, the golden light instantly condensed into a phantom of a giant golden hammer, several meters tall. Hammer of Repentance, a giant hammer formed from the power of holy light, dealing area damage of 3000 plus 8 intelligence, and has a chance to inflict the repentance status on enemies.
It's over, Lu Yu.
Shen Linhong's lips curled into a wide smile as she swung the massive hammer rapidly toward Lu Yu.
Today I can finally give Lu Yu, that loser, a good beating. Cool. Boom.
In an instant, the space seemed to shatter like glass, and the hammer and the cage turned into particles of light, enveloping the entire octagonal cage in light.
A terrifyingly high damage number appeared above Lu Yu's head. 4,356. How about that? Haven't you ever seen such high damage in your life?
You're only level 10, you must still owe me a lot of health. Shen Linhong laughed triumphantly, completely letting her guard down. Her gaze smugly drifted towards Lu Yu's terrifyingly long health bar. But the next second, her expression changed drastically.
Holy crap, 40,000. Bang!
Just then, a fist the size of a sandbag struck Shen Linhong in the stomach, sending a piercing pain through her lower abdomen.
Shen Linhong clutched her lower abdomen and cried out in shock, "How is this possible? How could you possibly have 40,000 life points?"
She was about to unleash her skill again to push Lu Yu away, but Lu Yu wouldn't give her another chance.
Teacher, I admit I'm pleased that you can be ranked against me in the gold tier, but you can't imagine how powerful I am. Secret technique, consecutive normal punches.
Lu Yu swung his fists, transforming them into countless fist shadows that rained down on every part of Shen Linhong's body. They destroyed all the protective holy light skills on her body, leaving her completely powerless to fight back. Shen Linhong groaned in pain as she tried to continuously condense instant skills into her staff, but Lu Yu's machine gun-like fists interrupted her spellcasting. Once she was brought close, she had already become a lamb to the slaughter, at Lu Yu's mercy.
Bang 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 bang. Aura aura aura.
Lu Yu once again transformed into a machine gun of fists, forcing Shen Linhong into a corner of the octagon and launching a frenzied attack. The numbers above Shen Linhong's head kept dropping health, each hit dealing 500 or 600 damage. However, most of the damage is absorbed by several powerful shields, so the actual health loss is not significant. Lu Yu already knew how powerful Shen Linhong was. If she unleashed any powerful skills, he could very well be killed in retaliation.
Teacher. I'm sorry, please bear with me, I'll be right away. Shen Linhong was completely stunned by the beating. Lu Yu's punches were incredibly powerful, and every blow was excruciatingly painful. Most importantly, Lu Yu is a priest.
Damn it, all my teaching for a year was for nothing, he didn't learn a single thing.
Lu Yu, stop. I admit you're very strong.
Shen Linhong pleaded. Teacher, you often teach us in class that we must go all out in any battle, and that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to ourselves.
So I will not let you down in this battle.
Shen Linhong's lips twitched violently, and her face twisted and changed color. All the knowledge they've gained has been used on the teacher. The boomerang shot years ago has returned to him.
Lu Yu, stop hitting me. Teacher has already admitted defeat, isn't that enough?
Shen Linhong pleaded again. Teacher, you said in class that it's better to die standing than to live on your knees, and that a professional should lose with dignity, so teacher.
I'm sorry, I can't make you surrender.
Lu Yu spoke with righteous indignation, just like a loving father educating his daughter. Each blow of a father's love, like a mountain, struck his daughter's body with concern and ached in her heart.
Lu Yu couldn't let this opportunity slip by.
He just wanted to stack the indestructible effect a few more times. He really didn't want to beat up the teacher.
Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Bang!
Shen Linhong was both ashamed and angry, so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder.
Lu Yu, that little brat, actually dared to hit her, his teacher, like that.
She was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode.
The key issue is that she couldn't come up with any rebuttal. She personally taught them all. Damn it, it seems I'll have to tell the next class of students to respect their teachers and listen to them.
Shen Linhong suddenly felt a sharp pain as she was struck in the chin by an uppercut, and her delicate body was knocked to the ground by Lu Yu's punch. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu disregarded everything and began straddling his teacher, starting to use the tiger-taming overlord fist, unleashing a barrage of punches.
Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Bang! Lu Yu, please get up.
It was my fault, please.
Chapter 17 In the Name of the Father. Teacher, you're always so aloof, why are you suddenly begging for mercy today? Teacher, I hate you all for your own good. Do you think I'm doing all this for myself? You're the worst teacher I've ever had.
Lu Yu unleashed a torrent of fury, avenging all the grudges from the past year, including being punished by standing in the corner, being pelted with chalk, and having his parents called in.
My mind was completely at ease, and I felt as if I was about to be elevated. Cool.
Shen Linhong felt like the sky was about to fall. He, a level 35 first-job professional, a graduate of a top university, and a member of a well-known adventurer group, was actually defeated by his own student.
It's okay to get hit, every professional has been hit a few times. The key point is, what's with the idea of being severely humiliated by one's own students?
They were also told they were the worst teachers they had ever seen. This is truly a reversal of the heavenly stems and earthly branches.
Oh my God, hurry up and subdue this monster. Father's love is as solid as a mountain.
The 60-minute fun session quickly came to an end, and the match concluded with Lu Yu emerging victorious.
Just as she was about to leave, Shen Linhong, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, said angrily, Lu Yu, we'll meet again, won't we?
Lu Yu seemed to remember something and was immediately alarmed. No, teacher, we can't see each other at all.
You'd better not come to school next Monday, otherwise, hee. The next second, the two disappeared from the dueling arena.
Back in the duel chamber, Lu Yu was drenched in a cold sweat.
Marula, barbecue is here. I was so focused on having fun that I forgot I was still in someone else's class.
She's gone too far. When we meet next Monday, she'll skin me alive.
Thinking of this, Lu Yu shuddered.
I began to pray in my heart, hoping that Miss Shen Linhong would be a good teacher who would forgive and forget.
Ranking matches completed. 10 wins, 0 losses. Your starting rank is Gold 4. Congratulations on breaking the Xingyang City ranking record. Please proceed to the front desk to collect your ranking badge.
Lu Yu walked out of the dueling chamber and dragged his tired body to the professional hall. When the beautiful receptionist who was in charge of receiving him saw his Gold 4 rating, she was dumbfounded.
10 wins out of 10. You've actually broken the Xingyang City record. My God.
The beautiful receptionist's gaze towards Lu Yu had changed. His strong physique and masculine face immediately made her heart flutter.
That's what makes strong people so charismatic. Hey, stop drooling and hurry up and give me the badge. I need to go home for dinner. Oh. I'm sorry, I'll give it to you right away.
The beautiful receptionist blushed and opened a mahogany box, handing Lu Yu a gold-level badge.
Lu Yu was very happy, snatched the golden badge, and took a bite. Yes, it's pure gold. Gold is really expensive these days. The pretty receptionist. Could I have your contact information? I'd like to be able to reach you if I need anything.
The pretty receptionist's cheeks flushed slightly.
Lu Yu walked out of the professional hall, casually blocked the beautiful receptionist, and headed home. Sigma men need no explanation.
His home is in an old neighborhood where many people are still awake at this time in the summer. As Lu Yu passed by the entrance of the building, he saw his father, Lu Tianhe, playing chess with a few old men. Seeing Lu Tianhe's mottled hair, Lu Yu suddenly felt a pang of emotion, and his eyes gradually welled up with tears. Although I am a time traveler, my memories are real. The scene of Lu Tianhe raising him alone from childhood, acting as both father and mother, is still vivid in his mind.
When Lu Tianhe was 5 years old, he was taking Lu Yu across the street when he was kidnapped by human traffickers.
When Lu Tianhe was 7 years old, he took Lu Yu fishing and fell into the water and was submerged for half an hour.
When he was 10 years old, Lu Tianhe got into a fight with a classmate.
Enraged, he extorted 20,000 yuan from the other classmate's parents for medical expenses.
When I was 13 years old.
These scenes flashed through Lu Yu's mind, and he felt so jealous that he just wanted to go up and give that old man a flick on the forehead.
Damn, what a responsible parent.
However, it's not easy for Lu Tianhe, a grown man, to raise him to be 1.88 meters tall and as strong as an ox. Upon seeing Lu Yu return, the group of old men who were playing chess immediately turned pale and packed up their things to leave. Only Lu Yu and Lu Tianhe remained, staring at each other in bewilderment. Just as Lu Yu was wondering what was going on, Lu Tianhe spoke up calmly.
Lu Yu, your mother is here today. What? That woman who abandoned her husband and children is here? Lu Yu asked in surprise. Back then, my mother was striving for a better life.
With her younger brother, who was found to have exceptional talent, she decisively divorced her father, married the young master of the Feng family, and even took away half of her father's equipment and experience.
He left his mediocre talent to his unreliable father.
From then on, that woman never cared about whether she lived or died. Lu Tianhe pondered for a moment, then took out a letter and handed it to Lu Yu. Your younger brother has contracted a disease due to excessive indulgence and only has 2 years left to live. He needs your kidney to save him, and she is willing to offer 1 million for this.
A nameless fire surged within Lu Yu, and he looked coldly at Lu Tianhe. So, you agreed?
Lu Tianhe grinned crookedly. No, I beat that bitch up and told her to get lost.
Lu Yu also burst into laughter, as expected of you, Dad, hee hee hee.
Don't worry, son, with your dad here, I will never let anyone hurt you.
So you let me get kidnapped by human traffickers when I was a child? Why do you have to bring up something so sensitive?
When Lu Tianhe realized that his secret had been exposed, he quickly changed the subject.
Well, this time, we've really offended the Feng family completely. When I was walking home today, several people were following me.
If I hadn't been so strong that I beat them all up, you probably wouldn't be seeing me now. Lu Yu's lips twitched, looking at his father with utter speechlessness. No, Dad, you're the Northwest Hammer King.
Put this matter aside for now.
The Feng family has already made it clear that if you don't give both of your kidneys to your younger brother, they will use all their resources to make you fail your college entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile.
The Feng family probably doesn't have that kind of power yet.
If they can use their resources to make an ordinary student fail the college entrance exam, I don't believe they can use their resources to make the top scorer fail.
Lu Tianhe was immediately shocked and said, Son, you're not a child anymore. Stop having such childish dreams. I've already spoken to our factory manager. You'll be working in the factory as soon as you graduate from high school. We're brothers when we work together, and father and son when we're online. Lu Yu's lips twitched. I might as well go into the map and grind bricks. Nothing was said that night.
The next morning, Lu Yu got up early and started exercising downstairs in the apartment complex.
100 push-ups done.
100 sit-ups completed.
100 squats, done. Running 10 kilometers. Done. Complete daily tasks to earn 20 free attribute points.
The system notification sounded, and Lu Yu gained another 20 points of pure strength.
Strength 119-139. Cool.
Go do some practice runs, complete the second quest chain, and see what good stuff you can get. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave, his father, Lu Tianhe, called out to him from behind. Son, since you've chosen to study hard and fight to the end for the college entrance exam, your father can't just sit idly by. This is the 30,000 star coins I've saved up from working over the years, and it's the only piece of equipment I own.
I'm giving you everything.
Go and fight for what your dad has in your dreams. Remember, you must slap your mother in the face hard and show her who the real genius is.
Chapter 18 Team Up for Dungeon. Chain Quests 210, Monster Kills 01000, Boss Kills 010.
Lu Yu silently closed the system task panel and embarked on his journey with the money and equipment given to him by his father. Although I didn't have much money, my equipment consisted of only a purple necklace.
But bearing my father's will, I cannot lose.
Soon, Lu Yu arrived at a dungeon gathering place outside the city. This is the area with the highest concentration of dungeons in the entire Xinjiang city, making it the top choice for most leveling and farming players. Similarly, many related industries have emerged along with the dungeons. The town boasted a variety of shops, including weapon shops, pharmacies, material recycling shops, restaurants specializing in women's cuisine, and food stalls, gradually forming the scale of a small town.
Today is Saturday, and the area outside the instance is unusually lively.
We're a team looking to build bricks and mine gold. We're missing one big carry C.
Hop on board and let's go.
Level 23 Bull Warrior with Black Castle Outskirts, 3,000 star coins per person per hour, reputation +++++, scammers will die.
Level 14 Black Stockinged Archer looking for a carry, any brothers want to team up with me?
Level 18 Melee Team for speed running the castle, pure warriors only, healers please stay away. One by one, the professionals shouted at the top of their lungs, waiting for the right adventurers. Lu Yu's eyes lit up immediately, and he decisively went to the front of the kitchen knife team.
Great, it's the Cleaver team, take me with you.
The leader of the Cleaver squad was a tall warrior who wore a horned helmet and carried a pair of large axes. His eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yu's strong muscles. This was the good comrade in arms he had been searching for. But when he checked Lu Yu's professional information, his face darkened.
Go away, we don't need a pastor. I'm not your average pastor.
You'll be happy if you take me. Lu Yu began to promote himself. Get out of here and play somewhere else, we don't have time to waste with you. Lu Yu walked away with a dark face, cursing the guy 1,000 times in his heart.
You're really looking down on people. If I run into you in the dungeon later, I'll beat your ass to a pulp.
Lu Yu sighed and decided to go solo. For him, there's not much difference between soloing and teaming up, except that teaming up is more convenient because someone can guide him. You can also gain some of the experience from other people killing monsters.
Just then, a thin man wearing golden armor appeared before Lu Yu. Brother, I've finally found you.
Please, you must take me in. After seeing Lu Yu, the thin man lunged forward and hugged Lu Yu's leg, bursting into tears.
Holy crap, Miracle Walker!
Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise.
That's right, it's me, Bossy. I've finally found you.
Lu Yu's lips twitched as he pulled off the leg accessory and asked, just call me Lu Yu.
Okay, boss, my name is Li Qiji, and my father is Li Gang, the richest man in the city.
Li Qiji introduced himself with great pride.
What do you want from me? Revenge? Then come on then. Lu Yu remained calm and even seemed to be fueled by a surge of fighting spirit. No, boss, I'm not here for revenge. Actually, I admire you a lot.
After saying that, Li Qiji hugged Lu Yu's leg again.
Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. Was this guy addicted to being beaten up? No way, are you gay? Did you get a good beating? Let go of me. I won't let go, I won't let go. Get out of here.
After some struggle, Lu Yu managed to remove the leg accessory from Li Qiji and punched him twice.
Li Qiji immediately felt refreshed. Yes, that's the taste.
Boss, to tell you the truth, my childhood dream has been to be a warrior, to roam the world with a sword, sweep across the land, and cleave the heavens with my sword.
But as you know, basic career awakening is not something you can decide on your own. When I was 16, I actually awakened to the idea of becoming a pastor. My God, do you know what it feels like to have a dream but not be able to perform, boss? Lu Yu scratched his head. Feels like an incompetent husband in a movie? That's right, boss, you really understand me. Li Qiji burst into tears. But just yesterday, after you hit me, I suddenly realized that priests can also be sea. So please tell me your secret to becoming stronger, okay? I'm begging you, I'm willing to give you 100,000 star coins as a reward. 3 black lines appeared on Lu Yu's forehead. I feel like I made him stupid yesterday. I can't exactly tell him that I was able to perform well because of the system panel, can I?
Lu Yu suddenly smiled and said calmly, listen carefully, I'll only say it once.
Okay, boss, please go ahead. Li Qiji took out paper, pen, and notebook.
Lu Yu excitedly exclaimed, pausing between breaths, that means 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day.
Ah!
Li Qiji covered his face with both hands and cried out.
Is becoming stronger really that simple?
That's right, the most important thing is to stick to it every day without fail. Lu Yu looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said calmly, his radiance resembling that of the most stern yet loving father. Li Qiji immediately believed it without a doubt and hugged Lu Yu's leg, kissing him wildly.
Thank you, boss. From now on, you'll always be my boss.
I'll do anything you ask, even if it means going through fire and water.
Lu Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Then you'd be willing to give me all your father's money? Ah, this. Just then, a woman's melodious voice came from not far away. Li Qiji, what are you dawdling about? We're about to enter the dungeon. Do you know how much effort I put into assembling this 20-man raid?
Lu Yu looked up toward the source of the sound and saw a tall, elegant woman with a sophisticated air. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt on top and denim hot pants on the bottom, which perfectly showcased her long, fair legs. Sister Bai Bing, I just saw someone I know. Alright, since Bai Ling isn't coming anyway, let's bring my boss along too. After Li Qiji finished speaking, he said to Lu Yu, Boss, you've struck it rich this time. A super boss that only appears once every 10 years has appeared in the Black Castle. Not only can it drop peerless artifacts, but you can also get a lot of benefits by participating in the kill.
There's one spot available in the team, why don't you join us?
Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the woman in front of him.
Since you've sincerely invited me, I'll reluctantly lend you a hand.
Upon hearing this, Bai Bing's beautiful eyes momentarily went blank, and she was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean by reluctantly helping us out? I think you just want to join a group. Li Qiji, why are you bringing just anyone into the team? Bai Bing said, dissatisfied. Sister Bai Bing, my boss is really powerful.
Please give me some face and I'll have my dad donate some activity funds to the guild later. Bai Bing frowned, but ultimately chose to give Li Qiji face. She slowly raised her fair neck and looked at Lu Yu. Alright, I'll reluctantly give you a ride for Li Qiji's sake. Let me tell you, if Bai Ling hadn't been a little upset yesterday and refused to go out, no matter how much money you spend, it wouldn't have mattered.
I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Wait, why do you look so familiar? Chapter 19. Hold on, I'm coming to save you.
Bai Bing suddenly remembered the man who had brutally beaten Bai Ling yesterday, and a nameless anger flared up within her. However, because they were too far away yesterday, they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, and the spectators couldn't see any specific information. Therefore, Bai Bing and Fong Tianhua's search for the person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Bai Ling, the only one who had ever seen Lu Yu's face and online name, locked herself in her room after returning home and refused to say anything, which infuriated Bai Bing. But when she saw that Lu Yu was only a level 10 priest, her doubts immediately disappeared.
It couldn't be this man.
To be able to beat Bai Ling like that, the opponent must be a combat class of level 20 or higher. This useless priest only looks somewhat similar.
Let's go, it's getting late.
We need to hurry into the dungeon, or someone else might steal the boss. Bai Bing turned and left without hesitation. Her slender and alluring back view was incredibly captivating.
Boss, what are you looking at? Let's go. It's nothing, I suddenly feel like practicing boxing.
A moment later, Lu Yu and the others formed a large team of 20 people and entered the Black Castle instance.
A flash of light.
Lu Yu's expression began to change. The black sky was devoid of stars, save for a single blood moon hanging high in the sky. The ground was covered with potholes and withered grass, and all sorts of people were on the muddy road. Although it was night, the blood moon cast a faint crimson hue over the entire earth, making it easier to see one's surroundings.
Welcome to the Black Castle. Recommended level, 1023. Difficulty, S.
The blood moon hangs in the sky, and the vampire prince is about to awaken in the vampire castle. Adventurers, please go to the castle to stop this disaster. Lu Yu glanced at the description of the Black Castle in front of him and silently closed the game interface.
Finally I can enjoy grinding monsters to my heart's content, hee.
Suddenly, a group of goblins appeared from all sides of the grassland and surrounded them. His brutal, bloodthirsty eyes were filled with a greedy glint.
Goblins! Everyone, attack them! Bai Bing gave the order.
The other dozen or so people attacked at the same time. The warrior brandished his greatsword and charged into the goblin horde, hacking and slashing relentlessly. The mage began chanting, unleashing elemental magic for a ranged bombardment. The assassin skillfully maneuvered through the goblin horde, seizing every opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The tanks hold the line, while the priests buff the tanks. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the battlefield was divided into many small sections by the chaotic fighting.
The goblin's health bar kept showing numbers above its head. 128. 233. 97. 156.
After a flurry of activity, everyone began unleashing their attacks on the goblins. Only Lu Yu stood there with a wicked smile on his face, as if he was about to do something naughty.
Bro, give me a heal quickly, I'm taunting too many monsters, I can't hold on much longer.
Not far from Lu Yu, a middle-aged man carrying a huge shield shouted anxiously to Lu Yu.
Brother, hold on, I'm coming to save you.
Lu Yu casually cast a slow heal spell on the shield warrior, and a little bit of green gradually appeared above the shield warrior's head.
A pale green plus sign appeared on the health bar, which was already half full.
+1 +1 +1 +1. Dude, your milk supply is way too small, it's not enough at all. The shield warrior uncle turned to look at Lu Yu, and his expression, which was originally meant to be blaming, suddenly changed.
Holy crap, how did you get up here? Because I need to give you milk. Watch my life-saving fist technique.
Lu Yu's tall figure charged forward, taller and more muscular than the shield warrior whose body was covered in muscles.
Comparing the two, one can only say that the shield warrior still needs more practice. Just as the shield warrior uncle looked on in surprise, Lu Yu had already rushed to the side of a goblin. The fist, the size of a sandbag, slammed in a deliberate, powerful punch. "You beast, you actually hurt my teammate. Take this." Boom! The fist's force spreads out in a fan shape, creating a triple burst of energy that deals triple damage. 985. 988. 1076. 1030. The Undying Grip deals 1% of the user's total health as damage, plus the 3 times the normal attack damage of the deliberate punch. Lu Yu's single attack can already deal over 1000 AoE damage. With just one punch, he wiped out all the goblins that were besieging the shield warrior, and the damage even exceeded the limit. The shield warrior was completely stunned, staring intently at Lu Yu, who was beaming with pride, his lips twitching wildly. "I've never seen such outrageous damage in my life." "Are you sure you're a priest?" Lu Yu smiled slightly. "Just tell me whether I saved you or not." "They saved me, but I really didn't expect them to save me like this," the shield warrior uncle said, speechless. "Goodness, he's really something. The way a healer can save teammates is by killing all the enemies. That's outrageous." Lu Yu chuckled, casually stuck his staff into the muddy grass, and charged towards the goblin horde in front of him. "Big brother, check out the staff of wisdom for me. I'm coming to save my teammates." "You monster, you're so ugly. Take 100 punches from me." "Aura, aura, aura." Lu Yu transformed into a brute, charging into the goblin horde and unleashing a barrage of powerful punches. Straight punches, belly punches, and powerful swings. Every punch lands squarely. The left punch deals high damage, and the right punch deals high damage as well, knocking the goblins to their knees. The only sounds in the air were the goblin screams and the almost overwhelming numbers of health points dropping. 742. 733. 956. 1465. Lu Yu rushed forward and practically killed one kid with each punch. The goblins, which were originally very dense, were almost wiped out by his relentless attacks. The muddy grass was littered with goblin corpses and various materials. After unleashing his full power, Lu Yu let out a long sigh, picked up his staff of wisdom with a wistful air, and smiled calmly. "These goblins are really weak. Chain quests 210, monster kills 88 1000, boss kills 010. Your level has been increased to level 11. Lu Yu was overjoyed and casually added 4 basic attribute points to strength. Strength 140-144. We're one step closer to becoming a numerical monster. The shield warrior was dumbfounded, his big eyes staring intently at the goblin corpses scattered all over the ground, too astonished to utter a single word. Awesome, absolutely awesome. This priest is pretty fierce. Shouting save the dead and heal the wounded, he went up and killed all the enemies. Just then, Bai Bing, along with Fang Tianhua and several high-level professionals, rushed towards them. Seeing the goblin corpse lying on the ground, the pretty girl was slightly stunned, her mouth agape. Shi Jian, did you do all this? I didn't expect you to be so strong. What's that priest over there standing there for? Come over and heal Shi Jian. Chapter 20, You'll regret forcing me to leave the team. Lu Yu didn't care about what others thought at all, and casually added a few slow heal spells to shield warrior Shi Jian. Shi Jian's head was gradually enveloped in green light, his expression gradually became distorted and ruddy, and his eyes began to glaze over. Your healing spell doesn't restore much health, but it's incredibly powerful. By the way, Captain, I didn't actually kill these goblins, they were. Just as the shield warrior, Uncle Shi Jian, was about to reveal the truth, Li Qiji ran over from not far away. He was covered in colorful shields and buffs that shone brightly against his golden armor, clearly indicating that he was a big spender in the game. Boss, you weren't hurt in the fight, were you? Lu Yu scratched his head and laughed. Don't worry, I'm a priest, how could I possibly let myself get hurt? As he spoke, Lu Yu stretched out his arm to show off his solid, jade-like muscles. Fang Tianhua stepped out from the crowd and said disdainfully, You must be that trash priest that Li Qiji introduced. We're already doing you a favor by bringing you along. I hope you won't cause any trouble for the team. Lu Yu was taken aback and looked at Fang Tianhua, who was about the same height as him, and said, You big idiot, stop talking nonsense and stop causing trouble for me. You. A hashtag appeared on Fang Tianhua's forehead. He, who had always been high and mighty since childhood, was actually looked down upon by a useless priest. How dare you speak to me, the peerless war god Fang Tianhua, like that? You're asking for death.
He raised his hand, and the halberd in his hand flashed with a scarlet light, while the beast-faced armor on his body rustled loudly. The peerless war god is the class Fang Tianhua becomes after his first job advancement, and it is also a very rare SS-level warrior job advancement. However, he was no match for Lu Yu. "You little punk, you're not even worthy to shine my shoes," Lu Yu retorted without backing down, and the two giants began to clash. The momentum of both sides gradually reached its peak, and just as a major battle was about to break out, Li Qiji suddenly stepped between the two. "Could you two please give me, Li, some face?" Lu Yu and Fang Tianhua were both taken aback. Although Li Qiji isn't very capable, he's a decent person, and most importantly, he's generous and willing to spend money. Lu Yu appreciated the attitude of the major investor. "Alright, for Li Qiji's sake, I'll give you, you little punk, some face," Lu Yu said calmly. Fang Tianhua was furious, but he couldn't lash out in front of so many people. Alright, I'll give Li Qiji face then, but this team was formed by us, so you have to leave." "Humph, leaving the team is your loss," Lu Yu said without hesitation. He wasn't going to hang out with these rich kids anymore. They were all incredibly arrogant. They're all just fed money when it comes to real fighting. They're as bad as chickens, far inferior to the kind and understanding Su Li. If it weren't for the 100,000 star coins, he would have given these bastards a good beating right now. Lu Yu, level 11, has left the current team. Bai Bing was suddenly stunned. She hadn't expected things to develop this way. Although she and Lu Yu didn't have much of a relationship, he was introduced by Li Qiji, so they had fought side by side. Besides being a bit foul-mouthed, Lu Yu hasn't made any major mistakes, so it's not worth letting him take the risk alone. "Lu Yu, come back. You don't need to leave the team. I'm in charge of this team." Fang Tianhua frowned. "Bai Bing, you're actually siding with outsiders?" "No, we're all friends, there's no need to make things so tense. Besides, it's dangerous for a priest to be in a dungeon." Bai Bing turned to look at Lu Yu, but her face remained cold as she said, "We'll forgive you this time, but we hope you won't do it again next time." "Humph, I haven't forgiven you yet. We were just having a brief fling, no need to make things so awkward." "That's it, bye." Lu Yu turned and left, as if he had made up his mind. His steps were heavy and powerful, and his back was as solid as a mountain. Bai Bing gritted her teeth, her delicate body trembling with anger, and a sense of grievance gradually welled up inside her. She thought that showing her face was already giving Lu Yu enough face. "I never imagined that my pride would be worthless to him." "Humph, Lu Yu, don't regret leaving." "Don't worry, miss, you'll be the one who regrets it." Lu Yu turned his head without looking back and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. "I never expected teaming up with these rich kids to be so disgusting. It's much more comfortable teaming up with a simple-minded and unpretentious girl like Su Li." The first day I missed Su Li. After successfully leaving the team, Lu Yu felt a great sense of relief, as if he had inexhaustible energy. "Hee, let's start the fun solo run." Lu Yu slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting that of a cute, lone goblin. The goblin's gaze also met Lu Yu's. Their eyes met, and a single glance felt like an eternity. Goblin Elite, LV 18. Health points, 2500. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Humiliation. We encountered an elite goblin monster with at least 3 times the health of a normal monster. "You beast, take 100 punches from me." Lu Yu let out a roar and charged forward. He unleashed a powerful, fatherly attack on the goblin, his fist, heavy as a cannonball, striking the goblin's cute little head. In an instant, blood spurted out. The goblin was blasted dozens of meters away by a single punch, its small body trembling uncontrollably. 2 tiny, bean-sized eyes blinked hesitantly on his little head, seemingly not quite understanding why the human priest in front of him was so fierce. 788. Before he could react, Lu Yu had already teleported to his side. 2 punches later, the elite goblin monster was dead. Killing an elite goblin grants plus 100 experience. Obtained 1 blue crystal core and 1 goblin club. After easily killing the goblins, Lu Yu stepped into the depths of the forest before him and discovered that a large number of goblins had gathered there. "Great, we've actually stirred up a goblin's den." Lu Yu's lips curled up as he planted the mentally challenged man in his hand on the ground, freeing his hands to stare intently at his prey. He, I love goblins the most." A series of normal punches. Lu Yu transformed his fist into a machine gun and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the goblin horde. In less than 10 minutes, more than 200 goblins had died under Lu Yu's flurry of punches. With a significant increase in experience, Lu Yu's level rose another level. Your level has been increased to level 13.
Cool.
Lu Yu shouted and casually channeled his power.
146-154.
The satisfaction of gaining numerical value once again filled Lu Yu with elation. It wouldn't be long before his power would break through the heavens.
Moreover, you can undergo a first job advancement as long as you reach level 20.
Although you will be randomly assigned a priest at the start, you can choose a slightly more aggressive first job advancement class after the job advancement.
For example, Shen Linhong's hammer class is pretty good. It has a wide range and clears minions quickly.
The main point is that it's violent enough, which meets Lu Yu's expectations.
Then, let's keep grinding. Chapter 21 Two Little Brothers. Lu Yu was having a blast playing games alone in the forest. People who come to Black Castle usually go for the vampires inside. Almost no one farms goblins in the forest in the opposite direction.
Therefore, the goblin population here is dense, making it a very enjoyable place for Lu Yu to farm. He planted the staff of wisdom in the ground, a green light shone, aura, a blessing followed, and he loved no one. One punch and a goblin minion is all it takes. It's so satisfying. The key is his health bar of over 40,000. Even if you exhaust the goblins to death, you still can't break through his health bar.
Cool.
It took Lu Yu more than 2 hours to clear out the goblins in the vicinity. My level has increased by 2 levels, reaching level 15. With the 2 points of strength gained from the upgrade, Lu Yu's total strength has reached 159.
The total number of monsters killed has reached 781.
You only need to kill 200 more monsters and 10 more bosses to complete the second part of the chain quest.
But what if we still can't find the boss?
The dark castle that Lu Yu and his group entered, like the Grey Mist Forest, is a large-scale raid instance, similar to a secret realm map. There is no limit to the number of players who can enter the map, and there are many different monster races.
Basically, every type of monster will periodically spawn a boss.
The strength of the bosses varies, and their levels also differ. For example, their target this time is the Vampire Prince, who only spawns once every 10 years and is also the ultimate boss of this dungeon.
Even a weak race like goblins should theoretically have a lord boss. Lu Yu now needs to find this goblin boss and kill it. Little Linlin, where are you? A green-skinned, short-eared elf?
There are cute, white-skinned, long-legged elf girls outside.
Hurry up and come out, Uncle Lu Yu is going to get angry.
As Lu Yu walked deeper into the forest, he searched for the goblin boss. He casually smashed the goblin's head twice, sending it to its rebirth. A moment later, Lu Yu arrived deep in the forest. There seemed to be footsteps in the forest, but judging from the sound alone, they didn't belong to any of the goblins.
Aha, it must be the boss.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to me effortlessly. As expected, the goblin boss still falls under my muscle. Lu Yu's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the woods in the direction the sound came from. He gradually gathered power in his right fist, preparing to deliver 100 punches the moment the goblin boss showed himself. The sound grew closer and closer. The heavy footsteps and labored breathing rose and fell in a very loud and distinct manner.
Lu Yu smiled and focused his attention on preparing to attack.
Just as the enemy was about to show themselves, Lu Yu leaped out and launched a powerful punch. "You beast, prepare to die." Just as Lu Yu's fist was about to strike his enemy, a voice suddenly interrupted his powerful punch.
"Big brother, don't hit me, it's me."
A familiar sound rang out, and Lu Yu stopped his fist in time, but the violent wind from the punch still blew the target off course. It was none other than the old acquaintance, Miracle Walker, Lee Miracle. Lu Yu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected this guy to appear here, and he had even mistaken him for the boss, almost sending him back to the city. "I was worried you'd be lonely, so I left the team to come and join you, my dear boss." Li Qiji looked aggrieved. Following Li Qiji was Shi Jian, the shield warrior uncle, who also looked at Lu Yu with admiration. "Me too, dear boss."
Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded.
"But since they are my admirers, it wouldn't be bad to accept them as errant runners."
Alright, have you guys seen the goblin boss?" Lu Yu asked. "My dear boss, you've come to the right person." Li Qiji smiled smugly. "We were just chased by the goblin boss and had to run away in a sorry state." "Me too, dear boss."
Shi Jian's eyes sparkled. "So boss, let's run together, the boss is catching up." Li Qiji cast the swift step on Lu Yu and was about to run away, but after only 2 steps, he suddenly froze in place.
"Boss, what are you doing?" "Run. The goblin boss is not something that 3 people can handle."
Lu Yu stood still and smiled slightly. "That's right, 3 people can't handle it, but I alone am enough."
Boss, now's not the time to show off, let's run. Me too, boss.
If I fail, not only will I lose a lot of experience points, but my body will also be weak for a long time, which will affect my college entrance examination results.
Me too, boss.
Li Qiji and Shijian each offered anxious words of advice, but Lu Yu remained completely unmoved. His gaze was fixed on the forest before him, and he would occasionally cast a blessing upon himself to add a bit of power. The heavy footsteps in the forest grew closer and closer.
Just as it was about to appear,
Lu Yu suddenly took a step back, his muscles tensing as he made a punching motion.
Whoosh!
The goblin boss's enormous body suddenly appeared, lunging at Lu Yu with its gaping maw.
Goblin boss, level 20. Health points, 18,000. Skills, heavy hammer, humiliation, intimidation, berserk.
Li Qiji and Shijian were so frightened that they kept backing away, their eyes filled with despair.
In their eyes, no matter how strong Lu Yu was, he couldn't possibly take on a level 25 goblin boss all by himself. But the next second, Lu Yu's domineering voice resounded throughout the entire forest. A deadly punch, a serious one. Boom!
In an instant, wind and thunder surged, and Lu Yu unleashed a punch.
The goblin boss was instantly blasted into dust. Silence, deathly silence.
Li Qiji and Shijian stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. In their already limited minds, they simply couldn't understand why Lu Yu, a priest, could deal such outrageous damage.
Is this even human?
Lu Yu gently patted the dust off his clothes, which were slightly dirty. He reached out and picked up the Yi power gem, dropped by the goblin boss, putting it into his backpack.
Power gem, strength plus 10. Can be socketed into equipment and weapons?
This is good stuff, I'll use it to inlay the mushroom sticks later.
This boss is too weak.
I didn't even have time to stack up my buffs before it was killed instantly.
This is so boring.
However, this seemingly ordinary sentence had a tremendous impact on Li Qiji and Shijian. They now had only one thought surging through their minds: they had chosen the right person to follow.
Did you hear that?
The boss said he didn't use his full strength.
I heard you, you don't need to repeat yourself.
Li Qiji slid down to Lu Yu's knees and frantically hugged his leg, rubbing against him with boundless affection.
Boss, please forgive me.
I was even doubting the body training method you mentioned today, but now I believe it without a doubt. Starting today, I will do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day without fail. Hearing Li Qiji's words, even the burly shield warrior Shijian was stunned.
What? Is this how the boss becomes stronger? I am so unworthy to hear of such a great body training method.
Starting today, I will also stick to exercising without interruption. Lu Yu stared blankly at the two of them, their eyes sparkling, his lips twitching. No, these two are just missing a screw.
Chapter 22 Private First Class Li Qiji. Lu Yu didn't explain further to them, let them imagine whatever they wanted. What he needs to do now is to find the next boss.
Because Li Qiji possessed a map that he had purchased at a high price from adventurers. The three soon arrived at the gathering place of various races in the Black Castle.
Bang!
Defeat a slime to gain 20 experience points. Kill the Minotaur and gain 30 experience points.
Defeat the ogre and gain 35 experience points.
Lu Yu swept through the enemy lines, his physical body invincible. They could take down any monsters they encountered with a single punch, giving the other two no chance to make a move.
Cat demons, wild boars, minotaurs, anything with long legs couldn't escape Lu Yu's barrage of blows. Li Qiji and Shijian watched the whole thing with their mouths agape. It was like a dream. I had never seen a priest fight in such a disillusioning way. At first, the two were a little worried that Lu Yu might get hurt if he was alone. Later on, the two completely let go. Injured? Impossible. With over 40,000 HP, you're telling me he can get hurt? The skin won't even break.
Later, their roles gradually changed from support and tank to being little helpers who collected materials.
Private First Class Li Qiji. Lu Yu shouted. Loyalty, loyalty, and more loyalty.
Li Qiji stood ramrod straight, arms clenched tightly, and shouted nervously.
Good, very good, excellent. Go and gather all the materials back for me. Loyalty.
Pushing their way through, the three gradually arrived at the depths of the swamp and encountered the second boss.
Lu Yu's lips curled slightly. Here comes the second boss. Slime Boss, LV 22.
Health points, 22,000.
Skills, Slime, Mountain Press, Splat.
Without a second thought, Liu leaped onto the slime's head. However, because the slime was so huge, Liu got stuck inside, as if he had fallen into a lump of jelly. Shi Jian panicked upon seeing this and quickly grabbed his shield and greatsword to come to the rescue, but was stopped by the very calm Li Qiji.
Calm down, calm down.
Our boss is so powerful, he would never be defeated by such a weakling. The words had barely left his mouth.
The slime boss started to riot.
Its enormous body, like a giant balloon, began to collide repeatedly. Lu Yu's domineering voice continued to emanate from within the slime.
He, what I like best is defeating the enemy from within. Break. The next second. Boom.
The slime boss shattered into dozens of giant pieces of jelly like an exploding balloon, which landed on the swamp and continued to wriggle. Lu Yu crawled out from among several huge pieces of broken jelly, his clothes still slightly dirty.
Private First Class Li Qiji. Loyalty, loyalty, and more loyalty. Gather materials. Loyalty.
Li Qiji trotted over excitedly and began to search the giant slime corpse. Obtained 2 slime meat shreds and 1 life gem.
After stuffing all the loot into their backpacks, Lu Yu and his companions continued toward the next boss. Today call me the boss Terminator. Private First Class Li Qiji. Loyalty, loyalty, and damn it all loyalty. Near the Dark Castle.
Bai Bing, Fang Tianhua, and others were caught in a fierce battle. Dozens of vampire warriors surrounded them, their sharp fangs and claws relentlessly attacking them. Many people were cut and bled profusely because they did not dodge in time. Bai Bing, quickly use ice magic to support me, I can hold on for a while longer, Fang Tianhua shouted.
Don't try to tough it out.
These vampire warriors are too fast and extremely sensitive to blood.
Once you bleed, they will keep chasing and attacking you.
Damn it, if it weren't for that guy Lu Yu taking Li Qiji and Shi Jian away, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. They're just 3 useless guys. We can still defeat the vampire prince and obtain the epic treasure without them.
Brothers, hang in there. Hearing Bai Bing's resounding words,
everyone seemed to have eaten a huge pancake, unleashing tremendous power. As their blood boiled, shouts of battle erupted. With everyone united in fighting to the bitter end, they finally wiped out all the vampire warriors guarding the gate after sacrificing 2 of their own. With bloodstains on her face, Bai Bing collapsed onto the ground, disregarding her appearance. He took out a bottle of life-saving potion, opened the cap, and drank it. Fang Tianhua, dressed in peerless armor and holding the Fang Tian halberd, stood in place panting heavily, just like Lu Bu reborn.
Fang Tianhua, sit down and rest for a while. Aren't you tired of standing all the time?
Bai Bing patted the stone next to her and said affectionately.
Fang Tianhua's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shook his head. No. I'd rather not sit. When did you become shy?
Bai Bing asked, puzzled. Fang Tianhua's face was very pale, and he stammered, no, I just used too much force while fighting the monster and my hemorrhoids ruptured.
Ah. Bang.
Lu Yu unleashed his final, powerful punch, sending the massive blood wolf crashing to the ground, sending up a spray of sand and gravel. The blood wolf boss, lying on the ground, glanced at Lu Yu's health bar, which was even longer than its own, and died peacefully.
Gained 3,000 experience points. Chain Quest 210, Monster Kills 1000, Boss Kill 910. Your level has been increased to level 16. Lu Yu's lips curled slightly. Leveling up was far too easy for him right now. He casually added some points to his strength, bringing his total strength to 169. Intelligence also reached a terrifying 21 points. In Lu Yu's words, this is very much like a priest. Private First Class Li Qiji. Loyalty, loyalty, and damn it all loyalty. Li Qiji rushed over, searched the blood wolf, and began collecting materials. A moment later, he shuddered all over, and the dazzling purple light startled him so much that he screamed. Boss, we got a loot drop. Equipment? Lu Yu walked over curiously. He had run a few dungeons before, and the drops were mostly materials or ordinary white equipment. For example, the Staff of Wisdom he's holding now, or the Goblin's Weapon, the Wooden Club, and so on. This was the first time he had ever seen a purple great item drop. It's worth noting that any piece of purple equipment on the market is worth over 100,000 star coins, and those with good attributes can even sell for millions. Bring it here, let me take a look. Lu Yu said, reaching out his hand. Wolf Fawn Blood Dagger. Quality, purple. Attributes, attack plus 20, strength plus 10, agility plus 10.
Piercing the enemy will cause them to suffer severe bleeding, losing 100 health points per second for 180 seconds. The stats are pretty good, but unfortunately I'm a priest, so even if I equip it, I won't be able to enjoy the stat bonuses. If only the blacksmith could help me embed the dagger into the mushroom stick, I could use it as a spear, it could draw blood and stab people, and it would be best to add a flashlight to it to blind people. Lu Yu began to ponder the ingenious methods of weapon forging, leaving Li Qiji, who was standing beside him, completely bewildered.
Is this the question our leader is pondering? How profound and insightful. He truly deserves to be the leader I, Li Qiji, have chosen. Alright, Private First Class Li Qiji, Private Sure Jian, I'll lead you to hunt down the final boss, the Vampire Prince. Loyalty, loyalty, and more loyalty. Chapter 23, A Big Boss with Two Accessories. Guided by the map, the three quickly arrived near the dark castle. Beneath the blood moon, the black vampire castle stood atop a pale cliff. Two withered trees, their branches twisted, sat before the castle gate, like guardians protecting the castle. Countless bats hung upside down from the trees, their blood-red eyes wide open, making them particularly frightening in the darkness. Lu Yu recognized the tree. It was the calamity tree that he had blasted away with a single punch last time. Lu Yu even knew how to awaken them. How long until the vampire prince is resurrected? Lu Yu asked.
Li Qiji glanced at the time. According to intelligence, there is still half an hour before the vampire prince is resurrected.
But boss, the data shows that the vampire prince is very powerful. Is it really possible for the three of us to deal with him?
It's not the three of us, it's just me, Lu Yu emphasized again. Li Qiji felt a pang of heartache for a second, but quickly recovered. Let's go, boss, now's the perfect time.
Set off.
The three of them got up and walked quickly toward the gate of the Black Castle.
Suddenly, several vampire warriors rushed over from not far away.
They were thin and bony, with long, sharp fangs, incredibly sharp claws, and bloodless faces. They were extremely ugly. Lu Yu frowned, then went up and knocked them all down with two punches, as easily and casually as eating and drinking.
Defeat a vampire warrior, experience plus 100. Defeat a vampire warrior, experience plus 100. Killed. This vampire is so ugly.
Fairy tales are all lies after all. Private First Class Li Qiji, deal with him quickly.
Loyalty.
The three of them made their way forward and entered the Black Castle with an open and confident air. All the vampire warriors who tried to stop him were knocked down by Lu Yu with a single punch. If Bai Bing saw the scene, she would definitely be so angry that she would beat her chest and stomp her feet, her whole body trembling. I regret missing out on having such a great teammate as Lu Yu. Inside the castle, a large crowd had already gathered. They were all adventurers who came to hunt the vampire prince boss. The vampire prince resurrects once every 10 years, making him a hidden boss that only respawns once every extremely long period of time.
Adventurers can only defeat it, but never kill it completely.
Even so, the rewards for defeating a vampire prince each time would be enough to make an ordinary person rich overnight.
There are even rumors that if one can truly kill the vampire prince, one can obtain his secret of immortality.
This is why so many enthusiastic adventurers wait so faithfully for the vampire prince.
In the castle courtyard, hundreds of adventurers are engaged in a fierce battle with vampire warriors.
The group of people formed small combat teams, using their skills and class advantages to cooperate in battle. Even so, the fight against the vampire warriors was extremely difficult.
Frontline, push forward. Healers, heal. Quick, protect the mage, he's been bitten. Brother, save me.
I'm the black stocking archer.
Get the hell out of here.
You're a grown man wearing plucked black stockings. The cleaver team is no good, the knives are all chipped at the edges.
These ordinary professionals were starting to struggle under the combined attack of the vampire warriors.
Several people even returned to town, leaving behind a pool of blood.
At this moment, Lu Yu and his two companions entered the castle courtyard, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Two priests with a shield warrior, what a bizarre combination.
I guess no one wanted them as a team, so the three leftovers formed their own team.
The team has no damage output, isn't that just suicide?
I know that big guy. He wanted to join my cleaver team before, but I turned him down.
The captain is brilliant.
This kind of person doesn't deserve to join our cleaver team at all. Although everyone was having a hard time fighting, they still spared some time to observe Lu Yu and his two companions, ready to see them make a fool of themselves. Suddenly, several vampire warriors noticed Lu Yu's figure and charged towards him.
Everyone's gaze followed the vampire warrior as he moved.
just as Lu Yu and his two companions were about to be surrounded and killed by vampire warriors.
Bang bang bang.
Lu Yu, a farmer, smashed all the vampire warriors with 3 punches, leaving a trail of blood and bits of flesh on the ground. Everyone gasped at the same time, stunned into silence.
It's blown up. You're telling me this guy is a priest? Holy crap, seriously? You idiot captain actually rejected the big shot? I regret it so much.
Just as everyone was shocked that Lu Yu had killed the vampire warriors with 3 punches, dozens more vampire warriors rushed towards Lu Yu. The sharp fangs were stained with blood, clearly indicating that they had just drunk human blood, which had not yet dried.
Roar!
Lu Yu smiled slightly and casually tossed the wisdom staff to Li Qiji.
You're so ugly, no wonder you're afraid to go out during the day. Take 100 punches from me first. A series of normal punches. Aura, aura, aura. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu's fists transformed into afterimages, unleashing a barrage of blows at the charging vampire warriors.
Countless heads exploded, like bursting watermelons.
The screen clearing was completed in an instant. With a gust of wind, the corpses of the vampire warriors all fell to the ground with a thud. Private First Class Li Qiji shouted loyalty, and rushed over to quickly collect the materials that had been dropped. Everything seemed to have been rehearsed countless times, proceeding smoothly and effortlessly, as if it were a natural process. This completely shocked the adventurers who were waiting to see Lu Yu make a fool of himself. I initially thought it was just 3 support players having fun, but it turns out it was a pro player carrying 2 support characters.
They were all incredibly envious. Hey bro, I need a keychain for you. I'm a black-stockinged archer, can you take me with you, brother?
The leader of the kitchen knife team requests to join the team.
Lu Yu glanced at everyone with disdain and strode straight toward the Black Castle. He uttered only 5 words. A bunch of trash. He then entered the castle with the 2 leg ornaments in his arms.
Only a group of adventurers, beaten badly by the vampire warriors, were left behind, fleeing in panic. Inside the castle is a huge and magnificent Gothic-style palace. The area is over 10,000 square meters. In the center of the palace, a hexagonal coffin made of pure gold lay quietly in a pool of blood as red as a rose, both bloody and eerie. More than 100 high-level professionals were already waiting here, ready to swarm and defeat the vampire prince when he was resurrected, and then divide the spoils among themselves. Hundreds and thousands of vampire warriors rushed in, but they were all blocked by the professionals and could not take a step forward. Upon seeing Lu Yu and his 2 companions enter, one of the professionals let out a disdainful snort.
Humph, a few more lackeys have arrived to divide the spoils.
Wait a minute, a shield warrior with 2 priests, a pure tanky squad.
No way, what's going on with those vampire warriors outside? How did such a small fry manage to get in? The boss in chapter 24 is so laggy.
In a group of more than a dozen people, Bai Bing looked at Lu Yu and his 2 companions with a serious expression, a hint of surprise appearing in her beautiful eyes.
She was still upset about Lu Yuren's departure from the team.
Seeing that the 3 not only left the team, but also made it to the finals made him even angrier.
How did those 3 even get in here? Could it be that Li Qiji paid someone to help him again? Fong Tianhua shared the same sentiment.
As the heir of the Fong family and one of the top geniuses in the city, he valued his reputation above all else.
As a result, he was confronted and insulted on the spot by a useless priest, which made him lose face.
I originally intended to punish him by having him leave the team and fend for himself. But now, the person who humiliated him has not only survived the monster's attack, but has also made it to the final rounds and is now going to share the spoils with him. He was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ached.
Lu Yu, does this kid think he can rest easy just because he's hooked up with Li Qiji, a big shot? What a joke. He's just a nouveau riche, what's so great about him?
When the boss wakes up, those 3 will definitely be the first to die.
Fong Tianhua was extremely arrogant, looking down on Lu Yu, whom he considered nothing more than a lackey of a rich second generation. But Lu Yu's next move completely stunned them. Private First Class Li Qiji. Lu Yu shouted.
Li Qiji's body stiffened, his hands clenched tightly, loyalty, loyalty, and more loyalty.
Give me a few mana potions, I need to start applying buffs. Loyalty. Li Qiji quickly took out a handful of blue bottles from his game backpack and handed them to Lu Yu.
They were all high-end items that could fill a bottle with blue potions in one go.
Lu Yu casually downed a bottle and started stacking blessing buffs on himself.
Strength +5 +5 +5 +5. The blessing lasts for 30 minutes, so now is the perfect time to start stacking.
Fong Tianhua's eyes twitched as he watched. Had Li Qiji taken the wrong medicine? Who is whose follower? Time passed by, minute by minute. There are very few vampire warriors left in the castle hall, and several teams are carrying out their final slaughter. The blood in the pool was increasing, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The rest of the group started taking potions, adjusting their equipment, and adding buffs in preparation for the final battle. Lu Yu added another blessing to himself, and his total strength had exceeded 300. Boss, why do you keep giving yourself blessings? Attributes can't be stacked. Li Qiji asked in confusion. Lu Yu's lips curled up slightly. Who said they can't be stacked? Li Qiji's body trembled instantly, and a burning light appeared in his eyes. You mean you can stack buffs? That's way too overpowered. Keep a low profile, work out hard, and one day you'll be as handsome as me. Loyalty. Just as the two were chatting, suddenly the coffin lid of the vampire prince flew up. A figure dressed in a black tuxedo jumped out of the coffin. At the same time, the blood in the blood spring dried up instantly, turning into blood spheres that flew into the vampire prince's body. Everyone was stunned at the same time, a look of astonishment appearing in their eyes. Wait, why did the boss revive ahead of schedule? Vampire Prince, LV 40. Health points, 200,000. Skills, Bloodlust, Bite, Plague, Flight, Bloodthirst, Blood Pact, Immortality. Everyone gasped simultaneously. Level 40, 200,000 health points. These base stats look terrifying. In this dungeon where the highest level to enter is only 23, the appearance of a level 40 boss is simply an overwhelming challenge. Everyone, attack together. Let's defeat the boss first. Fong Tianhua shouted loudly and charged forward first, wielding his halberd. He felt incredibly handsome. Faced with disaster, I was the first to bravely charge forward. That little bitch by Bing must have fallen hopelessly in love with me. He swung his halberd and brought it down forcefully towards the vampire prince, displaying unparalleled domineering power. Everyone knows the world's highest mountain, but nobody cares about the second highest mountain. People will always remember the first place, but never the second place. I, Fong Tianhua, will always strive to be number one. Bang! With a casual wave of his hand, the vampire prince sent Fong Tianhua flying dozens of meters away, halberd and all, before he landed in a nearby fountain, his legs trembling. Fong Tianhua also fulfilled his vow, becoming the first to lose face. The others all gave a thumbs up in admiration. As expected of Fong Tianhua, he's the first to step up and embarrass himself. I'll remember him. I not only memorized it, I also recorded it. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Let's all attack together, or we'll all die here. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped hiding their opinions. The vampire prince's strength exceeded their expectations. If they didn't join forces now, they would likely be wiped out. Although you won't actually die, the weakness and loss of levels are something most people can't bear. Charge. Kill. Everyone, listen to my command. Frontline, push forward. Marksmen, deal damage. Mages, follow up with crowd control. Priests, find opportunities to heal. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Who the hell do you think you are, giving orders like this? Who gave you the right to do that? What the hell? A dozen or so frontline warriors rushed forward, but they were no match for the vampire prince's attack. At this stage, the average warrior's health is generally between 2,000 and 300, while a shield warrior who focuses on defense will have a maximum of 5,000. The damage from the Blood Prince's normal attack falls within this range, which makes the frontline characters seem like fragile characters. They grabbed them one by one, turning them all into corpses, utterly powerless to fight back. Everyone gasped in shock. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? If you're not a front row tank, what are you even doing sitting in the front row? No, we can't fight this way at all. The front line can't hold out, so no matter how high the front line's output is, it's useless. Control, everyone, let's use some crowd control and see if we can control the boss to death. A wise person offered a valuable suggestion. A group of mages unleashed their control skills. A series of control spells were cast, including freezing, burning, dizziness, paralysis, and entanglement. However, the duration of each control effect on the vampire prince does not exceed 0.05 seconds. This resulted in the vampire prince becoming a low frame rate creature that stuttered repeatedly. He had to pause 3 or 4 times for every step he took. Someone who didn't know better might think it was some kind of bizarre video.
However, such control not only failed to restrict the vampire prince's actions, but also further enraged him. Hiss! The vampire prince roared, and the surrounding blood surged and all gathered on his body.
The bloodlust skill has been activated. The next second,
his eyes were bloodshot, and his speed increased several times over as he rushed towards the backline damage dealers. It drew streaks of afterimages in the air, creating a sense of disillusionment.
This boss fight is so difficult, it's completely stuck. Puff 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 puff.
With a single flying tail whip, the vampire prince pierced through the claws of more than a dozen mages on the spot.
Clouds of blood mist appeared in the hall.
All the adventurers were terrified, and several even rushed towards the gate.
It's terrifying, I can't beat them at all I can do now is run away. The intelligence is wrong. The vampire prince is not someone we can deal with at all. Run, everyone. Slow runners, front row. Chapter 25. My stats are above yours.
Of course, the last sentence, the one who runs slowly, was shouted by Lu Yu. He felt there were too many people at the scene, which hindered his performance.
Moreover, vampires become stronger as long as they have blood. These people are just his mobile blood bags.
When everyone heard that the slower runners would be placed in the front row, they panicked. They rushed out the door, each one scrambling to escape, afraid of being left behind.
But the next second,
the vampire prince gestured with both hands.
Bang!
Suddenly, a huge rock fell down at the castle gate, completely sealing it off.
It completely blocked everyone's escape route. It's over, all of this is completely over.
They'd been trapped and beaten like dogs.
Don't drag me into this if you call yourself a dog, I'm not one. You fucking.
I was just using a metaphor, you idiot. Seeing that the gate was blocked, all the professionals were plunged into despair. Some people have even given up, lying on the ground with their hands shrugged.
So what if I die? I can just level up again.
Some people are more courageous and will cut a piece of flesh from the vampire prince even on their deathbed. Using their terrible skills, they took away more than 100 HP from the vampire prince, but he couldn't even recover as much HP as the vampire prince. The scene was chaotic, with screams echoing throughout. Lu Yu, along with Li Qiji and Shi Jian, hid in a corner and watched the show quietly. The more people die, the fewer people will compete with him for the treasure. Ideally, everyone else would die, leaving only the three of them.
Hit him hard. Good job, you little vampire, strike his weak spot hard.
Lu Yu stood aside like a spectator, while the other two huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Just then, a beautiful figure suddenly flew in from a distance and landed right in front of Lu Yu, looking quite disheveled.
Lu Yu went up to greet her familiarly. Bai Bing, you're not dead yet? Bai Bing's face twitched. What do you mean I'm not dead yet? Hurry up and heal me, I can still fight. Are you sure you might not be able to handle my milk? Nonsense, what can't I handle?
Without a second thought, Lu Yu added 30 slow treatments. Bai Bing's face immediately turned green, a tingling sensation spread throughout her body, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart.
Oh no, what is this feeling? Are we going to stay here? No.
Bai Bing let out a soft moan, her face flushed red, and collapsed towards Lu Yu. Just as the beauty was about to enter his arms, Lu Yu dodged her.
Thump!
Bai Bing fell directly to the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she convulsed continuously. Oh my god, thank goodness I dodged quickly, otherwise they would have tried to extort money from me.
You can't even handle 30 slow treatments? You're so pathetic. Su Li can withstand 100. Slow therapy does indeed have a certain effect on pleasing the mind and body and increasing excitement. But that was to alleviate the pain of the injured. Adding 1 or 2 wouldn't make much of a difference. But once you stack 30 on top of each other, it just feels unbearable. With a kick, Lu Yu sent Bai Bing, who was about to lose consciousness, flying, and strode forward. Now that there's no one else around, let me end this life of yours, you little vampire. You beast, are you ready to take 100 punches from me? Lu Yu's voice was deafening, echoing throughout the entire castle hall. The vampire prince turned around abruptly, his blood-stained tailcoat looking incredibly gruesome. At his feet lay the corpses of adventurers, a scene of carnage. Humans, die. The vampire prince roared and pounced towards Lu Yufei at an alarming speed.
Lu Yu remained calm and composed. His power had now accumulated to 1,000. It can be said that we have never fought such a rich war before.
A deadly punch, a serious one. Boom! 53,309. 4,367.
Lu Yu's towering figure clashed with the vampire prince's, both flying backward dozens of meters, their eyes locked on each other. 50,000 was dropped by the vampire prince, and 4,000 was dropped by Lu Yu.
The difference in quality was immediately apparent upon contact.
Li Qiji and Shi Jian were both dumbfounded. They considered many ways for Lu Yu to defeat the vampire prince, but they never imagined that Lu Yu could numerically overwhelm the vampire prince boss. At this rate, Lu Yu can defeat the vampire prince in just 4 hits, while Lu Yu can withstand 10 hits.
He has no skill at all, it's all about numbers. Is defeating a boss really that easy?
The vampire prince had clearly considered this as well, and fear appeared in his eyes.
Humans, die.
He doesn't have many lines, but he has many skills. The vampire prince was enveloped in a red glow, and a ray of blood-red moonlight shone in through the window. One by one, the corpses of adventurers on the ground slowly rose up and transformed into vampire slaves.
Blood pact, an oath initiated with blood.
Anyone killed by vampires can become a mindless blood slave, retaining 80% of their original combat power. Looking at the hundreds of blood slaves getting up from the ground, a look of astonishment appeared in Lu Yu's eyes. Damn it, if these professionals attack us all at once, we're in big trouble. Lu Yu casually unleashed a deliberate punch, blasting the first few blood slaves into dust, their flesh and blood exploding.
But hundreds of blood slaves had already surrounded them. Li Qiji roared in despair, they fouled. Professional athletes aren't allowed to become zombies.
Lu Yu wasn't afraid of these professionals going head-to-head at worst, he'd beat them all to a pulp. But most importantly, the vampire prince has a very powerful healing mechanism. By turning these sandbags into flesh and blood, he was essentially providing the vampire prince with a spring of water. They'll be worn down and die here sooner or later. But if I don't break their bodies, they will keep harassing me, which is very troublesome.
We need to think of a solution quickly. In the brief moment he was stunned, hundreds of blood slaves had already surrounded and attacked him.
Shi Jian raised his large shield and stood in front of the 2 men.
Boss, I'll hold them off, you guys get out of here. Lu Yu was deeply moved.
He casually picked up the trembling white ice from the ground and threw it into the pile of blood slaves. The wounds on Bai Bing's body emitted a bloody aura, instantly drawing most of the blood slaves' firepower.
Sorry, little girl, you'll have to hold them off for now.
Immediately, Bai Bing's desperate screams rang out from among the blood slaves, as if she were in great pain. But with the support of 30 slow-acting treatments, she won't die anytime soon. But her good teammate is about to suffer. Lu Yu already knew about the blood slave's fondness for fresh blood. He leaped directly to Fang Tianhua's side, scooped him out of the pool, and casually added 100 slow heals.
Fang Tianhua groaned and slowly woke up, still making moaning noises.
Lu Yu ignored him and instead pulled out the wolf fawn blood dagger, stabbing it fiercely at Fang Tianhua's buttocks.
Puff! The wolf-tooth blood dagger pierced right through Fang Tianhua's hemorrhoids. The small lump burst open instantly, and blood gushed out like a small fountain. Lu Yu was completely stunned.
Unexpectedly, the bleeding effect of the wolf fawn blood dagger was exceptionally good, and Fang Tianhua lived up to expectations, with an unusually large amount of health remaining. He's definitely a man who strives to be number 1 in everything, even his blood loss is exceptional.
How could he not be outstanding? His hemorrhoids even burst. Chapter 26 Little Glutton. Fang Tianhua let out a loud scream, and her consciousness was fully awakened.
A suffocating pain shot through him from behind, where a muscular man with muscles like a small mountain was grinning at him. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Especially at the back door, the excruciating feeling shot straight from my buttocks to the top of my head.
Holy shit!
Fang Tianhua was about to teach Lu Yu a lesson when he suddenly saw hundreds of blood slaves rushing towards him. He seemed to crave his own blood. He could only grit his teeth, stomp his foot, and run away with the bleeding hemorrhoids in his arms.
Hundreds of blood slaves chased after him desperately, their mouths watering and their mouths watering. Blood! I want to drink blood.
Fang Tianhua was so frightened that she lost her balance and tripped and fell to the ground. Several fast-running blood slaves pounced on Fang Tianhua and began sucking blood from his wounds.
In an instant, Fang Tianhua felt as if he had entered hell, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably.
If you want to suck blood, fine, but why are you clinging to a grown man's hook and sucking on him?
They even stuck out their snake heads. Get out!
He kicked the 2 blood-sucking slaves away with a powerful kick, then got up again and ran frantically around the hall. Hundreds of little gluttons chased after him relentlessly, making him circle around Fang Tianhua in the hall. His eyes were fixed on the small fountain Fang Tian had drawn, and he was drooling. He single-handedly held off the entire blood slave team.
Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the peerless war god Fong Tianhua, you managed to hold off over 100 little gluttons all by yourself. I, Lu Yu, acknowledge you.
Having temporarily resolved the blood slave issue, Lu Yu turned his gaze back to the vampire prince. The vampire prince was staring intently at the small fountain Fong Tian had painted, swallowing hard and drooling with envy. Feeling Lu Yu's gaze, the vampire prince could only glancing at him reluctantly, swallowing hard twice, and focusing his attention on Lu Yu.
Humans, die. Do you even know any other lines? If you don't, then shut up.
Lu Yu's voice was steady and powerful, his leg muscles were tense, and his eyes were fixed on the vampire prince as if he were staring at a big piece of fat meat. In the eyes of even the most discerning hunter, every creature can become prey.
You little vampire, are you ready to say goodbye to this world?
It's okay if you're not prepared, then let's just say goodbye to this world. Lu Yu suddenly pushed off the ground and flew into the sky like a cannonball. Even the marble blocks on the ground couldn't withstand his force, cracking open.
Ultimate move, a serious punch. Bang! Boom!
Before the vampire prince could react, a huge fist slammed him into the stone wall, and the entire castle began to tremble slightly.
A series of alarmingly high damage numbers appeared on the wall. 58,888.
Lu Yu pressed his advantage, kicking off the ceiling in mid-air and crashing his entire body into the wall. His fists transformed into machine guns, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks on the vampire prince inside the wall.
You vampire brat, take 100 punches from me. Mu de mu de mu de.
Li Qiji and Shi withdrew their wide-eyed stares and silently swallowed. He helped Bai Bing, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, up and casually cast a wake-up spell on her. Bai Bing slowly woke up, her pretty face still tinged with a lingering green tinge. His clothes were almost completely torn, leaving only a few blood-stained strips of cloth to cover his vital parts.
Li Qiji, it's you? Where's Lu Yu? Where's Fong Tianhua? Where's the boss? What's going on?
Li Qiji scratched his head and pointed to the opposite side. The situation is very complicated, you should see for yourself. Bai Bing looked suspicious and turned her head to scan the area. The scene before her eyes made her suddenly feel dizzy and her mind went blank.
Fong Tianhua, after drawing the painting, bleeds blood and leads a group of blood slaves and greedy cats running in circles with his big feet.
Lu Yu was riding on the vampire prince, beating him wildly, his fists becoming afterimages. A series of health depletion numbers were flashing above the vampire prince's head, almost forming a wall of text.
4,888. 5,667. 5,748. 12,687.
Bai Bing gasped sharply, arched her back, and roared to the sky.
Can anyone tell me what's going on?
After saying that, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again.
Li Qiji was overjoyed. Hey, wake up. If you don't wake up, I'm going to cast a wake-up spell on you. Castle Hall. Fong Tianhua was speeding, leading the blood slaves in frantic circles.
His armor had been almost completely stripped off, and Ho Chiu was bleeding profusely. His muscles were clenched, and his face was contorted with pain. He opened his mouth wide and roared furiously.
Run! I'm running, running. I am Superman, I am Lu Xiang, I am Kunlun. I run. The hundreds of blood slaves behind them were exhausted and out of breath.
Several of them broke their legs from running too fast, and there was even a stampede. Each of them had a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, broken bones and tendons, and some were only connected to half of their heads by a single blood vessel.
However, driven by their gluttonous nature and intense bloodlust, they relentlessly pursued him. Oh ho ho! Blood, give me blood.
Lu Yu beats up the vampire prince, and Fong Tian draws a marathon kite for the vampire slave. Li Qiji was watching the show, Shi looked completely bewildered, and Bai Bing remained unconscious.
For a moment, the scene reached an inexplicable equilibrium. Time passed second by second.
The vampire prince's health bar is gradually decreasing and will soon be empty.
Lu Yu was overjoyed.
He grabbed the vampire prince, gathered his power in his right fist, and unleashed a powerful punch.
A deadly punch, a serious one. Boom! 56,754.
The vampire prince was instantly blasted into a pool of blood by the immense force, flowing into the coffin lid as if in a cutscene. Congratulations on defeating the vampire prince. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Your level has been increased to level 17. Lu Yu was overjoyed and shouted at Li Qiji behind him. Private First Class Li Qiji. Li Qiji, who was taken care of by Bing, immediately straightened his body and tightened his arms. Loyalty, loyalty, and more loyalty. Hurry and grab the treasure. Loyalty. Li Qiji leaped over and began looting the treasures dropped by the vampire prince. There's no need to go into the most basic things like power gems and life gems. There are even many incredibly precious materials. Obtain 10 power gems, 10 life gems, 2 vampire teeth, 1 pure silver cross, 1 blood history book, 1 flying cloak, 10 attribute books, and 1 10-turn resurrection ring. Both the bloody history book and the flying cloak are of purple quality and are extremely valuable. There are also 10 attribute books, which are worth several 100,000. Suddenly, Lu Yu's gaze fell on the pink quality ring, and he was shocked.
Chapter 27. What are you doing? Playing with a coffin lid.
The tenfold rebirth precepts.
Quality, pink legend.
Effect, upon death, gain the ability to revive on the spot once, with 30% of maximum health.
Durability, 10-10.
A small smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. It can only be revived 10 times. It seems that the quality of this pink one is not very good.
It's surprising that so many people are scrambling to get it.
Lu Yu casually put the ring on his hand. He didn't know if it was powerful or not, but it certainly looked good. But for him, things that are durable are ultimately unsatisfying. Furthermore, the panel quest was not completed, indicating that he did not kill the vampire prince.
Damn it, he must have gone back to his coffin again.
Lu Yu strode confidently toward the coffin lid.
Li Qiji was taken aback and quickly advised, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Of course, we should open the coffin and see if there are any burial items inside." "Boss, there are restrictions on the coffin, we can't open it at all."
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already leaped onto the coffin and started attacking with both hands.
Prohibition? Screw the restrictions. I'll smash it open even if I have to. Bang! 1438.
One punch caused a health bar to appear on the coffin lid, but it was fully restored a few seconds later.
Coffin, LV 50. Health points, 20 million. Skills, unable to move, hardened skin, magic immunity, health regeneration. I was right, this world is a giant mountain of shitcode. The mastermind, or rather the god who created the world, set a health bar and recovery level that no one could break in his coffin so that the vampire prince would not be disturbed when he was resurrected. However, they didn't expect there to be a cheater among them. Oh, I'm going to exploit this bug today. Private First Class Li Qiji. Lu Yu shouted. Loyalty, loyalty, and damn loyalty. Give me all your mana and health potions, and then give me all the buffs. I'm going to do something big today. Lu Yu, straddling the coffin lid, once again swung his fists in a blur, relentlessly striking the lid. To outsiders, he seemed like a madman. Only a madman would attempt to open a chest with 20 million HP, extremely high defense, and built-in HP regeneration. Lu Yu currently has over 800 strength.
If he punches the vampire prince hard, he can lose 5,000 health points. But hitting the box only drops a little over 1,000 damage. If anyone else were to attack, they wouldn't even be able to break through the defense at most, they'd get 1 or 2. Therefore, only Lu Yu can exploit this bug.
Ha, the world is too boring, let me give them a heavy blow. Bang 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 bang.
Li Qiji and Jian stared blankly at Lu Yu opening the box, feeling as if their boss had gone mad.
People with common sense wouldn't touch these items in the dungeon.
Unfortunately, Lu Yu had transmigrated here and lacked the common sense of life in this world.
Or perhaps he's played too many games with bugs. You wicked coffin, take 100 punches from me. Would big. Lu Yu smashed things wildly, and the coffin lid's health bar decreased while simultaneously recovering. Although it was extremely difficult, the coffin board's total health bar was indeed decreasing at an extremely slow rate. Moreover, killing inanimate objects is much easier than killing living ones, as he can stack buffs while attacking. As long as there is hope, Lu Yu is willing to give it a try. Moreover, he has a powerful move up his sleeve. Take this. A serious punch. Boom. 47,777. It's a fixed damage reduction, not a percentage-based damage reduction. Wait a bit for CD, then give him a few hundred more punches. Today I'm going to flip this damn coffin lid off him. Smash it.
At this moment, Bai Bing slowly woke up again. Her little head was buzzing. The shock she had just experienced made him feel as if he were in a dream. How could Lu Yu, this weak priest, possibly be able to relentlessly punch the vampire prince? Moreover, the amount of bleeding Fong Tianhua was drawing clearly wasn't normal for anal fissures. I must have been killed by the vampire prince, so this is just a dream. They should be back in town by now. As Bai Bing was thinking, she suddenly witnessed another bizarre and magical scene. Fong Tianhua was still running a marathon with hundreds of blood slaves, his face showing an expression of utter despair. Lu Yu, who had just been frantically beating the vampire prince, was now pounding on a coffin lid like a madman. Bai Bing's eyes rolled back again, and she muttered, I must have opened it wrong. I'd better go back to sleep. Both Li Qiji and Shi Jian were getting sleepy and kept yawning. They simply didn't understand why Lu Yu was pounding on a coffin lid. But since the boss did this, there must be a great reason behind it. They also stepped forward to help Lu Yu by striking him a couple of times, but received a positive response of 1-0. The two men immediately chickened out. How can you even fight a chicken like this? Let's just stick to providing emotional support from the sidelines. Soon, an hour had passed. Fong Tianhua plopped down on the ground, his thigh muscles aching as if they were being torn apart, but even though his thighs hurt, there was nowhere else that hurt. He was on the verge of tears, and collapsed to the ground, crying out, Heavens above, I have no face to show anyone. I should have just let the vampire prince slap me to death. His gaze was intense, casually sweeping towards Lu Yu's direction, causing his entire body to tense up. No, why is that kid pounding on the coffin lid? Where is the vampire prince? And why are Li Qiji and Shi Jian still cheering him on? What did I just miss? Fong Tianhua shook his head, then fainted on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. I went there 2 hours later. 3 hours have passed. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu was like a diligent pile driver, relentlessly and frantically pounding on the coffin in front of him. The coffin's blood volume gradually decreased to the final 10%. We're almost there. Quickly give me a few blue potions. Lu Yu shouted excitedly. However, Li Qiji and Shi Jian shook their heads helplessly, indicating that they had none left. Even with Li Qiji's wealth, who always carried a huge amount of mana potions when entering a map, Lu Yu consumed them all. This guy is strong enough, but he uses too much mana. Lu Yu's lips twitched, feeling extremely aggrieved, and he could only grit his teeth and pound on the coffin again. His fists were now a bloody mess, and the coffin lid was completely shattered. At this crucial juncture, it's all about who can last longer. Lu Yu's stacked blessings have begun to weaken, but fortunately, the coffin lid is almost empty of blood. One person, one coffin, that's quite a competition. Prepare for a fight to the death. At that moment, the huge rock that was blocking the gate was suddenly smashed open. A large group of adventurers rushed in, and then witnessed a scene that they would never forget. Is Lu Yu risking his life against the coffin of the vampire prince? Chapter 28, Immortality plus Self-Destruction? Master Lu, stop scraping. The coffin lid is about to give way. The battle between Lu Yu and the coffin lid has entered a white-hot stage. All the adventurers stared blankly at the farce unfolding before them, completely bewildered. The vampire prince is already dead. Even if you smash the coffin lid, it won't make a difference. I think you're just bored out of your mind, unlike me who punches the magic ball 3,000 times every night to train myself. This is an immortal item. Many dungeons have this feature, and no one has ever broken it. You're just wasting your time. Amidst the crowd's bewildered expressions, Lu Yu unleashed his final punch. Boom! The coffin lid was smashed through with a punch, and his health bar instantly dropped to 0. Everyone gasped in shock. Lu Yu actually smashed the coffin lid of the 20 million blood? That's absolutely outrageous. However, the next second, something even more outrageous happened. Lu Yu scooped the vampire prince's placenta out of the coffin lid. Along with the placenta, there was also a vampire prince who resembled a small baby. No! You can't kill me, the vampire prince roared. If you have something to say, go talk to my numbers. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he punched him so hard that his hand was splattered with blood. At the same time, a voice in his mind sounded, indicating that he had completed the system task. Completed the chain of quests 210, killed monsters 1000, and defeated the boss 1010. Reward, Talent Skill Book Immortality. Immortal and indestructible. Quality, Red Myth. Attribute, when you receive a fatal blow, you will revive on the spot with 30% of your maximum health.
If you die again within a day, you will revive with 30% of your maximum health and so on, making you immortal. Lu Yu was overjoyed. It's actually a talent skill book of mythical quality.
In comparison, even the epic level Undying Grip seems much inferior.
With this skill, he is virtually impossible to kill unless someone controls him permanently.
But this is no problem for Lu Yu, he can easily solve it by pairing him with a self-destruct skill.
You want to control me? Sorry, I'm self-destructing. Just thinking about it gives me a really great feeling.
Furthermore, Lu Yu discovered a pattern. The rewards from the chain system quests were actually related to the last monster killed. The Calamity Tree King is clearly a wood-type boss and is related to life.
The most powerful feature of the Vampire Prince is his invincibility, so the reward he receives is immortality. In other words, when you complete the next stage of the task, you can control the rewards a little. I'm a fucking genius. Lu Yu stood there and laughed arrogantly. Only a group of clueless bystanders looked completely bewildered. No, he spent so much time banging on the coffin lid just to kill that Vampire Prince embryo to vent his anger? Is he a pervert?
After wandering around the Black Castle for a while, they found nothing of value and had to leave dejectedly.
Lu Yu returned with a full load of goods, having made a considerable windfall.
The value of just one 10-turn resurrection ring is already outrageously high, not to mention the large amount of materials involved.
Go home, go home.
Before leaving, Lu Yu casually put the shattered coffin into his game inventory.
Boss, what are you doing carrying that broken coffin? Private first class, you don't understand. This thing is as hard as a turtle shell. I'll go back and get a steel helmet. It seems I still have a lot to learn from my old friend.
Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, you have a wide network of connections, can you help me ask if there are any self-destruct skill books?
I want to buy one. No way, boss, are you crazy? You want that trash skill book for self-destruction?
So what if I self-destruct?
How much damage does a self-destruct cause?
Have you ever heard that explosions are art? Lu Yu's face was flushed, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up.
Li Qiji gradually began to question the meaning of life.
Self-destruct damage is high, but it costs you your life. If you self-destruct in the dungeon and are sent back to town, you'll die instantly if you self-destruct in town, and it also takes up a skill slot.
It's practically the most useless skill of all. Boss, are you really going to buy it?
Lu Yu nodded very seriously. Since ancient times, no one has ever escaped death.
It's better to die by self-destruction than to die in misery. If I tell you to do it, then do it. If you don't, there are plenty of others who will. Li Qiji immediately tensed up. Loyalty. Holidays always seem to fly by, just like a man's dignity. They said it would take half an hour, but it was only a few seconds. This is a serious lie and the amount of exaggeration is huge. Lu Yu hadn't even had a chance to rest before school started on Monday. However, Lu Yu hasn't been idle these past 2 days, doing daily tasks every day. Strength increased by 40 again, reaching 209 points.
A priest at level 10 or so with a strength of 209 is quite terrifying.
However, this is not the end.
Arrived at school. Lu Yu first went to the equipment shop next door, found the blacksmith, and got the custom weapon he had made. But when he saw the blacksmith take that magical stick out of the counter with a sly grin, even a morally bankrupt person like Lu Yu couldn't help but shudder.
What the hell is this thing?
Before me stood a giant green mushroom-shaped stick studded with gems of various colors, enough to trigger trypophobia.
Most importantly, isn't it a bit disgusting to put so many bouncy beads on a stick that looks like that thing?
This thing might get censored easily if we take it out, Lu Yu said, scratching his head.
That's not true.
I assure you, as the champion of the sword forging competition, that this is definitely a good weapon.
Pick it up and take a look.
Lu Yu took the weapon with a twitching smile, then his pupils suddenly dilated.
Staff unnamed. Quality, rare purple. Attribute, strength plus 100. Description, a staff inlaid with power gems, hard and indestructible.
Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. This attribute was so simple and straightforward.
That put his mind at ease. Hee, how is it?
Are you satisfied? The blacksmith said with a grin, rubbing his hands together.
Satisfied, very satisfied. Lu Yu nodded. This was exactly the equipment he wanted. Moreover, this stick can not only deliver physical attacks, but also mental attacks. That oddly shaped mushroom head poking into the face of an enemy, whether male or female, would probably break their defenses. Great, How much is it in total?
You don't need to give anything else, just give me the cost price of 100 power gems for 1 million.
Well.
As he left, Lu Su's heart was bleeding.
Not only had he given away all the money he had earned in the past few days, but he also owed the blacksmith owner hundreds of thousands of yuan. It seems I should find a place to sell the 10-turn resurrection ring as soon as possible. I'll check out an auction house when I have time. Lu Yu, I've finally found you.
A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Yu slowly looked up. Su Li was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting dress that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her usually bare face was now adorned with light makeup, making her look even more exquisite, beautiful, and captivating. It was clearly a look specially made for those who don't understand her.
What do you want? Come here, I've got something good to show you. Su Li said with a wicked smile. Nice one? Chapter 29. Is Su Li a person you can get along with?
Lu Yu leaned his puzzled little head closer. Su Li calmly took out her phone, opened the photo album, and showed it to Lu Yu.
The next second, a cute Su Li dressed in a pink catgirl-made outfit appeared on the screen.
Her alluring and adorable pose, along with the blushing, shy expression on her face, stirred one's heart. Even a straight man like Lu Yu couldn't help but be slightly moved.
This is great stuff, really great stuff.
Su Li is a good friend, she really shows her buddies good things.
Ah!
Su Li screamed, her face turning bright red instantly.
Quickly swiped the photo album to the side.
No, I was actually showing you some private photos of Jiang Shuetching as her maid. They were part of a bet she lost, not mine. Su Li's face was so hot it was almost hot enough to fry an egg, and the redness extended all the way to her ears. But the harder she paddled, the more of her various embarrassing catgirl poses appeared in her private photos.
It's clear that there are a lot of different poses.
Su Li also had a lot of fun taking pictures. Finally, after scrolling down a set of over 50 Su Li catgirl images, Jiang Shuetching's Fox Girl private collection appeared. Her alluring figure, captivating eyes, and long, shapely legs made Lu Yu's eyes light up repeatedly. This made Lu Yu feel even more that Su Li was a person he could get along with. Not only are they allowed to see their own, but also others.
He's a true example of a good buddy.
After reading it all, Lu Yu took a deep breath, said goodbye to Su Li, and walked into the classroom with his back bent. As soon as he entered the classroom, he suddenly felt something was wrong.
It seems he offended someone.
Holy crap, I beat up my homeroom teacher, I even rode on top of him and beat him up.
I can't go to school now, I have to run away quickly.
Lu Yu could no longer care about classroom discipline and dashed out of the classroom again.
The whole process took less than a minute. A moment later,
a beautiful woman engulfed in golden flames stormed into the classroom, her overwhelming rage nearly tearing the roof off.
Where's Lu Yu? Call him out here, I'll kill him. Lu Yu.
However, no matter how furious Shen Linhan was, she couldn't find Lu Yu anymore. He had already boarded the school bus to participate in the citywide high school competition. Besides Principal Wang Di and 2 teachers leading the group, there were 10 students on the bus. They were the top 5 teams in the last exam. Lu Yu and Su Li came in first place.
Huang Yufei and Lin Ketman came in second place.
Wang Tang and Jiang Shuetching came in third place.
Fourth place.
Each group consists of 2 pairs, a main fighter and a support fighter. Although they have different professions, through thousands of years of exploration of professions by mankind, this common combat system of 2-person teams has gradually formed. Many duos who work well together are likely to get married in the future.
Of course, there are many other combinations beyond duos.
For example, a trio could consist of a fighter, a support, and a mage, or a fighter, a support, and a marksman, etc. Another example is the classic 5-person team: warrior, assassin, support, mage, and marksman. Soon, the group arrived at the largest martial arts gym in the city center. Students and teachers from all the high schools in the city have gathered here, and many star students have also begun to make their appearance. It's not uncommon for top high school students like Huang Feifeng, Zhao Zhenggang, and Luo Woyuan to be among the best. There was also Fang Tianhua, the eldest son of the Fang family, who was known as the peerless war god, but he didn't look well and his face was pale, probably due to anemia. Above Fang Tianhua and Bai Bing, these scions of prominent families, there are 2 dazzling stars. Those were Qiu Xia and Luo Ning from No. 1 Middle School. They are said to be a couple, known as the strongest marksman and the strongest support, and a top contender for this year's college entrance examination champion. However, in front of Lu Yu, they were all just junior brothers.
What lovers!
They all submit to my fists. Whoever claims to be invincible, whoever claims to be undefeated, all of you, kneel down.
As soon as everyone entered, they saw Fang Tianhua and Bai Bing approach Wang De. Principal, I. Wang De said somewhat unhappily, stop talking.
Although you are a student of number 7 middle school, you are also an exchange student of number 2 middle school.
It is your choice to represent number 2 middle school in the competition. Thank you for your understanding, Principal. Fang Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief.
After all, number 2 middle school was ranked higher, so he received more resources. However, the next second, a voice so familiar it was appalling came.
Hey, isn't this our brother Fang? Brother Fang, has your wound healed yet?
I've heard that vampires don't brush their teeth all year round, and their mouths are full of viruses.
You? Fang Tianhua was stunned, because he saw his lifelong enemy, Lu Yu.
Although Lu Yu was his savior, he actually stabbed himself in the blood pack. It would have been better if he had just died.
Lu Yu, I don't care what tricks you used that day, this time I will defeat you fair and square in the arena to avenge that stab.
Seeing Fang Tianhua's attitude towards Lu Yu, everyone gasped at the same time.
What happened to Lu Yu? Why did he actually stab Fang Tianhua in the back?
No, if I could stab Fang Tianhua in the back, I could be proud of it for years.
I'm so lucky, I keep running into big shots.
Lu Yu scratched his head and said, alright, it's just that I had hemorrhoid surgery on you, what's the big deal?
You son of a bitch. Fang Tianhua was furious. How could someone say such a thing in front of so many people?
Look at the way those people are looking at me, they're all so contemptuous.
That's enough.
The competition is about to start, and we still need to prepare.
Fang Tianhua, go back to your team, Wang De said coldly. Fang Tianhua gritted his teeth in anger, flicked his sleeves, and went back. Wang De then turned around and said kindly to Lu Yu, you're really unlucky. You actually offended someone like Fang Tianhua. You'd better perform well later and not drag Su Li down. Hold Su Li back? Does she even have any legs left? Well. Soon, the tournament began.
Under the watchful eyes of education department leaders, teachers, and principals, the bell rang. The host, holding the microphone, announced, the competition begins. Please proceed to your designated arenas to prepare for the first round of elimination matches.
Lu Yu and Su Li drew the fifth arena. The two walked up one after the other.
In front of him was a bearded referee and two boys who looked exactly alike.
The bearded referee said, both sides have 1 minute to discuss tactics. The match will begin in 1 minute.
The two boys, with slight smiles on their faces, confidently began discussing tactics in front of Lu Yu and Su Li.
Brother, my idea is simple. One of us is a tank and the other is a warrior.
We both have good combat and defensive capabilities, which gives us a big advantage in lower-ranked matches. At the start of the game, we rushed in and instantly killed the enemy priest, preventing him from giving the warrior any buffs.
Then the two of us will properly take care of that girl, hee. Another boy stared at Su Li with a lewd look, she's so pretty, she must be a school beauty. We'd better be gentle when we hit her later. Su Li was furious and her whole body trembled uncontrollably.
She was about to draw her sword and kill the two bastards in front of her, but Lu Yu stopped her with his hand.
Don't be impulsive, leave it to me. You? Chapter 30 Battle, kill the priest first.
Su Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately recalled Lu Yu's performance in the dungeon. He immediately imagined the fate of his two opponents and a smug smile appeared on his face. Hey bro, look at him, he's playing the hero saving the damsel in distress.
He can't even figure out his own role. You're a priest, man.
The two boys had a roguish air about them, and their language was extremely vulgar.
However, to Lu Yu, these were just the weak whining and howling of the week before defeat, and there was nothing to refute. A minute passed quickly. The area around the arena was also filled with students watching the spectacle. After all, with Su Li's looks and long legs, she's the center of attention wherever she stands. Look, such a beautiful girl was matched with a useless priest? He looks pretty tough, how do you know he's a loser? Hey, this is from our school, and we've been ranked last in the entire school for 3 years in a row. That's really pretty useless. The bearded referee glanced at his watch. The preparation time was up. He said in a deep voice, both sides, take your positions. The match begins. The moment the referee announced the start, the twin brothers charged straight at Lu Yu, each wielding a broadsword and a giant axe. In their view, the team's weakness lies with Lu Yu. In battle, kill the priest first. Ha, you go get there. Bang!
Before he could finish uttering the word death, Lu Yu's fist had already struck the broadsword's brother's face hard, twisting his features in agony.
That wasn't all.
Lu Yu continued to exert force, his fist seemingly glued to his brother's face, moving his entire body as he slammed it violently into the ground.
Boom!
Lu Yu punched his twin brother to the ground, the force of which shattered the marble floor tiles. The twin brother coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face completely ruined.
Permanent health plus 10.
The undying grip only activates when you strike someone hard.
Everyone present gasped in shock. No, what was that just now? One punch knocked out one of the top students in the whole school? They're too strong.
I know these two brothers, they're in the top 10 of the 5 schools.
Am I seeing things?
The priest killed the tank with one punch.
Am I dreaming? Ouch, that hurts.
The pain strike magic pill hurts so much.
I knew I wasn't dreaming.
The twin brother, looking completely bewildered, held the giant axe suspended in mid-air, too afraid to bring it down.
What exactly happened with that punch just now?
That chilling power shattered his prized tank brother with a single punch.
The problem is, he's a pastor. Go to hell.
The twin brother no longer held the giant axe in his hand, but instead swung it forcefully toward Lu Yu's head.
So what if a priest is powerful?
He's still just a fragile creature.
But the next second. Bang!
The sound of impact echoed in the air, and Lu Yu's head bounced like a hard-boiled egg, without sustaining any damage. In the real world, without special equipment or items, you cannot see the specific damage in health bar. The twin brother, of course, had no idea that Lu Yu actually possessed a terrifying 40,000 strong tank. Even if he stood still and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to break through at all.
This.
The younger twin was stunned for a moment. He felt as if he had hit cotton with an axe, and it had not caused any real damage.
This shouldn't be happening, what's going on?
Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He felt a sudden tightness in his chrysanthemum and turned around abruptly. An incredibly muscular and imposing man was already pressed against his back, giving him an unparalleled sense of oppression.
Little brother, you've exposed your butt. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Boom!
Lu Yu threw another punch, and the twin brother was slammed into the marble floor just like his brother.
My head is practically cracked open. The entire room was completely silent, you could hear a pin drop.
With just 2 punches, one person rendered the top 10 twin brothers of the school utterly helpless. They lay neatly arranged beneath the broken marble floor, bleeding profusely.
What a terrifying power. What a horrifying strength. Most importantly, he's just a pastor. Referee, did I win? Lu Yu asked expressionlessly. The referee then snapped out of his shock and immediately began counting down the seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 0.
As the final 0 rang out, it signified that the enemy had lost their ability to fight and had completely lost their eligibility to compete. The referee stood up decisively and announced loudly, 7th Middle School, Lu Yu and Su Li have won. Not far away, Wang De, the principal of number 7 Middle School, was chatting with some old friends.
Suddenly hearing the news of the victory filled me with joy. See?
I told you, Su Li was definitely hiding her strength.
It's only been a few minutes and she's already won a round. After the competition, I'll treat you guys to drinks and entertainment tonight.
However, what Wang De didn't know was that Su Li, the genius he had mentioned who was hiding her strength, didn't even move during the competition and just watched the whole thing. After winning the first game, Lu Yu walked towards Su Li and tugged at her sleeve.
Come on, what are you standing there for? Su Li finally snapped out of her shock and quickly followed Lu Yu.
Only a few staff members remained on site, digging the two brothers out of the marble floor.
No, we're in too deep.
We have to sacrifice the pawn to save the king, or we should just amputate the limb.
Good suggestion, but they're stuck with their heads.
We can't just cut off their heads to save their bodies.
Well.
Half an hour later, the first round of matches was over. It must be said that this was a very exciting high school tournament, representing the highest level of competition in Xinjiang City.
Everyone witnessed such a wonderful match in the first round. The two geniuses fought fiercely, integrating their professions and skills into their tactics, pulling each other back and forth. The longest battle lasted for more than half an hour before it ended.
It's fair to say that until the very last moment, no one can be certain which team will win. They have reached a new level in this professional competition. Of course, Lu Yu was different from the others. He defeated them instantly with two powerful punches. after resting for more than 10 minutes. The second round of the competition has begun. Lu Yu and Su Li arrived at the third arena according to the order drawn by lot.
Two more people walked up from opposite them. There was a man and a woman.
The man was tall and was holding a large knife. The woman was slender and wore very little clothing, so there was nothing to hide. Only a black bandage was tied around his upper thigh, inside which was a dagger that gleamed with black light.
It's actually a combination of a warrior and an assassin. Su Li was immediately surprised. Warrior and assassin, two damage-dealing classes? Are you scared?
There's no rule against two damage-dealing classes being on the field at the same time, the female assassin said, her red lips slightly parted. Indeed, the rules do not stipulate that two damage-dealing classes cannot be used. However, very few people would choose this method, as it is only suitable for instantly killing the enemy's squishy targets at the very beginning. However, if they fail to succeed instantly, they will be locked in a tug-of-war. If their battery life doesn't keep up, the drawbacks of the combination will become apparent.
Chapter 31, another instant kill, shocking everyone. We're really lucky.
If we had encountered a tank-warrior combination, we would have been in big trouble. I didn't expect to encounter the warrior-priest combination in 2 consecutive games. Chang, at the start of the game, you hold off the swordsman, and I'll use the assassin's high burst damage to kill the enemy priest, and then we'll work together to attack the enemy warrior.
We are absolutely certain to win this game. The female assassin's voice was very provocative as she directly told Lu Yu and Su Li the battle plan.
Of course, Lu Yu was even more provocative than them, and directly told the two of them their battle plan.
Su Li, don't move at the start of the game.
I'll take them both down in seconds and then we'll go to the supermarket for ice cream.
The two players on the other side and the referee were speechless. Is this a normal tactical arrangement? Your priest instantly killed the enemy warrior and assassin. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? However, the female swordsman nodded confidently. Damn, she actually approved of this tactic. They've all been fooled by those scumbags. The female assassin sneered, "Girl, I didn't expect you to be so deeply deceived. But don't worry, I'll soon show you the true face of this scumbag who only knows how to talk big." All you can do is talk nonsense?
The referee coughed lightly twice and said in a deep voice, "Both sides, get ready."
The match begins.
From the moment the referee starts the match, the female assassin instantly became a blur, moving so fast that she was almost invisible to the naked eye.
With unparalleled explosive force, the dagger in his hand stabbed fiercely towards Lu Yu's chest. Puff! The stab struck a vital spot, dealing double damage, similar to a critical hit.
The female assassin was overjoyed and was about to celebrate when suddenly a steel fist, almost bigger than her head, slammed into her face.
Father's love is as strong as a mountain. Boom!
Before the female assassin could react, she was slammed into the floor, her legs sticking out and trembling uncontrollably.
Seeing his teammate instantly killed, the male warrior couldn't hold back anymore.
Their team lacked healing, and after being beaten so badly, they were clearly no longer capable of fighting. However, the opposing priest was also hit and should be unable to fight. If I focus all my efforts on dealing with the swordsman in front of me, I still have a chance of winning. But he was clearly wrong. Lu Yu's health bar was thicker than he had imagined. A single strike from an assassin of the same level would only reduce his health by a few hundred points at most. Faced with a health bar of over 40,000, the damage is like a normal person getting a foot massage. The male soldier focused his mind, gripped his knife tightly, and prepared to deal with Su Li with all his might. It can be seen that Su Li has no intention of making a move at all, but stands still with her arms crossed.
He suddenly paused, stunned. What's going on? Are you planning to admit defeat?
Su Li smiled faintly, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and pointed behind him.
Then look behind you. Don't try to distract me. I've seen this kind of trick many times before.
The male soldier was not fooled at all, but suddenly, he felt an earthquake behind him.
Knock, 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 knock.
The vibrations, like the super monster Godzilla walking, caused the entire arena to tremble. Before the male warrior, the audience stared in horror at what was behind him, as if they had seen some monster.
No way, is it really that bad luck?
The male soldier cursed under his breath and suddenly turned his head. Then they saw Lu Yu, who looked like an ancient demon god. His muscles were bulging all over his body, his arms were like 2 big trees, his eyes were flashing red like laser cannons, and his whole body seemed to be emitting black gas.
He was completely stunned. No, this is your priest? Bang!
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu's fist slammed into his face, sending his entire body crashing into the marble floor.
Less than 30 seconds into the game, Lu Yu achieved another double kill. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Lu Yu's performance instantly ignited the audience.
Dozens of students danced and gesticulated wildly, and some girls even shouted excitedly. There's no way around it. If the soldiers were that fierce, people probably wouldn't be so surprised.
But Lu Yu is a priest.
The referee, recovering from his shock, declared Su Li and Lu Yu the winner.
The winners are Su Li and Lu Yu.
Congratulations on advancing to the next round. Not far away, Principal Wang De, who was watching Jiang Shuecheng and Wang Tong fight, had a happy look on his face. He proudly boasted to the principal of the second middle school next door, "I told you, Su Li from our school is definitely the biggest dark horse this year. Even with Lu Yu, that useless priest, we were able to finish the battle so quickly.
I don't even need to look to know what invincible means."
After winning their second match, Lu Yu and Su Li each took an ice cream and wandered around. There was nothing we could do. They finished the battle too quickly.
As a result, the teams behind them hadn't decided a winner yet, so they could only wander around aimlessly. At this moment, Fang Tianhua and Bai Bing also came down. The two pieces were held together perfectly, and the air was filled with the fragrance of mung bean ice cream. After a long silence, Fang Tianhua spoke first. "Lu Yu, I hope to have a fair fight with you in the finals to avenge what you did to me."
Lu Yu scratched his head. "What grudge?
I clearly saved both of you. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" "You."
Fang Tianhua's words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. After all, he couldn't bring himself to tell the two girls about his pimple being popped.
Tell me. What did I do to you?"
"You're making Su Li misunderstand."
"If you won't tell me, I will," Lu Yu said expectantly. Fang Tian was so angry that he almost exploded, and immediately turned red hot.
His armor trembled constantly, making a rustling sound.
"I won't say."
Fang Tianhua snorted coldly and turned her head to the side.
"It's okay, I know you're shy, I'll say it for you." "Actually, You're not allowed to say it either." Fang Tianhua quickly covered Lu Yu's mouth to prevent him from revealing his embarrassing secret. Just now, dozens of onlookers had surrounded them. If this were to be said out loud, where would he put his reputation as the peerless war god? "Wah, I won't tell, okay?" Lu Yu pulled Fang Tianhua's hand away. "Pulling and tugging like that, anyone who didn't know better would think you like men. You swear you won't tell anyone?" "Okay, little Hua, I promise, alright?" With a smile on his lips, Lu Yu raised one hand and said, "I swear, I will not tell anyone about Fang Tianhua's embarrassing incident." Fang Tianhua finally breathed a sigh of relief and released Lu Yu. "Humph, I'll trust you this once for now, but that doesn't mean I'll hold back in the ring." Lu Yu waved his hand. "Don't worry, me too." The two fighters' passion for fighting seemed to have moved the onlookers around them. "No, how dare this pastor challenge Fang Tianhua? Didn't you see? The priest knocked his opponent down with just 2 punches. He was really strong. Are there really pastors like this in the world?" Watching Lu Yu and the other person's retreating figures, Fang Tianhua let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, at least the kid swore an oath. But before the two had gone more than 10 meters, Su Li's curiosity broke the silence. "Lu Yu, what exactly happened between you and Fang Tianhua?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just stabbed his hemorrhoids." Chapter 32 Weaklings, let me enjoy myself for a moment. Put. Su Li couldn't help but laugh, her usually aloof face revealing a cute, girl-next-door charm. This is such a bombshell. This is huge gossip. If you put yourself in Fang Tianhua's shoes. W.A. After strolling around for a while, the two faced their third match. After the first 2 rounds of elimination, the third round of the competition has truly become a high-stakes event. Their opponents were still a man and a woman, but this time the combination was quite normal. The man was a swordsman, and the woman was a priest. Their setup was the exact opposite of Lu Yu's group. The male swordsman's eyes lit up when he saw Su Li. He introduced himself. "My name is Lu Chang, the number 1 swordsman in number 8 middle school. I'm a first-class professional swift swordsman. Shall we get to know each other?" Upon seeing this, Lu Yu walked over enthusiastically and gave Lu Chang a passionate bear hug. "Hello, my name is Lu Yu, the last-ranked pastor at number 7 middle school. It's nice to meet you." Lu Chang was completely stunned.
He had wanted to get to know Su Li, but the 190 centimeters tall, muscular man came over and gave him a bear hug. Those muscles are so strong. Let go, I feel like my bones are going to break, please let go of me. Upon hearing this, Liu let go and scratched his head, saying, sorry, I got too excited.
By the way, your teammate is quite pretty, do you want to give her a hug too?
The female pastor's expression changed drastically, and she quickly retreated more than 10 meters to keep her distance from Lu Yu.
I was afraid that if I gave her a bear hug, I would be in serious trouble. You son of a bitch.
Lu Chang wanted to swear, but after looking at the goddess-level beauty Su Li, he held back.
Alright, I won't hold back later.
That's good.
I won't hold back either.
Lu Yu's two fists collided, making a sound like an earthquake.
At that very moment,
the referee's voice rang out again.
The match begins.
The moment he heard start, Lu Chang, the swift swordsman, moved instantly, his body as swift as the wind, his sword flashing as he attacked Su Li. Several beams of light flashed across his body. It was his priest giving him a buff.
Swift step, nature's blessing, quick dodge.
In higher level matches, players won't immediately kill the priest like they did in the previous two games. Lu Chang knew that even if he attacked Lu Yu, Su Li would block him immediately, putting him at a disadvantage. Similarly, if Su Li attacks his priest, he will take the initiative to attack and block Su Li.
This is the swordsman's protective instinct towards his healer. Beautiful lady, watch out.
Take this sword. Lu Chang thrust out his sword, the blade flashing, aiming straight for Su Li's body. Su Li stood still, motionless, as composed as an old monk in meditation. So you're just a pretty face with no substance, well, I'm sorry.
Clang.
Before Lu Chang could finish speaking, his body suddenly froze in midair. Because an incredibly bizarre staff blocked the sword in his hand.
Lu Chang's vision went black, and he immediately cursed, what the hell is this?
He retreated rapidly, barely managing to steady himself, staring intently at the staff in Lu Yu's hand, his lips twitching. The female priest behind him blushed instantly when she saw Lu Yu's staff. All that could be seen was a huge staff that looked like a promotion tool. It was densely inlaid with gemstones, and the bumpy texture triggered her trypophobia. This man has such disgusting taste, thank goodness I didn't let him give me a bear hug. When Su Li saw Lu Yu's staff, her vision went black.
Lu Yu, why did you still keep this thing? And you even turned it into a staff?
Lu Yu chuckled and proudly boasted, this is a great weapon, its power is off the charts. Holding the staff, Lu Yu felt incredibly energetic all over his body. Weapons with plus 100 strength can only be found on high-level weapons at level 50 and above. Lu Yu possessed such luxurious equipment at only level 10-12, which can only be described as smug.
My friend, your opponent is me.
Lu Yu roared and swung his staff in a circle as he charged forward, intending to engage in close combat with Lu Chang, the level 20 swift swordsman. Lu Chang's lips twitched, and he brandished his long sword, charging forward as well, hoping to use his speed advantage to defeat Lu Yu. But when he rushed forward, intending to stab Lu Yu, he froze.
I don't know where to start.
The thing in Lu Yu's hand was disgusting, like a mop covered in feces. If you encounter one, it feels like your entire future is ruined. Putting aside whether it's dirty or not, there are so many people watching outside.
How can he face people after this? Damn it, can't you throw that disgusting thing away? Lu Chang roared.
Lu Yu sneered, then let me ask you,
can you throw away the sword in your hand? Lu Chang was taken aback, and subconsciously replied, I am a swordsman, how can I throw away the sword in my hand?
Then I am a priest, and my staff is my little treasure.
You son of a bitch. Lu Chang felt a bit frantic. Could those be the same concept?
My sword is a legitimate weapon, but that guy's staff is pure disgusting stuff, with off-the-charts mental damage. Most importantly, Lu Yu also used a windmill sword technique, swinging his staff in a circle, making it impossible for me to get close.
Holy crap, can it get any more perverted?
Lu Chang was forced to retreat step by step, gradually reaching the edge of the ring. He was utterly devastated. Having excelled academically since childhood, he was incredibly arrogant.
But to be driven to this extent by a pervert today is simply outrageous. Damn it, my right to choose a partner is in jeopardy.
Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he realized an important issue.
He's currently being held back by the opposing priest. If the opposing swordsman suddenly attacks his own priest, wouldn't that be a fatal blow? Yen, run. Watch out for the enemy swordsman.
The female pastor was taken aback, then turned to look at Su Li, swallowing hard.
I think it's better to be defeated by a beautiful female swordsman than to be insulted by that staff. I'm sorry, Lu Chang.
The female pastor closed her eyes.
However, the anticipated attack did not occur.
Suli covered her flushed face with both hands, feeling extremely ashamed and indignant, as if she were even more embarrassed than them, afraid of being recognized by others.
Lu Chang, looking completely bewildered, brought his attention back to the present.
He had been forced to the edge of the ring by Lu Yu. If he retreated even one more step, he would lose the match. Taking a step forward is shameful, taking a step back is failure.
Lu Chang was struggling internally, feeling extremely conflicted. Lu Yu waved his staff while uttering provocative words. Xianzi, your strength is a bit weak. You dare to call yourself the best in number 8 middle school?
I feel that if you went to number 8 kindergarten, you might be able to barely beat the kindergarten kids.
Speaking of which, Xianzi, how did you manage to come in first among 200 million brothers and sisters when you're such a coward? Stop hiding, hurry up and give me a moment of pleasure. Chapter 33. Don't come any closer. Lu Chang was utterly devastated, gripping his longsword tightly, his gaze icy.
Behind him, several onlookers began to point and whisper.
Lu Chang is too weak and does not deserve to represent our number 8 middle school in the competition. Exactly, they can't even beat a priest, it's really shameful. You can't say that. The opponent's weapon is really annoying. It just shows that Lu Chang is a bit effeminate, not that he is weak. You didn't let him off the hook either.
Hearing the whispers behind him, Lu Chang became furious. He was unwilling to be knocked off the stage by a bizarre priest with a disgusting staff. Yes, only the strong are respected in this world.
As long as I am strong enough, who would dare to laugh at my past embarrassing moments? After I enter the pass, great Confucian scholars will naturally debate the classics for me. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death.
Lu Chang suddenly sprang to his feet, a stream of energy surging from his long sword, winding and coiling like a dragon.
Swift wind sword technique, wind slash.
Lu Chang shouted and moved like a whirlwind, slashing towards Lu Yu. He used all his strength in this sword strike, intending to kill Lu Yu instantly.
Whoosh!
Lu Chang's sword flashed across Lu Yu's chest with lightning speed. He then struck a very cool pose for sheathing his sword.
A priest is just a priest. His staff can only be used for the most basic strikes. You don't understand swordsmanship at all. He was overjoyed. The priest's tankiness was limited.
Without any shield buffs, being hit by this sword would definitely render him unable to fight.
Humph, so what if you use such a despicable trick?
I'll still cut you down with one sword.
Bang!
Before Lu Chang could finish his act, he was struck on the head with a blunt object. The immense force felt like his head was about to explode, and a mouthful of blood slowly welled up inside him.
Hair floating on top of his head, steps unsteady. What happened?
Lu Chang struggled to turn around and saw Lu Yu swinging that disgusting staff at him again.
Bang! Holy crap! One stick can bloom.
Lu Chang could no longer hold on and staggered to the ground, blood gushing from his head. Lu Yu stepped forward, stomped on his chest, and stabbed his face with his staff.
Even if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't be able to use it.
Your sword couldn't even break my skin, yet you're thinking of opening champagne at halftime.
Oh no.
Not halftime, you're popping champagne at 0.01 minute. With Lu Yu trampling under his feet, Lu Chang felt like the sky was about to collapse. He, a dignified swordsman, was actually defeated and severely humiliated on the spot by a priest.
He poked and prodded the staff in his face. Oh no, I'm all dirty, wah.
Lu Chang shed tears of resentment, twisted his neck, and collapsed to the ground completely unconscious.
A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. See, what did I tell you? Lu Chang isn't a coward, he's just weak.
I think he's both weak and cowardly. Let me tell you, if it were me in that fight, after my first sword strike, I would have quickly suppressed him, giving Lu Yu no time to react, then knocked his weapon away and engaged him in close combat.
Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Chang slept peacefully, unwilling to even get up. However, his teammate Lin Yanyan was not so lucky. Lu Yu, wielding his staff, approached her like a demon god, his body emanating an evil black aura. No. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer.
Lin Yanyan was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, trembling all over and her face turning deathly pale. She vividly remembered how Lu Yu had dealt with Lu Chang. If I get hit twice with a stick, I won't be able to live the rest of my life. Hee, little sister, this is a competition, I have no choice but to do it. Just bear with it, I'll be quick.
Omicron Omicron da, don't.
Lin Yinyan screamed and slammed her staff down on her head.
Bang. After a loud bang, she slowly collapsed to the ground, fell asleep peacefully. Well. Lu Yu was speechless for a moment. How come this person has absolutely no fighting spirit? Young people these days just don't have the same spirit as our older generation.
In the end, the referee, with a dark expression, announced the victory of Lu Yu and Su Li. Lu Yu only needed 1 minute and 30 seconds to complete the entire third round of the competition. Second only to Fang Tianhua and Bai Bing, even faster than the legendary Xia and Rakan combination. When Principal Wang De heard that Lu Yu and Su Li had won again, he couldn't help but gloat. I didn't expect Su Li to win the battle so quickly, even in the third round. It seems her hidden strength is far more than this.
Come on, let's go to the Royal Foot Massage Center tonight, it's on me.
The battle continues.
Lu Yu and Su Li fought their way through the enemy ranks, striking fear into their hearts. On the arena, Lu Yu's passionate battle quotes kept resounding. You beast, take 100 punches from me. Father's love is as strong as a mountain. Hee, little sister, just bear with me, I'll be quick. Windmill stick, tornado destroys parking lot.
Crushing his way through, Lu Yu left all the heroes battered and bruised, their Dao hearts shattered. No one could have imagined that such a jinx would emerge from number 7 middle school.
In particular, Lu Yu's staff has already earned a formidable reputation.
It was known as the Staff of Death and was widely circulated. As Lu Yu slammed the club of death into a girl's face, he won the match once again. They have qualified for the quarterfinals. At this point, 2 teams from the entire number 7 middle school had made it into the quarterfinals. This made Principal Wang De extremely happy, even though he had been competing against Wang Tong and Zhang Xueqing the whole time. But he also kept listening to the match broadcasts for Lu Yu and Su Li. The speed at which these two advanced was astonishing. Their matches rarely lasted more than 2 minutes. The only time it lasted longer than 2 minutes was because the opposing team consisted of the strong sister duo from number 3 middle school, and Lu Yu played for a while longer.
This further convinced Wang De of one thing.
That means he wasn't wrong about Su Li. She managed to put on such a spectacular performance despite having Lu Yu as a burden. When the quarterfinals come, I will definitely broadcast their matches live to all the students in the school. And it was used as a positive example and included in textbooks. Let every student witness Su Li's amazing battle scenes. Thinking of this, a smug smile unconsciously appeared on Wang De's lips. Dean of students, please go and inform everyone that there will be no classes this afternoon, and everyone should prepare to watch the live broadcast of the competition. And another thing, get a few high-definition cameras and hire a professional photographer. Don't use those crappy cell phones to fool people with their megapixel count. Don't be fooled by the 100 million megapixel label. The phone brand is actually called 100 million. Go quickly, I'm already looking forward to seeing how the students perform after the competition. Chapter 34 Battle against 2 Lolas. In the afternoon, the quarterfinals officially began. The host introduced the list of quarterfinalists and their unique features one by one. The first group, Fang Tianhua Bai Bing, is a battle tactic combination. As the peerless war god, Fang Tianhua has super strong frontal combat and rushing ability. Combined with Bai Bing's freezing and slowing effects as the Frost Witch, the two of them work together to reap the rewards, and no one can defeat them. The second group, Xiaoxialuaning, is a classic archer-priest combination and the number 1 seed team. The two have been boyfriend and girlfriend since kindergarten, with 100% tacit understanding. Moreover, both of them have changed to the first job of nature type, and their skills complement each other perfectly and are unparalleled. The third group, Wang Tong Zhang Xueqing, is a combination of a sorcerer and a fire mage. They are more offensive and slightly lack tankiness, but once they start dealing damage, who can stop them? The fourth group, Lang Yunfei Zhang Xia, a classic warrior-priest combination classic, is always the strongest. The fifth group, Warrior Maniac Warrior Wilderness, is a combination of 2 sisters. Pure double warrior groups are rare, but who can stop the romance of the melee team? Group 6. Group 7. When the referee read out the 8th group, he looked at Lu Yu's staff and his eyes suddenly froze for a moment. Group 8, Su Li Lu Yu, the sword and healer duo. However, neither of them has completed their first job advancement, so they can't fully utilize their class advantages. But the data shows that their previous record is very good. Hopefully, they can achieve a good ranking. Let's begin the draw. One person from each of the 8 groups came forward to draw lots, and then everyone showed the slips of paper in their hands. Lu Yu was very lucky. He drew the War Frenzy and the War Wild Sisters duo in the first round.
Alright, let's begin the first match, start now.
As soon as the host finished speaking, both of them quickly ran onto the ring. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Although Wang De felt that Lu Yu and his group were unlucky, he was secretly very excited. He addressed the cameras broadcasting live across the entire school. Students, you must watch every detail of the competition carefully, learn their fighting spirit, and improve your performance. After the competition, everyone should write 10,000 words of reflection and submit them. The live broadcast camera then shifted its focus to the competition field. Wang De's gaze also shifted to his 4 most outstanding students on the field.
The next second,
his eyes were glazed over.
Wait, what kind of staff is Lu Yu holding? What's with that bizarre design? Quick, blur it out.
In an instant, the professional live streamers added a mosaic to Lu Yu's staff, making it look even more mysterious. It didn't look that much at first, but now it looks incredibly realistic.
Principal Wang De's face darkened even further.
He even had a vague feeling that his approach might not have been appropriate, and that he should have pre-recorded the broadcast first.
On the arena,
Lu Yu held his staff in his hand, his eyes fixed on the 2 warriors in front of him, his lips twitching. 2 women, with heads as cute as Lola's but bodies as muscular as Lu Yu, stood opposite. He was holding a heavy, blunt weapon like a sledgehammer, which made him stand out.
What the hell is this thing?
Zhang Kuang opened her cherry-like mouth and said in a low voice, "This brother has nice muscles.
How about we meet up at the gym after the match?" You're kidding me. Take this.
Lu Yu charged straight at her. This muscular loli looked a bit nauseating, so he decided to just do it first.
Bang!
Lu Yu swung his staff down, but it was blocked by Zhang Kuang's hammer and he was suspended in mid-air. The force of both sides was so great that several pieces of the floor beneath Zhang Kuang's feet shattered.
What great strength!
Lu Yu exclaimed in admiration, and slammed his staff down again.
Bang!
The immense force slammed into the hammer, causing the warrior's feet to sink several centimeters deeper into the ground, and his arms to begin to tremble slightly.
You? Zhang Quan was utterly shocked. Su, don't speak, shut up, let's continue. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu picked up the staff of death and smashed it down on the battle maniac, slamming her into the marble floor like a nail being driven into the ground. In no time, only a little girl's head was visible on the ground.
That looks much better now.
After finishing his work, Lu Yu stuck his staff into the ground, sending up a shower of gravel. This battle happened extremely quickly, and was completed in the blink of an eye. So much so that it wasn't until a little girl's head appeared on the ground that everyone realized what was going on. The first person to be shocked was Principal Wang De. He had always thought that Lu Yu and the others were able to advance to the top 8 entirely because of Su Li's strength. But I never expected that Lu Yu also possessed such formidable power.
But, he's a pastor.
Next up are the Zhang Kuang and Zhang Yi sisters. Their strength, which they have always been proud of, has actually been crushed by the man in front of them.
What a sharp man!
A cheer erupted from the audience. Good shot, it looks much more natural now.
I've never seen a pastor with such strength before. Lu Yu, hold her down for a little while longer, I'll be done in a minute.
Amid cheers, Lu Yu turned to look at his younger sister, Zhang Yi, who was still in a daze.
Now you. Take this from my old son.
Lu Yu raised his staff and struck, his body leaping up like a raging tiger before crashing down. Zhang Yi, the younger sister, had no time to dodge and could only raise her heavy hammer to meet the attack.
Bang 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 bang.
After a few taps, another adorable little girl's head emerged from the ground with practiced ease. In just a moment, Lu Yu single-handedly suppressed the 2 prodigies. All done, referee, hurry up and announce the result of the match, Lu Yu said, clapping his hands. The referee seemed to be still in a daze, his hands trembling as he prepared to make the announcement. Just then, the 2 women on the ground suddenly exerted their strength.
Boom!
With 2 loud bangs, they jumped straight out of the ground. The ground, which was originally less than half a meter in diameter, has been expanded to 2 meters in width.
We haven't lost yet, the 2 sisters shouted in unison.
Behind Lu Yu, 2 muscular Lolas were rapidly approaching, making everyone's hearts jump.
Great, this is the kind of battle I've been looking for.
Lu Yu turned around abruptly, a bullet wound splattering hot blood across his chest.
He casually stuck his staff into the ground.
The staff pierced through the marble floor, penetrating several tens of centimeters deep, its force leaving everyone speechless.
Come on.
Take this, fatherly love as solid as a mountain punch. Lu Yu swung his fist and charged forward, sending a muscular loli flying several meters with a single punch. But another wielding a large hammer had already moved in and brought it down. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and threw a punch at the sledgehammer.
Clang!
A violent collision rang out, and a huge crater was smashed into the spot where the sledgehammer and the fist collided.
A fist-shaped indentation was deeply recessed, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The power of that single punch was truly astounding.
Chapter 35 Fierce Fists, Head-on Clash with the Two Pride Masters. In the classroom of number 7 middle school, all the students witnessed Lu Yu's spectacular battle at the same time, their mouths agape, never closing from beginning to end. They never expected that Lu Yu, who was ranked last in the entire school, would be so powerful at this moment.
He single-handedly stood against two formidable rivals.
And that big staff smashed the two strong men into the ground with a loud bang. Now, he's thrown away his staff and is going straight for the iron hammer with his bare fists.
Has the priest been buffed this much in this version? Damn it, if only I had awakened the priest class back then. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu stood firmly in place, his fists swung continuously as he fought against the two muscular lolis. The fists clashed with the hammer, producing a deafening sound. The heavy breathing, accompanied by the spray of sweat, ignited the entire arena. He threw out both fists again, clashing against the two enormous iron hammers. The Zhan sisters, Zhang Kuang and Zhan Yi, were thrown dozens of meters by the immense force, barely managing to stop at the edge of the arena. Looking at the hammers in their hands, they had already been smashed to pieces by Lu Yu's big fists.
Like two shriveled persimmons, wrinkled and crumpled.
The two women's eyes were filled with shock. Such power. It had actually suppressed them, who were primarily focused on pure strength, to this extent.
Is this still a pastor? That's too powerful. It seems we have to use our combined attack technique. Should we really use that move ahead of schedule? There's no other way. If this continues, we'll only lose. Alright, it seems we'll have to bring this move out ahead of schedule.
The two sisters looked at each other, and then their muscles began to swell. The hammer in his hand also gleamed slightly, and the dented part returned to its original shape.
The next second,
the two iron hammers collided with each other, and a terrifying force surged forth. This is a combined attack skill book that my sister and I obtained after spending countless resources. It is your honor to witness our combined attack technique. The two sisters leaped into the air at the same time, their giant hammers radiating intense light. Combined attack technique Mount Tai pressing down.
Ah! At that moment, everyone was shocked. The host excitedly shouted, "What? It's here! It's here! It's actually the legendary and extremely precious combined attack technique. That's a super skill that can combine the power of two people to create a 1+1-2 effect. I never imagined that we'd see such a legendary skill in a league competition at an ordinary high school in Xinjiang City. I can die happy."
Instantly, all the audience members were filled with excitement and stood up to shout.
That's the meaning of the competition, never give up until the very last moment. That's how professionals should be. Go, sisters. Defeat Lu Yu and let him taste the power of our combined attack technique. Holy crap, I'm about to get fired up. The two muscular lowly sisters had already ascended to their highest point in the air.
The next second, two giant hammers radiating golden light suddenly slammed towards Lu Yu.
This attack has gone beyond the scope of a high school student and is showing signs of the power of a college student.
Its powerful golden light suddenly appeared, so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes.
Get ready for a crushing blow from Mount Tai.
Golden light accompanied the two muscular lowly sisters as they suddenly descended, hurtling towards Lu Yu. Everyone shouted in unison, their blood boiling with excitement. Only Suli secretly felt a chill, drawing her longsword in preparation to support Lu Yu.
At this critical moment, boom!
Lu Yu casually threw two punches, instantly shattering the two golden hammers. The golden light dissipated, and pieces of iron flew everywhere.
What?
The two sisters fell to the ground the instant the hammer exploded, making two loud bangs.
In an instant, everyone felt as if they had just watched an episode of Boruto, and the atmosphere instantly cooled down. The atmosphere began to freeze. This Bai is so excited.
Lu Yu stood there with a series of question marks above his head.
No, you guys aren't that strong either.
I almost had to use my full strength.
You.
The two muscular lowly sisters' Dao hearts were shattered, and Lu Yu was simply killing them by destroying their spirits.
We lost.
They knew that there was no point in continuing the fight. Lu Yu's strength far surpassed theirs, so he simply conceded defeat and ended the match.
Principal Wang De was still reeling from the shock after the referee announced the result of the match.
His Taoist heart was also somewhat broken. Su Li, who had been hyped up for several days, didn't even play a normal match, while Lu Yu, who had been constantly criticized, became the MVP. This made him feel quite ashamed.
Wang De, didn't you say Su Li was a genius? Why didn't she move during the normal competition? Are you blind? You always say Su Li is amazing, but Lu Yu is clearly the main force. Yet you call yourself a talent scout. With that long face, are we even going to go get our feet washed tonight? Wang De's lips twitched, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "Yes, of course I'll go." The match ended quickly, and Lu Yu strode off the stage. He had a good time.
We should arrange more of these kinds of hard-hitting matches in the future.
Fighting is all about having fun.
He had just stepped off the stage when a strange man suddenly blocked his way. The man had sharp eyebrows, a nose like an eagle's, and very deep eyes, but wore a professional smile on his face.
You must be Lu Yu. Lu Yu pulled Su Li behind him and asked, "Who are you?" "Forget about getting my autograph, I don't sign autographs for nobody."
The man's lips twitched, and he handed over a business card, saying, "My name is Wang Kachin, and I am the vice president of the Xinjiang branch of the Mad Warriors Guild."
"This is my business card."
Lu Yu paused for a moment, then took the business card with a slight unease. Mad Battle Under Heaven is one of the top 10 guilds in the entire Star God realm. His illustrious reputation had long been known throughout the streets and alleys.
"Why are you giving me your business card? Are you inviting me to be the president?"
Lu Yu asked, scratching his head. Wang Kachin, his face dark, continued with an awkward smile, "I've discovered your talent and would like to invite you to participate in the interview selection for Mad Battle World. If you can pass our test, you can become a formal member of the Mad Warriors. I don't think anyone can refuse this identity, including you." Lu Yu was delighted. He really liked the style of Wild Battle Under Heaven. A complete brute, he just goes in cool and gets to work. The main reason is that its talent selection process is extremely rigorous, and only a very small number of graduates from prestigious universities can get in. Most importantly, the compensation is good enough.
If Lu Yu can get in, the benefits will definitely outweigh the drawbacks.
It's like when you've just graduated high school, and the vice president of Apple's China region hands you his business card, inviting you to join the company with an annual salary of up to $1 million. It's incredibly exciting.
Okay, I'll give it a try when I have time. However, I can't guarantee that I'll get into your guild. After all, there are plenty of guilds that someone like me would be interested in. You're just one of my many backup options."
Upon hearing this, Wang Kachin's smile gradually froze on his face, and black lines began to appear on the screen.
Chapter 36: The Great Battle with Fang Tianhua, Tight Friends.
With a deafening roar, Lu Yu made a dazzling entrance. On the semi-final stage, Lu Yu was majestic and imposing, holding a huge staff, like an immortal legend. Across from him, Fang Tianhua stared blankly at Lu Yu, a tremor running through his heart.
"No way, you're so handsome, what am I then?"
That's right, Lu Yu somehow acquired a set of prop armor that was even more handsome and explosive than Fang Tianhua's.
Coupled with his imposing appearance, he even slightly overshadowed Fang Tianhua. It's truly baffling. "Hey, you audacious Fang Tianhua, I've put up with you for too long. Let's have a fair fight." Fang Tianhua's expression was solemn, and his hand holding the Fang Tian halberd trembled slightly. He knew Lu Yu's strength well.
Although he was being chased by a group of gluttons while running a marathon that day, his attention was entirely on what was behind him. But he still caught a glimpse of Lu Yu single-handedly killing the boss at a few unexpected turns. Although he didn't know what powerful item Lu Yu had used, Fang Tianhua was certain that it was definitely not Lu Yu's true strength. "Humph, you cunning little thief, I don't believe you're really that strong," Fang Tianhua said coldly. Lu Yu scratched his head and said with a grin, "Then you'll believe me when I burst your hemorrhoids, right?"
"You?" Fang Tianhua trembled all over. Bai Bing's voice slowly came from behind, "Fang Tianhua, don't fall for the enemy's provocation.
Although Lu Yu is strange, he has no chemistry with his teammates. If necessary, we can join forces to defeat him."
"Bai Bing, don't worry about it, this is a battle between men."
On the ring, the two exchanged verbal sparring. Below the ring, the audience had already overwhelmingly voted against him.
"Fang Tianhua, you must defeat this disgusting Lu Yu. He actually resorted to such despicable tactics. Give this scoundrel a good beating." Yes, how dare he bully my war goddess? I'll make him pay. Brother, you have pretty good teeth. In the minds of these viewers, Lu Yu had already been regarded as a villain. After all, what protagonist would use such a disgusting staff? Moreover, if a priest doesn't properly heal his teammates and instead resorts to violent attacks, such a person would be considered an evil cultivator even in the world of cultivation. Even Principal Wang De couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, even if Lu Yu becomes stronger, he's still no match for Fang Tianhua. After all, he's the child I personally raised. What a pity. Principal, I think you're really bad at judging people. You even said Suli was in the C class before, the head of the teaching department questioned. You fucking want to usurp the throne, huh? On the ring, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Lu Yu, Fang Tianhua, and Bai Bing exchanged wary glances. Only Suli watched quietly from the side, looking completely dazed. I hope I won't be left out of this event again, or I'll look really clueless. But Lu Yu won't let me fight, so I should listen to him. What should we do? Should we fight or not? Alright, both sides, take your positions, the match begins. At the referee's signal, Fang Tianhua was the first to move. He circled his halberd around his body and then descended from the sky to strike Lu Yu. Unparalleled divine skill, splitting Mount Hua in two. Lu Yu also shouted loudly, raising his staff, invincible divine skill, tornado destroys the parking lot. Seeing the staff in Lu Yu's hand start spinning, Fang Tianhua suddenly froze on the spot. This thing was disgusting. If I were to get brushed against, I would feel like my entire soul would be tainted. But if Lu Yu gains the upper hand and loses the match, his reputation will be completely destroyed. It feels like I'm not gaining any advantage no matter how I fight. Oh shit. Fang Tianhua cursed loudly, withdrew one of his skills, and instead spun his halberd, clashing the crescent blade of the halberd against Lu Yu's staff. Clang! The two weapons collided with a deafening sound. Fang Tianhua felt a sudden numbness in his arms, as if he had been hit by a large truck. Such strength. Too bad you're already trapped by me. Lu Yu was taken aback and tried to retract his staff, but the staff was stuck firmly in the notch of the crescent blade of the Fang Tian halberd and he couldn't get it out at all. This move is another of Fang Tianhua's skills, disarming. Lu Yu looked up at Fang Tianhua in shock. My dear friend, please loosen your grip a little, you've got my staff stuck. You fucking. Fang Tianhua's lips twitched. What the hell is this tight, friend? Oomph, none of the weapons I blocked can be taken away. Disarm, thunderous strike. Click click click. Fang Tianhua twisted the halberd at a very tricky angle once again, and Lu Yu's staff was pulled and spun by a huge force. Lu Yu simply released his staff and let him take it away. After all, freeing up his hands is Lu Yu's true fighting style. Clang! The staff was pulled and dragged by the halberd, flying directly off the stage and landing on the faces of several girls in the audience, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale and their whole bodies trembled. Fang Tianhua was overjoyed. Lu Yu, you've already lost your disgusting weapon, so what weapon do you have left? Lu Yu scratched his head. I also have a wolf-tooth dagger, the kind that can draw blood. What the hell? Fang Tianhua's expression changed drastically as he fell into some ominous memories. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the ominous image. Fang Tianhua looked at Lu Yu again, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had the urge to kill. You, I'm looking for you. Whoosh. Fang Tianhua moved immediately, unleashing the unfinished splitting Mount Hua technique once more. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward, neither dodging nor avoiding. A deliberate, powerful punch. Bang! Boom! The two sides clashed directly. Lu Yu took a blow to the shoulder from Fang Tianhua's halberd, while Fang Tianhua was also hit by a punch from Lu Yu. The battle became incredibly intense from the very beginning. Good halberd, it's even more damaging than a gua sha board, my shoulder is covered in petechiae. Lu Yu laughed, thrusting forward again and swinging his huge fist once more. Fang Tianhua was hit by a deliberate, powerful punch. His blood and qi surged throughout his body, and his bones felt as if they were broken. But instead of retreating, he advanced, and his passive ability to become stronger with each battle was activated. I cannot lose in order to defend the honor of my family. Fang Tianhua shouted. Bearing my father's will, I cannot lose. Lu Yu followed suit, full of passion. Kill, X2. Bang! The two sides collided again, and blood gushed out, splattering all over the ground. However, this did not extinguish their fighting spirit. The two were now enraged. Awesome, let's have another one. Come on. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu's punches were powerful and impactful, and he was very skilled in 5A-level combos, with high damage from both his left and right punches.
Fang Tian wielded his halberd with great force, displaying a variety of flashy skills, each move powerful and heavy.
The two sides fought with great passion, and blood splattered everywhere, which moved everyone present.
Take 100 punches from me. Aura, aura, aura. Chapter 37 Third Gear Transformation, my stats are ahead of yours.
All the audience members stood up excitedly, feeling a chill run down their spines and their hair stand on end.
So exciting, so incredibly exciting.
I never imagined that a battle between high school students could be so exciting and thrilling.
No, Lu Yu is from which school? He can actually fight Fang Tianhua to a standstill.
It seems to be number 7 middle school, which I heard is the worst in the class.
If the last place is this strong, then the first place must be even more amazing.
The first one is Fang Tianhua, but he transferred to another school.
Holy crap, the worst student is fighting the best student? Does this mean everyone in these 7 schools is equally skilled? Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu and Fang Tianhua fought with great passion and fervor. The two engaged in close combat, blood spurting everywhere. To outsiders, they appear to be evenly matched, but that is not actually the case.
Only Fang Tianhua knew how much it hurt when Lu Yu's fists hit her. Only Fang Tianhua knew that his attacks on Lu Yu were completely ineffective. This is bizarre, incredibly bizarre. This priest is tankier than a tank. I refuse to believe it today. Ultimate Technique Peerless Stance Phase 1.
Fang Tianhua roared, his entire body glowing with a crimson light, and at the same time, his strength and speed increased dramatically. The Peerless Stance is an advanced skill that consumes one's own health to temporarily boost strength, and it is also one of the unique skills of the Peerless War God class. Once used, it can double all attributes in a short period of time and make you immune to most pain. However, a side effect is that after the treatment, a large amount of qi and blood will be depleted, leading to severe kidney deficiency. However, given the current situation, he could no longer tolerate it. I'll see how you defeat me in my rage.
Fang Tianhua instantly became twice as strong, and once again wielded his halberd to fight Lu Yu.
However, it wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't fought, because once he did, he discovered a problem. I still couldn't defeat Lu Yu, and I didn't even affect Lu Yu's output.
In other words, the effect is the same whether he activates Muzu or not. Wait, what's wrong with you? Fang Tianhua asked, puzzled.
Lu Yu threw a punch, hitting Fang Tianhua Jaguyan squarely, and said, because my stats are higher than yours, take another fatherly love as solid as a mountain punch.
Fang Tianhua immediately winced in pain, falling into a passive position once again. Damn it, if that's how it is, then don't blame me. Ultimate Technique Peerless Stance Second Stage.
He roared again, and the red light emanating from his entire body intensified. When the Muzu stance reaches its second stage, all stats double again, and the body becomes incredibly swollen, as if it's about to tear apart. After the side effects and other skills are finished, the kidneys will be weak for at least 6 months. The overload caused irreparable damage to his body, but he felt it was all worth it.
How are you going to beat me? Fang Tianhua was steaming all over, his face as red as a boiled shrimp.
Lu Yu's lips twitched. No, you're more like a steam engine.
Go to hell. Fang Tianhua once again wielded his weapon and engaged Lu Yu in battle.
The two fought back and forth, with every punch landing hard, maintaining the same fighting style as before.
No matter how he attacked, he couldn't really hurt Lu Yu. Can it even hurt him?
Lu Yu's health is almost at 50,000.
How is this possible? What's wrong with you? Fang Tianhua was completely bewildered.
I told you long ago, my stats are better than yours.
Lu Yu said while attacking.
He couldn't let such a good opportunity to stack up health slip by. He had to be careful not to overpower the enemy.
Damn it, you've successfully enraged me. Fang Tianhua roared again, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Next, you will see my final form, the Ultimate Technique Muzu Stance Final Stage.
It was as if the aura of an ancient demon god was emanating from Fang Tianhua's body, and that murderous and bloodthirsty will made Lu Yu feel a little jealous. Blood began to seep slightly from his body, and his skin turned as red as duck blood tofu. At the same time, his stats doubled again, and his strongest power was almost 2/3 of Lu Yu's. It's fair to say that if he used this state when fighting the Vampire Prince, he would have had a chance to fight the Vampire Prince for more than 10 seconds. The side effect is permanent kidney deficiency, which comes at a very high cost.
Roar! Roar! I feel full of energy. Humph, this is the first time I've used this state. You should feel honored to have been defeated by this move. Fang Tianhua's red paint turned black as he swung his halberd and engaged Lu Yu in battle once more. Fists flew back and forth, halberds clashed, the fighting was incredibly intense. However, the audience below the stage looked completely bewildered. No, what's the point of Fang Tianhua entering this state? It doesn't seem like he's gotten any stronger at all. That's right, exactly the same as before, except the cries are a little louder. You don't understand, do you? This is a fear-inducing technique. By turning the skin red, it fills the enemy with a sense of pressure, thereby defeating the opponent on a psychological level. Brother, you know so much, how come you always get the lowest score on tests? While the audience was bewildered, some were clear-headed. Principal Wang De was well aware of the power of Fang Tianhua's skill. That was one of the skill combinations he specially selected for Fang Tianhua, and when unleashed at full power, its combat strength almost crushed everyone in the same grade. But Lu Yu actually caught it completely. Moreover, it subtly suppressed Fang Tianhua. Has his strength become so terrifying? Thinking of this, Wang De couldn't help but gasp. Damn, just how strong is he? On the arena, the battle between Lu Yu and Fang Tianhua continued. The two sides fought from one end to the other, and from the other end to this end. They even squeezed Su Li, Bai Bing, and the referee into a corner of the arena. The three looked at each other, bewildered and at a loss for what to do. He could only shake his head and continue watching the game in a daze. Ah, I'll kill you. Fang Tianhua was on the verge of losing his mind. He couldn't accept that even though he had reached the third stage and gained combat power at the cost of permanent kidney deficiency, he still couldn't defeat Lu Yu, a mere priest. This insulted his status as the heir of the Feng family. In contrast, Lu Yu, though fighting with great passion, maintained a calm expression throughout, and even seemed a little sleepy. Even the most exciting actions will become boring if repeated thousands of times. That's why you need to change your movements frequently. Hey Lao Feng, this fight is getting a bit boring. Can you transform again? Transform one more time to amuse me, or I'll beat you. Lu Yu repeated the punching motion with great boredom, his face showing signs of drowsiness. You? Fang Tianhua felt insulted, and steam rose from his body again like a speeding train. I'll fight you to the death. Ouch, why did you hit my ingrown toenail again? Chapter 38. I really didn't use much force. Fang Tianhua has completely collapsed. He always had the feeling that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up with Lu Yu. It's like being a pig, but no matter how hard you try, you can't learn to fly. Then what has been the meaning of all my struggles over the years? What is the meaning of my family's centuries-old heritage and the efforts of several generations? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Fang Tianhua hugged his foot, which was inflamed with paronychia, and pounded the ground helplessly. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent, and there was nothing else in the world. No. That's not how it is, I'm not reconciled. Ah. The next second. A burst of red light suddenly emanated from Fang Tianhua's body, his blood energy surging wildly, as if a war god had descended to earth. Everyone present was shocked and stared intently at the strange phenomenon on Fang Tianhua's body. What is this? Could it be the legendary enlightenment? My god. That's right. Through his anger and talent, he finally comprehended another realm of unparalleled stance at the last moment of defeat, a realm that transcends ordinary people. Invincible. Fang Tianhua will be invincible in the world from this day forward. I said it. On the arena, Lu Yu stared in astonishment as Fang Tianhua roared wildly in place, blood flowing continuously from his body and condensing into something resembling armor. Even his hair stood on end, giving him the air of a powerful figure. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at the extraordinary sight before him. Oh? You can transform after all. But why does this feel like he's transformed into a speed party scion? Whatever, at least I can have some more fun. Fang Tianhua's transformation continued. More blood seeped from his body, and his body swelled up like a giant ball. The next second, the ball exploded, and a tall, crimson figure appeared before everyone. Red armor, red skin, even the eyes are red. His power surged once again, reaching an unknown level, and his terrifying blood-red armor seemed to have reached its peak. Lu Yu, thank you for successfully provoking me, which is why I'm in this state. Next, I'll let you experience what I'm like when I'm enraged. Peerless stance invincible version demon god descends. Die. Fong Tianhua moved instantly, like a bolt of lightning, and the surrounding floor shattered instantly from the reaction force of his kick. Immediately afterwards, he transformed into a blur, his halberd hurtling towards Lu Yu. This attack was devastating. The audience's passion was reignited. Go for it, big brother with the halberd. We must defeat this disgusting, evil priest. And so, let's charge forward with our hopes. The next second. Bang! Lu Yu threw a serious punch, and Fong Tianhua was blown apart along with his halberd. The scene fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. The audience felt as if they had been thrown into a freezer at the height of their excitement, and were being soaked in ice water while watching Boruto. They were chilled to the bone. Even Lu Yu found it extremely boring. The passion that had just been ignited suddenly cooled down. This is absolutely ridiculous. A few seconds later, a dozen high-ranking priests rushed forward and frantically healed Fong Tianhua, which saved his life. The referee immediately declared Lu Yu the winner. After another long silence, everyone finally realized what was happening. That priest actually shattered the invincible Fong Tianhua with a single punch. Just what kind of strength does that have? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I seriously doubt that he has the strength of a peak junior college student. No, I feel like I'm already in the early stages of undergraduate studies, or even the middle stages. Hurry up, call your guild. We can't miss out on such a promising talent. In an instant, countless forces have set their sights on Lu Yu. No matter the cost, they must recruit Lu Yu into their guild. But no matter how excited these people were, they couldn't compare to Principal Wang De. He was lying on a stretcher, struggling to get up, but was stopped by the head of the teaching department. Principal, don't talk. You're so agitated that you've had a stroke. You need to go to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll handle things at school. Someone, gag the principal and send him to the crematorium, no, to the hospital. Even before the finals began, Lu Yu had already become the focus of the entire stadium and a top favorite for the championship. Many schools have even decided to spend a lot of money to poach Lu Yu. Such a promising talent is being wasted at number 7 middle school. Pairs of eyes, like those of hungry wolves, were already fixed on Lu Yu. But Lu Yu didn't know that yet. He just kept scratching his head and explaining to the pastor doctor treating Fong Tianhua. It's not my fault. I really didn't use much force. It broke as soon as he touched it. I'm telling the truth. Fong Tianhua. After an hour's break, the final match finally began. Lu Yu, extremely excited, stood on the arena, baring his teeth and brandishing his claws, ready to have a good fight. Behind her, Suli was cracking sunflower seeds, her little mouth pouting rapidly. She was just there to observe. But after a long time, they still hadn't seen their opponents, Xiaoxia and Luwanning. Lu Yu asked, completely bewildered, "Referee, where are they? I really want to have a good fight." The referee's voice drifted over, "You're out of luck. I just heard that the couple withdrew from the competition because they thought your weapon was disgusting." Wait, why did they withdraw from the competition? What about the exciting battles I was looking forward to? The referee was speechless and said, "You spend 2,000 to get 1,000 free, go to the foot massage parlor next door, get a membership card, tell the masseuse you're hungry and want a late night snack after your massage, then take her out for a nice meal, spend a little more money to get a hotel room, and you'll probably experience a real battle." Wait, that's not what I meant. I really just want to fight. Alright, time's up. I'm going to announce the results of the match. The referee checked his watch and announced to everyone, Xiaoxia and Luwanning have not arrived within 10 minutes and are disqualified from the match. Lu Yu and Suli are the winners. Alright, everyone, let's go home. Everyone was speechless. The finals, this is the finals, and they're just going to let her go like this? Give me a refund, you bastard. I spent a lot of money on the finals tickets. Yes, I want a refund. Although my ticket was issued by my company, I still want a refund. You son of a bitch. Amidst the shouts, Lu Yu walked off the arena, utterly bored. I didn't expect the final to end so abruptly. That makes sense, considering that he, a priest, had already demonstrated a strength that could completely overwhelm Fong Tianhua. Moreover, Suli, who was in charge of the battle, did not make a single move from beginning to end, which must have put a lot of psychological pressure on the opponent. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, "It seems that being invincible is quite lonely." Chapter 39, Attack my kidney reflex zone relentlessly. As night fell,
Lu Yu came out with a huge sum of 200,000 yuan. This is the prize money for the first place winner of the competition, 100,000 yuan per person. But Su Li definitely wouldn't take the money. First, she didn't need it, and second, she knew Lu Yu was in dire need.
Lu Yu didn't hold back at all who would complain about having too much money?
The reward goes beyond that, the money is merely a symbolic one. What truly made everyone envious was that both Lu Yu and Su Li had the opportunity to enter the Star Sun Professional's treasury and choose a treasure.
Moreover, you can choose any equipment, skill books, or items. This is something that money can't buy. Awesome!
Lu Yu chuckled and walked into the foot massage parlor next to the professional arena, where he stood before a receptionist dressed in a professional suit and with exquisite makeup.
Top up my card with 2,000 yuan.
At the same time, the same voice rang out beside him.
Top up my card with 2,000 yuan.
Lu Yu suddenly turned around, their eyes met, and an awkward silence fell.
Referee? It's you! The referee was speechless for a moment. Didn't you say that wasn't what you meant?
Lu Yu panicked. What I mean is, in order to improve the employment rate and provide job opportunities for our female compatriots.
Come on, do you think I don't understand your little schemes?
Well. Just as Lu Yu was feeling somewhat embarrassed, another familiar voice rang out.
Give me 2 million. Holy crap!
Lu Yu and the referee turned around abruptly and saw a man dressed in a gold suit walking towards them.
Lu Yu's vision went black for a moment. Li Qiji?
Li Qiji also saw Lu Yu and was overjoyed.
Boss!
He turned to the receptionist and said, recharge 2 million for my boss too. Immediately, the receptionist's gaze was drawn to the wealthy and handsome man in front of her. His eyes gleamed with admiration.
Thump! The referee immediately knelt down and grabbed Li Qiji's thigh. Boss, I want one too.
Li Qiji frowned and kicked the referee away. For my boss's sake, let's just give him a random 20,000.
Yay!
The referee, gesturing excitedly, rushed into the private room with the card in hand. Lu Yu was stunned. The rich were truly extravagant.
What brings you here?
With tears in his eyes, Li Qiji said, Boss, I've been looking for you for so long.
I've finally found the self-destruct skill book you wanted.
You have no idea how much effort I put in.
Huh? It's just a regular self-destruct skill book. Those things aren't easy to sell. You should be able to find it in any high-end skill bookstore, right?
Lu Yu asked doubtfully.
No, boss, you don't understand. My self-destruction is different from others.
The two talked as they walked into a private room. Lock the door from the inside and draw the curtains. Li Qiji mysteriously pulled a skill book that shimmered with golden light from his game backpack.
Lu Yu was immediately taken aback. Gold. Epic level? That's right.
Li Qiji chuckled and handed the skill book in his hand to Lu Yu. Lu Yu quickly checked the attributes and was overjoyed, as if he had won the lottery.
Skill book, self-destruct. Quality, golden epic.
Attribute, sacrifices life to cause a large-scale explosion radius, strength 1 meter, damage dealt, maximum health 10.
Introduction, self-disclosure has a price, but art is priceless.
Lu Yu gasped in shock.
Maximum health 10.
I currently have 50,000 maximum health, so I can deal 500,000 damage. In other words, if you encounter a boss again, you can just grab him and self-destruct. The most alarming thing is that the blast radius is related to the force, which means it could cause damage on the scale of a nuclear explosion. I dare not think about it, I really dare not think about it.
Lu Yu was so excited that he wished he could explode right now and give everyone a bang. But then he thought about the 2 million he still had in his account and gave up. Li Qiji, how much is this book? Lu Yu asked. Li Qiji waved his hand generously. Boss, why are you talking to me about money? Between the two of us, who's on your side? It's definitely me who's showing you respect. Lu Yu frowned. An ordinary epic level skill book is worth at least 50 million.
Although self-disclosure might be a bit of a waste, it still amounts to at least 20 million. It seems that Li Qiji is planning to invest in me.
Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you this ring.
Lu Yu casually tossed the 10-turn resurrection ring over. For him, being able to revive 10 times with low health is completely useless. It would be better to repay Li Qiji's favor. These rich people are very shrewd, they would never do a losing business. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have become the richest man in Xinjiang. Boss,
You bought the self-destruct item to use with this ring, right? If you give it to me, won't you really die?
Li Qiji was shocked, staring intently at the blood-red ring. The value of the 10-turn resurrection ring is definitely greater than that of the self-destruct skill book. Moreover, it is priceless and unavailable. You can't buy it with money alone, you also need power. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu just casually offered it up in exchange for self-destruction.
Death? What's there to be afraid of? The most important thing is art.
Lu Yu chuckled.
Well,
everyone here is a smart person, so Li Qiji didn't hesitate. He secretly calculated the value and took the 10-turn resurrection ring into his hand. I plan to properly compensate Lu Yu for the remaining price difference later.
Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the thrilling sound of high heels echoed down the corridor.
Lu Yu and Li Qiji's eyes lit up immediately, and they rubbed their hands together with great anticipation, waiting to open the blind box.
They're here. They're here.
A short while later, 3 beauties, each with top-notch figures and looks, walked in. A business suit, black stockings, and high heels. The 3 legendary outfits are so sexy that even a dog would look sexy in them. Wearing it on a beautiful woman is almost enough to make one's blood boil. A man with a large beard, who was the referee, came in with them. Come, young masters, these are the top courtesans I specially selected for you.
You can choose the 3 of us first, and the rest can be mine.
As he spoke, he lay down on the sofa with practiced ease and shouted, "Come on, attack my kidney reflex zone." These words seemed to ignite the competitive spirit between the men.
Lu Yu also lay down on the sofa. "Go for it, attack my kidney reflex zone too." Li Qiji retorted, not to be outdone, "Me too." "Attack. Haven't you eaten?"
The 3 beautiful female technicians were stunned. They were dressed so kindly, but these 3 scoundrels didn't appreciate it at all. They were treated like mere laborers. Helpless, the 3 of them had no choice but to use all their strength to launch a frantic attack. Lu Yu and the other 2 gritted their teeth, their bodies convulsing as if in spasms, tears welling in their eyes, but they stubbornly remained silent.
"What's wrong? Didn't you eat? You can't bear any pain." "Haha, me too."
The quality of technicians these days is getting worse and worse. It would be better to replace them with men.
"Put some effort into me, my kidneys are perfectly fine." "No, you're foaming at the mouth." "That's saliva, it's saliva." Nothing was said that night.
The next day, Lu Yu limped home and took a 7-day leave of absence, half a month before the college entrance examination.
7 days later.
On the sidewalk of the old residential area, Lu Yu let out a long sigh of relief.
Phew, finally finished. Now I should be able to pass the membership selection for that Berserker of the World thing. Complete daily tasks to earn 20 free attribute points. Power, give me full power. Chapter 40, Berserker's Reign, Guild Test.
Each daily task grants 20 strength points, for a total of 140 strength points over 7 days. Including Lu Yu's previous 209 points, he has a total of 349 points of strength. With the staff providing an additional 100 points, Lu Su's current power has reached a terrifying 449 points.
Moreover, Lu Yu didn't sit idle during those 7 days. He trained most of his fist techniques to LV3. Martial arts skills: straight punch LV3, jab LV3, swing punch LV3, uppercut LV3, farmers 3 punches LV3, deliberate blow punch LV1, serious punch LV3.
I randomly opened a video titled A Serious Punch. Serious Punch LV301,000, a powerful strike that deals damage equal to base attack plus strength 100. Lu Yu was absolutely thrilled, which gave him enough confidence to join the Mad Warriors Guild. These past few days, his biological mother has sent people to look for him several times. They all wanted him to donate his kidney to his younger brother, but Lu Yu rejected them all. This will exacerbate the conflict between the 2 sides, leading them to resort to increasingly dirty tactics.
However, Lu Yu was not afraid at all. At worst, he would just explode and that would be art.
He wanted to see who could withstand 10 self-destructions.
Lu Yu casually hailed a DD Chushing ride-hailing service when he went out.
A moment later, a long-legged young lady riding a wild boar stopped in front of Lu Yu. This wild boar looks similar to the one Lu Yu fought in the dungeon before. It needs to be captured using an item called a mount lasso and then trained. It can become a common mode of transportation on the streets, requiring only a bowl of feed for 100 kilometers.
Its function is equivalent to that of the Will-O-the-Wisp boy in the previous life.
Second-hand pigs costing tens of thousands of yuan are also known as first blood harvesters, and they can easily fool naive young girls.
Welcome to DD Chushing service.
Are you Mr. He, the master Onai? The beautiful driver asked.
That's right, it's me. Drive in and set off.
Lu Yu unceremoniously plopped down in the back seat behind the beautiful female driver.
Please fasten your seatbelts, Didi Chuxing is about to depart. The beautiful female driver used very professional language.
He swung the whip and lashed the wild boar's rump. The boar howled and charged forward with all four legs.
20 minutes later,
Lu Yu arrived in front of a large building, which was the stronghold of the Xingyang City Mad Battle World branch.
Upon entering the building, a lobby resembling a pub comes into view.
In front of a huge electronic screen, several female mascots were introducing bounty missions to the adventurers.
Hundreds of professionals of all kinds sat in booths, drinking coffee or liquor and bragging.
Meanwhile, in the booths on the other side, a dozen burly men were fighting, their punches landing hard and snowflakes flying everywhere. The overall atmosphere has the feel of a Western fantasy-style tavern.
Lu Yu was overjoyed he had come to the right place. Hello, are you also here to take the assessment? I am the assessment attendant from the Mad Warriors Guild. You can also call me Anya.
Lu Yu was taken aback when he saw a long-legged beauty dressed as a bunny girl, which caught his eye.
I didn't expect I had so much influence. Someone was specially assigned to receive me.
It's true that geniuses are treated this well everywhere.
But the next second, then another 20 or 30 people appeared in front of Lu Yu. We're all here for the assessment, so you get in line at the back. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Wait, why are there so many people?
A blonde-haired man spoke up from the crowd.
Jobs are so hard to find these days.
Big companies like Quanzhou Tianxia offer good salaries and benefits, and you can even take on private missions.
Who wouldn't want to work there? I'm asking you, a kid who hasn't even reached the first level, how did you manage to get in?
Lu Yu snorted coldly. Humph, I was personally recommended by the vice president. As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Upon seeing Lu Yu's business card, everyone burst into laughter and pulled out their own business cards from their pockets.
We all have them.
Lu Yu was stunned again. Holy crap, Wang Keqin is the kind of guy who hands out his business card to everyone he meets.
Ha, I advise you to go back now.
Look at us, we're all graduates of prestigious universities, some of us are even laid off from major guilds at the age of 35.
You have no chance at all. Cough, cough. Anya coughed lightly, interrupting the discussion.
With her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, she said, please don't discourage others before the assessment results are released.
Please follow me, everyone. I will take you to the assessment location.
Upon hearing this, everyone followed Anya, the bunny girl, into a training hall. At this moment, a muscular, strong man walked up to the group.
Hello everyone, I am Li Hao, the vice president of the Crazy Warriors Under Heaven Guild, a level 48 heavy hammer warrior. You can also call me Iron Hammer Li Hao. Today I will be in charge of your assessment. Among the 38 of you who have been invited, only 3 of you will be able to enter the Mad Warriors Guild and become members of our Mad Warriors Guild. Alright, enough with the chit-chat, let's begin with the first item, the 4-dimensional attribute test.
Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with confidence. The 4-dimensional attributes are the foundation of a professional and the basis of a person's strength. Those who can come here are all geniuses, with absolute confidence in their stats, and each of them has a smile on their face. Only Lu Yu looked embarrassed and extremely self-conscious.
What should I do? My strength attribute is too low, it's practically useless. Damn it, I should have cultivated for a few more days before coming. I was too reckless.
In Lu Yu's view, anyone whose strength is less than 10,000 is a weakling, just like a man who is not 18 centimeters tall would feel inferior. Anya, the bunny girl, came over and gently comforted him. Little brother, don't be ashamed.
It's reasonable that you're weak as a priest. Lu Yu looked down at Anya, looking as aggrieved as a child, but, is this really okay? Of course, your sister won't look down on you. Aha! Everyone was speechless. What kind of conversation was this? It sounded rather inappropriate. Soon, the first person stood on the 4-dimensional attribute testing device. The testing device beeped, making a sound. Wang Kuan, professional barbarian warrior, level 28, constitution 42, intelligence 36, strength 51, agility 38, overall rating, top tier. Wang Kuan gave a confident sneer, looking down at everyone with disdain, as if to say, you little trash, my stats far surpass yours. Since other players do not have a panel, they cannot enjoy the 4 free attribute points they receive for each level up. Therefore, the number of attributes you can have depends entirely on your equipment and personal growth. Wang Kuan's attribute panel already puts him at the top level.
The big screen lit up, and Wang Kuan's photo was placed in the superior person position. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly explained, our evaluation criteria for Crazy Battle Under Heaven are different from other guilds. We have 5 levels, from hard to strong. They are respectively Hang, Top, Superior, NPC, and Finished. Someone like Wang Kuan, with his superior qualities, is just average.
Wang Kuan was stunned. He was a graduate of a prestigious university, so why was he so conventional? Next, the blonde guy who had just mocked Lu Yu went up, and the testing device beeped. Blonde hair, professional longbow archer, level 31, constitution 35, intelligence 42, strength 61, agility 60, overall rating, top tier. Chapter 41, Power 449, is absolutely amazing.
Immediately, everyone in the room showed an expression of envy. This blonde guy is impressive, both of his attributes are over 60.
Could he already be one of the 3 spots? Unfortunately, the profession isn't very good.
Among the first-tier professions of archers, the longbow archer can only be considered an average profession.
Huh? This is considered ordinary? Those who can achieve the first transformation must be either rich or noble.
Hearing the discussions below, the blonde-haired man became even more smug. He excitedly walked up to Lu Yu and patted him on the shoulder.
Young man, do you know what strength is now? Can you achieve over 60 in both attributes? Lu Yu shook his head honestly, I can't do it. I can't even pass level 30 with both attributes. Ha, I advise you not to join in the fun and to hurry back to school.
Lu Yu looked at the arrogant expression on Huang Mao's face, but he wasn't angry.
He just watched him show off quietly. After all, there's a saying that goes, the higher you fly, the harder you fall.
Enough, Blondie, don't bother the others, Anya, the bunny girl, said, frowning. She strongly disliked arrogant people like Huang Mao who were powerful, but she had a great liking for Lu Yu, a tall and well-behaved student who was innocent and naive.
Alright, next one.
Soon, the others also stepped onto the testing device. Most of them are defined as being somewhere between NPCs and superior beings, with only 2 or 3 people reaching the top level. Of course, the option to finish will occasionally appear.
Vice President Li Hao kept shaking his head, sighing inwardly at how each new recruitment drive was getting worse than the last.
Suddenly, a red light appeared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Xiao, Class Storm Mage, Level 27, Constitution 36, Intelligence 78, Strength 47, Agility 63, overall rating excellent.
The scene immediately erupted in an uproar.
Surprisingly, a ram has appeared. Even Li Hao and Anya stared intently at the white-haired, white-eyed girl on the testing device, their hearts filled with shock.
Those who can be rated as hot basically don't need further testing, they're automatically selected.
The other party is a very young and rare Class Storm Mage, making him an absolute bargain. Seeing the burning gazes of the crowd, Storm Mage Xiao Xiao stepped off the testing device with an arrogant expression, her eyes filled with disdain. She's determined to join the Berserker World Guild, no matter how small. Finally, only Lu Yu remained untested. Bunny girl Anya encouraged him, little brother, hurry up and go up on stage for the test. One must be brave enough to face one's shortcomings.
I'm also a pastor, and my strength is only 30 points. Do you think I'm inferior? I'm not necessarily doing very well. Keep going, believe me. If you don't succeed this time, you'll definitely be able to join the Mad Warriors Guild next time. Looking at Anya's saintly, radiant image, Lu Yu nodded, you're not even ashamed of having only 30 points? You're really shameless. You. Anya's lips twitched.
I was trying to comfort you, and you just happened to find my sore spot and keep attacking me.
You deserve to be single. Snort. Yellow Hair laughed loudly, this kid is really funny. If someone like this can be selected, I'll go to the street and find a sow to mate with.
Lu Yu looked at Anya, who was so angry her liver hurt, sighed helplessly, and stepped onto the testing device.
Sigh, this is all the strength I have, it's simply not enough. The next second,
the testing instrument emitted a loud beeping sound, and a red light suddenly appeared. Lu Yu, Professional Priest, Level 17, Constitution 29, Intelligence 28, Strength 449, Agility 29.
Positioning is absolutely hot. The next second, boom. The entire tester made an explosion and short-circuited.
Everyone present was stunned for a moment, staring intently at Lu Yu's basic stats on the big screen.
Strength 449? How could there be such a bizarre value? Is this a value that a human could possess?
Most importantly, the other items are all garbage values.
This kid's academic performance is a bit too unbalanced.
Upon seeing this, Huang Mao's face immediately turned as black as the black abalone from the neighbor's second aunt.
Damn it, this kid has no dual attributes above 30, but what the hell is 449 strength? Did he sacrifice his brains to get that?
Anya, the bunny girl, twitched violently at the corners of her mouth, which were covered in lipstick.
You're telling me this power is little?
This thing's probably just here to cause trouble. Only Li Hao, the vice president of the Mad Warriors under Heaven Guild, had golden light in his eyes. This power is exactly the kind of talent that the world needs. He wished he could announce right now that Lu Yu had been directly admitted as a core member of the Mad Warriors, and be brought under his command to be trained rigorously. Lu Yu stood on the testing machine, scratching his head awkwardly. Sigh, it's still too low.
I need to practice more. Everyone fell silent again. Keep practicing? What a load of crap. Ahem. Li Hao coughed lightly and said, alright, everyone has finished testing their four-dimensional attributes. Now let's move on to the practical test. Please follow me. Soon, everyone followed Li Hao to a training platform.
On the training platform was a rubber dummy with a very detailed face that looked like it deserved to be punched.
Above the mannequin is a screen displaying various information about the family members. Training dummies. Health points, 10,000 10,000. Mana points, 10,000 10,000. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Status, no abnormalities detected.
Li Hao's voice came again. What you see before you is the latest technology training dummy in Xingyang City. Later, you can use your skills on them according to your own class characteristics.
The system will score you based on the effects you have on the dummy.
In particular, to balance the characteristics of each class, priests, mages, or other classes can buff, debuff, or control them, and all of these actions will earn points. The scoring criteria are absolutely fair and impartial, established by the professional association.
Now, who wants to try first?
Huang Mao was the first to get restless.
Since he could give it a try, he decided to seize the initiative first. I'll give it a try.
Let's make it clear beforehand that this is just an attempt and cannot be considered a final result.
Can. A group of people beat their chests in frustration, feeling they had missed a golden opportunity and let the blonde-haired guy get there first.
Then, the blonde-haired man took a huge golden bow from behind his back and conjured an energy arrow out of thin air. Draw the bow, draw it fully, and shoot.
Whoosh!
The arrow hit the dummy's head directly, and a string of numbers flashed on the big screen.
Blonde hair, damage 2542. Rating 88 top tier. Another top tier expert? Everyone gasped in surprise. This blonde guy's strength was no joke. Ha, that doesn't count, I didn't even use my full strength. Huang Mao, Versailles. Now my true strength will be revealed.
He seemed to activate a skill similar to Berserk mode, and fired another arrow.
The golden arrow, accompanied by sonic booms, hit the dummy directly. A critical hit with a single arrow. Blonde hair, damage 3886. Rating, 92 excellent. The arrow has struck.
The blonde-haired man looked at Lu Yu provocatively, muttering, alas, it's a pity you're just a priest, without any attack skills that boost strength.
If you were a marksman like me, you might actually be able to deal more damage than me. Ha ha. Chapter 42 deals 40,000 damage, once again a smash hit.
Everyone was slightly stunned after seeing the damage caused by the blonde-haired man. This marksman is definitely the top choice for the carry role. The damage is really high. Not only that, the skill that blonde guy used just now was definitely not an ordinary skill. I think it must be at least a purple rare level skill.
3,800 damage, that's almost taken away half of the dummy's health, that's really strong.
Huang Mao was quite pleased to hear the crowd's discussion. The humiliation of being crushed by Lu Yu in terms of numerical values was completely gone.
Everyone's physical condition is different, at least I can out-injure that man named Lu Yu.
Not bad, very high damage, as expected of a marksman.
Li Hao gave a sincere evaluation. Next. I'll do it. The savage warrior Wang Kuan stepped out from the crowd.
He swung his large axe, jumped up, and chopped hard at the dummy.
Click.
It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck, causing the dummy to tremble.
Damage, 2,186. Rating, 62. A person of high standing. Wang Kun blushed slightly at his mediocre grades and quietly retreated behind the crowd. A moment later, a priest walked out from the crowd and asked Li Hao, "If I use my strongest healing spell directly, it will count as a score, right?" Li Hao nodded, "That's right. Due to their different professions, priests can also use healing methods." The priest's entire body surged with green light, and an energy ball flew towards the dummy. With a whoosh, it rang out. Health plus 2600, shield value plus 500. Rating, 77 top tier. The system once again provided a reasonable judgment. Everyone nodded in unison as expected of the latest training dummy. The score given was very reasonable. Following closely behind, several more people came up to undergo the trial. Stun effect lasts 4 seconds, damage 784. Rating, 61 as superior person. Slows down the enemy by 30% for 7 seconds, deals 1230 damage. Rating, 72 top tier. Damage, 238. Rating, 25 absolutely amazing. Watching the comical performance of the little Karaomis, Liu remained calm and composed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Someone with this level of skill has the nerve to join the Mad Warriors Guild. I doubt even sweeping the streets next door would be enough to get you hired. There are actually people who can unlock this rare item with amazing ratings. Just thinking about what's going to happen makes me want to laugh. Hey, what are you grinning about? You're the only one left, Anya urged. Liu then came to his senses, and seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, he smiled slightly. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. I'll see how much health you can heal with only a little over 20 intelligence points this time. The blonde-haired man sneered, crossing his arms and waiting to see Liu make a fool of himself. Milk? Liu scratched his head. Why would I need milk? You're a priest, of course you should use healing spells. Do you want to deal damage? Everyone was slightly taken aback, then their expressions changed drastically. Wait, to deal damage? With such high power, even a basic attack would probably deal several thousand damage. Damn, I feel like I've wasted my time as a soldier. At this moment, Liu had arrived in front of the training dummy, stretched out his hands and rubbed them together in front of his chest, making a creaking sound. Of course we have to deal damage. Real men don't play fancy tricks. A fatal punch, a serious one. Liu shouted and threw a punch. The next second, a devastating force erupted from his fist. The serious punch, now at level 3, unleashes its full power, dealing 449 times the base damage plus 100 times the power, resulting in an explosive attack. Boom! A violent roar erupted, and the training dummy's head was smashed open. The health bar was emptied instantly, then instantly filled up again, and then emptied again instantly, repeating this several times before it finally stopped. Damage, 48,766. Rating, 120 absolutely amazing. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The space was large enough to fit a fist. Liu, an ordinary level 17 priest, dealt over 40,000 to nearly 50,000 damage with a single punch. Is this something a normal person could do? How did you do that? The blonde-haired man's hair stood on end as he stared intently at Liu and asked. Liu stood with his hands behind his back and smiled calmly. Since you have asked so sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and took out their phones and notebooks to take notes. The female pastor Anya, dressed as a bunny girl, also perked up her ears excitedly, looking like a high school student waiting for her teacher to start a lesson. Even Li Hao, the vice president of the Mad Battle World Guild, was shocked, his heart pounding wildly. This secret must be incredibly shocking. It might even shake the entire professional world. You must write it down completely and study it. Liu's voice, brimming with pride, drifted over calmly, that is. Everyone's heart raced with excitement, afraid of missing a single word. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then a 10-kilometer run. I must stick to this every day. Clang! Everyone fell backward. Hey, am I telling the truth? After a long silence, Huang Mao and the others stopped asking. After all, everyone has their own secrets. His secret is that he has a fetish for animals, such as female piglets. Li Hao also gave up the idea of eavesdropping and instead addressed the crowd. Alright, the second test is finished. Next, I will lead you through the final test. Everyone, follow me. Li Hao was the first to walk out. Just as Huang Mao was about to follow, he was suddenly grabbed by several people. What kind of person do you think you are to dare to walk in front? Mr. Liu, please go first. Yes, Mr. Liu, please go first. Liu Yu was very smug, walking behind Li Hao. After Liu Yu left, everyone else followed suit. Before long, the group arrived at a mysterious room. In the room, hundreds of images appeared on a huge screen. There are actually many dungeons and secret realms above. Void Volcano LV30 LV40, Stormy Sea LV2530. Rat Village LV19 LV30, Mechanical Abyss LV45 LV60. This place actually includes all the dungeons around Xingyang City. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Li Hao smiled smugly. This is the only instance portal accessible in the entire Xingyang City. Our third test involves clearing a dungeon once, and the score is based on the overall performance. You need to complete this as a team, and the team members will all be internal staff of our Mad Battle World. They are both your teammates and your examiners. Alright, now please choose the dungeon that suits you best. Upon hearing this, everyone began to observe and study the instance map. Each profession has its own preferred dungeons, and they will naturally choose the ones they are most familiar with and best at in order to achieve the best results. Only Liu Yu stared intently at the name of one of the dungeons, his heart pounding. Job Change Trial Tower, no level requirement. Description: a must-do quest for job advancement, which may drop job advancement skill books. Holy crap, that's him! Chapter 43: The Tower of Job Change. Liu Yu was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, he encountered the special dungeon, the Job Change Trial Tower, here. It should be noted that in order to control the job change rate, the Professional Association has tightly controlled the Job Change Trial Tower. You need a ticket to get in, and each ticket costs 10,000 star coins. 10,000 star coins may not sound like much, but don't rush to conclusions. The official price is only 100 tickets sold per day in the entire Xingyang City, citing the need to protect the ecological balance of the instance. Of these 100 tickets, 90 were taken away through various channels, leaving only 10 available for ordinary people to purchase. The odds of an ordinary person getting one are obviously very low. However, there is another way to get inside the tower: buy tickets from scalpers. The value is approximately 500,000 yuan per piece. Don't rush into it. Don't assume that 500,000 yuan will guarantee a smooth career change. First, you might not be able to defeat the enemy and obtain the necessary item for the job change quest, the job change gem. Even if you manage to defeat it, there's no guarantee you'll get the job change scroll. Even if you are lucky enough to get a job change notice, it doesn't guarantee that it will be the job you want to switch to. Therefore, most people, after passing the trial and obtaining the job change gem, will go to the market to buy a regular job change book at a high price. Alternatively, you can sell the job change scroll you obtained and exchange it for a regular job change scroll. As for rare professions, you're dreaming. A single book costs hundreds of millions, and you couldn't afford it even if you sold your entire fortune. This is why even when many people reach level 20, they still cannot complete the first job advancement. The world of the poor is just that tragic. However, Liu Yu wasn't worried. If he couldn't get a job change scroll, he would just kill a few more monsters. Eventually, one of them would drop it. Vice President, I'll choose this one. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and then their lips twitched simultaneously. No, you must be desperate for money to come here and get a free ticket. Wait, you're only level 17, what are you talking about changing jobs for? Although you are indeed very strong, don't be so strong. Never mind, I'm not going to say anything more, I'm already on the verge of collapse. Li Hao was slightly taken aback by Liu Yu's choice. He asked doubtfully, Liu Yu, I can give you a ticket in my personal capacity if you want one, but you're not level 20 yet, so it's not appropriate for you to go in now. It will affect your assessment score. I'm not level 20 yet, I'll just go in and grind some monsters and I'll reach that level, right? Liu Yu said confidently. Well. Li Hao was a little confused. What Liu Yu said was indeed correct. But, he didn't do it that way. People cherish their tickets, many only start using them when they reach level 23 or 24. But you're still 3 levels short, so you went in to gain experience. After thinking for a moment, Li Hao agreed to Liu Yu's request. I can help you apply for a job change tower ticket, but you have to promise to join the Berserker World Guild after the job change and stay for at least a year, Li Hao said in a deep voice. If a ticket can be used to retain a genius like Liu Yu, it would be well worth it. No problem. Liu Yu readily agreed. Seeing that Liu Yu had successfully gotten a free ticket, everyone eagerly pointed to the job change tower and said, we want tickets too. Yes, I promise I can stay in the world of mad battle for the rest of my life. 2 lifetimes. I've lived 3 lifetimes. Li Hao's face darkened, and he shouted, "Go somewhere cool and stay there." Half an hour later, everyone had chosen the dungeon they wanted to run. Under the guidance of official members of the Mad Warriors, they entered through a special dungeon entrance within the Mad Warriors community to begin the assessment. In the end, only Lu Yu remained standing there, waiting for his teammates. A short while later, a long-legged beauty walked over from a distance. Hot pants, long boots, white tank top, leather jacket. The look is very biker chic. She has a 9 out of 10 chance of being considered attractive, and bears some resemblance to Anya, the bunny girl, but their personalities seem completely different. She strode over, her dazzling white thighs outlining beautiful lines. Is this the kid I'm proctoring this time? He looks pretty handsome. How about joining our motorcycle club? However, I won't go easy on you, you know? Lu Yu scratched his head and said, "Release the water?" It means favoritism and corruption. You idiot, have you replaced your intelligence with muscles? Alright, Anshin, here are your tickets. Li Hao took out 2 tickets and handed them to an Xin, then added with concern, "Just record whatever happens. And, never mind, you'll find out on the way. Let's go." After saying that, Li Hao pushed Lu Yu and the other person into the teleportation portal. A flash of light. Lu Yu and an Xin, a long-legged beauty on a motorcycle, have arrived at a huge hall that resembles an ancient castle. The hall was filled with people moving about, all of whom were there to change jobs. Lu Yu asked in confusion, "Why don't we just teleport directly into the dungeon?" You idiot, have you ever been to school or not? An Xin looked at Lu Yu as if he were a complete idiot. Well, my narcolepsy tends to flare up during class. Yuguan Xin was speechless. How did someone like that get an invitation from the Berserker World Guild? It's okay to tell you, the job change trial tower is a special dungeon. The dungeons refresh in real time. No matter how many times you clear them, you will encounter the same enemies and opponents every time you enter, just like playing a game. This type of dungeon can only accommodate 5 people and has 5 difficulty levels to choose from: normal, adventure, warrior, king, and nightmare. Of course, the higher the difficulty of the choice, the higher the quality of the job change book you will get, provided that you can defeat it. Lu Yu suddenly realized that this was absolutely amazing. He was worried about not being able to get a good job change skill book, but now it seems like he's got it covered. Hey. What are you laughing at? An Xin asked. It's nothing, I just thought of something funny. Let's go. Lu Yu invited an Xin to form a team in the game system, and then snatched 2 tickets and handed them to the guard in charge of the gate. Hey bro, can you help us choose nightmare difficulty? These words immediately shocked everyone present. No, how dare he challenge nightmare difficulty? Holy crap, there are only 2 of them, a level 20 assassin and a burden priest. Wait a minute, this priest is only level 17. Is he trying to pick up girls by stealing his parents' tickets? Just wait and see. After he dies and loses his level, let's see if that girl will still give him a good look. An Xion's lips twitched, and she quickly pulled Lu Yu back. What are you doing? We can just team up and challenge the normal difficulty level. Even 5 level 30 professionals couldn't beat nightmare difficulty, are you crazy? Chapter 44, a smooth push, and Xion's legs went numb. Nightmare difficulty? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the guard nearly threw away the register he was holding. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Yu and an Xin, his eyes filled with astonishment. Young man, there's a limit to showing off. These tickets are very valuable. Moreover, nightmare difficulty requires at least 5 high-level professionals. You 2 are simply going to your deaths. Lu Yu laughed arrogantly, do whatever I tell you to do. It's not like I'm not giving you tickets. If you want to lecture me, go find your wife tonight. You. The guard was so angry that he glared and turned his head away, ignoring Lu Yu. And Xion's face turned green. She grabbed Lu Yu's arm and pulled him back, saying, "You're wasting your ticket. Nightmare difficulty doubles the death penalty, you'll drop 2 levels, and your equipment will be destroyed." Lu Yu remained unmoved. Women are just women, cowards as mice, and they don't even deserve a motorcycle. You. An Xion's face, full of collagen, twitched. I'm ignoring you, do whatever you want. Lu Yu offended 2 people again with just a few words, and then strode into the portal to the demon difficulty level. An Xion gritted her teeth and followed Lu Yu inside with her long legs. Fine, so be it. Who told me to be so unlucky as to run into such a stubborn mule? Brush. The white light dissipated.
Lu Yu opened his eyes and found himself standing on a huge circular platform. The platform floats in the endless void, surrounded by swirling nebulae and shattered planetary debris. A bronze gate slowly opened, and several brutal goblins walked out.
Welcome to the Job Change Trial Tower Nightmare difficulty. Monster attributes are 10 times stronger than in normal difficulty, and skill mechanics are enhanced. Current floor number 1. Team members: Lu Yu LV17 Priest and XIN LV20 Assassin. 10x attribute bonus and XIN's expression changed drastically, and she gripped the dagger in her hand tightly.
It seems that now I can only try my luck with my high output. An XIN squatted slightly with her long legs, her upper body taut and her chest slightly puffed out, assuming a posture ready to attack.
Lu Yu, give me a speed buff, I want.
Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already charged forward with a roar.
You beast, take 100 punches from me. Aura, aura, aura. Bang, 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 bang.
Lu Yu went up and unleashed a flurry of punches at the goblins.
Before an XIN could even react, the goblin was already lying on the ground, fast asleep. Defeat a level 20 goblin and gain 3,000 experience points. Defeat a level 20 goblin and gain 3,000 experience points. Defeat a level 20 goblin and gain 3,000 experience points.
A series of reward notifications rang out, and golden light appeared above Lu Yu's head.
He leveled up. The experience gained from nightmare difficulty is indeed high. Looks like I made the right choice.
Lu Yu stretched his arms and turned to look at an XIN.
Motorcycle girl, what did you just say? An XIN's mouth was open and her eyes were wide open. She looked rather cute. That was it, done in seconds?
But brother, you're a pastor.
Is it really necessary to be so violent? No, it's nothing. An XIN blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed, and her squatting posture looked more like she was taking a dump.
Congratulations on successfully passing your first trial.
Approaching the second floor. The images flow.
Lu Yu felt the platform beneath his feet rising rapidly in the void, and soon he reached the second level.
The platform stopped, and several enormous spiders crawled out of the bronze door.
Beneath a pair of densely packed eyes were hooked fangs, making it look quite terrifying. An XIN paused for a moment, then prepared to enter battle mode again.
Lu Yu, I never expected you to possess such formidable combat power. It seems that if we cooperate in battle, we might actually be able to contend for second place.
Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yu roared and charged forward again.
You beast, you'll take 100 punches from me too. Would big, would big, would big. Bang, 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 bang.
A barrage of straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts rained down, reducing the evil spider to a pile of bloody pulp once more.
Defeat the evil spider LV23 and gain 3,500 experience points. Defeat the evil spider LV23 and gain 3,500 experience points. Defeat the evil spider LV23 and gain 3,500 experience points. Well. An XIN was once again completely bewildered.
The evil spider has much more health and defense than the goblin, resulting in another one-shot kill.
This Lu Yu is a devil. Although it was unbelievable, an XIN still pinched the small white flesh on the inside of her thigh hard. Pain. I'm not dreaming.
After easily dealing with several evil spiders, Lu Yu, feeling rather bored, started rummaging around the area.
Why aren't you releasing any materials? This is garbage. Well. Congratulations on successfully passing the second trial. Approaching the third floor. The platform is growing rapidly.
The bronze door on the third floor slowly opened, and a cyclops emerged from it.
With its blue face and fangs, and its tall, round, and plump figure, it looked quite intimidating. Seeing this, an XIN went back into battle mode.
You can't fight these huge monsters head-on, but her class, which uses speed to backstab, is the best at dealing with them. Lu Yu has stolen her thunder twice already this time. She's determined to show off her assassin prowess.
Lu Yu, it's my turn this time.
Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already finished fighting.
Lu Yu casually tossed aside the cyclops head in his hand, turned to an XIN and asked in confusion, "What's your turn?" An XIN, come on, let's not pull. Defeat Cyclops LV25, gain 4,000 experience. Defeat Cyclops LV25, gain 4,000 experience.
Congratulations on successfully passing the third trial.
Approaching the fourth floor. The platform rose again, and 5 Minotaur warriors appeared from the enormous portal of light. The enormous Minotaur warrior was nearly 5 meters tall, fierce, and brutal. Lu Yu turned to look at an Xin, who was still squatting down. Do you have anything to say this time? An Xin's lips twitched. That's all, you can continue. Okay. Lu Yu turned his head again, clenched his fist tightly, and made a cracking sound as his bones rubbed together. With a wicked grin, he walked towards the Minotaur warriors, his fists once again swinging like windmills, wiping out all the Minotaur warriors. The whole process took less than a minute. And so, Lu Yu pushed his way through. Both sides tacitly remained silent. Every time a new monster appeared, Lu Yu would walk up and smash it down with a flurry of blows. Anxing maintained the same squatting starting position from beginning to end, her mouth twitching and her legs going numb from squatting. The 4th floor. The 5th floor. The 6th floor. The 9th floor. Lu Yu pushed through in this way, achieving a crushing victory over nightmare difficulty with virtually no effort. In terms of strength, it can only be described as top-notch. We finally reached the 10th floor. Approaching the 10th floor. Attention! Attention! The difficulty has skyrocketed. A boss has appeared. Chapter 45, Defeat the boss and level up again. The massive bronze door opened once more. A huge, evil goblin slowly emerged from the bronze door, its entire body jet black and exuding an aura of malevolence. Evil Goblin Boss. Level, LV 30. HP 100000100,000. Skills, Heavy Strike, Intimidation, Humiliation, Plague. The moment the evil goblin boss appeared, an Xin felt a secret joy. That's great, you can't handle all of this by yourself, can you? It's all thanks to my help, Miss an Xin. She slowly stood up, patted her numb long legs, and limped over to Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu, I know your damage is high, but this time is different. After all, it's the 10th floor boss on nightmare difficulty. You hold him off from the front, and I'll flank him from behind. The evil goblin's weakness is in his neck. Watch me break through first. No need. Lu Yu interrupted Guan Xin directly, waving his hand. We're short on time, so there's no need to go through all that trouble. No, the nightmare difficulty boss has very high attack power, I can't withstand it. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yu launched a barbarian charge and unleashed a powerful punch. You beast, how dare you be a boss when you're so ugly? Take this personality correction punch. Bang 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 bang. Lu Yu's punches landed squarely, relentlessly bombarding the evil goblin boss. Even with just ordinary attacks, each punch can take away nearly 10,000 health points. The evil goblin boss's expression changed, and he swung his heavy fist to clash with Lu Yu. Each punch could take away nearly 1,000 of Lu Yu's health. Punches came flying back and forth, kicks came flying back and forth, and the fighting was very intense. Both sides engaged in a passionate exchange of blows. Guan Xin stared blankly at the man who was confronting the boss head-on, and was once again deeply shocked. Moments later, the evil goblin boss collapsed in a pool of blood, tears streaming down its face, dying a truly miserable death. Lu Yu stepped on the giant head of the evil goblin boss, raised his hands as if to declare victory. That's winning? An Xin stood there blankly, staring at the evil goblin boss lying on the ground, and unconsciously pinched her thigh again. Pain. Defeat the evil goblin boss and gain 20,000 experience points. A golden light flashed above Lu Yu's head again, and his level had increased to 19. Feeling his body grow stronger again, Lu Yu squeezed it and roared with excitement. Who else? Suddenly, the evil goblin boss's body disappeared, and a book emitting a white light lay quietly on the ground. Its weight and solidity suggest it's quite valuable. Lu Yu was overjoyed. The drop rate for nightmare difficulty was indeed high. I picked up a book and looked at it. Job change certificate: Heavy Armor Warrior. Class: Warrior. Quality: White, Standard. Usage requirements: Level 20. Introduction: Warriors clad in heavy armor possess considerable defense and attack power, and can learn heavy armor mastery and greatsword mastery skills. Heavy armor is the ultimate romance for men. Why is it a warrior's job change book? An Xin also leaned in to take a look, and the two of them were so close that their breaths mingled. A job change scroll dropped on the 10th floor. Although it's a white, common quality scroll, the warrior class is very common, and its value is high on the market. It can sell for at least 100,000 star coins. Lu Yu's heart finally settled down. 100,000 star coins is not bad. I'll give you 5 coins after I sell it. An Xin was speechless for a moment. If you only give me $5 out of 100,000, it's better not to give me anything at all. That man is so damn stingy. You should keep it yourself. I don't want it because you made it yourself. You can't refuse it. We beat this together. Don't go back and talk behind my back about me. I can't stand it. Just take it. Why are you being so polite with me? Lu Yu's tone was extremely domineering, like a domineering CEO in a female-oriented novel. He managed to exude the aura of a $5 million man with just $5. And Xin was speechless, and speechless again. However, she didn't put in any effort anyway, so she shouldn't have taken the money. Alright, let's hurry up and deal with the next level. The difficulty will increase dramatically from here on out, so we need to be prepared, and Xin said with great concern. After the 10th floor, both the number and level of monsters will increase significantly. Especially the job change tower on nightmare difficulty. That's not for ordinary people. However, nightmare difficulty also has its advantages, namely, the drop rate of job change books becomes much higher. Just like on normal difficulty, the 10th floor boss will not drop a job change book. You need to reach at least level 30 before you can get white quality items. It's a miracle that it broke at only level 10 of nightmare difficulty. And Xin stretched her numb legs, gripped the dagger again, and stared intently at the bronze door in front of her. Alright, if we keep going like this, we have a chance to reach level 20 and obtain the job change gem, allowing us to exit comfortably. Click. The bronze gate opened again. A large group of monsters emerged from inside. Goblins, evil spiders, minotaurs, cyclops, dark cat demons, and so on. There were more than 30 of them. It's basically the sum of all the monsters on floors 1-5. And Xin frowned, her body trembling slightly. Damn it, it seems I underestimated the difficulty of nightmare mode. Lu Yu, be careful, I'll use my speed advantage to pull the monsters for you, you figure out a way to kill them. Up to now, Anshin has completely given up the urge to play as the main DPS. I've already started considering playing a support role to help Lu Yu pull monsters. There's no need. Just have a direct confrontation. If you're bored, you can make a couple of braised dishes yourself. Lu Yu's voice was domineering and full of masculine charm. He took a step and charged into the monster horde. With fists swung, he swept through the horde of monsters. Only an Xin, her pretty face flushed red, was left staring wide-eyed and trembling. No, I'm a girl. What do you mean by just casually making a couple of braised dishes? Bang 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 bang. Lu Yu swung his fists, which were as big as sandbags, and charged around, smashing heads with every punch. Interweaving basic attacks with regular attacks, and then connecting regular attacks with basic attacks, he unleashed the legendary 5A level combo once again. One person swept through more than 30 high-level monsters. The health bar kept dropping in the monster horde, and each punch dealt several thousand damage. In less than 2 minutes, more than 30 monsters were once again reduced to dust. Lu Yu, stomping on a goblin's head, roared to the sky, who else? In the time that followed, Lu Yu once again swept through the enemy lines. 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor, 14th floor, 15th floor. Although the number of monsters appearing is increasing and they are getting stronger. But in front of Lu Yu, they were all like clay chickens and earthen dogs, easily defeated with a single punch. He didn't even use a serious punch, let alone his strongest move, the nuclear bomb self-destruction. And Xin, a small and frail woman, huddled alone in a corner, her eyes listless and empty. She was completely at ease this time, and also experienced the joy of being carried by Su Li. Lu Yu is too fierce. He wiped out all the monsters by himself. He makes me look really stupid. How about we just braise a couple of batches? No, Anshin, what are you thinking? This is a nightmare map, not at home. Chapter 46. Stop pacing, I can't take it anymore. You beast, die. Lu Yu moved like a tiger, unleashing a powerful punch that pulverized the last Golden Stone Giant into dust. Defeat the Golden Stone Giant and gain 8,000 experience points. A golden light flashed above Lu Yu's head, and he had already leveled up to level 20, gaining the qualification for another job change, that is, the first job change. At the same time, the sound of clearance was heard. Congratulations on successfully passing the 19th trial. Approaching the 20th floor. Clear floor 20 to obtain a job change gem. Attention, the boss has appeared. The massive bronze door opened again, and a man playing a flute stepped out. As the melodious sound of the flute rang out, countless giant rats scurried out from the bronze gate. Lu Yu gasped in shock.
These weren't rats, they were hundreds of fat pigs with rat heads.
Mouse controlling personality dis, boss. Level, LV 40. Health points 80,000 80,000.
Skills, stealth, rat control, confusion, poison dart, rat frenzy. A moment later, the bronze gate closed. Before Luyu appeared at least several hundred huge, ferocious rats with sharp fangs, emitting the stench of rotting food. It is estimated that being bitten will also have the effect of tetanus. After appearing, the boss, the mouse-controlling personality dis, immediately played his flute and went into stealth mode.
Damn, he's a coward who doesn't dare to confront people head-on, Liu said disdainfully. And Xin stared coldly at the boss and hundreds of giant rats in front of her. Liu, be careful. This is a nightmare-level boss on the 20th floor. If we defeat him, we can get the job change gem. After winning, a portal will open, allowing you to return to the real world. And there's a high chance they'll release a rare quality job change book. Once you're out there, you can exchange rare items for rare ones and become a rare first-tier job changer. Liu frowned. How can it only be of rare quality? It's too weak. And Xion's lips twitched. You think rare quality job change books are as cheap as cabbage? These things are much more expensive than skill books. A purple rare quality job change book is worth at least 10 million star coins. I don't want that rare trash item worth tens of millions of star coins. Liu swung his fist and charged into the swarm of rats, his heroic voice echoing out. My precious first time should be epic. Little mouse, take 100 of my little punches. Ah, do.
Liu once again transformed into a boxing champion, charging left and right through the swarm of rats and beginning to kill them.
These rats don't have much health, and apart from their large numbers, their combat power is quite limited.
Liu basically killed them with one punch each, making the rats squeak and squeal. Before long, the rat carcasses piled up into a mountain. This is so rubbish, it feels even worse than the last level, it was so easy. Liu cleared out all the hundreds of rats in less than 3 minutes, leaving a ground littered with rat carcasses. The fact that the fight was so easy made Liu feel a little strange.
Wait, where's the boss? And Xin stood in the corner, exclaiming that something was wrong. Liu only fought the small monsters, he didn't even encounter the boss. Given their nightmarish track record, there's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Liu, hurry up and find the boss's location. And Xin shouted.
Suddenly, a melodious flute sound rang out, and the figure of the mouse controller, Gades, reappeared. At the same time, all the rat corpses on the ground came back to life. One by one, the rats stood up, their eyes flashing with a blood-red light, becoming even more ferocious than before.
Liu pointed at the figure of the mouse controller, Gades, and cursed, "You little piece of trash, if you're so tough, come and fight me head-on." What kind of man hides in the back playing the flute?
After saying that, Liu rushed over and threw a punch. The mouse controller, Dis, twitched his lips, quickly went into stealth mode, and disappeared.
Countless rats, stained with blood, pounced on Liu.
This time, the rats became even more brutal and bloodthirsty.
And Xin was terrified and quickly considered a strategy.
She casually said, "Liu, these rats can't be completely killed. We need to find the boss's location and kill him as soon as possible."
You block these rats, I'll find his location. No need.
I still prefer direct confrontation. You can go play a couple of rounds in some corner, and I'll call you when I'm done. Liu unleashed another powerful punch, smashing the rat's head open. Blood mixed with shattered bones littered the ground, and the entire cervical spine was broken. Even if this rat were to come back to life, it would probably only be a paralyzed plant-like rat, posing no threat whatsoever. Liu launched a series of attacks. He quickly attacked the swarm of rats, smashing their heads with every punch, blood splattering everywhere. He was having so much fun that he even performed a trick of tearing a rat apart with his bare hands. Arms and legs were dismembered, bones were smashed to pieces. The main theme was brutality.
And Xion's mind went blank again.
Liu's method is too ruthless.
You can turn into a zombie rat, right? Well, I'll smash your corpse to smithereens, then what can you do to me?
Unexpectedly, the strategies and tactics she had devised with all her might were worthless in the face of Liu's violence.
I'm still so useless.
And Xin bit her red lips and gripped the dagger tightly in her hand. The pride of being a genius, which she had held for many years, rekindled her fighting spirit.
No, I can't be a burden. I have to help this time. Go on, Sheen. You're the best little lamb. Charge.
With a powerful push from her long, white legs, an Xin transformed into a blur and attacked a giant rat that was about to ambush Luyu from behind. She twirled the dagger in her hand, aiming the tip at the rat's neck, and unleashed a shadow strike.
Luyu, watch your back. I'm coming to your aid. Bang!
An Xin was hit in the face by a punch that Luyu casually threw, and her mouth and eyes were crooked.
She was sent flying several meters away.
If it weren't for her rare skill, Seeming, which locks her health for 1 second when it drops to 20%, she'd probably be dead by now.
Permanent health plus 10. Experience a unique smooth feel and the triggering of the unbreakable grip.
Luyu knew he had hit his teammate this time. He turned his head and looked at an Xin, who was lying on the ground covering her face and silently shedding tears, and said, "I told you to braise a couple of pieces, but you insisted on coming up.
You didn't listen and got beaten up." I don't want to talk to you." An Xin turned her head to the side and silently squatted in the corner, drawing circles.
"Even if you get beaten to death later, I won't lift a finger to help you. Why, it hurts."
The next second,
a warm light enveloped her entire body, significantly reducing her pain.
An Xin was surprised to find that her body was emitting a green light. Health points are also increasing slightly. Milk, I was actually being milked.
She had even forgotten that Luyu was a priest because he was fighting so fiercely just now.
Now, suddenly being breastfed, I feel a strange sense of happiness welling up inside me.
It turns out that Luyu also has a gentle side. Knowing that he had accidentally hit himself, he even nursed him back.
How thoughtful of him. It seems we misunderstood him. Wait, what is this strange feeling? Luyu, stop. Stop nursing me, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 47, Defeat the Boss, Obtain the Purple Job Change Book.
Looking at an Xin, who was surrounded by dozens of green lights, Luyu nodded with satisfaction.
I can't handle just a few dozen. How boring. Suli could take 100 of them.
Ignoring an Xin, who was shrouded in green light, Luyu once again transformed into a rat meat grinder, pushing his way through the swarm of rats. Left punch connects to right punch, basic attacks are interspersed with normal attacks, and occasionally a powerful head-splitting move is used.
The rats' heads were forcibly torn in half, completely eliminating any possibility of them reviving.
Suddenly, dozens of rats stacked themselves into a human pyramid, forming a giant monster that charged toward Luyu, its terrifying screams echoing throughout the platform.
Luyu raised an eyebrow, looked at the strange little hill in front of him, and slightly clenched his fist. Now's the time. Take this deliberate, powerful punch. Boom!
Luyu unleashed a punch, a terrifying fan-shaped burst of energy that blasted the mountain-like rat-like tower in front of him into countless rat fragments.
Blood and flesh fell, scattering across the ground. The power of that single punch was terrifying. Stacking them up for me to hit, that's really satisfying. The next second, 2 more rat-like monsters charged towards Luyu. The terrifying screams drowned out the deadly whistling, chilling to the bone.
Luyu once again transformed into a rat meat grinder, unleashing a deliberate punch that blasted a mountain of rats into a pile of minced meat.
But just as things were calm, another rat mountain suddenly disintegrated, and countless rats swarmed towards Luyu.
In the center of Rat Mountain, a hidden boss, Ratman, had transformed his flute into a poisoned dart blowpipe.
Puff! A poisoned dart aimed at Luyu's chest.
With a successful hit, the mouse controller, Gades, showed a slight smile, but the next second he froze on the spot. Luyu casually pulled out a poisoned dart and, as if nothing had happened, stuck it into the anus of a large rat. The big rat twitched twice, foamed at the mouth, and died.
Oh! This poison is pretty potent, it makes you lose several hundred health points per second.
Luyu pointed to the empty health bar above his head, then suddenly exerted his power and launched a powerful attack.
Now you've shown your true colors, huh? Here comes the serious punch. Bang! Boom!
A terrifyingly powerful force suddenly blasted out, slamming heavily onto the bewildered head of the mouse-controlling Gendis.
46,261.
1 punch and half of his health bar vanished. Ignoring the pain, the mouse-controlling personality Dis immediately activated invisibility again. I have no choice but to hide another punch and I'm dead.
An Xin was stunned as the creature twisted and writhed on the ground. 40,000.
Luyu's punch dealt 40,000 damage.
What terrifying damage is that?
No wonder my older sister and Li Hao had such grim expressions when I arrived, they had already anticipated my humiliation.
Ugh, here we go again.
After Luyu finished his punch, he ignored the rat-controlling Gendis, who was already at half health upon meeting him, and continued to focus on attacking his rats. Some of them knock off the head with a single punch, then rip off the limbs and tail, leaving only a fleshy husk in place. Others simply lift it up, tear it in half with both hands, then lift the two halves up and tear them into 4 pieces, then tear them into 8 pieces. Anyway, Lu Yu has plenty of time, he can just finely chop it into minced meat. He refused to believe that these rats could come back to life. Even the mouse controlling personality, Dis, was confused. Who was the real villain? Half an hour later, Lu Yu finally defeated all the rats, rendering them unable to regenerate and become zombies. He wiped the blood from his face and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally finished. Try reviving again. If that doesn't work, I'll try again. Feeling his dignity as the boss was being challenged, the mouse-controlling personality Dis felt he had no choice but to sacrifice himself once again and start playing the flute. The flesh on the ground twitched slightly, and some of the 32 pieces of rats trembled twice before coming to a complete stop. Some rats were writhing on their bellies, but since they had no arms, legs, or brains, they were unable to move and continue their attack. Lu Yu laughed. This is really funny. It seems it's not chopped up enough. I should buy a knife and chop it into minced meat. The mouse-controlling personality, Dis, had completely run out of cards and was just about to enter stealth mode again. Suddenly, Lu Yu's terrifying, mountain-like fist came crashing down again. Father's love is as strong as a mountain. Boom! 46,777. The mouse-controlling personality, Dis, the boss, is dead. Defeat the rat-controlling personality Dis boss and gain 30,000 experience points. Obtain a job change gem untradeable. Job change gem, professionals can absorb the power contained within and use a skill book to change their job to a completely new first job class. Lu Yu opened his game inventory and found a gem lying quietly inside. Because of its non-tradable nature, it has little monetary value. It can only be used when changing jobs. I didn't expect it to be completed so easily, it's really boring. Suddenly, his gaze turned toward the direction of the boss's corpse. A purple quality job change book lay quietly on the ground, radiating an alluring glow. An Xin, her face flushed, ran over excitedly and nuzzled her little head next to Lu Yu to watch together. Job change scroll shadow assassin. Occupation, assassin. Quality, rare purple. Usage requirements, level 20. Description, transform into an assassin wielding the power of shadow, moving through darkness and shadows, possessing extremely strong assassination abilities, and mastering shadow avatar and dark power skills. What garbage! Lu Yu frowned and casually stuffed the job change book into his game inventory. This book is such a piece of junk, even if it were given to him for free, he wouldn't bother to share it. After all, if you're going to change jobs, you should at least get something really impressive. Lu Yu turned his head and suddenly saw an Xin's big, bright eyes staring at him with a watery look. She was holding onto her sleeves and shaking them constantly. The meaning is quite clear, you think it's rubbish, but I think it's great. What, you want it? Lu Yu casually took out the job change certificate again. And Xin nodded vigorously. Call me Daddy. Dad. Well. Lu Yu was speechless. Sure enough, women would do anything for what they love. He felt that if he made some outrageous suggestions now, she would do them without hesitation. He. Lu Yu revealed a lewd expression, his eyes fixed on an Xin's long legs. What are you going to do? An Xin's heart skipped a beat, and she took a slight step back, but then she thought about the job change certificate and persevered. Lu Yu's lewd voice drifted over, nice legs, must be fast. Get me 2 months' worth of deliveries later. These days, delivery guys always leave packages at the station, it's way too far. Well. And Xin was speechless. Lu Yu was a hopeless case of terminal male chauvinism. Let's give him the equivalent amount of star coins in the future. After all, she had searched the entire Xinjiang city market and still couldn't find a job change book of such high quality. I've made a killing this time. Let's go, the portal is open, let's go out. I've passed your test. And Xin couldn't wait to walk out. I wonder how shocked the outside world will be if I clear the nightmare difficulty job change trial tower. But just as she was about to leave, a pair of large hands blocked her way. Then Lu Yu's voice drifted over. Wait, I haven't had enough fun yet, why are you leaving already? Next floor, let's continue. Chapter 48 The End of the Universe is live streaming e-commerce. Next, the next floor? Are you crazy?
and Xin stared wide-eyed at Lu Yu in disbelief.
Aside from a few professionals who specialize in breaking records, no one would choose to continue climbing higher after clearing the 20th floor. Because the difficulty of the job change trial tower increases by several levels every 10 floors.
Normal people would never continue to take risks after obtaining a job change gem. If they die halfway through, the job change gem they obtained with great difficulty will also be lost. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was not a normal person. Next floor, continue. Approaching the 21st floor. Attention, attention, the difficulty is about to increase. Outside the job change trial tower, a group of well-equipped and smartly dressed professionals strode over. A large group of reporters and online influencers followed closely behind, holding cameras and microphones. Mr. Zhang Yunfeng, is the reason you haven't changed jobs even after reaching level 30 because you want to challenge the nightmare difficulty of the job change tower?
Zhang Yun gave a flamboyant laugh, picked up the microphone, and addressed all the media personnel. That's right, thank you all for your attention. From as far back as I can remember, I've had a dream, to never settle for mediocrity. So when I reached level 20, I didn't choose to change jobs immediately. Instead, they diligently cultivate their levels and strive to enhance their own strength. It's all to break the record that no one in Xinjiang City has ever cleared the nightmare difficulty level of the job change trial tower. For this reason, I found a group of like-minded friends when I was in college. We insisted on not changing jobs, but cultivating and fighting together. Finally, the day has come when everyone reaches level 30 and together we will achieve the feat of breaking through nightmare difficulty level 1.
To contribute to Xinjiang City.
Upon hearing this, everyone present looked excitedly at Zhang Yunfeng's team. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted, and the audience expressed their admiration. Even the live stream room was packed with over 100,000 people, ready to witness this miracle. Zhang Yunfeng is truly something else. He leveled up to level 30 using only his basic skills, all for the sake of Xinjiang City's record.
He's a real hero of Xinjiang City.
I think he just doesn't have the money to buy tickets, so he's using this opportunity to sell products and make money off the tickets.
How could you say that? Didn't you see his team was all ready? I bet after he passes the test, they'll definitely capitalize on the hype to sell products. What's that saying again? The end of the universe is live streaming e-commerce. Even if it's just a product promotion, I'll still support it. After all, clearing the nightmare difficulty job advancement trial tower is a record-breaking achievement for Xinjiang City. Amid cheers and applause from the crowd,
Zhang Yunfeng raised his hand to signal the applause to stop, then swaggered up to the gatekeeper and arrogantly pulled out 5 tickets.
Turn the difficulty to nightmare.
You're also going to play on nightmare difficulty? The guard asked, puzzled.
Zhang Yunfeng was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What, besides me, someone else is challenging the nightmare difficulty? Yeah, a guy from level 17 went in with a girl just now, and they haven't come out yet. Puff. Zhang Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of trash dares to challenge nightmare difficulty at the same time as me? I never thought there would still be such a reckless person in this society. It's such a waste that tickets cost 500,000 yuan each. You should know that in order to save up for those 500,000 yuan tickets, I started working hard as a laborer right after graduating from university. It wasn't until he was 30 that he managed to convince a boss to invest, which allowed him to acquire this equipment and entry ticket. However, if you get just one rare job change book in this round, it will be a huge win. As expected, there are a lot of stupid people in this society. But don't worry, our team has been preparing for this battle for a full 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? Alright, if you want to come in, then come in. Stop talking nonsense. The guard took the ticket and turned to make way.
Zhang Yunfeng sneered and led his level 30 team into the nightmare difficulty dungeon.
Family, wait for our triumphant return. You beast, take 100 punches from your grandpa.
Lu Yu, riding on a mermaid, unleashed a flurry of hammer blows, dealing massive damage. They smashed the mermaid's lower body, turning her into a fish with only an upper body.
Why do I say that? Because this mermaid has long legs on her lower body and a fish-like upper body, it looks extremely impractical. Yes, this looks much better. Defeat the level 35 mermaid and gain 6,000 experience points. Defeat the skeleton mage LV38 and gain 7,000 experience points. Killed.
After entering the 20th floor, Lu Yu found that the monsters were significantly more difficult to defeat. Monsters that could normally be defeated with one punch now require 2, which is a disgrace to Lu Yu, a huge disgrace.
It seems my strength is still too weak. If only my strength could break 10,000, I'm still too weak.
After clearing out the monsters on the 22nd floor in just 2 minutes, Liu silently cast a blessing on himself.
He's going to start building up his strength. Strength plus 5.
5 points of strength may not produce a noticeable change. However, by accumulating little by little, and stacking them infinitely, he can maintain his strength at around 1000 for a long time.
Liu is even considering creating a stronger buff skill.
Adding only 5 points each time is still too inefficient.
If I can add 100 points each time, then I guess there's still something to watch. I just don't know if I'll be able to get an epic level class.
At the very least, you should create a holy light dad like the homeroom teacher Shen Linhong, who can heal and fight, and is a super cool holy light hammer priest.
Just as I was pondering this, the monster for the next level appeared.
There were actually 100 golden monitor lizards, which looked ferocious and menacing. But in Liu's view, it was just like a small Hakimi seed.
Things that can be solved with fists aren't really problems. Third sister-in-law, take 100 punches from me. Aura, aura, aura. Half an hour passed quickly.
Liu cleared all the levels, turning the powerful monsters that emerged from the bronze gate into a pile of corpses.
His good teammate in Xian also completely gave up the urge to play center and hid in a corner to amuse herself.
The main thing is to pinch your thighs and cheeks to check if you're dreaming. Soon they reached the 30th floor, where the third boss appeared through the massive bronze door.
A burly, green-skinned orc warrior wielded 2 enormous axes, taller than Liu. Orc War King, boss. Level, LV 45. Health points, 200,000. Skills, Battle Cry, Bloodlust.
Seeing this, Liu rubbed his hands excitedly.
This big guy must have dropped a great job change book. Anshin, do you want to make your presence known? If you don't swipe, I'll just kill you all.
Upon hearing this, an Xian, who was amusing herself, twitched her lips and looked smug.
You're trying to hit me again? I'm not falling for it. Chapter 49 Outlaws Job Change Book.
You beast, prepare to die.
Liu ignored an Xian and started punching the Beast King boss. Every punch lands hard, full of passion.
The main theme is, you hit me, I'll swing your axe back.
There are no tricks, it's all about numbers.
After a minute of fighting, the Orc War King finally showed a puzzled expression.
How come this level 20 human has higher stats than a boss? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? This won't do, let's unleash War Cry. Ugh, aha.
The Orc War King boss immediately activated its War Cry skill, swinging its twin axes horizontally, its huge beast mouth opening wide, and a deafening roar instantly engulfed the entire platform. Once the War Cry was activated, the Orc War King boss's combat power immediately increased significantly. His entire body was bulging with muscles, exuding power.
Seeing this, Liu was not to be outdone.
He clenched his fists and pounded his chest hard, like a gorilla.
Ugh, ah. So all you do is yell, right? I even yelled an extra compared to you.
After letting out a battle cry, Liu felt refreshed. Although his combat power hadn't increased much, he just felt like he had become awesome.
This is the power of the battle cry. Let's fight.
Liu leaped forward and charged towards the Beastman War King boss, and the two engaged in another passionate melee. Even the Orc War King was stunned.
Wait, what's with your shoddy war cry? How did it become so powerful? Bang 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 bang. The Beastman War King ultimately died silently under Liu's barrage of punches.
Defeat the Orc War King boss and gain 40,000 experience points. Liu's lips curled into a smirk.
Isn't that it? Hurry up and see if there are any good job change books.
After kicking the Orc War King's corpse away, Liu quickly searched the ground for the job change book. However, the outcome still disappointed him. There was only a purple job change book in front of me, and the job was Hunter.
Liu's face immediately darkened.
Although the Hunter's overall skill level is quite good, as he can master both melee weapons like swords and ranged attacks like bows and guns. However, too much variety is actually bad, as it makes each item unremarkable. It's better to specialize in one thing, like Liu, who was very proficient in boxing. This results in a high skill ceiling and a high skill floor for the Hunter class. Becoming stronger requires spending a lot of money. It's like a poor person's child going to college to study business administration at best. They'll end up as a security guard or managing property owners. Therefore, many children from ordinary families, after discovering that they have changed their job to Hunter, go straight to work in factories fixing screws.
The entire senior year of number 7 high school can't even muster 10 hunters?
Luyu felt a tightness in his chest, and a sharp pain shot through his groin.
Ugh, it's a hunter. What a piece of trash. Let's check its quality first. Job change scroll outlaw. Class, hunter. Quality, rare purple. Usage requirements, level 20.
Synopsis: a special hunter who walks outside the law, wielding powerful attack methods such as double-barreled shotguns and explosive bombs, possessing extremely strong wide-area destructive power. Luyu's lips twitched immediately.
Oh no, this is really something else.
And Xian's little head also came closer, and after seeing the purple job change book, her little mouth immediately opened into an O shape again.
That's incredible.
Luyu is just too incredible.
It's another rare job change scroll, and since hunters are a relatively rare class, its value is definitely not low. It looks like Luyu is about to strike it rich. Luyu, let's hurry up and get out of here.
Once we sell the job change scroll, you'll definitely be able to afford a rare quality priest job change scroll, and Xian said excitedly.
Go out?
Why would I go out of such a great place?
Luyu asked, looking puzzled.
But, is your health still up to par?
And Xian asked with concern.
Luyu opened the panel and checked his health bar.
Health points, 23,466, 51,990.
Indeed, I lost a lot of health in the previous melee combat. But with the remaining health, there's definitely enough to stack another 10 layers without any problem.
Luyu frowned, his expression not very good. What's wrong, Luyu? If you're feeling tired, let's go back to the guild first. If you still want to grind, I can apply to the guild for 2 more tickets. No, it's just that I like to round things up. Round it up? How do I do that? And Xian asked, puzzled. Just like that.
Luyu gently clenched his right fist and slammed it towards an Xian's pretty face.
Bang! Maximum health plus 10. Health points, 23,466, 52,000.
And Xian was in so much pain that her mouth was crooked and her face was contorted. She stared at Luyu with her big, bright eyes.
Straight men, oh straight men. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend.
After Luyu finished his punch, he felt refreshed and his health had increased to 52,000.
That's a very meaningful number. Luyu turned to look at an Xian. Hey, what's with that expression? I'm not going to leave you unhealed after I've finished. Upon hearing this, an Xian finally changed her pitiful expression. Humph, that's more like it. Wait, milk. No. Ugh. In another parallel instance of the profession trial tower. Guo Huai, Xiaochen can't hold on anymore. You help him tank the damage output. Lily, give Xiaochen a big heal.
The marksman should keep attacking without stopping. Zhang Yunfeng is leading his team in a difficult battle, and many of them have been reduced to a sliver of health. They can only take turns going up to tank monster damage in order to ensure maximum output at the limit.
Damn it, we underestimated the 10th floor goblin boss on nightmare difficulty.
Hang in there, we've been preparing for this day for 5 years. Think about what we've been working so hard for these past 5 years.
Isn't it also that Xinjiang City can also have a record of clearing the nightmare difficulty job change tower, thereby gaining fame and starting a live streaming sales business?
When they heard the words live streaming e-commerce, all the team members' eyes lit up. Yes, as long as you become famous, you can sell products through live streaming. As long as you sell products through live streaming, you can buy equipment and skill books, become a strong person, and become a superior person.
To this end, they spent a lot of money today to invite reporters from major official media outlets in Xinjiang City and top online influencers to promote their products. As long as you can hold out until the 20th floor. Defeat the boss and become a legend in Xinjiang City. Once outside, they are surrounded by media professionals for interviews, thus becoming famous overnight, starting live streaming e-commerce, and reaching the pinnacle of their lives. Hold on. I can't lose in the live streaming e-commerce arena. Go for it. You can do it. Chapter 50 Self-Destruction is Art. The 40th floor.
Luyu stood in front of the bronze gate, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the boss. After another crushing victory, Luyu easily reached the 40th floor, and his level rose again to level 21. The Tower of Job Change offers a wealth of experience and allows players to obtain job change scrolls to sell for money, making Luyu reluctant to leave.
I glanced up at my health bar. I only had a few thousand points left.
Standing still and fighting head-on still takes a toll on your health.
Looks like I'll need to bring a priest to heal me next time I go into a dungeon.
Lu Yu sighed as he thought of his pitifully poor grandmother. It's so useless, it produces little milk, adds milk slowly, and causes a strong reaction. Next time, we should just grab a live healer on the spot and run the dungeon together.
The gummy bear candy we beat up last time was pretty good. Another day of missing gummy bear milk candies. La caca.
The bronze door opened, and a giant bear, its entire body crackling with lightning, slowly emerged from it. Its massive size, combined with its blue and white, upright fur, makes its stats look exceptionally high.
Thunder Bear King Boss. Level, LV 50. Health points, 800,000. Skills, Roar, Thunderstrike, Bear's Fury. They don't have many skills, but they all sound pretty powerful. Lu Yu immediately became interested.
If this thing dropped a job change book, he wondered what good stuff it could yield.
Just do it. You beast, are you ready to die? It's okay if you're not ready, you'll be ready when you die. A deadly punch, a serious one. Boom.
Lu Yu immediately charged forward and engaged the Thunder Bear King in battle. Terrifying thunder roared, and the Thunder Bear King emitted a blazing light. That immense power was like that of a war god with a single slap. It set Lu Yu flying. However, Lu Yu's serious punch landed on the Bear King, causing its health bar to drop significantly, which was quite frightening.
Damn, this thing is so strong?
Lu Yu lay on the ground, stunned.
Looking at Lu Yu lying in front of her, an Xin asked with concern, "Does it hurt? Do you need any help?" "Help? What can you do to help?"
"Oh, by the way, when I count to 3, try to hide below the platform." After saying that, Lu Yu once again swung his fist and charged forward. The terrifying muscles clenched into fists once more, and he began a close-quarters fight with the Thunder Bear King. Lu Yu felt that the power of the Bear King was unprecedented.
It gave him a vague feeling of being numerically crushed. Damn, this is really uncomfortable.
Lu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and casually healed himself 3 times. Although it heals very little, this thing can bring joy and temporarily suppress the pain. As long as he doesn't feel pain, Lu Yu can go up and fight with the Thunder Bear King. Only when fists clench and drop to the bone can there be the ultimate romance between men.
You beast, prepare to die. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu was once again knocked away by the Thunder Bear King and crashed heavily to the ground.
Health points also dropped to less than 3,000.
It looks like there's only a tiny bit left on the health bar, but it's still higher than Anshin's total health.
Oh no, you're about to die. I'll hold off the boss for a bit, you hide and heal yourself. An Xin stood up again, her chest puffed out.
She finally had a chance to prove herself. Although she might die, at least she bought Lu Yu some time, so her death would be worthwhile. An Xin took a long step forward, blocking Lu Yu's path, her cheeks slightly flushed, her blood boiling.
You've been hiding behind me, now it's my turn to protect you. Get out of the way, you bunch of trash, don't do this in front of us men. Whoosh. Lu Yu casually grabbed an Xin by the collar and tossed her into a corner behind him. He then transformed into a boxing champion once again, battling the Thunder Bear.
As Lu Yu's health gradually decreased, an Xin became anxious and wanted to stop him, but she was powerless to do so. For the first time, she felt her own weakness and incompetence. The man in front of her was fighting even with only a sliver of blood left to protect himself.
Damn it, an Xin, how could you be so useless? An Xin roared. If you know you're useless, stay away and don't affect my performance.
Lu Yu's voice came from the center of the battlefield.
An Xin looked towards the battlefield with shame and indignation, only to see that Lu Yu's health was almost gone. Approaching death almost infinitely.
The Thunder Bear boss still has more than half of its health remaining, around 500,000. The battle has reached a point where victory is absolutely impossible.
An Xin gritted her teeth.
Rather than waiting to die, she would rather die with Lu Yu. Since I already have the job change certificate, I can just level up again and then sell the sect to get it back.
Thinking of this, an Xin's eyes suddenly became incredibly determined.
Her figure flashed, and she quickly rushed towards Lu Yu's fighting position.
Lu Yu, I'm here. I'm honored to die alongside you. 3, 2.
At the same time, Lu Yu was loudly counting down. The boss's health had dropped to 500,000.
It was time to use that move.
He opened his arms and grabbed the Thunder Bear King's massive claw as it came at him, a strange smile playing on his lips.
1. Self-destruct. Explosions are art, as big as 8 ducks. just as an Xian's body was about to embrace Lu Yu.
An incredibly terrifying explosion emanated from Lu Yu's body, and the earth-shattering power instantly swept across the entire platform. A look of surprise flashed across an Xian's bright eyes, before she instantly unleashed an explosive burst of energy that devoured everything.
Boom! The white light illuminated the heavens and the earth, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes.
Immediately following this was a brilliant mushroom cloud rising into the sky. A string of unbelievable damage numbers slowly appeared, standing out starkly in the midst of the explosion.
520,000. It's a real injury. After a long while, the light faded.
The Thunder Bear was lying on the ground, motionless, like a turtle. An Xian stood there dumbfounded, her pretty face scorched, and her once naturally flowing black hair had been styled into an afro.
She doesn't look like a motorcycle girl, she looks more like a landlady.
At the last moment of the explosion, her Divine Fate skill recovered once again. It averted a fatal attack. She probably never imagined in her life that this skill could be equivalent to a skill that deals 500,000 damage.
It's enough for her to brag about for a while.
At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and she knelt helplessly on the ground. Lu Yu, her strongest teammate, actually chose to self-destruct at the last moment.
No wonder he told me to hide under the platform earlier.
However, Lu Yu died, and died so completely. Unexpectedly, he chose to sacrifice his life to successfully complete the game.
Lu Yu, thank you.
Silent tears slid down, dripping onto the ground and spreading into a small puddle. Those were the first flowers to bloom for a young girl. The portal reopened, indicating that she could successfully complete the level.
An Xian casually picked up a pink legendary quality job change book from the ground and quickly walked towards the portal. Don't worry, Lu Yu, we'll be able to meet soon.
But when she walked to the portal, her body was not teleported out, instead, she stood there blankly.
Ha? What's going on? I'm all alone now. Shouldn't I be able to leave now? An Xian asked, puzzled.
Just then, a voice filled with anxiety and anger rang out from behind.
Hey, you little thief.
You stole my job change certificate and tried to run away.
Come back here right now. Chapter 51 Continuous Self-Destruction.
The white light dissipated, but the smoke and dust remained. An Xian knelt on the cold platform floor, her ears still ringing from the explosion, but she clearly heard those words.
You little thief, you actually stole my job change certificate and tried to run away. Come back here right now. The voice, it's Lu Yu's?
She turned around abruptly, her pretty face blackened by smoke and dust, tear tracks still clearly visible, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Not far behind her, a completely new Lu Yu stood prominently. He has no wounds on his body at all. His current condition can only be described in 4 words.
The hem of my clothes is slightly dirty. An Xian was completely numb, her feelings incredibly complicated.
I was still dreaming after all.
But why does pinching the groin hurt so much? Could it be the legendary lucid dream? Oh my god, this is great.
I never thought I could have lucid dreams, the kind where you can do whatever you want in a dream.
An Xian smiled wickedly, about to make a move. Thump! Lu Yu flicked him on the forehead. An Xian covered her head and burst into tears. How come this lucid dream involves hitting people? What are you thinking? Hurry up and give me the job change certificate.
Lu Yu's domineering voice came, carrying an irresistible authority.
An Xian quickly handed over the job transfer certificate. Lu Yu took it without hesitation. Job change scroll polar sandblaster. Quality, pink legend. Class, mage.
A super mage who has mastered sand magic can summon sand soldiers, sand sculptures, sand dogs, and other sand warriors to assist in battle, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities and summoning abilities.
Lu Yu was slightly shaken. It was actually a summoning style. Actually, summoning is not bad either.
You are an army yourself, you don't have to fight, and it is also more fun and interesting. Summoning 2 female sand soldiers every now and then can be quite pleasing to the eye. Lu Yu casually stuffed the job change certificate into his backpack, showing no intention of sharing it with an Xian. Giving her 1 copy is already generous. I'll definitely keep this one for myself. He turned around, picked up an Xian who was crying with tears streaming down her face, and casually added 20 slow treatments. Lu Yu said in a deep voice, my fighting style will be quite ferocious from now on. I advise you to go down below and hide, otherwise I won't be responsible if you get hurt.
An Xian looked bewildered. No, you still want to fight?
We're already on the 50th floor, and you just revived, so you're still in a very weak state.
Weak? I'm at full strength even with just one drop of blood.
Lu Yu picked an Xin up like a chick and casually shoved her to the edge of the circular platform. Fortunately, an Xin was an assassin, and her body was agile and nimble.
You can grip the pattern on the bottom of the platform with just one finger. She just didn't understand why Lu Yu did this. No, what are you doing?
Even if I can't help, I can still help you observe the enemy situation.
No need, because there is no enemy activity going forward.
Lu Yu chuckled and turned to rush towards the bronze door.
Ah, explosions are art. Boom. One shot, one kill, clears the screen.
The goblin warriors had barely charged out when they were reduced to fragments on the ground, dying peacefully. A moment later, Lu Yu was resurrected again with 30% of his health remaining.
The health points on the health bar look like a tiny bit, about 1/10.
However, this does not affect the power of the self-destruction.
Soon, we arrived at the next floor.
The bronze door opened again, and Lu Yu seized the opportunity to self-destruct once more.
Ah, explosions are art. Boom. One shot, and the screen is cleared again. The efficiency is many times faster than before. This time, Lu Yu didn't even see what kind of monster it was before he instantly killed it. After being resurrected, Lu Yu's health was reduced to 30%.
That is, 2.7%. Looking at the health bar, there's only a tiny bit left, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch.
But that doesn't matter, Lu Yu just needs to strike first. Next floor. Explosion is art. Boom. Lu Yu kept self-destructing, causing his map-clearing speed to increase dramatically.
Even he himself didn't expect that after self-destructing and resurrecting, all his skills could be refreshed. He used to worry that the self-destruction cooldown time would be too long, thus affecting the second explosion.
Now I have absolutely no worries. Again, the explosion is art. Boom 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 boom. Lu Yu was having a blast.
On the circular platform, violent explosions continued to occur, and one after another, brilliant bright spots flashed in the void of the night sky. An Xin gripped the runes beneath the platform tightly with both hands and feet, her lips twitching uncontrollably. That's terrifying, Lu Yu is absolutely terrifying.
Self-destruction plus resurrection is practically a bug-level existence.
The self-destruct skill not only deals high damage, but its resurrection ability alone is something many people can only dream of. Although there are one-time items for sale on the market, such as the Resurrection Cross.
However, it's important to know that each Resurrection Cross is worth millions. That's just a one-time use item that can only be used to revive someone in a dungeon.
Lu Yu has been resurrected 7 or 8 times since then.
What items or equipment did he use to have so many resurrections? Moreover, even billionaires can't withstand such waste.
Lu Yu, be gentle, I can't hold on much longer.
Self-destruction is art. Boom.
In the parallel dungeons of the Job Change Trial Tower, Zhang Yunfeng and the others were lying back to back, panting heavily. They were currently on the 13th floor, and everyone was exhausted with almost no health left. A well-built female priest was treating them one by one, and their health bars were slowly rising.
Hurry up and milk it.
There's not much time to rest between the 2 floors, we need to hurry, Zhang Yunfeng said anxiously.
I've already tried my best. Are nightmare-level dungeons much more difficult than we imagined? Will we fail? No, we absolutely cannot fail. 5 years, more than 1,800 days and nights, isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? That's right, our team is the only one in the entire Xinjiang city that can clear the nightmare level. Look, the distant sky is twinkling with starlight, guiding us forward.
Zhang Yunfeng pointed diagonally upwards to a huge ball of white light. Everyone looked closely at the white light and saw that a mushroom cloud shape was faintly emerging in the void, which was quite magnificent. Wait a minute, I've run the Job Change Trial Tower before, and I've never seen this kind of mushroom-shaped starlight.
Wait. I think I vaguely heard a voice. It seems to be something or other art? It seems like dual opening failed again. Chapter 52 Final Boss. After reaching the 41st floor, the monster's strength skyrocketed. The evil goblin boss on the 10th floor is even cosplaying as a regular monster.
However, under Lu Yu's series of explosions, he could only withstand one attack before turning into a pile of minced meat. The raging explosions lit up the sky like dazzling fireworks, a truly spectacular sight. Lu Yu no longer cared about the monsters and went straight up to self-destruct. I never expected that being an artist would be so great.
Come on, art is Patrick Star. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Yu swept through the enemy lines, self-destructing whenever he encountered something strange. My health bar has been reduced to almost nothing now. I can't withstand even a single hit from a small monster. Lu Yu has become a fragile object. At the same time, he felt extremely weak all over, as if he had been sitting in a broth all night, and his back ached. Damn it seems that being reborn too many times really takes a toll on my body. I'll need to rest for several days to recover. Fortunately, Lu Yu self-destructed immediately upon resurrection. He didn't give the monster a chance to touch him at all. When it comes to chaste and virtuous men, Lu Yu dares to claim second place, and no one dares to claim first. Come on, take this mushroom cloud punch. Boom, 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 boom. Under Lu Yu's relentless bombardment, the boss on the 50th floor was blasted into a pile of mangled pieces. However, to Lu Yu's surprise, the boss on the 50th floor actually withstood 5 self-destructs, its health bar as thick as Li Qiji's skin. With a flash of light, the job change scroll appeared again. Lu Yu's eyes lit up immediately. It's gold. A golden legend. He quickly stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it. The intense gold color almost blinded his eyes. Job change scroll sky-splitting jade sword immortal. Quality, golden epic. Class, swordsman. Swordsmen who master spatial powers possess extremely graceful and agile movements and speed. They can learn abilities such as sky-splitting slash and teleportation, effortlessly shattering space and slaying all demons under heaven. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. So cool, so strong. He wished he could switch classes right now, but unfortunately he was a swordsman. Oh right, Hajiri hasn't changed her class yet, let's give her that. After all, if my teammates are too incompetent, it will also affect my glorious and great image. Lu Yu nodded and casually put the epic level job change book into his game inventory. His gaze returned to the sky. The priest class change is really too difficult. Although I can still keep fighting, the damage is almost negligible. While continuously self-destructing can help you clear the game, it consumes a lot of stamina. Don't end up like Fall Tianhua, ruining your kidneys. If my kidneys are weak, what use is the world to me? Let's play another round then, let's go all out. Lu Yu's eyes were firm as he continued to rise with the platform. He stood in the void of the starry sky, gazing at the endless expanse, like a traveler detached from the world, with the entire world under his control. The universe is vast, and the stars twinkle. The circular platform continued to rise, and a long-legged beauty below was clinging tightly to the gap, her face contorted, looking extremely strained. Boom, 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 boom. From the 51st floor onwards, the monsters become stronger. Even ordinary monsters can't be killed instantly with a single self-destruct attack. You might even need a second one. The starlight flashed across the sky once more. After experiencing more than 200 self-destructions, Lu Yu finally met the boss on the 60th floor. An angel, bathed in holy light, slowly floated out of the portal. It was dazzling and incredibly bright. 6 golden wings stretched across the sky, and a golden wool behind it resembled the sun, radiating countless rays of light, like a god descending to earth. I never imagined that a human could actually walk into my space. Tens of thousands of years have passed. I have been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years. The hollow voice of the golden angel filled the entire world. He did not open his mouth, yet his voice struck straight to the soul. Majestic, powerful, dazzling, invincible. Even Lu Yu felt somewhat inferior in front of such a radiant angel. He's too bright. Holy Seraph Raphael, boss. Level, LV1. Health points, 100 million 100 million. Skill, light. Look at this, that's the real class of a boss, 100 million HP at level 1. Even if Lu Yu were to explode, it would take him half a day, not even considering if he had any powerful healing skills. If there are 2 healing options. A sound also came from the job change trial tower. Congratulations on reaching the final level. Your strength far exceeds our imagination. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then felt a pang of regret. Holy crap, how did we get to the last level already? What if there aren't any suitable job change scrolls for me? Damn it, this is all the ticket they give you for 500,000 yuan? What a ripoff! Despite their displeasure, Lu Yu's men were not slow at all. Nonsense, if you're even a little slower, the boss will kill you, and you probably won't get any compensation from him then. Art is Patrick Star. Boom! The raging Patrick Star rose from the ground, slowly enveloping the angel boss. Never mind, let's fry it first. 520,000. A string of beautiful numbers lit up above the Seraph Raphael's head, causing his vision to go black.
Damn it, we've been guarding the Bronze Gate for tens of thousands of years, and when we finally see a human being, he just explodes out of fear.
How am I supposed to go back and report now? Just when he was feeling extremely frustrated, Lu Yu's figure reappeared in front of him. Raphael, the seraph with the afro, was immediately delighted. Great, you're not dead. My mission can finally be completed.
I'll deliver the ultimate job change scroll right away.
Self-destruction is art. Boom! Another blindingly bright self-destruction rang out, and a damage reduction number appeared above Seraph Raphael's head once again. 520,000. Damn, this kid is too ruthless.
He didn't kill them the first time, so he blew them up again.
Raphael was very upset. He was assigned to guard the job change trial tower as the ultimate guardian boss.
For tens of thousands of years, no one has ever been seen to successfully reach this level. His mission was actually to give the ultimate job change scroll to anyone who could pass all the previous levels.
But now, before I've even said anything, this guy has already revealed himself twice. Was it because it saw my powerful stats that it was so scared that it self-destructed? That said, the self-destruct damage is quite high. Raphael was speechless as he prepared to return, ready to wait tens of thousands of years to find the next destined one. Suddenly, the arrogant voice rang out again. You bastard, don't run. Take this self-destruct shot from your grandpa. Raphael turned around abruptly and saw a dazzling light shine again. Damn it, it self-destructed again. Wait a minute, this kid has self-destructed 3 times and still isn't dead. Could this actually be just one of his special abilities? Impossible. Infinite resurrection would severely disrupt the balance of power. The creator of this world would never have made such a mistake. Could it be that he opened it? Chapter 53 Painful Strike on the Angel. After a violent explosion,
Lu Yu reappeared in front of Raphael, his eyes filled with an urge to punch him.
You beast, you have such a thick health bar. But in front of me, you are still just a piece of trash. If you eat another one, I'll self-destruct. 8 duck-sized. Boom. Raphael was dumbfounded. How could someone be so childish? Are young people in today's society really that speechless? They expect to face a major catastrophe with this kind of mentality? Hey kid, come out and talk.
I am Raphael, one of the seraphim who assists the Lord in managing the human world.
Stop struggling in vain, you can't beat me.
However, since you have already passed the previous levels, I will give you the job change certificate as a reward.
Raphael's voice filled the entire space, even shocking an Xin, who was tightly held down in the ground. It turns out that you can see angels on the last floor. They'll also give you a free job change certificate. Lu Yu was resurrected again, with only 1 drop of blood remaining, barely visible on his health bar. He looked at Raphael with a deep gaze and said, No, how could I, Lu Yu, accept charity from others? I must defeat you with my own hands and then obtain the job change certificate myself. Stop talking nonsense, take this mini self-destruct. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Yu revealed his own secret. What a joke. I was about to win, and then the other side said they let me win. Isn't that just blatantly disrespecting me? Raphael's lips twitched again. This guy must be out of his mind. He won't take something for free and insists on using force. You can't seek thrills like this. Hey kid, you can't beat me. Since you're so eager to fight, I'll play with you. After he finished speaking, the halo behind Raphael released a dazzling golden light, like a great sun, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. A long sword engulfed in blazing flames slowly appeared in his left hand, the raging flames seeming to melt everything in their path. Are you ready to face the judgment of the holy light? His voice was full of authority, indicating he was ready to teach Lu Yu a lesson. But the next second, he froze. Boom! Lu Yu self-destructed again, giving him no chance to make a move. No, this kid self-destructed as soon as he revived. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. Damn it, I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and today is the only day I've felt so frustrated. Boom! Lu Yu unleashed another self-destruct attack, and another 520,000 HP disappeared. Even Raphael, who had a health bar of 100 million, had his health bar reduced by about 1/20th after so many self-destructions. There is already a clear gap at the top. However, Raphael remained completely unperturbed. He had a health bar of 100 million, so why would he be anxious about losing so little health?
The only goal now is to beat this kid up and vent my anger.
Stop self-destructing. Come and fight me. Raphael roared, wielding his flaming sword. Good. Lu Yu's domineering voice rang out. Bang!
A serious punch landed on Raphael's head, causing him a sharp pain.
Raphael whirled around. You finally agreed to fight me.
Before he could finish speaking, he was greeted by a spectacular explosion.
They've self-destructed again. Raphael was anxious, depressed, and frustrated.
His provocation not only failed to land a hit on Lu Yu, but he also got punched in the process.
How does this guy manage to be both tough and cunning? Over the next 10 minutes, Raphael began to panic.
Lu Yu kept self-destructing, and his health bar had already decreased by a quarter.
In other words, Lu Yu performed at least 50 extremely powerful self-destructions in 10 minutes. Is such a continuous self-destruction intensity really something a human could achieve? No, if this continues, I'll die.
Raphael muttered to himself, his eyes grave.
Wheel of holy light. Whoosh! Raphael gave a soft rebuke, and the divine halo behind him suddenly emitted rays of light that surged into Raphael's body.
His health bar began to surge at an astonishing rate. The health regeneration rate is in the millions per second, which is comparable to the attack speed of Lu Yu's self-destruction.
Ha, no matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly be a match for me, the apostle of God. With such a strong recovery speed, you.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu descended from the sky and knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Then I rode him around, attacking from both sides with a barrage of close-range attacks. It's great that it can restore health. I, Uncle Grey Wolf, love sheep that can restore health the most.
Father's love is as strong as a mountain.
Lu Yu seized the opportunity and rained blows on Raphael's face, delivering a painful blow to this pretentious braggart who was even more pretentious than himself. But his high damage output was no match for Raphael. He could only manage 2 punches to vent his frustration.
Raphael felt the pain in his face before he came to his senses. Damn it, I got beaten up again. That bastard is really troublesome. Today I will kill you to vent my hatred. Go to hell.
Raphael swung his flaming sword fiercely, even just as the flames were about to hit Lu Yu. Lu Yu has exposed himself again. This time, the self-destruction was so close to his face that it gave Raphael's handsome afro a trendy perm, making it look particularly comical.
Raphael was completely devastated.
He, an apostle of God, had been humiliated by a mere nobody.
I really want to pin him to the ground and rub him hard, then stab him through with knives. I'm so angry. Sacred domain. Brush.
A golden halo began to spin behind him, and a golden barrier appeared around him. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything was frozen in time, as if time itself had stopped. Lu Yu's body, which had just been resurrected, was frozen in place and could not move at all.
Lu Yu was greatly alarmed. This is bad, it's a time-stopping skill. That halo actually possessed the ability to freeze time. No, it's not that time has stopped.
My consciousness is still there, he just fixed my body in place. It can be conscious but cannot resist, what a wonderful thing.
Raphael walked slowly over, holding the flaming sword, a twisted smile on his face. Finally, I can take advantage of you once, ha! Kid, I'll teach you to pretend. Boom!
Before Raphael could finish speaking, Lu Yu exploded again, leaving Raphael speechless.
Ugh, I'm so angry. You bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Raphael was completely broken down. This bastard is disgusting, he won't let me hit him even once.
Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move, the angel descends.
Brush.
In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in intense light, and a golden angel phantom tens of thousands of meters tall appeared in the void. With 6 wings on its back, it surveys the world with an awe-inspiring and unapproachable divine might. Angels descend, and all things kneel in worship. In an instant, Lu Yu, who had just been resurrected, was once again imprisoned by the powerful force.
This time, not only can I not move, but I can't even use my skills.
The colossal angel statue, standing 10,000 meters tall, slowly raises its massive sword that seems to pierce the heavens and earth, as if to shatter the entire starry sky. This strike will pierce through heaven and earth. For the first time, Lu Yu's heart felt a sense of crisis.
Although Raphael in front of me is a bit pretentious, he is genuinely strong.
I have lost any chance of defeating him. It seems my strength is still insufficient. If he had the power of 1,000,000, he could take down even an angel with a single punch.
Seeing Lu Yu intimidated by his powerful strength, Raphael finally revealed a satisfied smile. Alright, little guy, do you know how powerful I am now?
Kneel down now and immediately to receive my inheritance.
Chapter 54 Mythical Job Change, Invincible Healer. Lu Yu stood rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Raphael's lips curled slightly as he released the binding effect of the halo behind his head. Lu Yu collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from the continuous self-destruction. His legs were completely weak.
He stretched out his hand and asked for it in a very familiar manner.
Alright, you win. Give me the inheritance, I'm tired. Raphael looked bewildered. No, is this the attitude of a loser? Show me some respect, or I won't give it to you. Not giving it to me? Lu Yu shook his head. Fine, if you're not going to give it to me, then I'm leaving. My dad's calling me home for dinner. You can wait tens of thousands of years to find the next person to come here. After saying that, Lu Yu got up to leave without any hesitation. No, don't go. We can talk this over. Raphael quickly stopped Lu Yu, revealing a fawning smile. If Lu Yu leaves, he won't be able to complete his mission as the Apostle of God, and he'll still have to stay behind that broken bronze door. If we wait another tens of thousands of years, he'll probably go crazy. I'll give it to you, okay? Raphael conjured a job change book that shimmered with red light from the void and placed it in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned his head away. I suddenly don't want it anymore. The less ability you have, the less responsibility you have. If you give me the inheritance, you're definitely just trying to trick me into doing something. Upon hearing this, Raphael's expression froze instantly. Oh no, that kid found out. No, I've finally found a great scoundrel. I must trick him into becoming an apostle of God. Raphael turned his head behind him, and when he turned it back, he had transformed into a gentle older brother with a fawning expression. Little friend, look, I'm not a bad person. I'll even give you a mythical level job change book for free. Why don't you just accept it? It won't hurt. I don't want it unless you give me the wheels behind me. I think those things are pretty cool. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously and pointed his finger at the powerful wheel behind Raphael. Wheels are great, wheels are wonderful. Not only can it immobilize people, but it can also wield an 8-point light wheel. Anyone who dares to defy it will face my electric saw slash. What? Raphael took a half step back. So this kid was waiting for me here. That great sun golden wheel was one of his most important pieces of equipment, and along with the blazing sword, it was his last trump card. No, we absolutely cannot give this away. I feel bad without wheels, and if I feel bad, I don't want to change jobs. Forget it, I'll just go into the field and screw things in. If you're not happy, you can just kill me with one sword. Lu Yu crossed his arms, looking like a stubborn, unyielding piece of meat. This infuriated Raphael so much that he gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to curse. How could I have encountered such a troublesome brat? But the tradition must be passed down, otherwise all those tens of thousands of years of his work would have been for nothing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Give it to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was overjoyed and quickly pounced over, grabbing the light wheel and rubbing his face against it repeatedly. Good stuff, really good stuff. Raphael, looking utterly exasperated, handed the Great Sun Golden Wheel and the mythical job change book to Lu Yu. This is a job change manual that I created using my unique divine essence based on your job characteristics. Hurry up and learn it. Lu Yu eagerly took it and his eyes immediately lit up with golden light. Job change scroll seraph of light. Quality, red myth. Occupation, priest. A sacred angel connecting heaven and earth, a divine healer possessing the purest power of light, wielding the power of divine oracle enhancements, born from the source of light, dispelling darkness with divine light. Awesome, truly awesome. But it seems like they don't have much fighting power. Just as Lu Yu was wondering what was going on, Raphael's whispered voice came right up to him. Stop dawdling and hurry up and learn. Once you've learned it, you can go out and show off. Lu Yu nodded. Even someone as clear-headed as him couldn't help but be fooled by this amazing job change. We decisively chose to use it on the spot. The next second, countless golden rays emerged from the starry sky and shot towards Lu Yu, who was changing jobs. A beam of light enveloped Lu Yu's entire body, and a colossal angelic projection, identical to Raphael's earlier one, slowly emerged in the void. The entire void trembled slightly. However, Lu Yu's angel still has 2 wings, which is slightly less than Raphael's in terms of the number of wings. In the distance,
Zhang Yunfeng and his companions, who were fiercely battling on nightmare difficulty level 18, stared at the distant colossal angel statue with twitching eyes, their hearts filled with turmoil.
Is this the nightmare difficulty trial? The background effects are so awesome, so cool. Swish, swish, swish. All the light gathered on Luyu, and then it all dissipated. On the platform, Luyu radiated a holy light, with wings on his back and a noble yet holy gaze. A golden sun pattern on his forehead faintly radiated light, making him appear even more sacred. From a distance, it looks like an angel descending to earth. Luyu decisively chose to bring the great sun golden wheel, and a halo as domineering as the sun appeared behind him, illuminating the world. This presentation is absolutely stunning. However, the next second, Luyu's face immediately darkened. Wait, what kind of legacy is this? There are no combat skills at all, it's all support? He stared at his job description and was completely bewildered. Talent, Divine Hand. Master all Holy Light attribute healing skills, with a mythic level boost to healing attributes. After job advancement, all damage dealing skills will be converted into healing skills. Note, you are a pure little angel, please refrain from violence. Damn it, a pure healing angel priest is still not as good as the homeroom teacher's Holy Light Hammer priest. Does my lifelong reputation only qualify me to be an invincible healer? No. Luyu knelt down, and a familiar background music seemed to play in the air. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Raphael suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if his evil scheme had succeeded. Ha ha ha, I can't laugh anymore. I've turned this violent guy into a little healer who can only heal. Kid, you're too green to mess with me. Let's go, let's go. Like a child who had made a mistake, Raphael darted into the bronze door and closed it behind him. Only Luyu knelt on the ground, heartbroken and filled with grief. Damn it, Raphael, you bastard. A moment later, an Xian climbed up from under the platform using both hands and feet. With her dark face and frizzy hair covered in stone fragments, anyone who didn't know better would think she'd been tricked into working in an illegal coal mine. When she saw Luyu's appearance, she was instantly stunned. Oh my god, an angel. Luyu, you actually became an angel. My god. With tears in his eyes, Luyu turned to look at an Xian, who was already bleeding profusely, and casually cast a slow healing spell on her. The next second, a golden light flashed, instantly restoring full health. Holy crap, how did it become so powerful? Chapter 55. Congratulations to Luyu on his first clear. Luyu was stunned. A simple slow heal completely restored an Xian's low health. That's at least several hundred times the treatment effect, right? I never imagined that a mythical level job change would have such powerful effects. But what's with converting all damage into healing? Luyu's eyelids twitched. The thought that he would no longer be able to learn damage-dealing skills made him curse Raphael's ancestors, wife, and daughter in his heart. Damn it, I, who have been invincible for all my life, have been humiliated like this. Raphael, come out here. I'll smash your bronze door to pieces. Meanwhile, an Xian, who had just received a dose of slow-acting healing, seemed to have reached the pinnacle of her life, her face flushed red like pig's blood. He even unconsciously made a sound. Ugh, what is this feeling? Stop it. Luyu threw a serious punch at the bronze door, and the violent power surged again, smashing a deep crater into the bronze door. 68,888. A string of auspicious numbers appeared, and Luyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it, the panel's priority is above mythic professions. In other words, martial arts alone are unrelated to professional skills. Raphael miscalculated. With a thought, Luyu began to check his profession panel. Luyu, Priest Seraphim of Light. Level, LV 24 23,800,000. Health points, 68,000. Mana points, 12000, 12000. Constitution, 126. Intelligence, 268. Strength, 659. Agility, 132. Skill, Blessing LV1 increases a specified attribute by 5 points, duration 30 minutes, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill, Slow Healing LV1 slowly restores 100 health points for 10 minutes, no cooldown. Skill, Self-Destruct sacrifices life to cause a large-scale explosion range, strength 1 meter, damage dealt, maximum health 10. Skill, Immortality when you suffer a fatal blow, you will revive on the spot with 30% of your maximum health. If you die again within a day, you will revive with 30% of your maximum health.
Skill, unyielding grip every 4 seconds. Your basic attacks that deal damage to enemies will grant you 10 permanent health points and deal 1% of your maximum health as damage. Talent, infinite stacking. The effects of any of your buff skills can stack. Mythical talent, divine hand. Mastery of all holy light healing skills converts all damaging skills into healing skills. Lu Yu stared blankly at the explosive array of attributes before him, completely dumbfounded. It actually increased all the basic stats by more than 100. It truly lives up to its reputation as a mythical job change. Especially the mythical gift, the divine hand. Although it seemed useless, Lu Yu discovered that it was actually a set of holy light skills after opening it. Holy light shield, holy light healing, holy light blessing, blessing of light, armor of light, light dispel, wall of holy light, holy baptism, holy light barrier, holy light, hammer of repentance, spear of holy light, apocalypse orb. He can use virtually all holy light related skills on the market without buying skill books. These are all skills that seraphs possess. However, the hammer of repentance that he had been longing for had become a healing skill, making it completely useless. Especially his own self-destruction. He had just had a moment of glory when his account was banned. He doesn't know if he can still use it. Well, at least I managed to snag an 810 light will before I left. Looks like I'll have to be a chainsaw maniac from now on. Lu Yu scratched his head, picked up an Xin who was lying on the ground trembling, and walked towards the teleportation portal. Let's go back to the guild first. Outside the job change trial tower. The cacophony of noise rose and fell, filled with expectant discussions, transforming into a sea of people. Countless reporters, internet celebrities, and onlookers spontaneously gathered at the scene, ready to witness the first successful completion of the nightmare-level job change trial tower in Xinjiang City. Do you think Zhang Yunfeng and his team can succeed? I have a feeling it's a bit unlikely. It should succeed, after all. There are already successful precedents in other cities. Yeah, last year in Shanghai City right next to us, there was a team of level 30 players who cleared the nightmare difficulty of the job change trial tower. Now they have over 10 million fans and they're doing live streaming sales every day. If I had known that this was how I could level up, I would have waited until level 30 to change jobs. I regret it now. The noisy discussion suddenly stopped, and the crowd automatically parted to both sides. Several middle-aged men in business jackets walked over, followed by a group of reporters snapping photos. Holy crap, the deputy director of the Professionals Association office, all the really important people are here. Is it really necessary to alarm such a big shot just to break through nightmare difficulty? What's so great about the deputy director? He's not the president, is he? You don't know anything. If you had a relative who was just an ordinary employee, you'd be licking their boots every day. And you say a deputy director isn't a big shot? You've lost your mind from reading novels. Zhang Jun, vice chairman of the Professional Association, stood at the front with high spirits, and a series of microphones were immediately handed to him. Cough, cough. Zhang Jun coughed lightly and said calmly, well, I only have one purpose for coming here today, which is to witness the history of Xinjiang City. Our comrade Zhang Yunfeng is very thoughtful and persevering. Since graduating from junior college, he has trained hard for 5 years just to bring glory to our Xinjiang City. Therefore, on behalf of the Xinjiang City Professionals Association, I am here with everyone to witness this miracle, to witness the legend and glory of Xinjiang City. After he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. Several staff members also unfurled a huge banner with several large characters written on it. Warmly celebrate Zhang Yunfeng and his teammates clearing the nightmare-level job change trial tower. That was quite a spectacle. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A red light flashed outside the job change trial tower. It was the record-breaking commotion generated by the world system itself. Everyone was overjoyed, music started playing, and firecrackers went off. A huge banner was held high, ready to celebrate this unprecedented event. A world-class broadcast appeared before everyone's eyes. Congratulations to Lu Yu on clearing the nightmare difficulty job change trial tower for the first time. Congratulations to Lu Yu on clearing the nightmare difficulty job change trial tower for the first time. Congratulations to Lu Yu on clearing the nightmare difficulty job change trial tower for the first time. The important thing is to repeat things 3 times. Great, Zhang Yunfeng cleared the game. Wait, why is it Lu Yu? In an instant, everyone froze on the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Music and firecrackers went off in unison, highlighting the awkward expressions on everyone's faces. Especially the guys holding the banner, they were so confused they were practically dripping with dread, constantly checking if the person who made the banner had misspelled the name. But after repeatedly checking for a long time, I was once again completely confused. That's right, the leader specifically mentioned the name Zhang Yunfeng. The leader must have made a mistake. We won't take the blame for this. Chapter 56, he was using all my words. Just as everyone was stunned, a golden light flashed in front of the portal.
Lu Yu's sacred and noble figure appeared before everyone.
On its tall and mighty body, a pair of enormous, pure white wings, each over 3 meters long, adorned its massive body. His sharply defined face shimmered with a faint golden light, and a striking golden sun mark on his forehead stood out. Behind him, a halo of light shone brilliantly, as if he were a god descending from heaven, both sacred and domineering. He was still carrying an Xin, who looked like a dead pig, in his hands, and under Lu Yu's golden light, she appeared quite sacred. This scene was captured on countless cameras and etched into the minds of over 100,000 viewers.
That's so damn cool. Lu Yu was also bewildered. He just posted a job change chart, didn't make a fuss, and didn't hire any online trolls, so why are so many people supporting him? This massive procession, these equally famous firecrackers, these reporters and internet celebrities, these countless cheerleaders, and these banners. Hey, what's with this banner? Who's Zhang Yunfeng? Did you print this wrong? You'll get fined. What the hell is going on? These guys who were holding up banners actually made a mistake on such an important matter. This is even more outrageous than calling Wang Jiaorui Zhou Qiunan at their wedding. After a long while, the firecrackers stopped and the music stopped. The two sides stared at each other, feeling extremely awkward. Only the gatekeepers and a few people who had been hanging around here since the beginning recognized Lu Yu. Isn't he that arrogant fool from earlier? Could it be that he really beat Nightmare difficulty? My god. Wait, look at that girl. What was that bastard doing in the dungeon? You dare call him trash? He's a hero of Xingyang City. Amidst the skepticism of the crowd, Zhang Jun, the vice director of the professional association, finally realized what was happening. This is a misunderstanding. Zhang Yunfeng originally planned to make a big splash and become an internet celebrity. As it happened, a young man wanted to change jobs and was also playing on Nightmare difficulty, and he actually passed the test. Not only did it pass, but the new job it's in looks pretty awesome. Then we don't need to care about Zhang Yunfeng. Anyway, I'm just here for a political show. Who cares about Zhang Yunfeng or Lu Yu? As long as I can pass the level, that's all that matters. These things are readily available, you can just change the name and use them. Reporters are all recording here, we can't afford to make things awkward. Zhang Jun quickly adjusted his mindset, hurtled past Lu Yu in one swift motion, and grabbed Lu Yu's hand tightly with both hands. Welcome home, hero. The henchman behind him immediately understood that someone had been temporarily replaced. Then stop standing there and start the performance. The music continues, the videographers start recording, and the reporters quickly hand over the microphones. Hey guys holding the banner, raise it higher. And for the editors, Photoshop the names off. As the lyrical music resumed, Lu Yu's speechless expression eased considerably. I don't know why, but it just felt really good. He casually tossed an Xin to the ground, then grabbed Zhang Jun's hands and nodded vigorously. Thank you for your concern, boss. Everything proceeded according to the planned procedure. First came the leader's speech, followed by interviews with reporters. Leaders and representatives of online influencers posed for a group photo. Just as the number of viewers in the live stream reached its peak, Lu Yu began his first live streaming sales event. To give back to the people of Xingyang City, to revitalize the economy of Xingyang City, and to take care of the poor households who work as bricklayers, I have decided to give my family members welfare benefits today. This wild boar meat is not 998, not 98, it's only 9.8 yuan per gene. You won't lose out or be cheated at 9.8 yuan. What are you waiting for, family members? Hurry up and buy now. Just as Lu Yu was getting into the swing of selling products, a group of people covered in bruises and with swollen faces were standing in front of the teleportation portal. It was Zhang Yunfeng and his group. Although they were seriously injured, they all had smiles on their faces. I beat the game. I finally beat it. They finally managed to whittle down the 20th floor boss by using their weakened state to withstand damage and constantly apply chakra to him. Half a lifetime of hardship and half a lifetime of effort have finally come to fruition at this moment. It seems that all the hardships are worthwhile in the face of realizing one's dream. Dreams are about to come true, wealth is just around the corner, brothers, are you ready? Ready! Zhang Yunfeng and his 4 companions, hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder,
walked toward the unknown light with determined smiles on their faces.
A flash of light.
Zhang Yunfeng and his group of 5 were teleported out directly. However, the expected scene of thousands of people coming to drink did not materialize. A surging crowd and a lively atmosphere filled the air, with a banner celebrating Zhang Yunfeng and his teammates' successful completion of the nightmare-level job change trial tower held high in the sky.
But no one came to greet them. Where are they? Where are the reporters? Why isn't anyone coming up to greet us?
Zhang Yunfeng's gaze swept across the crowd, and his eye twitched instantly. A tall, handsome young man stood in front of numerous cameras, diligently carrying goods. The internet celebrities, reporters, and sales teams he hired all worked hard to support his performance. Even the connections he had spent a lot of money to establish, such as the vice chairman of the Professionals Association, stood by his side to support him. He had the air of a good director of the people, with a smile on his face.
Zhang Yunfeng was instantly paralyzed. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Have I been possessed?
He couldn't believe it and quickly ran to a reporter he knew, saying, "Reporter, please interview me."
No, who are you? Can't you see I'm busy?
I am Zhang Yunfeng.
What's wrong with Zhang Yunfeng?
Even if my dad comes today, he can't stop me from making headlines. Zhang Yunfeng was stunned for a moment, then found Mr. Wang, the head of the live streaming sales team.
Mr. Wang, what's going on? Didn't we agree that I'd be allowed to sell products after I cleared the nightmare mode? Who's that person on stage?
Get out of here, you won't even get to eat hot shit before it's even hot. Mr. Wang shoved Zhang Yunfeng aside, then rushed onto the stage and began enthusiastically introducing his products. Just as Zhang Yunfeng was filled with questions, the old guard at the gate gently patted his shoulder.
Young man, you're too late.
That guy has already cleared the nightmare difficulty job change trial tower. As someone who's been there, I want to give you some advice. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, for they will soon be gone and you'll be left with nothing.
What's the point of preparing for all these years if you're just making wedding dresses for someone else?
Zhang Yunfeng's blood rushed to his head, his vision went black, and he almost fainted.
Only 4 words kept repeating in my head. She's made a wedding dress. She's made a wedding dress. She's made a wedding dress. Puff.
He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if the sky had fallen. I could hear Luyu's passionate sales pitch in my ears.
To give back to my family, I'm going to cut the price myself.
Number 998, just 9.8 yuan.
Bring fresh pork home. Buying it is a steal, what are you waiting for? Place your order now.
Zhang Yunfeng, he's using all my lines.
Chapter 57 Brothers. Xingyang City, Fangjia.
Fang Tianhua lay on the hospital bed, his body covered with various medical instruments. For tubing, urinary catheters, and various other tubes connect to different organs in his body, maintaining his vital signs. Fang Long, the current head of the Fang family, looked solemn, while his wife Jiang Hong remained silent.
Master, the young master's condition can't be delayed any longer.
His kidneys have reached their limit, and he overexerted himself in the last tournament.
He needs a kidney transplant immediately.
Otherwise, he can only live for a year at most, the attending physician said very seriously. Upon hearing this, Fang Long frowned even more deeply. All sorts of long-forgotten trivial matters came to mind. I am infertile because I ate too much braised food when I was young. Without the ability to bear children, he would be ineligible to inherit the Fang family business, rendering him useless as the eldest son and a victim of family infighting. So he set his sights on a child who was exceptionally talented but came from an ordinary family. Therefore, he seduced the child's mother by posing as the young master of the Fang family. Naturally, he brought the child's mother and the child home with him. That child, as Fang Long's illegitimate son, became the successor to the next head of the Fang family. But now, Tianhua has contracted this strange disease and doesn't have much time left to live, so his position in the family is also in jeopardy.
He needs to find his twin brother to donate a kidney in order to survive.
But Lu Yu and his father were completely unmoved by reason or persuasion.
Moreover, he's currently riding high on popularity, and I can't take him down anytime soon.
A ruthless glint flashed in Fang Long's eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely let Tianhua live, even if it takes the resources of the entire Fang family.
Fang Tian slightly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Dad, who exactly is my good-for-nothing brother? If I had the chance, I would like to meet him.
Upon hearing this, Fang Long and Jiang Hong were both taken aback, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward.
You do not know? Fang Tianhua scratched his head. Of course I don't know. I came to the Fong family when I was 3 years old, how would I know? Well.
The couple exchanged a glance, and then fell silent.
The attending physician casually remarked, "Isn't your brother Lu Yu the one who crippled you? What, did you enjoy being beaten?" Puff.
Fang Tianhua coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorting in pain.
Good heavens, the enemy is actually my own brother.
He really hit his younger brother hard, he really meant it. Most importantly, Lu Yu is no longer a useless person, only he knows how terrifying Lu Yu is.
The next second, Fang Tianhua lost too much blood and fainted. Doctor, please save him. I can't lose my son. Don't worry, master. He just fainted because he couldn't accept the facts. He's fine. Son, don't worry, I'll do anything to save you. Lu Yu's home in an old residential area.
Lu Yu was happily looking at his star coin balance, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum.
They've struck it rich. I never imagined live streaming e-commerce could be so profitable.
He had only been there for a few hours, yet he had already earned more money than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. With several $1 million in hand, he felt like he was living in heaven. Now that I have money, I can pay off the weapon shop owner's debt of $1 million, and I'll still have more than $3 million left.
I can then inlay the power gem into the Kuan cudgel. I just don't know how much more can be inlaid in the remaining space. Lu Yu was deep in thought when he inadvertently glanced at the task panel. Chain Quest 310, raise your duel rank to Diamond and defeat 30 enemies in the duel arena. Current rank 030. Award? Oh. Lu Yu's eyes lit up.
With only 7 days until the college entrance examination, Lu Yu felt very anxious with only a little over 600 points of strength.
How can someone so weak defeat their teammates and become the top scorer in the college entrance examination?
He was so worried about where to improve that he completely forgot about the panel system quest. I just think of that place where they brutally beat up the little girl and the teacher.
Lu Yu couldn't help but miss that exhilarating feeling. Great. I wonder who we'll run into this time. Let me properly stack up my health bar. Lu Yu got up and went out.
He went to the weapon shop first and gave the remaining 3 million and all the weapons to the owner. Let him watch as the Kuan cudgel undergoes another epic upgrade. I rushed to the professional center.
Let's go to the arena.
When the receptionist saw Lu Yu again, her eyes lit up. I don't know why, but after adding each other's contact information last time, I couldn't send the message.
There must be something wrong. I must add each other again this time.
She quickly adjusted her bra to make herself look more upright and greeted him with a smile.
You're here again.
Lu Yu said urgently, yes, please help me quickly, I'm in a hurry.
I'm in a hurry. The receptionist blushed for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. How can I help you?
Arrange a duel chamber for me, I need to vent my frustrations.
Well. A moment later.
Lu Yu entered the duel chamber, where he found the familiar chair, the familiar white walls, and the familiar screen.
Checking identity information. What can I do about your arrogance, LV-24? Class, Priest Seraphim of Light. Current rank, Gold 3. Today's ranked matches, 5-5. What can I do against my arrogance? Welcome back. Shall we begin our duel?
Lu Yu, familiar with the process, decisively clicked start.
Matching you with an opponent. Match successful, entering the duel arena. The match lasts 60 minutes.
The player who defeats the opponent or has the highest percentage of health remaining at the end of the match wins.
The match begins. Number of spectators, 15. After the countdown timer matched by the system, the screen will redirect immediately. 2 figures slowly appeared on a rooftop inlaid with golden glazed tiles. A group of NPCs and spectators stood on the ground. A night breeze swept by, stirring up a few fallen leaves that kissed my face with a cool sensation. This was a scene very familiar to Lu Yu, the decisive battle at the Forbidden City. Great map.
Lu Yu snorted, glanced at the enemy in front of him, and his lips twitched. A beautiful figure was standing opposite me, her black stockings and skirt suit looked very familiar.
It was an old acquaintance from the previous battle, their homeroom teacher, Shen Linhong.
Upon seeing Lu Yu, Shen Linhong made almost the same expression as Lu Yu, her lips twitching uncontrollably.
Lu Yu? How could it be Lu Yu? Is he my jinx?
Thinking of how Lu Yu had ridden her and brutally beaten her last time, Shen Linhong's cheeks instantly turned crimson. A strange sense of shame and indignation welled up inside her, and she was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder.
Last time, I underestimated him and got a severe beating from him.
I have become stronger now and have mastered the unyielding skill, so my skills will never be interrupted. Humph, this time it's my turn to ride on top of you and beat you up.
Ha ha ha.
Chapter 58 Crushing the Teacher, Tenfold Holy Light. The two stared at each other, their eyes meeting, and an awkward silence fell over them.
A gentle breeze was blowing, and it felt cool.
Below the rooftop of the Forbidden City, Principal Wang's eyes widened in shock.
This is a gathering of top-tier players. How could they be matched with a high school student like Lu Yu? It seems I underestimated this kid's strength. Teacher Shin, this is a crucial battle for your evaluation of senior teacher title. Our 15 evaluation committee members will score you based on your performance.
In battle, please try to unleash your full potential.
If there is any cheating, we will revoke your senior teacher title.
Wang Di spoke in polite, official language, his eyes constantly glancing at Lu Yu.
Great, they're one of our own.
If Shin Linhong runs into students from her own class during an exam, she'll definitely get a hard time getting into trouble. This is like having your own father proctoring an exam. Even if you don't want to cheat, he'll still give you pointers on a couple of multiple choice questions. This way, our school can have one more senior teacher. However, Wang Di's little scheme was immediately seen through by the staff of the Education Bureau next to him.
Principal Wang, although I know that the combat power ranking system is random, isn't it a bit too coincidental to be ranked against my own student?
I know a common cheating method is to find a group of people with similar combat strength and click start ranking at the same time. There is a small chance that you will be matched with your own people, which greatly increases your chances of winning. I demand that this match be disregarded for scoring purposes, and that the rankings be restarted after the match ends. Wang Di's eyes were cold as he argued, no, luck is also a kind of ability. You can't call it cheating just because you reviewed in advance and guessed one big question correctly during the exam. The education department staff were equally domineering. Fairness and impartiality are the primary virtues of every educator.
This is somewhat unfair to other teachers. Then tell me what constitutes fairness.
The two started arguing in front of all the judges, when a young male teacher quickly interrupted them.
Stop arguing. Teacher Shin just got lucky. It doesn't mean she cheated. I support the principal's decision.
The staff members snorted coldly. I am the chief examiner, and I have the final say in this matter. Moreover, Zhang Yukai, don't think I don't know that you are pursuing Teacher Shin.
You are in cahoots with him. I'm the principal, so I'm in charge.
While everyone was arguing, the two people on the top of the Forbidden City started fighting. Shin Linhong leaped backward with her long legs pushing off the ground, and a holy light instantly enveloped her, tightly enveloping her entire body. Upon seeing the 2-meter-long spherical shield of holy light on Shin Linhong, all 15 judges raised their 8-point plaques for the shield. My holy light shield is extremely powerful, Lu Yu.
I will not underestimate you this time.
Shin Linhong's eyes were arrogant. Holy light skills were the top-tier skills in the priest's hierarchy of contempt.
Generally speaking, holy light priests look down on celestial priests look down on nature priests look down on elemental priests, and elemental priests look down on mixed-class priests.
Shin Linhong has always been incredibly proud of being a noble holy light priest. He always walks with his chest out and head held high, looking incredibly smug.
But the next second, she couldn't laugh anymore.
Following suit, Lu Yu also cast a holy light shield on himself.
In an instant, a golden light appeared.
Lu Yu's shield was more than 10 times larger than hers, measuring over 20 meters in length. The holy light was dazzling and blinding, almost enveloping half of the rooftop of the Forbidden City.
Holy crap! Lu Yu, what kind of skill is that?
Shin Lin's red eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and her 2 red lips were wide open.
The 15 judges stared blankly, mechanically raising their placards. 80 points. What kind of shield is this? It's fucking awesome. Lu Yu chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. Teacher, your bra is too small. No wonder you're still single at 27. You.
Shin Linhong's pretty face turned a deep shade of liver with anger, and she raised her staff to begin chanting. Great Lord of Holy Light, grant me strength and divine blessings. Her voice was like heavenly music, and light condensed from her staff, forming a palm-sized angelic phantom above her head, shining brightly. The judges nodded and raised their 9-point plaques. Shin Linhong looked at Lu Yu triumphantly, her eyes defiant, as if to say something.
Hey, you know this trick, you scumbag? Lu Yu grinned again. He knew this move.
Lu Yu didn't chant anything. He simply raised his hand,
and the skill was activated instantly. Divine blessing. Everyone looked up and saw a giant angel phantom, over 3 meters tall, holding a giant sword, slowly appearing above Lu Yu's head. The brilliant light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. They couldn't imagine how many attributes would be added by this blessing. The next second, the judges mechanically raised their placards again 90 points. Well, the atmosphere became awkward again. Good grief, I came here to grade the teacher, but I ran into a holy light priest student who completely crushed the teacher tenfold. That holy light skill was practically like an angel descending upon us. That's terrifying, that's amazing. Shenlinhong's face twitched incessantly, as if she had been struck by Lu Yu's fatherly love, which was so powerful that it was causing her to bleed profusely. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Behold my strongest support skill, Holy Light. The forest shimmered with red and gold light, and a holy light from the sky enveloped her. In an instant, 3 seraphim projections appeared above her head. Each one was the size of a palm, yet it shone with a powerful and holy radiance. Various beneficial buffs began to appear on Shenlinhong's body. Strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, speed, shield, resistance, stun, critical hit, health regeneration, defense, magic immunity. There are more than a dozen types. And each of these values is very high. The moment this skill was unleashed, everyone present was astonished. She can actually summon 3 angel projections. She actually has such a high affinity for holy light. Wang Di couldn't help but scream. No, it's not that simple. Look at the transparency of that angel projection, it's already close to 30%. Only those with the purest faith in the holy light can summon such a powerful holy light. My God, this doesn't even need an assessment, it's definitely worthy of being rated as a senior teacher. 10 points, it has to be 10. Amidst the praises from the examiners, a strange smile gradually crept onto Shenlinhong's lips. You're dumbfounded, aren't you, you little brat? You're still arguing with your teacher? Now you're embarrassed and can't back down. I'm telling you, you still have a lot to learn. Only the purest power of faith can summon such a powerful angel projection. All I can say is, you still need to train. However, Lu Yu only remained stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. Holy light? We have that too. I just don't know how many angel projections I can summon. Given my faith in the holy light, is it possible that only Raphael or some other scoundrel will come? After all, I'm not familiar with the other angels. Never mind, let's use it first. Teacher, take a good look. Holy light. The next second, golden light shone brightly, and everything shone with brilliance. Chapter 59. Should we do something big? A blazing light shone forth, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. In an instant, hundreds of illusory angels appeared in the sky. It was as if all the angels of the entire divine kingdom had been summoned. Before anyone could even see the faces of the angels clearly, an even more terrifying aura descended from the sky, scattering all the angels. A 6-winged seraph wielding a flaming sword descended from the sky, its majestic and holy light enveloping everyone. Even the examiners standing below the stage felt a surge of heat within their bodies, and their various attributes increased explosively. Everyone wore the expression of an old pervert who had just drunk sugar, their cheeks flushed and their faces full of shock. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, an angel clone has descended. He actually summoned an angel clone. Oh no, I need to suppress this matter quickly, otherwise a lot of people will come to snatch people away. I don't think any of you here want to be harassed by a pervert while walking at night. Principal, I'm afraid we can't suppress such a big matter. At the summit of the Forbidden City, a 6-winged seraph, 3 meters tall with a 10-meter wingspan, slowly descended, its flaming sword burning with raging flames. Except for the absence of the golden wool behind him, he looks exactly like Raphael, the final boss in the Job Change Trial Tower. Lu Yu felt his attributes soaring, with 4 attributes increasing by a total of 200, not even including those strange and wonderful buffs. Awesome! Shenlinhong stared intently at the sacred figure in the sky, her legs trembling so badly that she knelt down. Disciple Shenlinhong greets His Holiness Seraphim Raphael. He knelt down already? Lu Yu asked, scratching his head in confusion. Shenlinhong was extremely anxious and quickly gestured for Lu Yu to kneel down as well. That's an avatar carrying a hint of the will of a 6-winged seraph, you'd better kneel down right now. However, Lu Yu seemed not to understand at all, staring intently at Raphael in the sky, and angrily rebuked, "Old dang, I've finally seen you again, fatherly love is as solid as a mountain." A surge of anger welled up, and Lu Yu flew into a rage. I finally saw this guy again. This blonde guy is such a liability, he can only heal and can't carry. I'm going to beat him to a pulp.
Amidst a dozen astonished gazes, Lu Yu leaped up and flew straight up, delivering a punch to the seraphim.
Unsurprisingly, the punch missed. Raphael's body transformed into light and shadow, having no physical form.
Lu Yu passed through the clone's beam of light and landed on the ground, stomping his feet and cursing. "You despicable old bastard, you tricked me. Even if I can't beat you today, I'll curse you to death. You gave birth without an anus, dated online for 3 years only to find out the other person was a big, dark-skinned, fat man with a huge penis, found a needle hidden inside a jade cup you bought, and the doctor forgot to turn you over during hemorrhoid surgery."
Raphael was dumbfounded. Where did this kid get so many words?
He originally intended to come out and support Lu Yu, and also to check on his successor. Unexpectedly, his mouth smelled like he'd eaten canned herring, which made this seraph feel utterly undignified. I wasted my time playing a big game for him.
Ahem. Lu Yu, listen to me. Raphael's voice went directly into Lu Yu's mind.
I won't listen, I won't listen. Lu Yu shook his head frantically.
You son of a bitch. Raphael was speechless for a moment, then forced an explanation. Stop joking.
You have become my apostle, my representative on Earth.
Now I am going to entrust your mission to you. Lu Yu was stunned. How did he suddenly become a wage slave?
If you want me to work for you, you'd better fix this bug that prevents me from carrying. I should have known better than to switch to this crappy holy priest.
Lu Yu crossed his arms. Are you sure? Raphael's lips curled into a strange smile. Have you ever heard that the closer one gets to the holy light, the easier it is for them to fall into darkness?
The stronger the holy light, the more terrifying one will be after falling.
Wait. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean I can also?
That's right, things will turn into their opposite when they reach their extreme. The world was created by the gods and is also ruled by the gods.
Do you want to join forces and pull off a big heist? Lu Yu was immediately taken aback.
Good heavens, this old blonde guy had a scheme up his sleeve. Smart people don't need to think too much, those who understand.
He's trying to rebel.
Immediately, a strange smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips as well.
Oh, so this is what you're like, Blondie, hee. So you're a traitor too, hee.
The one person and the angel began to laugh hysterically in front of everyone, creating a very bizarre scene.
What are they talking about? They seem to be having a lot of fun. I don't know, it seems like the sound is blocked, we can't hear it either. Never mind that, how many points do you guys plan to give Lu Yu for this move? The next second.
Everyone held up signs that read 1,000 points, their expressions stiff and distorted.
Shen Linhong knelt weakly on the ground, her legs limply crossed. We lost. We lost completely.
This Lu Yu completely overwhelmed me in every aspect, and what's most terrifying is that he could actually chat and laugh with the Seraph's clone. But when I saw the Seraph, I could only kneel and tremble helplessly. What a difference that was. A moment later, Lu Yu finished his conversation with Raphael. The angel's avatar disappeared, and all returned to peace.
Shen Linhong asked timidly, Lu Yu, what is your profession? How do you possess such powerful holy light skills? Lu Yu scratched his head and chuckled, it's nothing special, just an ordinary mythical level job advancement to Seraphim of Light. Angel? Humans can actually be transformed into angels. Is this the true value of a mythical achievement? Everyone was shocked again. Lu Yu's talent was still rising. Just how strong was he?
After a moment of stunned silence, Shen Linhong slumped to the ground and lowered her head.
I lost.
She lost with complete composure, her expression one of utter acceptance.
There's no hope of becoming a senior teacher.
However, she was very pleased that her class had produced such an outstanding student as Lu Yu. Meanwhile, the judges in the audience had all made their decisions in their hearts. Just because she nurtured such an outstanding student as Lu Yu, Shen Linhong passed the evaluation for senior teacher title.
Are you sure she trained him? Luck is also a kind of strength. Finding a treasure can also be considered making a fortune. Even the usually stubborn education department staff nodded seriously. That's right. Teacher Shen is qualified and does an excellent job.
I also agree that teacher Shen Linhong should be selected as a senior teacher.
Everyone present expressed their opinions, revealing a peaceful expression.
Shen Linhong suddenly burst into tears, never expecting that Lu Yu's strength would allow her to pass the test ahead of schedule.
I'd done my job spoiling this kid.
Just when everyone was overjoyed and there was singing and dancing, suddenly, a tall and powerful man descended from the sky. Teacher, there's no surrender in the dueling arena, it's time for us to have a proper spar.
Take this. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Lu Yu, wait, no. Ah. Permanent health plus 10. Chapter 60, A Complete Beast.
In the remaining time, Lu Yu launched a comprehensive and overwhelming saturation attack on Shen Linhong. The main manifestation of this was riding on her and beating her wildly. The latest fist technique, the Give Me Back My Beauty Fist, Aura Aura Aura.
No. Lu Yu, stop it. Teacher can't take it anymore.
Teacher, don't be afraid, I'll give you some milk. Lu Yu's fists flew like afterimages as he stabbed Shen Linhong in the chest. Halfway through the fight, Lu Yu casually cast a few holy light healing spells and buffs on the opponent to prevent Shen Linhong from being killed. The sheer force of the blows made all the spectators gasp in shock.
Damn it, what a complete beast.
Zhang Yukai, Shen Linhong's suitor, was furious to the point of grinding his teeth as he watched his beloved woman beg for mercy under another man.
Scumbag, I want to kill that scumbag with my own hands. Keep calm, you're rich. Don't worry about me, I'm going to fight him to the death. An hour later.
It was truly a closely contested battle. The two sides fought fiercely for 60 minutes before a victor was finally decided. Congratulations to my lord for achieving victory.
Should the match continue? As everyone was about to leave,
Shen Linhong's pretty face was flushed, her hair was disheveled, and she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Yu, I see you're not planning to go back to school, are you? Don't worry, you're still mine after all. This grudge, hee hee. Lu Yu's face darkened. Teacher, please let me explain. Actually, I was possessed by an angel just now, and it was all Raphael's doing.
A flash of light. The two disappeared from the top of the Forbidden City.
Inside the duel chamber, Lu Yu was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat.
Looks like I won't be able to go back to school for the next few days.
But it's okay, there are only 7 days left until the college entrance examination, so it doesn't matter whether I go to school or not.
Congratulations! You've reached Gold 4 in ranked matches. A thrilling battle, and I climbed 1 rank.
The health points also increased by more than 2,000, reaching 70,300. If Lu Yu hadn't wasted some time showing off his fighting skills at the beginning, he could have accumulated even more health points.
It's getting late, let's get started on the next battle.
Playing priests is pointless, let's play all classes instead. Select all classes.
Start matching. Match successful, entering the duel arena. The match begins. Number of spectators, 0.
The scene shifts, and Lu Yu returns to the tavern map. Standing before him was a tall man, who looked to be half a head taller than Lu Yu, a full 2.2 meters tall. He held a giant sword in his hand and had a scar on his face. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the tall man's lips curled into a disdainful smile.
Damn, I got matched with a priest. I'm so lucky today. It seems like we'll definitely make it to the Golden Week today. Sigh, it seems my luck with the giant sword, Wu Lao Er, is still so. Holy crap.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu charged forward, yelling and swinging his fists.
Father's love is as strong as a mountain. Bang. 1 punch and he's down. An hour later.
In the last second, Lu Yu unleashed a full-force ordinary attack, instantly killing the bruised and battered Wu Lao Er with a single punch.
The duel arena notification sounded again. What a thrilling battle!
The two sides fought fiercely for 60 minutes, but I, the arrogant one, delivered the decisive blow. Congratulations to my lord for achieving victory.
Cool. Lu Yu exclaimed awesome.
It turned out that the system's announcement was related to the outcome of the fight. If you don't kill him in 60 minutes, it's a close match. If you kill him in 60 minutes, it's a thrilling victory. This giant sword Wu Lao Er is not only tough, but he also doesn't cry out when he's being hit. He's truly a good punching bag that doesn't provide any emotional value. This battle resulted in a stack of nearly 5,000 health points. The total health points reached over 75,000. At this rate, we should be able to reach 90,000 today. However, compared to a bastard like Raphael with 100 million health points, he's still far inferior.
Continue. Lu Yu immediately chose to continue the matchmaking process.
A moment later, the next match began. This time, the opponent looked like a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his brows exuded an aura of starlight.
The opponent's name is Starsword Saint Lai Woody. My goodness, what a cringeworthy name. I feel like people over 15 wouldn't use this kind of name anymore.
At the same time, Starsword Saint Lai Woody looked at Lu Yu's name and also fell into deep thought.
What can my arrogance do to me? What a cringeworthy name.
I don't think anyone over 14 would have a name like that.
After that, the two looked at each other. Starsword Saint Lai Woody's pupils dilated instantly.
You've already reached Gold 4 rank at such a young age, you truly live up to your Chunibu delusional name.
Damn, you're the one who's a Chunibu, your whole family is Chunibu.
What kind of decent person is in their 40s or 50s and still calls themselves Starsword Saint Lai Woody?
Lu Yu immediately retorted.
Starsword Saint Lai Woody was taken aback for a moment. No, my job advancement is Starsword Saint, and my parents named me Lai Woody.
Is there a problem with that?
Lu Yu's lips twitched immediately.
Good heavens, it's not him who's acting like a teenager, it's his parents. Alright, you little punk, shut up.
You're not even fit to shine my shoes, take this.
Good heavens, a priest coming up to me for a fistfight? You're the first one to do that. Take this sword. 1 minute later. Lu Yu successfully knocked down Lai Woody with an uppercut, achieving a pincer movement.
Just as Lai Woody was about to use his skills to escape, a series of holy light skills came crashing down on him at close range. Chains of holy light, cages of holy light, and spears of holy light all rained down on him. He immediately fell silent. Unable to unleash his skills or break free from his restraints, he could only watch as Lu Yu rode on his back, continuously unleashing his attacks.
Hee, old dang, you're too old to be acting like a teenager. You don't deserve it. Father's love is as strong as a mountain.
After a fierce and exhilarating battle, Lu Yu successfully stacked more than 5,000 health points.
His total health has now reached 80,800, which is quite impressive. Again.
Another hour later, Lu Yu defeated a fat woman in black stockings, gaining another 5,000 health points. My ranking level has also risen 1 level, reaching Gold V. If things continue like this, he'll definitely reach diamond rank before the college entrance exam.
Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with a smile. The second quest in the series had already granted him a cheat-like skill, Immortal. This time, I'm sure I'll get an even more amazing prize. The last battle of the day. Begin. Start matching. Match successful, entering the duel arena. The match begins. 23,800 spectators. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. A stunningly beautiful figure appeared before him, with 2 large characters written above her head, Rabbit. Chapter 61 Rabbit Master, Stop Scratching. A stunningly beautiful woman in a miniskirt suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yu. Her long, fair legs had amazing curves, her smooth feet were pinkish white, and her exquisite makeup was stunning. Her appearance is even more exquisite than that of a top internet celebrity after applying a level 10 beauty filter. Especially the pair of white and pink rabbit ears on her head, which give people an urge to grab them and smash them. Thank you for the little gifts, brothers. I'll do my best today too. I hope the older brothers can protect the best bunny. Lu Yu's lips twitched immediately. This ranked match actually ran into an internet celebrity, and what's with the 20,000 plus viewers? Besides watching matches offline at the professional center, another way to watch the duel arena is to purchase a holographic helmet yourself. That price is not something the average person can afford. That means at least 20,000 wealthy people were watching this rabbit fight. In reality, they are major internet celebrities with at least several million followers. Brilliant! Brilliant! Below the ring, tens of thousands of spectators continued to shout, seemingly unaware of what was about to happen. Here we come, to protect the best bunny. Look at that big, dumb guy across from Miss Rabbit, he's actually a priest. The assassin is absolutely crushing the priest. Looks like Rabbit should be able to reach platinum today. Ugh, this is boring. I won't be able to see any exciting and thrilling battle scenes again. Dude, you came to Rabbit's livestream just to watch some intense battles? Or what? The audience members chattered amongst themselves, and some even pulled out handfuls of gold coins from their pockets and threw them onto the stage. An NPC staff member collected the gold coins and placed them on a plate. These are all tips from the Rabbit. You can withdraw them after you leave. Thank you, brothers, thank you for the little gifts. Rabbit will play her best in the game today.
The rabbit, in a sweet, coquettish voice, blew kisses to the audience, completely captivating the lecherous old men. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, his eyes were glazed over, and his hands were ready to take off. Holy crap, buddy, what are you doing? Luyu stood aside quietly watching the rabbit's energetic performance, a playful smile on his lips. Goodness, he's really something. Indeed, everything can be wiped clean. But just thinking about what was going to happen later made him unable to hold back his laughter. He. Hey, priest, what are you laughing at? Rabbits are quite strong, you know. Be careful. The rabbit's eyes were alluring yet innocent, and she stared at Luyu with a smile, her heart pounding with excitement. This rabbit is really lucky today, I actually ran into a priest. Now we can achieve a 5-game winning streak, and we'll be trending again tomorrow. Go, bunny. You must defeat the enemy. You are the best little bunny. If there are no problems, brother, then Bunny will begin, the bunny said in a cute but fierce way. Hurry up, my fists are itching for a fight. Oomph, take this, rabbit instant step. The rabbit's long legs bent slightly, and with an amazing curve, it burst forward instantly, rushing behind Luyu in just a moment. The speed was astonishing. To become a dueling influencer with millions of followers, one not only needs outstanding looks, but also top-notch overall combat ability. Especially in terms of combat skills, it's not enough to just fight beautifully, it must also be pleasing to the eye. A victorious smile appeared on the rabbit's lips as she unleashed her signature move. Double leg choke throw. She did a backflip in midair, and her long, slender, fair legs were already wrapped around Luyu's neck, forming a naked choke. He flipped his body backward in an extremely flexible posture, intending to use the powerful inertia to throw Luyu away. For an ordinary person, especially someone with weak basic strength like a mage or priest, this move would basically cripple them. But Luyu was clearly no ordinary person, he focused on increasing his strength. The rabbit's waist was flexible, and its body stretched into an amazing arc, like a longbow. Its legs were tightly wrapped around Luyu's neck, and it was thrown with all its might. The expected sensation of flinging the enemy away did not occur. The rabbit felt its legs were tangled in a big tree. It had used all its strength, but the enemy wouldn't budge. Instead, due to inertia, he was like a rope, crashing heavily into Luyu's body, which was as hard as stone. This guy is really hard-nosed. In contrast, Luyu was completely bewildered throughout the entire process. Before he could even make a move, the enemy wrapped his legs around his neck, the cool touch of his skin pressed tightly against his face. It gave him the feeling that he was getting a massage. Especially that beautiful scenery right before our eyes. Ugh, let go of me, I smell bad. Rabbit's pretty face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly did a few backflips and moved to the other side of the arena, supporting herself with one hand and breathing rapidly. That jerk actually. They said she had a certain charm. Ugh, I'm so angry. Oomph, you're the one who's stinky. The audience below the stage erupted in uproar and discussions. What just happened? Did you all see it clearly? I saw it clearly. Rabbit used his signature move, the rear naked choke, but the enemy was too strong and he couldn't get it to move. No, what I meant was, what does tasteful mean? Damn, you don't even understand this? It's just the literal meaning. I need that bastard's address within 5 minutes. How dare he take advantage of Rabbit Goddess? I'm sending him razor blades. Why are we collecting blades? I think the battle is really exciting. On the stage, the rabbit's figure once again moved nimbly, just like a lively rabbit, hopping and jumping around, which was very entertaining. Luyu only saw a dazzling white light flashing continuously, its speed so fast that it couldn't help but be slightly moved. So agility can be useful after all? Whoosh! A flash of white light, and the rabbit appeared in front of him, its long leg kicking fiercely towards Luyu's chest. Since naked chokeholds don't work, let's just attack directly. Little white rabbit flying kick, you scum, die. Bang! The kick landed squarely, and the rabbit felt as if it had kicked a rock with its bare foot, a sharp pain shooting through its soul. She gave a soft snort and immediately used the recoil to retreat several meters, thus avoiding Luyu's large hand that was grabbing her ankle. Having landed a successful blow, the rabbit smiled and looked at the health bar above Luyu's head. So what if you're just a mere priest? No matter how powerful you are, you'll still be hit by my high burst damage. How the hell do you have so much blood? The rabbit's pretty face instantly became distorted and deformed. Because her confident kick just now only took away less than 0.1% of Luyu's health. There was almost no change on the health bar, but I could vaguely hear someone mocking me from behind. "Master Rabbit, stop scratching."
Lu Yu chuckled, "Everyone's constitution is different.
When I was a child, I loved to eat blood tofu, so it's reasonable for me to have more blood bars, right? And I forgot to tell you, I have passive holy light protecting me, so your little feet can hardly hurt me."
Now, it's my turn to make a move. Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Chapter 62 Smash the Rabbit.
Lu Yu suddenly threw a punch, which slammed towards the rabbit with the force of wind and thunder. The rabbit's expression changed instantly. The assassin's keen intuition told him that she would definitely not be able to withstand this punch.
You must get away from it. Rabbit jump.
With a slight push from her long legs, her body shot into the sky. It stands over 20 meters tall and has an exceptionally long period of time suspended in the air. Phew, thank goodness I'm an assassin to dodge that punch.
The arena above is definitely my territory, Rabbit's territory. A mere priest.
Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a tightness behind her. The rabbit suddenly turned around and saw several creatures already pressed tightly against her back. The warm breath on her face made her heart beat faster involuntarily. A pair of pure white wings, over 3 meters long, unfolded, exuding a sacred and majestic aura.
Angel, wings, he can fly. This is bad.
Just as the rabbit was stuck in mid-air and unable to move, Lu Yu threw a heavy punch straight at the rabbit's beautiful back.
Airborne cannon punch. Bang. Boom. Ah.
The rabbit was struck by tremendous force, and like a meteor, it crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if its internal organs were about to shatter. She was just about to struggle to her feet when suddenly several golden chains locked her arms and legs firmly to the ground, rendering her unable to move. Lu Yu chuckled and suddenly flew in front of him. This holy light prison move is really useful.
How are you doing? Still hopping around, little bunny?
The rabbit was so anxious that its face turned red, and it kept wriggling its long legs, but it just couldn't break free from its restraints.
I can't move at all.
In the end, she could only grit her teeth and say coldly, "Fine, this rabbit admits defeat."
A collective sigh of lamentation erupted from the audience. Oh dear, I never expected my bunny to lose.
The enemy is too powerful and possesses advanced holy light skills.
It's not unjust to lose. But for some reason, I just feel so unwilling to accept it. My heart is broken after Rabbit Baby took that punch. I urgently need an 18-year-old, under 100-pound, pretty female college student to heal her wounds. If interested, please contact 138. However, just as everyone was sighing and preparing to watch the next duel, the terrifying man spoke. I refuse to admit defeat. Ha! The entire audience erupted in uproar. There is no option to concede in the duel arena. Generally speaking, admitting defeat means giving up resistance and waiting to be killed by the enemy, thereby achieving the goal of quickly starting the next round. But why is this man in front of me refusing to admit defeat? The next moment, they knew Lu Yu's purpose. Father's love is as strong as a mountain.
Lu Yu leaped and mounted her, launching a close-range attack. His fists, as big as sandbags, pounded into the rabbit's body, causing her to scream and beg for mercy.
Bang! Permanent health plus 10. Bang! Permanent health plus 10.
2 punches later, the rabbit's health bar was depleted, and a look of relief appeared in its dazed eyes.
It's finally coming to an end, this damn duel. However, the next second, Lu Yu cast a series of holy light spells on her with one hand.
Holy light healing, holy light shield, holy light armor, holy light blessing, holy baptism, holy light kiss. A series of holy light skills healed the rabbit until it turned golden. Golden light emanated from her long, pale legs, giving her an almost sacred and inviolable appearance. The health bar was instantly restored to full, and the shield value exceeded the health bar by dozens of times, extending beyond the screen. In an instant, the rabbit felt its blood surging from the milk, its skin turning red, and a sense of foreboding welled up in its heart.
Ugh, what's this feeling? Oh no. It's coming.
Lu Yu chuckled and raised his fist again.
Now I can finally properly stack up my health points. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Bang 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 bang.
Lu Yu unleashed a barrage of attacks, showing no mercy whatsoever, and instead felt that his opponent had taken advantage of him.
Such powerful holy light healing is impossible to achieve even with money outside.
The rabbit was panting heavily from the beating, tears welling up in its eyes.
No, stop hitting me. Let me go. It hurts.
The more than 20,000 audience members were so angry that their 3 corpses were jumping up and down, their 5 spirits were soaring into the sky, their brains were boiling, and they didn't know how many of their back teeth were crushed.
Scum, scum.
Don't stop me, I'm going to tear this bastard to shreds with my bare hands.
How dare he humiliate our goddess like this? Someone tell me this bastard's address, I'm going to come and kill him.
Brother, let's get this sorted out. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Countless figures surged forward, but were all blocked by the barrier of the arena. He could only helplessly and frantically pound on the light barrier, like a powerless husband watching his goddess being beaten with tears in his eyes. Please stop, let her go, let her go.
An hour later. The match time has ended again.
Luyu looked at the rabbit with reluctance. Bye-bye, little rabbit. Tears welled in the rabbit's eyes, and it bit its red lips lightly. I will avenge today's humiliation.
Humph. The next second. A flash of light. Luyu and the rabbit disappeared from the dueling arena. On the pure white walls of the dueling chamber, electronic screens displayed prompts. Congratulations! You have reached Platinum I in rank.
You have used up your ranked match attempts for today.
Welcome to try again next time.
Luyu sighed. It was just getting good, how come it's all used up already? This anti-addiction system is unreasonable, it should allow 24 games per day. Shaking his head, Luyu rubbed his aching back and legs, got up, and walked out of the duel chamber.
I'm a little tired today, I'm going home to see my dad.
It was already dark when Luyu walked out of the dueling chamber. The workers' center was nearly empty, with only a few staff members on duty still busy at work. As soon as he came out, a pretty receptionist greeted him with a smile, carrying an exquisite mahogany box in her hand.
Congratulations, Luyu. You've reached Platinum I at such a young age. Here's your badge.
Luyu smiled, took the badge, and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the receptionist.
Wait a moment. What's up?
The receptionist hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and said, I don't know why I couldn't add you as a friend last time.
I'd like to add you again.
If the professional center has any activities in the future, I'll be able to notify you as soon as possible.
Luyu smiled calmly. Is that all? I thought it was something else. Add it. Ding, added successfully. Goodbye, Luyu.
The receptionist excitedly returned to the front desk with her phone in hand. Overjoyed, she couldn't help but think about how to send the first message to Luyu.
Hello?
No, that's too ordinary.
How about I write something like, hey handsome, wanna grab a late night snack?
No, that would make me seem too casual.
How about sending a sexy leg photo that no boy could resist, and then saying you accidentally sent it to the wrong person? No, this is so annoying, what should I do? Finally, after half an hour of internal struggle, I finally succeeded. She finally mustered up the courage to type hello in the chat box and click send. Sending failed.
You are not his friend yet.
Please add him as a friend and send the message again. Well. Chapter 63 Instant Fame, various forces scramble for it.
Meanwhile, Luyu returned to his residential compound. The old building bears the marks of time, and several old men sit under the dim streetlights playing chess.
A warm and peaceful atmosphere permeated the community.
Luyu has already put away the wings and special effects he gained after changing jobs, and now he is no different from when he hadn't changed jobs.
Go home and get some sleep. Staying up late can damage your kidneys.
A person can die, and one can lose face, but one must take good care of their kidneys.
But as soon as he entered the community gate,
suddenly, 40 or 50 dark figures appeared in the blink of an eye, each exuding a powerful aura and possessing considerable strength.
Luyu was startled and turned to run away.
A familiar voice came from behind him. Luyu, don't go. I am Li Hao, the vice president of the Mad Warriors Guild. Upon hearing this, Luyu moved his legs even faster. Good heavens, I tormented the proctor in XIN like that, I bet she's here to settle scores with me.
By XIN has been turned into Hey XIN.
But just as he was about to escape through the gate,
splash! Dozens more figures descended from the sky, blocking Luyu in front of them. Luyu, don't run away.
I am Zhang Sanxian, the principal of number 5 middle school.
I'm here to discuss transferring schools with you.
Zhang Sanxian, I knew you old thief was going to steal my student. Luckily, I've been waiting here for a long time.
Wang Di, don't misunderstand. Actually, I'm not Zhang Sanxian.
I'm Li Fugue, the the principal of number 2 middle school.
Li Fugui poked his head out from the flower bushes. Ah, who called me? Well. Lu Yu was completely bewildered. Why were there so many school principals here? What's going on here?
By this time, the crowd had completely surrounded Lu Yu. He then realized that among these people were not only high school principals, but also representatives from various guilds, company managers, and so on. They all came to him to discuss cooperation and join. Even Zhang Jun, the vice chairman of the professional association, came.
Lu Yu became an overnight sensation after clearing the nightmare-level job change trial tower today.
The major high society circles have already taken notice of this rising star. Anyone who has invested knows that it's best to invest early. The earlier you invest when your assets are weaker, the higher the returns you'll likely achieve.
Lu Yu said speechlessly, then waved his hand and said, "Let us go inside and talk." 10 minutes later.
Lu Yu's small house, which is less than 70 square meters, is already packed with people. Those of high status can sit on sofas or chairs, those of low status sit on the floor or toilet, and those of even lower status crawl under the bed.
This group is really going all out to recruit geniuses.
As the official organization, the Professionals Association spoke first. Lu Yu, I hope you will join the Professionals Association. For this, we can provide your university tuition and a pink legendary quality weapon. You should know that this spot is extremely difficult to obtain. Many graduates from prestigious universities cannot get in.
Lu Yu frowned upon hearing this. You think you can bribe him with such a paltry sum of money?
Before the Professionals Association could finish speaking, a tall, burly man hanging from a ceiling chandelier said, "Want to be assigned to a position?
It's easy.
Our military is willing to spend a lot of money to train you." Lu Yu was taken aback, and quickly took the man figure hanging from the chandelier down and placed it on the sofa. Then they arranged for Wang De, who was sitting on the sofa, to sit on the chandelier.
The military is a powerful force. How could they possibly put that on a chandelier?
After the military representative finished speaking, a slender woman stood up from the refrigerator and said, "Our dark side of the moon can offer a signing fee of 20 million star coins. I hope you can join the Dark Side of the Moon Guild."
Your Dark Side of the Moon is an assassin's guild. Why did you recruit a priest?
Li Hao, the guild leader of Mad Battle World, said with dissatisfaction.
You berserkers are all barbarians, so why are you recruiting priests?
Li Hao proudly put his hands on his hips and said, "Then ask Lu Yu if he's a barbarian." The two guilds just finished arguing. A girl with elven ears and a staff peeked out from under the bed. "That's why I hope Lu Yu will join our Milk Fragrance Elf Guild. We're both priests."
Go inside.
Li Hao shoved the elf girl under the bed and loudly announced, "I hereby announce that Lu Yu has joined our Xingyang City Mad Warrior Guild and will serve as the vice president of our Xingyang City branch."
You're the vice president. What right do you have to appoint vice presidents? The representative of the Dark Side of the Moon said. Mind your own business. I quit. Can't I just hand over the vice president position to him?
While several guild representatives were arguing, several school principals were already wrestling together.
Zhang Sanxian, why did you openly steal my students before the college entrance examination? What do you mean your student?
Our number 1 middle school is willing to invest more resources to cultivate him, while your number 7 middle school probably hasn't given him a single penny.
You?
Wang De blushed deeply, realizing that he hadn't given Lu Yu a single resource in 3 years.
Instead, a large amount of resources were given to that traitor, Fang Tianhua.
Several school principals are currently arguing, while the third person on the sofa has already stood up. As soon as this person stood up, everyone fell silent. The man held a golden scepter in his hand, exuded a holy aura, had bulging muscles all over his body, and his beard was as hard as steel wire. The radiance of the sun on the robe was particularly eye-catching.
Representatives from the Vatican have arrived. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. I am Father Lin of the Holy See in Xingyang City.
Since Lu Yu has already switched to the Holy Light class, he should join the Holy See. Only our Holy See can better nurture him. Upon hearing this, several smaller factions dared not utter a word. The 3 major forces in Xingyang City are the Professionals Association, the Star God Army, and the Holy Light Church. Among them, the Vatican is the most mysterious and powerful. After all, the creator god of this world stands behind them. Although no one has ever seen it, this does not diminish the fact that the power behind the Vatican is deeply ingrained in people's minds.
When Lu Yu saw Father Lin's muscular physique, he was immediately taken aback. Good heavens, Father! But it's unclear whether this behavior has been used to secretly assault the little boy. Father Lin, you can't say that. Lu Yu is a member of Xingyang City and should serve all professionals in Xingyang City. Joining the Professionals Association is the right thing to do. Lu Yu is a believer in the holy light, and this matter should be a choice for him to make. The military is the ultimate romance for men. Inside the room, a group of people started arguing again, each forming their own circle. There are circles of students, circles of guilds, circles of the upper class, and circles of live streaming e-commerce. The group was arguing fiercely in Lu Yu's small house of just over 70 square meters. The upstairs neighbors were so bothered by the noise that they called the police. As a result, the law enforcement officers pushed open the door, saw this group of big shots, and then quietly retreated to go upstairs and find the family 200 star coins. The reason given was that making a false police report was a waste of public resources. Lu Yu was annoyed by the noise of this group of people. They just kept babbling on without saying anything about getting more benefits. Join now. Even when you go to the factory to tighten screws, you have to discuss your salary and benefits first. Enough! Lu Yu roared, interrupting everyone's noise. All of you go line up with Wang De and write down all the benefits you can offer. Chapter 64 I will definitely become the top scholar. Another hour later. Everyone wrote down a list of all the benefits their own faction could offer. Lu Yu looked excitedly at the little notebook in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. The Dark Side of the Moon Guild, 20 million star coins, a set of purple equipment, and intensive training of core members. Berserk World Guild, 20 million star coins, plus the position of Vice President of Xingyang City, annual salary of 3 million. Milk Fragrance Alliance Guild, 30 million star coins, note, lots of female members. A passionate mercenary group. After reading through all the guilds, Lu Yu licked his fingers and turned to the next page. Star God Army, Captain Rank, Abundant Resources. Professionals Association. Holy See. Turn the page. 3 Cats Live Streaming Company. Benseiyu Jia Media. What the hell is all this stuff? Lu Yu's lips twitched after reading it. Although the amount of money was considerable, it wasn't enough to particularly excite him. Li Qiji can easily make 2 million by washing his feet, and you small companies want me to work for a few million? Lu Yu casually pointed to a few company and small guild leaders and said, "You guys aren't sincere enough, you can leave now." Upon hearing this, the men's expressions turned extremely ugly. They clearly knew that their sincerity was insufficient, and could only shake their heads as they left Lu Yu's house. A moment later, Lu Yu reached out again, pointing to several school principals. "You principals can leave now. Although Wang De, that old bastard, has never given me any resources and his character isn't great either. He is always going to the foot massage parlor to grope the technician's thighs. But there are only a few days left until the college entrance exam, so there's no point in changing it back and forth. I don't want to be known as a traitor who has served 3 masters." Upon hearing this, the principals all glared at Wang De and left the room with huffs and puffs. Wang De's face was expressionless, it was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. In the end, only the 3 official factions and 7 guilds remained in the room, a total of 10 forces. As for the company, Lu Yu doesn't need it. He has connections with the Li Group, the richest company in the city, and doesn't need these scoundrels at all. Besides, the priority now should be becoming stronger. After all, there's a wise saying, others hoard grain, I hoard guns, others are my granary, others get married, I remain single, married women are my little sisters. Strength will always be the most important hard currency in this world. Cough cough. Lu Yu coughed lightly twice, imitating the priest's voice. Congratulations to the 10 students who have made it to the finals. The 10 people looked at each other with solemn expressions. I should be the one in a superior position, how did I end up being the one doing the interview? Don't worry, everyone in the final round, because you're about to hear some good news. Lu Yu's voice continued to come, keeping everyone upstairs and downstairs awake. That means you are all winners, and I will join your 10 factions. In other words, Lu Yu grinned mischievously and grabbed with one hand, I want them all. The bigwigs were all dumbfounded. What do you mean he will join our 10 factions? Could he split into 10? Lu Yu, what do you mean by this? Zhang Jun, deputy director of the Professionals Association, said with some dissatisfaction. The literal meaning, Lu Yu said proudly, give me the resources you promised, and I will join one of your 10 factions. Of course, it's impossible for me to devote all my energy to every single one of them. I will join you with a title similar to an honorary professor.
But if you have any competitions to play and any rankings you want to achieve, I will participate whenever I have time and guarantee to get good results.
As for whether any of you 10 companies want to invest in me, please feel free to do so."
After Lu Yu finished speaking, he stopped pretending and pushed Wang De, who had just sat down on the chair, aside. He then plopped down on the chair, crossed his legs, and relaxed leisurely.
All 10 people were stunned. I never expected Lu Yu to be such a frivolous and arrogant person. But Lu Yu's potential is undeniable. Giving it up would be a huge loss. The group of people were like a group of women marrying into wealthy families, leaving home with the dream of getting rich quick. But when she married him, she was shocked to find out that he had married 10 women at once. Although they were unwilling to share Lu Yu with others, they had no other choice. Whichever faction Lu Yu joins will pose a fatal threat to the other 9. Ultimately, everyone could only reach a final decision through discussion. Zhang Jun said with a serious expression, "We, the 10 families, agree to your request, but we also have one condition."
"That's right, we also need to consider investment costs. After discussion, we have decided that if you rank among the top 10 in the National College Entrance Examination, you can join our 10 factions.
On the contrary, we will not invest in you. Think about it."
Lu Yu smiled calmly. "There are too many people in the top 10, how about first place?" Immediately, he kicked Wang De, who was sitting on the coffee table, away. He then placed one foot on the coffee table, exuding an aura of dominance, and spoke each word clearly.
"I, Lu Yu, hereby guarantee.
You're guaranteed to be the top scholar." In an instant, his aura became incredibly powerful, and golden light burst forth from his body, shining on everyone's faces so brightly that they couldn't open their eyes. Such a high-class feel, such a bright golden light.
He's such a man.
Wang De quickly advised, "Lu Yu, don't be impulsive. The college entrance examination is a national unified examination, and top scorers in the college entrance examination are not something that can be produced in a small place like Xinjiang City.
There are hidden talents all over the country. The major families and guilds have cultivated countless super geniuses. Don't be impulsive. Principal, you don't need to persuade me anymore."
Lu Yu smiled brightly. "You should go back and think about my top scorer reward.
There is no need to say anything else."
"Great." Military Representative Fawn Long stood up excitedly. "Our military needs this kind of impetuous young talent. I've decided on you."
"It's settled then.
You'll be the top scholar,
and we 10 families will provide the resources."
"That's right, it's settled, let's sign the contract." Just as everyone was caught up in the atmosphere and their blood was boiling, reaching a climax. With a click, the door suddenly opened.
Lu Yu's father, Lu Tianhe, walked in with the production supervisor from the electronics factory.
Lu Yu, I've brought our supervisor. Your factory job after graduation is all sorted out. You're a contract worker with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Hurry up and make some tea for your Uncle Lu."
Everyone, time flies like an arrow, and the days pass like a shuttle. Days that can't be shown off always seem to pass by incredibly quickly. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye.
A burst of arrogant and domineering laughter echoed from the dueling chambers of the professional center.
He. Finally I've reached diamond level. Mission complete. Claim your reward. Congratulations on completing the chain of quests 310. Rewards being distributed. Chapter 65 8 Gates Formation, it's all about youth.
Obtained mythical level skill book, 8 Gates Formation.
Note, this skill is life-threatening, please use with caution.
Lu Yu's blood surged, and a chill ran down his spine.
8 gates, isn't that Mike Guy's technique from Naruto?
Back when I was in the 2nd year of junior high, I watched this episode in class, and Lu Yu got so excited that he kicked his Chinese teacher over. After that, they were even more delighted to receive an unlimited reading package.
Thinking about it, I really miss it. Moreover, this is a status skill, not a damage skill.
Holy crap, the pinnacle of body cultivation, the essence of a man's youth. The system really understands me.
This time, the college entrance exam is in the bag. The 8 Gates Formation. Quality, Red Myth.
Introduction, pushing the limits of the body to develop power and speed that transcend those limits. The 8 gates are open, rest, life, injury, block, view, shock, and death. Each gate opened brings an explosive increase in strength, but also places a greater burden on the body.
Opening the gate of death will burn away one's life force, certain death.
Note, activating the 8 gates will unconsciously make you become a bit of a Chinibua person with delusions of grandeur. Upon seeing this, a strange smile unconsciously appeared on Lu Yu's lips.
Will it make me seem like a Chunibu, a person with delusions of grandeur? It seems not bad. Without much thought, Lu Yu decisively chose to study.
A moment later, a red skill icon appeared in his skill bar. The icon features a Bagua 8 trigram symbol, giving it a youthful and energetic feel.
Over the past 7 days, Lu Yu's constant domination of weaker opponents in the arena led to the ID "What can I do against you?" appearing on the real-world kill leaderboard. There was even an online poll ranking the most powerful attacks, and Lu Yu's votes were overwhelmingly positive. When other people hit someone, they might hit harder or kill them instantly with overwhelming force. The enemy might get angry, but since they are outmatched, they can only endure it. But Lu Yu not only beat people, he also attacked their spirits. Regardless of whether the opponent admits defeat or not, he will control the person, then straddle them, and deliver a punch every few seconds, with a very consistent frequency. Not only can't we admit defeat, but what's most infuriating is that he crippled someone and then gave the baby back to the nurse. They only enjoy the pleasure of torturing others, not the joy of victory. It's pure, naive behavior. Lu Yu was most enthusiastic when fighting female professionals, and his fists were always aimed at vital points. This has led to female professional players in the gold to platinum ranks not daring to log in during this period. I'm terrified of being matched with this newbie. What can I do to you?
Lu Yu's health points also broke the 200,000 mark, reaching 216,900. Strength increased by 140 points again.
Without any equipment, I have already reached 709 points.
Feeling his own stats, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This should be a sure thing now. Finally, everything's alright. I can finally relax before the college entrance exam. Go check on Hajiri, I still have an epic level job change book. Xingyang number 7 Middle School.
Inside a single practice room,
Suli sat on the ground, looking dejected and with a blank stare in her eyes.
It's been a full month since she reached level 20, and she still hasn't completed the job change.
It wasn't that she didn't have the money to buy tickets or a job change certificate. However, the job change certificates she can obtain are all of poor quality, either white or blue.
Even if she emptied her family's savings and her father's connections, she could only obtain a purple quality Frost Swordsman skill book through intermediaries, which was clearly not what she wanted. Looking at the purple quality job change book in front of her, Suli covered her face with her hands and fell into a daze.
What should I do?
Lu Yu has already switched to a mythical class. If I only switch to a purple rare class, I will have no way to keep up with him.
Will I drift further and further away from him, eventually fading from his sight and becoming just a passerby?
Suli's anxious voice kept coming from the room, her voice filled with sadness. Her best friend, Little Pink Hair, crossed her arms and kept chattering away.
Suli, I'm not trying to be mean, but what's so great about that Lu Yu? Yes, he has recently achieved some success.
But those violent men might beat their wives after marriage.
If it were me, I wouldn't even consider him.
Suli sighed deeply and shook her head. Sigh, maybe we're just from two different worlds.
He's too dazzling.
The college entrance exam is tomorrow, I'd better finish the job transfer first. Suli reached out and summoned the rare purple job change book, Frost Swordsman, and rubbed it in her hand. Tears streamed down her beautiful eyes, a mixture of resentment, heartache, and helplessness. She could have gladly accepted the rare job change and become one of the best among ordinary people. But then she met Lu Yu, the man who shone brighter than the sun. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light.
Damn it, Hagili, the light is no fun at all. I really want to fall into darkness right now.
The voice I had longed for countless times in my dreams rang out from outside the door, and the locked door to the practice room was forcibly opened.
It's broken?
Suli and Pink Hair both gasped at the same time, as Lu Yu's tall and imposing figure appeared before their eyes.
Lu Yu, what brings you here? Suli quickly hid the purple quality job change book behind her back.
Her expression was like that of a kitten stealing food, innocent and adorable, as if she was afraid Lu Yu would dislike her if he saw it. But Lu Yu had already spotted the book and said disdainfully, "Hakiri, look how far you've fallen, actually reading the little purple book.
Stop looking at that stuff, it's unhealthy. Look at this little yellow book of mine."
After saying that, Lu Yu casually tossed the epic level job change book, Sky-Splitting Jade Sword Immortal, to Suli, as if he were just throwing away a piece of trash. Suli's icy eyes were fixed on the golden job change book in front of her, her pretty face reflecting the golden light completely frozen in shock. The girl, who usually reacts very quickly, took more than 10 seconds to realize that she was not dreaming.
Gold, gold, an epic swordsman class advancement.
Suli swallowed hard, her fair neck contorted in pain, and looked up at Luyu with her innocent, dazed eyes.
Is this for me? I'm a pretty upright person, I don't like reading erotic books, so you can keep it for fun. Luyu waved his hand casually, seemingly not caring at all. Suli fell into a daze once again. An epic level swordsman class change is worth at least hundreds of millions.
But it's basically a case of high price but no market every time a copy is released, it's snapped up, and ordinary people can't buy it even if they have the money. But he just casually gave it to me like it was trash.
What kind of man is Luyu?
A tear suddenly flashed in Suli's eyes, and with a sob, she hugged Luyu tightly. The sound of sobbing reached my ears.
Thank you. Luyu.
Hey!
Men and women shouldn't touch each other like that.
Be careful, or I'll sue you for harassment.
Well.
Chapter 66 The college entrance examination begins.
I am a legend. Suli awkwardly released Luyu, her pretty face as red as a big apple, feeling extremely ashamed and indignant.
She didn't speak, but turned around and went to a platform to quietly change jobs. There's nothing more to say, just look at the epic class change that Luyu gave her.
From now on, everything I own belongs to Luyu.
Seeing the golden light emanating from Suli's body, her pink-haired best friend was extremely envious.
Suli is such a lucky girl, she actually met such a generous man. Why can't I meet one? Wait a minute, aren't good men all around us?
The pink-haired girl turned her head, glaring at Luyu with affectionate eyes, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Brother Luyu, I want a job change skill book too."
Bang!
Luyu knocked the pink-haired man to the ground with a single punch. Go buy the job change certificate yourself, don't bother Suli with the job change. After saying that, Luyu picked up Pinky and carried her out of the training room like a little chick. The last day before the college entrance examination was unusually quiet. Everyone seemed to be holding back their energy, eager to give it their all in tomorrow's college entrance examination. On the hospital bed, Fang Tianhua's blood and energy surged, and he was completely renewed, with an even stronger aura. He clenched his fist tightly. Although a large sum of money was spent to complete the advanced transformation of qi and blood, and unparalleled power was gained in a short period of time, it will increase the burden on the kidneys. Let my body shine its final light in the last moments of my life.
Luyu, I will prove myself. I am better than you.
On the other side, in a warm pink boudoir, Suli sat cross-legged, surrounded by dazzling starlight cracks, with a long sword hovering beside her. Her eyes, like stars, slowly opened.
Luyu, I will definitely keep up with you. Thank you.
On the street, Wang Teng held Zhao Qingqing's hand tightly and asked anxiously, "Qingqing, why do you want to break up?"
Why? Zhao Qingqing smirked, "Humph, you little skinny monkey, haven't you tricked me out of my body enough? Now I belong to Luyu completely.
I'm going to find him, I'm going to be with him, after all, he loved me so much. But Luyu doesn't love you now, Qingqing, don't leave me."
Wang Teng clung tightly to Zhao Qingqing's leg. Pa! He hit me and then nursed me. You're telling me he doesn't love me?
Zhao Qingqing kicked Wang Teng away. "Don't contact me again, I'm afraid Luyu will misunderstand."
No. Everyone is experiencing the most important moment of their life. This night was destined to be sleepless. The next day,
all the senior high school students in Xingyang City gathered in a huge square. There were more than 10,000 people. The students were excited and their blood was boiling.
12 years of hard work and dedication are finally about to culminate in this moment. The moment that will determine the course of one's life has finally arrived.
Luyu clenched his fists tightly. A month's hard work and dedication were finally about to erupt at this moment. I am able to get to where I am today entirely because of my hard work and struggle.
Panel, add points.
With the 20 attribute points gained today, Luyu's strength has reached 729. It's a pity that the mushroom stick wasn't forged completely, otherwise he would have had a chance to break 900. On the tall platform, education officials and university presidents gathered to make final preparations for the college entrance examination. Director of Education Chun Yakyan slowly picked up the microphone. "Now, I will announce the exam questions for this year's college entrance examination." He tore open a sealed bag and took out a piece of paper and something that looked like a CD. After opening the paper, he frowned slightly.
The exam question for this year's college entrance examination was titled Legendary Continent. The scene erupted in an uproar in an instant. The legendary continent, it's actually the legendary continent.
I studied hundreds of questions before the college entrance exam, but I never expected that the exam would choose this special question.
Oh no, I guessed the wrong question. Great. I was lucky enough to have read a guide to the legendary continent before, yay. So what if you've seen it? The legendary continent is a secret realm level dungeon. It's terrifyingly large inside, your glances are completely useless. Stop yelling and listen to the exam rules. Zhang Yuren's voice continued to come through. The exam rules are as follows. First, to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the exam, all students are prohibited from bringing any equipment or consumables. All equipment and consumables must be obtained within the legendary continent. These words immediately caused some to rejoice and others to grieve. The good news is that many ordinary students don't have the money to buy good equipment. This feature directly balances the pay-to-win and hard-working players, maximizing fairness. Upon hearing this, many scions of prominent families began to complain bitterly. Damn it, our advantage has vanished by more than half in an instant. However, collecting equipment for important exams is a routine practice and not uncommon. The wealthy will find ways to make up for it elsewhere. Secondly, everyone can team up, but each person is randomly assigned to a newbie village. Whether you can meet familiar teammates in the newbie village depends entirely on luck. Upon hearing this, many people frowned again. The different starting villages assigned to players reduce the fairness and impartiality of teams that want to transfer benefits to certain groups. However, this excludes those from large families or those with a high reputation as geniuses. You can directly offer incentives to recruit temporary teammates, and your innate reputation will make it easier for you to gain popularity. This one is a mixed bag. Third, the exam will last for 10 days, and each person will have a special mechanism to return to the starting village 10 times to revive. But every time you revive, you lose points in level. If you die more than 10 times, you will lose your eligibility to continue taking the college entrance examination, and your score will be frozen at the moment of your death. After Zhang Yuren finished reading, he held up the exam paper to show everyone. After confirming that everything was correct, I took out the CD in my hand. I will now open the teleportation channel for the legendary continent instance. Everyone will enter the instance at 9 a.m. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the examination staff took the CD and inserted it into a special device. Suddenly, a great light shone, and a huge light gate flashing with a black vortex appeared. The crowd roared with excitement as they rushed into the portal. Even Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. After kicking away several students blocking his way, he leaped into the portal. Who the hell kicked my ass? A flash of light appeared before Lu Yu's eyes, and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, the world spinning around him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he found himself in an unfamiliar village. Welcome to the legendary continent. You are currently in Xuanwu Kingdom, Hot-Blooded Village. After completing the beginner quests, you can leave the village. Hint: monsters are rampant outside the village. Please go to the village chief to inquire about the situation. Happy New Year, handsome guys. I want a 5-star review, can you help me get more points? Omega. Thanks, everyone. Chapter 67 Hot-Blooded Village, do you dare to mess with the men of Sigma? Village head? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. This college entrance exam scenario was quite unusual. Individual NPCs, independent story missions. It feels like a separate little world. But as a Sigma man, no matter what the plot or worldview is, I'll just smash it with my fists. Lu Yu followed the blindly moving crowd, and an old man with a white beard stood at the entrance of the village. Welcome, adventurers, to Hot-Blooded Village. I am the village chief. Some monsters have recently appeared outside the village. Please help us go out of the village to kill them. Defeat 1,000 monsters to receive a reward and a token to leave the village. Once you obtain the exit token, you can leave Hot-Blood Village and venture to the legendary continent to adventure, gain glory, and forge your own legend. The village chief, his back hunched, slowly addressed all the examinees. At the same time, a mission notification suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yu. Main quest: defeat 1,000 monsters. Mission rewards: 100 points, 10 basic health recovery potions, village exit token. Lu Yu frowned slightly. Main quest? It's quite difficult to complete, and the reward is too small. However, since it was the college entrance examination, he had to take it on and play it safe. After receiving the task, a noisy commotion began to rise from the crowd. I am Wang Fugue, the young master of the Wang family of Qingcheng, a level 25 Iron Warrior.
I am recruiting 10 teammates on the spot.
The requirement is that you are level 22 or above. After the college entrance examination, my Wang family will give 1 million yuan as a reward.
A fat man dressed in coarse cloth clothes and linen shorts stood in the crowd and shouted. Lu Yu then noticed that everyone was dressed like this, as if their equipment and clothes had been recycled.
Everyone starts from the same point in terms of equipment and items.
Upon seeing Wang Fugue, some people immediately recognized him and rushed over to hug his leg.
Young Master Wang, I'd like to team up with you.
Me too. It's worth 1 million.
We'll follow young Master Wan's lead without question. In the beginner village, a large number of candidates immediately went forward to join in the fun.
After all, following Wang Fugue not only ensures the quality of the team, but also provides financial rewards, which is definitely better than venturing out on your own. To encounter such a powerful player in a randomly assigned starting village is truly incredibly lucky.
Getting a bachelor's degree shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, everyone.
Our team only accepts elites, not trash.
There are many people like Wang Fugue.
Some people use money to bribe senior professionals, while others use their reputation to attract talent. The scene quickly became divided into classes, with the wealthy and powerful leading teams of higher-ranking professionals. Meanwhile, ordinary students with low grades and no strength also huddled together in small groups for warmth. A small social structure has emerged in hot-blooded village.
Lu Yu watched this interesting phenomenon with great interest, not in a hurry to fight monsters. He planned to wait until everyone left before studying the village chief further. Based on his experience playing games in his previous life, the village chief's hesitant manner of speaking suggested there was definitely a hidden quest involved. Hey friend, you're a pretty high level, and a priest at that. Join our team, I can give you 2 million.
Wang Fugue, with the smug look of a nouveau riche, walked over and patted Lu Yu on the shoulder.
Lu Yu was taken aback, then shook his head.
2 million is like giving a beggar a handyman.
Give me 200 million and I might consider taking you under my wing.
Wang Fugue frowned, his fat face showing disgust. Don't you dare be ungrateful.
I, young Master Wang, am doing you a favor by inviting you.
I'm putting this out there today, anyone who teams up with him today is going against me, Wang Fugue, and the Wang family. I'm going to make sure that you, a priest who needs to team up the most, have no team to team up with.
A smug look appeared on Wang Fugue's fat face.
Kid, just wait until you get to college.
Puff. Lu Yu was amused. With such a large population, it seems like anything can be mistaken for a human. This chubby guy is really funny, daring to mess with a Sigma man.
We'll show him what cruelty is later. Ignoring Lu Yu, Wang Fugue led 10 of the village's top professionals to hunt monsters outside the village. Seeing this, the others, fearing that they would be targeted by Wang Fugue or get into trouble, all distanced themselves from Lu Yu and left the newbie village after forming their own teams.
There were hardly any people left at the scene.
Just as Lu Yu was about to step forward to examine the village chief, a clear and pleasant voice rang out.
Kid, you're interesting. Why don't you team up with me? Lu Yu frowned and turned around. Why was there still this annoying person around?
As far as the eye could see, there was a figure as beautiful as a fairy. Although she was dressed in coarse linen, she exuded a noble queen-like aura. Its snow-white neck stood straight, its head was styled into a high bun, and its face was stunningly beautiful, with eyes as lively as an elf. A line of green text above her head displays her basic information.
Han Lin, LV 31 Swordsman.
Although her specific job change is not yet clear, level 31 already implies that her strength and status are not simple. It is very likely that he is the highest-ranking candidate in hot-blooded village.
Lu Yu scratched his head. Team up? Sorry, Sigma men don't need to team up.
If you want me to carry you for 200 million without missing a penny, I guarantee you'll be in the top 3 of your college entrance exam.
You? Han Lin's lips twitched.
She thought she had met a pitiful person and wanted to help him out. I never expected him to be such an arrogant idiot.
Whatever, I'm ignoring you.
Han Lin turned and left with a graceful movement. Her long, straight, jade-like legs trembled slightly beneath her coarse cloth shorts, indicating that she was quite angry.
Lu Yu sighed. Buying a student who ranks in the top 3 of the National College Entrance Examination for 200 million yuan shouldn't be a bad deal, right?
If Li Qiji were here, he would definitely pay up immediately. Lu Yu shook his head and continued looking at the village chief. He asked with a fawning expression, Village chief, are there any hidden missions or anything, the kind that are high risk and high reward? He was certain that the village chief had something wrong with him. The village chief frowned, you actually knew about the hidden quest, kid, you're something else.
Great. Quickly hand over the hidden quest to me. Lu Yu was overjoyed he had made the right bet.
The village chief coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, listen carefully, the hidden quest is, to deliver this letter to Zhang the blacksmith's wife in West Street and tell her to come to my house at midnight tonight.
As a reward, I can give you a gold coin. Hidden daily quest unlocked, quest to borrow a letter for the blacksmith's wife? You son of a bitch.
Lu Yu punched the village chief, knocking him over, and stormed off towards the edge of the beginner village.
I thought it had some amazing feature, but it's just this piece of junk.
Let's grind monsters first, and then explore the special features of this world after we leave the starting village. The village chief struggled to his feet, wincing in pain, a sinister look on his face.
Damn it, damn it. Someone come here. Call all the village militiamen over. I'm going to teach this rude brat a lesson. Chapter 68 will show you why flowers are so red.
Star God Realm, headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Professionals Association. A tall and majestic building rises from the ground and pierces the sky, stretching as far as the eye can see. In one of the building's key rooms, countless high-tech devices stand side by side. 3 commentators sat in front of the studio, having already begun the global live broadcast of the National College Entrance Examination Gaokao.
Hello everyone, I am Chi Dongdong, a professional host. Hello everyone, I'm professional host He Jiawei.
To ensure the fairness and impartiality of the college entrance examination and to increase public participation, this year's college entrance examination will be broadcast live globally. Welcome everyone to the college entrance examination live broadcast room, where we will witness history and miracles together. 2 male hosts sat in front of the camera, providing commentary, while a familiar female host sat next to them. For this live stream, we also specially invited the recently popular female internet celebrity, Rabbit Beauty, to help us with the broadcast and say hello to everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm your favorite rabbit.
Today, I'll be joined by 2 professional hosts to commentate on this college entrance exam battle.
We hope you'll all support us.
The rabbit blinked its adorable big eyes and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice to the camera.
Ever since Lu Yu beat him up, some netizen recorded the fight and posted it online.
Netizens watched the video spontaneously and edited it into various parody videos, which were then freely disseminated. In particular, the phrase delicious became a popular internet meme, spreading throughout the country. The rabbit became an instant sensation, with its fan base growing from 8 million to over 30 million. It also earned the nickname Strange Flavored Rabbit.
Now, wherever she goes, fans affectionately call out, "Hey, Weird Rabbit is here." The rabbit was so angry and ashamed that it took 8 baths a day and even applied lotion. He didn't stream for several days in a row, searching the whole world for the man who called himself Master Ao Naiwahim, meaning what can you do to me, preparing to avenge the humiliation he suffered that day. As a result, his fan base grew rapidly, and he was even invited to be a live streamer for the college entrance examination. The rabbit had no choice but to grit its teeth and halt its revenge process, then headed to the Professionals Association building. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "What can you do to me? I will find you and take my revenge." As she was thinking, He Dongdong suddenly shouted, "Look everyone, it hasn't been long, and someone has already obtained blue quality equipment." On the screen, a man named Long Tian picks up a giant sword and holds it in his hand, exuding an aura of power and dominance. He's actually the young master of the Long family, one of the top contenders for this year's college entrance exam, a level 32 warrior, and he's already got half of his gear. My goodness! By the way, the most difficult part of this year's college entrance examination in the legendary continent is the equipment, and the biggest advantage is also the equipment. That's right, the equipment drop rate in the legendary continent is extremely high, and it has a complete and independent equipment crafting system. Professionals go in empty-handed and return fully equipped with divine gear. It's known as a holy land for equipment. Normally, it's incredibly difficult to get in, but the official team is offering it for free during the college entrance exam. It's absolutely a blessing indeed. Look, everyone! After Long Tian equipped the greatsword, he only needed 3 strikes to kill a small monster. My god, he's too strong. Bang! Outside the village of Hot-Blooded, Liu unleashed a deliberate punch that killed more than 30 small monsters, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. It's no fun just fighting these little monsters. I've only killed a little over 500 monsters in half an hour. When will I be able to leave the newbie village? Liu glanced at the monster's corpse and saw a purple piece of equipment drop from it. Wolfskin boots. Quality, rare purple. Attribute, movement speed plus 30. Boots made from wolfskin offer good mobility and warmth. Wearing the full wolfskin set will grant the set skill Roar. Skill effect, increases the attack power of friendly units within 100 meters by 10%. He casually tossed the wolfskin boots into his game backpack. He now has a complete set of equipment, and the high-end armor makes him look even more imposing. Even the lowest quality pieces are blue. With everyone having roughly the same drop rate for equipment, Luyu's competition boils down to sheer quantity. Unless I'm extremely unlucky, the more monsters I kill, the more likely I am to get better quality equipment. At worst, we can just kill all the monsters in the wild. Luyu stepped forward again to pick up another blue quality belt. A large, fat foot stepped on the belt and quickly picked it up and put it on. Hey, not bad luck, I actually found a blue quality item. Looks like I'm going to strike it rich this time. A familiar voice rang out, and Luyu slowly raised his head. What came into view was Wang Fuguei and his group. He was wearing a long brocade robe over his obese body, and underneath he was wearing coarse cloth shorts, with his short, hairy legs sticking out, which was quite disgusting. He wore a belt he had just picked up around his waist and a necklace of animal teeth around his neck. He was holding a leg bone club in his hand, and his primitive, mixed-style outfit looked completely out of place. His teammates were clearly not so lucky that 10 of them couldn't even scrape together 2 pieces of equipment, looking as shabby as a group of beggars. Luyu laughed. It was really hilarious. Wang Fuguei was overjoyed after finding the belt, but his brows furrowed immediately when he saw Luyu in his high-class armor. It's you? Why do you have such good equipment? Did you cheat? I now order you to remove your equipment. Luyu looked at Wang Fuguei with a smile. What, you want it? If you want it, it's not like I can't give it to you. Ha, you're smart to know what's good for you. Wang Fuguei wore a cold smile, his triangular eyes filled with malice. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you a chance. Give me all your equipment and kowtow to me, and I'll let you join my team. Luyu scratched his head and casually took out a few unwanted white pieces of equipment and threw them on the ground. Nu, take it if you want. Wang Fuguei snorted coldly and stepped forward to pick up the equipment. Sudden. Bang. Luyu punched Wang Fuguei so hard that it smashed his head. Splash. Brain matter and blood splattered out, like a bursting watermelon spilling all over the ground. You killed a test taker. Your red name value increased by 1. You are now a regular criminal. You will not be punished if someone else kills you. The name above Luyu's head changed from green to a light pink. Everyone stared blankly at the headless Wang Fuguei, their lips twitching involuntarily. Killed? You actually killed Wang Fuguei. Aren't you afraid we'll join forces to retaliate? Didn't he tell me to kowtow to him? You tell me if I kowtowed loudly or not. Luyu said with a sneer. You. Don't waste your breath on him, everyone. He's a red-named player now, there's no penalty for killing him, let's attack together. That's right, avenge young Master Wang. Wang Fuguei's teammates charged towards Luyu with bared teeth and claws, completely unaware of the consequences they were about to face. Instead, they were all thinking about how to curry favor with Wang Fuguei and get more rewards. A bunch of ants, come at me all at once. Luyu shouted loudly, his fists creating afterimages. Bang 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 bang. One punch and a watermelon bursts open, juice flying everywhere, headless corpses lying on the ground. Good brothers should die neatly together. Bang. As the last person fell to the ground, the name above Luyu's head changed from a barely perceptible pale pink to a lighter pink. You have killed 10 examinees. Your red name value has increased by 10. You have now become a mid-level criminal. You will be wanted when you enter the starting village. Please complete the good deeds or donations as soon as possible to remove your negative reputation score. Luyu looked up at his name, which had turned light pink, and a smile curved his lips. Since things have come to this, I might as well let them know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 69. Blocking the resurrection point, devastating Wang Fuguei. A moment later, the corpses of Wang Fuguei and the others gradually turned into a streak of light and disappeared outside the beginner village. The area outside the starting village gradually became quiet and peaceful again. Luyu smiled and strode towards the village entrance. They gave them equipment and even kindly sent them back to town. And they actually repaid kindness with enmity. It's incredibly rude of them. For impolite little ones, Luyu would mercifully waste some of his time teaching them what manners are. New player village respawn point. Wang Fuguei was the first to be resurrected. My level has dropped from 25 to 24,
and my favorite brocade robe has also fallen out of my possession.
Now I'm wearing coarse linen clothes again.
His face was contorted with rage, and his entire body of fat trembled uncontrollably.
Luyu, if I, Wang Fugui, don't force you to withdraw from the competition today, I'll change my name to something else.
Young Master Wang, the character Wang still Wang even if you write it backwards.
Shut the hell up. A moment later, all 10 of Wang Fugui's teammates were revived, standing there staring at each other in bewilderment. They were all killed. I never expected that they would all be killed. That priest was such a tough guy, he took down his opponents with a single punch without holding back. Wang Fugui shouted, that kid's equipment is too good. We're no match for him right now. After we leave the village, we'll split into 2 groups and quickly farm for equipment. Once we're fully equipped, we'll get our revenge on that kid. Revenge! Revenge!
The crowd shouted in unison, revenge, and marched out of the beginner village in a grand procession. Then, they saw a big guy waiting for them with a smile. She was also singing an old song, "Why are the flowers so red? Why are they so red, so red?"
Oh no, the crowd cried out in unison.
Upon seeing Wang Fugui and the others emerge, Liu stopped singing, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Children, I've been waiting for you for a long time. To punish you for being late, I've decided to give you a little lesson.
Liu rubbed his fists together vigorously, and his knuckles made a cracking sound as they rubbed against each other. Wang Fugui and the others had ashen faces and were trembling.
What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, if you anger me, the Wang family will not let you off the hook. Really?
Then the result is indeed not very good. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was just a timid ordinary person. We'll gather some equipment and kill him later.
Once we get back, we'll use our connections with the Wang family. Bang!
Before Wang Fugui could finish thinking, his head once again turned into a bursting watermelon.
You killed young Master Wang again. Wait a minute, this again feels a bit off. Stop talking, he's attacking. Run!
Just as everyone was about to flee in terror, Liu's enormous body swiftly appeared before them.
Fists flashed, and murderous intent emerged. Bang 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 bang.
A single continuous output caused a bloodbath on the scene.
Good brothers should die neatly and orderly.
A few minutes later, Wang Fugui and the others were revived. They tried to leave the village through another exit, bypassing Liu.
Humph, this brat is utterly despicable.
I, Wang Fugui, swear that this grudge will be settled.
Bang!
Before he could even finish saying the word report, his head turned into a bursting watermelon again. The others' faces darkened as the giant figure appeared before them, and they shouted out in alarm.
What a tragedy! Bang 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 bang! You have killed 10 examinees, your red name value plus 10. Your current red name value is 33. You have become a high-level criminal and have been awarded the title, Serial Killer.
Equipment effect, increases the chance of obtaining equipment upon killing someone. Additional attack power plus 10%.
Liu casually chose to wear it. I never expected that educating my classmates would bring such unexpected benefits, so I must carry on with this love to the very end. He.
In the following days, Wang Fugui tried to lead his teammates to break through the encirclement many times, but that terrifying figure would always be squatting at the village entrance waiting. Then, shouting things like love, education, and reform, they rushed up and killed him. Finally, after the 7th attempt, Wang Fugui looked at his level 18 above his head in the same savage clothes he wore when he first entered the village, and fell into deep despair.
Oh my god, why the hell did I have to mess with that jinx? Young Master Wang, I'm only at level 16 now. What should I do? If I keep getting killed like this, I won't even be able to get into a junior college.
Yes, young Master Wang, you can go back and inherit the family business, but we can only go to the factory to tighten screws. Wang Fugui gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately.
Brothers, don't be afraid. Let's hide in the newbie village for a while and do some errands.
There are militiamen in the newbie village, so he can't just rush in and kill us. Once he finishes his newbie quests and goes to the city, we can go out and level up again. There's still plenty of time, so the losses won't be too great. Getting into a top-tier college shouldn't be a problem.
Hearing this, everyone could only grit their teeth and nod. Damn it, we've lost a lot of money.
For $1 million, he lost his chance to get an undergraduate degree and entered society as an inferior person. But since things have already come to this, there's nothing more to say. All we can do is let the dog develop in the beginner village.
But they hadn't even gone to the village chief to accept the errand-running task yet. That plague god had already walked in, his name now a pale red. Lu? Oh no, he's reached the respawn point. Don't be afraid, everyone. If he dares to kill us in the newbie village, the militia will capture him. He'll be locked up in the newbie village prison for 7 days, and he can forget about taking the college entrance exam. Yes, everyone, please don't. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Luyu threw a punch, smashing one of his underlings' heads. Wang Fugue was overjoyed. Luyu, you dare to kill people in the newbie village while you have a red name? You're dead. Bang! Wang Fugue's head exploded into a cloud of blood mist once again. No, how dare you? This is a newbie. Bang! Luyu threw another punch, smashing the guy who had been talking to pieces. They all spout so much nonsense. Next, Luyu went on a killing spree. They squatted at the respawn point and began slaughtering Wang Fugue and his group. The moment he revived, Luyu's fist would strike with perfect accuracy, killing him instantly with a single punch. Resurrect one, then kill one, resurrect one, then kill one. It gave Luyu a feeling of being able to light up wherever he wanted, and it was actually quite satisfying. Just then, a militiaman dressed in leather armor and carrying a hunting knife came running over at top speed. Upon seeing Luyu indiscriminately killing people, they immediately reached out to try and arrest him. Luyu sensed someone behind him and, without turning his head, unconsciously threw a punch. Bang! The militiaman's head exploded instantly, and his headless body fell straight down. This feels a bit off. Oh well, maybe Wang Fugue's head has gotten bigger. Luyu guarded the respawn point and wreaked havoc, finally killing Wang Fugue and the others so that they could no longer respawn. He nodded in satisfaction. That's right, going to university is actually not good at all. You have to work from 8 a.m. every day, and you can't find a job after graduation. I'd rather go home and fix screws than waste 4 years of tuition. Luyu turned to leave. Only then did he notice the 7 or 8 headless militia corpses lying behind him, his eyes filled with astonishment. No way, this is a scam. Chapter 70, Beating Up the Old Village Chief, Your Youth is Over. Your red name value has exceeded 200 points, you have become a top-tier criminal, and NPCs in the starting village will attack you. Awarded the title Infamous. Equipment effect, doubles the amount of equipment dropped by kills, and grants an additional 20% attack power. Luyu hadn't even reacted yet. The old village chief has already arrived with more than 30 militiamen. Each militiaman is well equipped with leather armor and hunting knives, and their level is no lower than 30. Generally speaking, even the most talented candidates cannot defeat this setup in the beginner village. They can only obediently be imprisoned or killed. But Luyu was different. He had become somewhat open-minded. You villain! You openly murdered civilians and militiamen in Hot Blood Village, and you even kicked me. This is unforgivable. The old village chief spoke out sternly. Luyu's lips curled into a smile. The familiar scene was unfolding once again. Village chief, you don't want others to know that you sent love letters to the blacksmith's wife, do you? You. The old village chief blushed, but immediately suppressed his embarrassment. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Kill this villain. No need to capture him alive. 30 militiamen rushed forward, their hunting knives gleaming coldly as they aimed straight for Luyu's throat. Luyu's fists transformed into a sky full of fist shadows as he unleashed a move called Washing Machine Frenzied Hurricane Fist. Aura, aura, aura. Bang, 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 bang. Countless fist shadows transformed into a rain of punches, relentlessly striking the militiamen's heads, exploding into bursts of blood that filled the sky. The militiamen collapsed to the ground with a clatter, their equipment mysteriously falling off. Many militiamen even had several pieces of equipment destroyed by a single punch, leaving them without their clothes. The scene was noisy and chaotic, and the candidates who passed by were twitching at the corners of their mouths and staring in disbelief. This boss is freaking brutal. Moments later, the militiamen lay sprawled on the ground, their equipment scattered everywhere. Luyu withdrew his fist and adjusted his breathing, looking coldly at the old village chief of Hot-Blooded Village, the corners of his mouth turning up again. You beast, how dare you collude with the demons, sell human organs, organize militia to sell hooks, and steal lollipops from children? What is your crime? Today, I, Luyu, will act on behalf of heaven and slay you, you evil demon. Take this. Luyu flew over and unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist, causing explosive damage. Bang! 23,876.
Lu Yu was satisfied with the 20,000 points from one punch. The Undying Grip grants a 1% bonus to total health. With 200,000 total health, a single punch can easily deal over 20,000 damage, which is incredibly satisfying. After the punch, the old village chief's health bar dropped by less than 1/10. A wicked smile appeared on his face. "Humph, do you think I'm as weak as those small-time militia? You're wrong. My strength far exceeds your imagination." The old village chief roared, and a staff appeared in his hand, which he condensed into a powerful fireball that blasted towards Lu Yu. Boom! The fireball emitted a blazing light, enveloping Lu Yu entirely. 2321. The old village chief smiled and said, "When I was young, I was a famous great magician in this area. You, kid, are just..." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already rushed out of the flames, his health bar almost full. "You beast, prepare to die." 8 gates formation, first gate, open. Lu Yu suddenly emitted a light green aura, which dispersed all the flames surrounding him. Even his hair was blown up by the blast of air, and a powerful force burst forth from his body. He has not had a chance to use these 8 gates of the art since he acquired them. Now that we've encountered this old village chief with his health bar as thick as a tortoise shell, it's perfect for an experiment. Lu Yu was fine when he didn't open it, but when he did, he was immediately shocked. He felt his whole body was filled with power, and he had nowhere to release it. He just wanted to find a place to unleash it all. Old dang, accept the punishment of youth. Little priest flying kick, ouch. Boom! Lu Yu delivered a flying kick that blew the old village chief's head off, sending him flying dozens of meters away with terrifying force. 48,876. Double the damage, awesome. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Next is the second door." Open the door. The next second, the green shockwave became even larger, enveloping the entire body as if it were a tangible substance. One step can cover a distance of 100 meters. Lu Yu took a few steps back, grabbed the old village chief by the collar, and threw another punch. Boundless love fist, Ada. Boom! 97,823. The damage doubled again, and the old village chief was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his head almost falling off. Lu Yu smirked. Next up is the third punch. Open the gate of life. Green energy surged like flames, and Lu Yu's face turned slightly red. An unprecedented force arose in his body, making his muscles even firmer. Old dang, if nothing unexpected happens, this might be the last punch. Youth will eventually fade, but passion will forever burn. Your youth has ended. The world from now on will be controlled by the azure beast of my star god realm. Ah da. Wait a moment. Boom. Almost at the same instant the sound rang out, Lu Yu unleashed a furious punch that blasted the old village chief's entire body apart. 194,823. Snap. An iron sword fell to the ground, and a beautiful figure knelt helplessly on the ground. It's over, the sky has fallen. Han Lin had just returned to complete her mission after killing 1,000 monsters when she saw a burly man beating up the old village chief. He was also shouting cheesy things like youth and passion. The final punch completely destroyed the old village chief. What kind of plot is this? It's ridiculous. The most crucial thing is, she hasn't received the village exit permit yet. Wait, you. Han Lin was startled, and then she saw the words above the person's head that were completely red. Lu Yu. How could it be you? You said you were going to study the village chief, and this is how you studied him? Han Lin's voice broke out in a daze. This man, the man I just thought was pitiful, actually defeated the strongest NPC in the newbie village, the old village chief. Is he really that scary? Could he be a monster raised by some powerful family? Lu Yu turned his head, and the green aura disappeared. Otherwise, I can't exactly strip him naked to study him, can I? Well. Han Lin calmed herself down, then frowned and said, "If you beat him to a pulp, what will happen to our village exit tokens?" A village exit token? Lu Yu scratched his head. He picked up the equipment dropped by the old village chief from the ground, rummaged around in it, and pulled out a handful of more than 20 village exit tokens. Here, take it. Don't be shy, we have plenty. Han Lin took the village exit token with a blank expression, her body stiffening once again. Is it possible to obtain village exit tokens this way? Besides, I don't need so many. Who exactly is this person? She swallowed hard and put on a sweet voice, saying, "Well, now that we've obtained the village exit token, let's go together."
No. Sigmar raised his hand in refusal.
You go first, I still need to slaughter a village.
Chapter 71, The Massacre of the Village, triggers an Easter egg.
Professionals Association, live stream room.
Look everyone.
The first candidate to reach the town level has appeared in the number 108 beginner village, Hot-Blooded Village. Her name is Han Lin, the daughter of the president of the Star Province Professionals Association.
She dong exclaimed excitedly.
My god, the data shows that she is currently the number 1 candidate in Xing Province, and one of the top 10 geniuses vying for the national championship, He Jiawei added. The rabbit's eyes flickered slightly. Being a girl, she was naturally more observant. A soft, sweet voice rang out in the live stream room.
Look, her expression is off. She looks like she's been hit hard. Could it be that she's feeling immense pressure from the college entrance exam? This is genius, this is prodigy.
The top 10 out of 3 million test takers nationwide have left the beginner's village and still feel a lot of pressure.
They have set really high standards for themselves.
She dong excitedly stood up, picked up the microphone, and passionately began speaking.
So who will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Who will be able to stand out from the crowd and take the lead?
Please continue to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination.
2 hours later.
As Luyu looked at the blood-soaked hot blood village, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up, his expression twisting.
You have slaughtered all the NPCs in the village. The Holy Glory Federation has designated you as a top-level wanted criminal and awarded you a new title, Mad Slaughterer. Equipment effect: increases equipment drop rate by 300% when killing enemies, and increases additional attack power by 30%. You will be wanted if you enter any human city.
Please complete the good deeds and meritorious service tasks as soon as possible to remove your red name indicating a negative online reputation.
Luyu looked up at the name, which was as red as blood, and felt extremely happy. Awesome. Games should go against the grain. Adding some twists and turns is what makes them fun. And it seems an Easter egg has been triggered. Luyu's eyes flickered slightly as a dark figure appeared before him. I am the corrupt messenger of the Dark Alliance. Human, I sense the harbinger of your downfall. Do you wish to fall into darkness? Offer me your soul. Bang!
Luyu angrily opened the third gate of rest and unleashed a serious punch.
100-fold increase in damage, multiplied by a factor of 2 or 3 by rage. A blood-pumping number appeared above the Black Shadow's head. 568,833. Boom!
The shadowy figure looked utterly astonished as Luyu punched him into a pile of lumps.
With an expression of shock and disbelief, a black sphere and an epic-level piece of equipment were revealed.
Luyu's lips curled up, and he held up a finger and shook it. Falling into darkness is fine, but offering my soul to you is not.
Picking up the black ball casually, a brief introduction appeared before my eyes.
The source of corruption.
The key that can unlock the Dark Alliance. This item contains an aura of depravity and darkness, tempting people to fall into depravity. Please do not wear it around you.
After equipping the source of corruption, Luyu picked up the epic level equipment.
Killing leggings. Quality, Orange Epic. Defense, 280. Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Intelligence 100. Special effect Bloodlust, converts 10% of damage dealt into health upon attack.
Set bonus, killing mode can only be activated after collecting the entire killing set.
Luyu's heart skipped a beat as expected. Massacring the village could unlock a hidden Easter egg. A Bloodlust set? That's interesting. After decisively equipping the item, Luyu strode out of the beginner village. After Luyu left, the remaining 1,000 plus candidates in the beginner village were in complete chaos. I've completed my mission. Where did the village chief go? Damn it, that old deng stood us up. How are we supposed to get to town and kill high-level monsters to get college entrance exam points without a village exit token? I think I saw a red-named boss beating up the village chief earlier. The village chief is probably dead. No, what kind of plot is this? I didn't see this in the walkthrough. Textbooks these days are getting worse and worse. Brother, don't be afraid. Since we can't leave the village, let's continue fighting monsters. Have you ever heard of the sword god of Shirley Slope? Go by yourself. Low-level monsters give low scores anyway. I can't even get into college, so I'm going to find a place to sleep. The blacksmith's place looks pretty good, hee hee hee. A flash of light. Luyu has already appeared in a town.
Congratulations on completing the beginner village trial. Your college entrance exam points have increased by 100. Your total score in the college entrance examination in the entire newbie village is 783, currently ranking 1,223,445th in the country. Luyu wasted a lot of time killing Wang Fugue and massacring the village. This resulted in Luyu's college entrance examination score not being high, ranking him only around 1 million, at most hovering between the peak of junior college and the early stage of undergraduate studies. But none of that matters, because the real killing is yet to come. The bustling streets are filled with traffic, and a blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles comes into view. A soldier dressed in women's armor stood before him. Her long hair flowed freely, and her legs were straight, long, and bare. The chest armor also features a huge, curved iron plate inverted on top, which looks extremely cool. Hello, adventurer from Hot-Blooded Village. I am the squad leader of the Olive Town Guard. Recently, monsters have been roaming outside the town, and a boss has also appeared. I hope you will join the guard team to fight against the monsters. In return, we will provide you with a suitable blue quality weapon as a reward. Of course, you can also choose to adventure alone. There are many quests waiting for you in Olive Town. Hey, wait a minute, why is your name so red? The female captain of the guard was taken aback and took back the blue staff and soldier's epaulets that had just been handed to her. It's a criminal. Guards, bring this super criminal to justice. Give it to me. Luyu showed no mercy and unleashed a powerful punch, embodying the spirit of fatherly love. The female guard captain viciously smashed Luyu's fist with her head 3 times, killing him instantly. Killing the protected target, red name value plus 20. Luyu reached out and picked up the blue staff and the lady's armor from the ground, then shook his head helplessly. This breastplate is really ugly. It's like putting 2 big steamed buns on a small steamed bun on the chest. It's like putting on a show when you don't have a cup. I didn't expect the drop rate from killing NPCs to be so high now. Things are getting interesting. However, Luyu did not choose to kill all the NPCs in Olive Town right now. He then picked up the blue staff and guard epaulets from the ground and went out of town to meet the enemy. Slaughtering villages can only be a side job. The main job should be fighting monsters. Monsters, here I come. Outside the town. 9 huge formations of new recruits each guarded a direction. They are Youth Village, Dream Chasing Village, Striving Village, Bond Village, Friendship Village, Fighting Village, Passion Village, Sincerity Village, and Spirit Village. Each of the 9 formations had at least 500 people, all of whom were candidates from their respective villages. They stood tall and proud, full of vigor, their faces radiating arrogance, ready to fight the demonic beast army to the death. In the hot-blooded village team, Han Lin stood alone, holding a rusty sword, her head drooping, saying nothing. This is absolutely ridiculous, utterly absurd. Luyu killed the village chief of Hot-Blooded Village, and as a result, she was the only one who walked out of the village. Now, looking at the increasing number of soldiers in the other villages, one can see more and more figures. Han Lin's figure appeared increasingly lonely. Oh my god, can anyone tell me what's going on? Chapter 72, Sweeping Across Monsters and Slaying the Boss. Hey, look at that examinee from Hot-Blooded Village, only one person showed up. Does that mean everyone assigned to their village is useless? This girl is pretty. Why don't you join our youth village? I'll show you the ropes. That's not right. The college entrance examination allocation mechanism is already fair. How could this happen? Hey, even low probability events can happen. It can't be that someone kills the village chief and then no one else completes the mission, huh? Hearing the mockery from the other candidates from different villages, Han Lin's face grew increasingly ashen. And the damn thing was right. Let them laugh if they want. It would be a huge embarrassment if they couldn't handle the monsters alone when they charged in. If someone dies, they won't get the corresponding ranking and will lose a lot of resources, and the entire family will be disgraced. Just when she was feeling incredibly lonely. A warm voice, as gentle as the blazing sun, came from behind. Who says my hot-blooded village is deserted? These words shocked everyone present. Han Lin suddenly turned her head and saw Luyu's name, which was bright red, and his big, smiling face. He became even more famous. Luyu walked over to Han Lin with an air of indifference and casually put his arm around her shoulder. He spoke in a very masculine and bold tone. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. We're brothers from the same village. Put. The other test takers laughed even louder. Goodness, I thought Hot-Blooded Village was something special, but it turns out only 2 people showed up.
These two will be torn to pieces by the monsters later. Men and women working together makes the work easier. I'm actually a little envious. I envy them getting back to the city so quickly, ha. At this moment, an NPC wearing armor walked over and was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Yu's name, which was red to purple. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "You are all outstanding warriors who have come from each village. I believe you will be able to stop the monsters' attack and defend the town. Next, please form teams according to the villages and guard different city gates. If we can hold out for 5 hours, the rescue team from Tianfu City will arrive. After the mission is completed, I will award each of you a Guardian's Glory Medal." At the same time, the mission popped up in front of everyone at the same time. Main team quest: protect Olive Town. Defend Olive Town from monster attacks for 5 hours. Mission reward: Guardian's Glory Medal, plus 200 college entrance examination points. Accept the quest? Everyone simultaneously chose to accept, and the next second countless monsters surged in from all directions of the town. Most of the candidates were assigned to guard the main gate. A health bar of 100,000 also appeared on the gate. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and excitedly raised their weapons. They're here. They're here. I have experience in commanding operations involving hundreds of people, so I will be the team leader. Pa. You think parking lot security guards count too? You think I don't know which mall you're on duty at? Don't listen to him, everyone listen to my command. My dueling rank is? Silver 3. Holy crap, it's actually one of the 3 esteemed silver gods. I, Guahongwei, am officially your follower. A moment later, a large number of monsters rushed over and engaged in fierce fighting with the examinees. The entire area outside Olive Town was stained with a vibrant color by various skills and blood. Many people even rushed back from the respawn point after being killed and rejoined the battle. For a time, unity, bonds, youth, passion, all sorts of emotions stained the battlefield red. And outside an inconspicuous doorway in an olive-growing town, Lu Yu single-handedly pushed through tens of thousands of demonic beasts, leaving mountains of corpses scattered across the battlefield, the stench of blood permeating the entire area. He played with incredible ease and comfort, even having time to scratch his butt with one hand. Han Lin stood alone outside the city gate, sword in hand, watching Lu Yu single-handedly sweep through the horde of monsters, completely bewildered. He's too fierce. A person who can easily defeat monsters with their bare hands. That level of skill is enough to become a university teacher. Why would they need to take the college entrance exam? And, dude, you're a priest? Bang 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 bang. Lu Yu's fists transformed into countless afterimages, instantly smashing the heads of countless demonic beasts into a storm of blood and gore. As the fighting progressed, Lu Yu gradually shifted from defense to offense, pushing the battlefield from the city gate to several hundred meters away. Han Lin could barely see his back anymore, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. "Hey, come back quickly," Han Lin asked anxiously. "I'm not coming home for dinner tonight. You and your sons eat first." Well, Lu Yu continued to push through the horde of monsters, gradually disappearing into the setting sun. However, before disappearing from sight, Lu Yu casually cast a few holy light buffs on Han Lin. In an instant, Han Linji felt dozens of times stronger, her blood surging and a sense of foreboding welling up in her heart. Holy crap, what kind of buff is this? Lu Yu continued his rampage, his hands already stained with the blood of demonic beasts, and thousands of corpses lay on the ground. The experience bar above my head was stacking up like crazy, and I actually leveled up 2 more times, reaching level 26. After casually allocating attribute points to strength, Lu Yu looked at what was in front of him. An unfamiliar scene appeared, and an evil man dressed in a mage's robe and holding a skull staff stood in front of him. "You beast, are you controlling the horde of demonic beasts?" Area boss, the evil wizard Los. Level, LV 40. Health points, 200,000. Skills, beast control, evil magic, war frenzy, star bullet. Synopsis: the former chief mage of Olive Town and the Holy Glory Federation, he was later betrayed by his wife and killed her with her lover. Due to his unyielding will, he fell into darkness and became an evil wizard with the evil power to control beast tides. Lu Yu broke into a bright smile. Hey, this old man is actually pretty interesting. He chose to destroy the world after being cuckolded, unlike those sycophants who kneel down and beg for forgiveness. He's a real man. I, Lu Yu, acknowledge you. Little priest flying kick, ouch.
Liu immediately activated the third gear rest gate, unleashing a normal flying kick that dealt 199,999 damage, leaving the boss with only one drop of health. The evil wizard Los, clutching his shattered kidney, struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with surprise and bewilderment. He couldn't understand how he, who had fallen into darkness and possessed the power to destroy cities, could be reduced to near death by a single kick from a priest. You. Before he could finish speaking, Liu unleashed another flying kick from the priest, finishing off the last drop of blood he had left. The evil wizard Los was half gone, and the green flame in his eyes gradually died out, until he was completely dead. The health bar has now reached 199,999,200,000. You have defeated the area boss, the evil wizard Los, and gained 20,000 experience points. Obtained evil wizard staff, green goblin hat, evil crystal, 10 large life potions, 20 medium life potions, 3 treasure map fragments. Looking at the pile of messy items, Liu casually put them into his backpack. Of course, Liu didn't even glance at the purple quality green ghost magic hat, tossing it on the ground like trash. This color of hat is completely useless. Let's do a good deed and leave it for someone who was meant to have it. Check the staff's attributes. Evil wizard staff. Quality, pink legend. Attack power, 200. Attributes, intelligence plus 80, strength plus 40. Special effect, after killing a target with this staff, a small skeleton will be summoned from the target's corpse to fight for you. The skeleton's attributes are related to the level of the unit killed. The design is nice, but the stats are really terrible. I'll just have to make do with it for now. The boss has been defeated, so there's no need to return to the town. Let's head to the Endless Wilderness region for an adventure. Go for it, Sigma.